Female cousin, and the year before that, it was a male cousin. But I don't know either cousin well. We've never spoken. Fang Yu filled Fang Zhao in on scenes from previous Memorial Days as he walked. Second uncle's family typically dropped by to pay their respects. They were never the center of attention. I don't see Granddad. Maybe he's come and left. Granddad doesn't like our family. He typically shows up every year with third uncle and third auntie. Fang Yu continued in a whisper. Not only did second uncle struggle to communicate with his nephew's generation, he got into arguments with his own dad easily because they had similar temperaments. "Oh, you're here, Fang Lang," said a man sitting at a table beneath a tree. Fang Lang was second uncle's name. The man who noticed second uncle was his cousin. Their fathers were siblings, although they weren't close. They got to know each other better recently after working on a project together. "Who's that over there?" the man asked, gesturing to Fang Zhao. "That's Fang Zhao, my late older brother's only son," second uncle responded. The man pondered briefly before making the connection. Oh, him. He had too many relatives to keep track of. He didn't want to bother with minor characters. Second uncle's cousin was more interested in the box Fang Zhao was carrying than in Fang Zhao himself. But it was their turn to meet great-grandfather and great-grandmother. Otherwise, he would have pried. Fang Zhao watched second uncle's cousin and his family enter a neighboring house. The houses located in the woods were all rather retro, resembling the homes with tiled roofs from before the apocalypse. This was the only house in the vicinity. It was winter already. Although it had been sunny the past 2 days, temperatures were quite low. The two elders were holed up inside. "Why don't you take a seat? My cousin's family will be at least half an hour," second uncle said. Fang Zhao was about to sit down when he heard someone inside the house yell his name. "Fang Zhao? Hey, Fang Zhao. Yes, you. Hurry up. Your great-grandfather and great-grandmother want to see you." It was second uncle's cousin. He must have mentioned Fang Zhao to the two elders, so they let him cut in line. "Oh, they didn't ask for you, Fang Lang. You and your family wait here." Second uncle's cousin gestured at him to stay put, letting only Fang Zhao through. "Little Zhao, you be careful." Second uncle was worried. He himself was super nervous every time he met with the two elders. They projected a dominating aura. He was worried Fang Zhao was too young and would cave under the pressure. Fang Zhao picked up the gift he had prepared for his great-grandparents and walked in confidently. The house was quite warm. About a dozen people were sitting in the living room. They spoke in whispers. They whispered to each other when they noticed Fang Zhao entering. Their gaze also landed on the box Fang Zhao was carrying, as if gauging its contents. "In here." Second uncle's cousin pointed to a room. "I'll take you." Second uncle's cousin led Fang Zhao into the room and left. But when he left, he made a sly move. He didn't shut the door completely, leaving a small gap, so he could eavesdrop from the living room. Inside the room, Fang Zhao saw the two gray-haired elders sitting inside. The old lady looked friendly, wearing a gentle smile. She gauged Fang Zhao, as if comparing his stature now to the small child from 10 years ago. However, the old man sitting next to her was in a foul mood. His gaze was hawk-like, and he projected an intimidating aura. An untested young man would have felt nervous. "You two look like you're in good spirits," Fang Zhao said with a laugh. He placed the box he'd brought onto the table and opened it to remove its contents. Great-grandfather Fang was going to throw a tantrum. The kid hadn't shown up in 10 years, after all. He needed a dressing down. But when he saw what Fang Zhao removed from the box, he couldn't maintain his composure. "The serious?" Great-grandfather Fang exclaimed. What Fang Zhao removed was a silver-gray spaceship model about 30 centimeters long. It was emblazoned with a logo and lettering. The Sirius was a battleship built by mankind for space exploration during the New Era. One of the pioneering spaceships, the Sirius had already been retired. But even though it was retired, it was still a popular design among model manufacturers, not because of its historical significance, but for its economic value. And the reason Fang Zhao had picked the Sirius was that great-grandfather Fang and great-grandmother Fang had served on the spaceship. When Fang Zhao handed over the model, great-grandfather Fang played cool and didn't lift a finger. It was the old lady who accepted it. She was stunned the moment she felt the model. This material. She also examined the detail before looking at Fang Zhao and saying, "How thoughtful of you." Their children and other grandkids had bought them models of the Sirius before, but great-grandfather Fang had tossed all of them. His descendants were under the impression that they didn't like models, But the fact was that those models were poorly made and got many details wrong. Only model makers who understood the history of the spaceship would notice the finer features. But the model Fang Zhao presented got all the small details right and was made with the exact same material as the real spaceship. The model had to have cost a fortune. Great-grandfather Fang's mood improved somewhat. At least Fang Zhao had put some thought into the gift. He and his wife loved it. Now that Fang Zhao had extended an olive branch, great-grandfather Fang stopped pouting. It's been 10 years since we last saw you. Looks like you're doing well. Where are you working? Great-grandfather Fang asked. An entertainment company. Fang Zhao sat down on a chair next to the elderly couple. Oh, the entertainment business. Great-grandfather Fang was intrigued. Another thought struck him and he asked, "Where did you complete your military service?" "I haven't yet. I've been too busy. My schedule for this year is full," Fang Zhao responded. "Oh, you haven't served yet." Great-grandfather Fang straightened his back. "You're that busy? What are you busy with?" "Gaming." Great-grandfather Fang withdrew the hand with which he was about to offer a red packet. Chapter 70. Wait till you are well known. Hearing Fang Zhao's reply, those eavesdropping in the living room nearly broke out laughing. They all knew that great-grandfather Fang hated hearing the younger generation mention gaming. Occasional gaming was fine, but addiction to gaming, that was a total waste of life. Great-grandfather Fang felt a little depressed. On account of the fact that this youngster had finally came to visit them after all these years, he had intended to give Fang Zhao the 10 years' worth of red packets that he had missed out on. But after hearing his reply, he no longer felt in the mood to do so. Seeing the eyebrows of her husband rising, great-grandmother Fang patted his back, then looked toward Fang Zhao. She was not at all angry. Instead, she amiably told Fang Zhao, "We feel relieved that you are doing well. Starting work shortly after graduating is not always smooth sailing. Did you encounter any difficulties?" "Yes." "I'm not too familiar with military service. Could you tell me about both your experiences serving on board the Sirius all those years back?" Fang Zhao asked. Great-grandmother Fang had thought Fang Zhao was going to take this opportunity to seek their help. Amongst all their descendants, many who rarely came to visit in ordinary times would come running over seeking assistance and help when they encountered a problem they could not resolve themselves. Great-grandmother Fang had seen too many of such descendants, so when Fang Zhao said yes, her heart felt a little disappointed, but Fang Zhao's following words surprised her. "Experiences aboard the Sirius?" The old lady scrutinized her great-grandson sitting before her, wondering if Fang Zhao really wanted to know about the two elders' experiences or if he was going to use this topic to ask for help regarding military postings. When we were on the topic of military service, second uncle had mentioned that the two of you served on board the Sirius, and I was a little curious. Fang Zhao looked straight into the eyes of great-grandmother Fang, his eyes full of seriousness, and he continued, "I'm guessing that the confidentiality period has already passed." Great-grandmother Fang retracted her scrutinizing gaze and thought back to those days. Although it had been a long time ago, when she thought back, her recollections were surprisingly clear and distinct. When the Sirius had been retired from service, all those who had served on board also received some recordings and photographs. After retirement, whenever great-grandmother Fang had nothing to do, she would take out those old videos and photos to browse. Thus, even if she were to choose to forget about it, she could not do so. The existence of videos and photos were to remind people of their past experiences. Even if 100 years had passed, because of the existence of videos and photos, memories became way more vivid. On the Sirius all those years ago. You should ask me about this matter. I spent more time on the Sirius than her. Back then, during my days in the military on board the Sirius, I was around your age. Back then, great-grandmother Fang had only just started when great-grandfather Fang could not bear it any longer and interrupted his wife. He rambled on and on to Fang Zhao about his military experiences on board the Sirius all those years back. The eyebrows that were about to shoot up a while back now flew upward. Outer space was unlike the Army or the Navy. The unpredictability was much higher, and unexpected crises could occur at any time. That was the reason lots of people would think up any method possible for their children to stay on the planet for their military service. But Fang Zhao was different. His former battlefield had been on land. He had never experienced space travel. Before their military service, many people would gain some experiences from their own parents. What was available online was limited, and it was mostly only government-issued information. There was very little private information, as outer space service personnel were required to sign confidentiality agreements. And even after the expiry of the agreement, what they spoke of was what everyone knew. Only their closest relatives or trustworthy friends would get to hear the truth and their true thoughts. From Second Uncle, Fang Zhao had heard a little. However, Second Uncle's military service experience had been more ordinary. On the other hand, his great-grandparents' experiences were full of ups and downs. During their military service days, they'd received meritorious service awards, and when the service was completed, they had decided to stay with the military. Great-grandfather had served and achieved regimental rank before he was unable to climb any higher. At that time, he was getting old and regrettably had to transfer to civilian work, working in Yanbei City's governmental office till he retired. However, for great-grandfather Fang, his life while working in Yanbei City's government office was no different from his lifestyle after he retired, as he reminisced often. After retirement, he would often take out his collection of military medals and tell his wife about those days. Great-grandfather Fang especially loved talking to people about his military experiences back then. It was a pity that most of his descendants did not like hearing these stories. A few members of the younger generations would be slightly more curious, but once they started listening, their minds would wander, and thus, great-grandfather Fang would not continue. Great-grandfather enthused till his spit splattered all over. Beside him, great-grandmother Fang held on to the model of the Sirius, showing and telling Fang Zhao on which parts of the spacecraft the incidents her husband was explaining happened. Great-grandmother Fang observed Fang Zhao at the same time. She found out that Fang Zhao had not deliberately raised the topic to attract their attention, but was actually listening attentively. Great-grandmother Fang felt that this great-grandson was a little odd. Seeing the two elders, he had not felt uncomfortable or been nervous. Hearing his great-grandfather's military experiences, he would continue with a few words of his own, each time emphasizing the important points. This made great-grandfather Fang elated, and he did not stop talking even when his mouth was dry. With this, great-grandmother Fang felt that they were not talking to a great-grandson, but rather as if they were chit-chatting with an old friend of a similar age. Fang Zhao filled up the cups beside them with warm water before handing them over to the two elders. Great-grandfather Fang took a sip from the cup and then picked out a few photographs that he had stashed away. Have you ever seen this gun? And this? Back then when we were on a foreign planet mining, when we encountered an attack by an organism from that planet. It ate 2 members of our squad, and I used this gun to kill it in the end. Oh, and there is still. A number of photographs were of great-grandfather Fang holding a gun when he was young. Some were solo shots, while others were group photos. However, all those inside, only this gun followed me throughout my career and into retirement. Fang Zhao looked over. It was a black so dark that seemed like it was radiating coldness. Not large, it seemed slightly low profile. Watching Fang Zhao's gaze that was fixed onto the gun, a proud expression appeared on great-grandfather Fang's face. Envious? An average person will not have this gun. He became even more excited and continued. When you become well known throughout Yanzhou, I will give this gun for you to play with. The moment he said this, a slap from great-grandmother Fang landed on the arm of her husband. What nonsense! Could this sort of gun even be given to anyone for them to play with? By violating the law, the gun might be confiscated, and even at their age, punishment was still unavoidable. I am not speaking nonsense. If Fang Zhao really becomes well-known all over Yanzhou, what is wrong with giving him a little extra protection? We could also sneakily give. Seeing the room door not fully closed, great-grandfather Fang was jolted awake. Some words could not be revealed casually. Even if they thought that way, it still should not be revealed. Cough. What I said was just a joke, teasing the younger generation. Right, little Zhao? Great-grandfather Fang looked at Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao returned a smile. But that smile made great-grandfather Fang shake slightly, as if he felt there was something amiss. Enough of that. Let us continue with the story. Where was I just now? In the room. Great-grandfather continued, and did not look like he would be stopping. Outside, those in the living room were not in very good condition. Never did I expect that little Fang Zhao who was absent for 10 years, would show up and give such a precise boot licking. Someone mumbled. Another's lips twitched. No one has ever kept great-grandfather and great-grandmother Fang occupied for so long, right? With the momentum he has, he does not appear to be stopping. The people outside grew impatient from the waiting and came over to scout the situation. The one sitting nearest the door said, I never even got the chance to enter before my turn was cut by that little fellow. Now great-grandfather is talking to him enthusiastically and is not willing to see anyone else who comes. Just wait to one side for your turn. Great-grandfather Fang continued for an hour, until he had no voice. He never talked this much on normal days, so today, his throat could not take speaking so much. All right, then the two of you, please take a rest. I will make a move. Today I came with second uncle's family to pay a visit to you too. Although you did not bring it up, I know how much effort the two elders have put in. This was what Fang Zhao surmised from his memories. Back then, when the original owner's parents met with that accident where the entire block exploded, the original owner was still a young child. He could not have received all the compensation on his own. That he smoothly managed to get the compensation paid out, as well as a compensation lodging, was no doubt due to the assistance of someone. Second uncle's family did not have that sort of power. With some thinking, it could only be the two elders. As long as you understand, all is well. Don't play games every day and let it affect proper work. What is your terminal number? Here is a red packet for you, great-grandfather Fang said. After Fang Zhao told him, he received a notification on his bracelet that a gift had been sent to him. Clicking on it, a red envelope appeared. The sum of money displayed on top made Fang Zhao arc his brows. $20,000. According to Fang Yu, the average amounts in red packets that the younger generation received from the Fang great-grandparents was $1,000. The amounts might differ slightly depending on great-grandfather's mood. Given the averages, 10 years' worth of red packets was only $10,000. Now that great-grandfather Fang had given him $20,000, did it mean that he was in a very good mood? Oh, right, for your military service situation, what are your opinions? Great-grandfather Fang asked. Those eavesdropping outside the door were flabbergasted. Amongst them, some had insinuated the subject before for their own families or children, but great-grandfather Fang only had one approach when it came to this. Settle your own problems yourself. This old man does not care. But now, the old man wanted to help Fang Zhao? Were his previous words all bullshit? Inside, Fang Zhao replied, I do have some opinions. Oh, let's hear it. Great-grandfather Fang had decided to listen to it. I haven't contemplated fully yet. When I'm done thinking, I will consult the two elders. Hey, are you putting on airs? Great-grandfather Fang wanted to be difficult, but it did not work. He was still in a good mood. All right, when you have finished thinking, come tell us about it. We will advise you properly. Fang Zhao stood up and walked toward the door. He did not leave immediately, instead shutting the door tightly so the people outside could not hear the conversation clearly. The words you said just now, do they still count? Fang Zhao asked. Which words? Great-grandfather Fang had slight misgivings. When I'm well known all over Yenzhou, you will give me the gun to play, to protect myself with. Great-grandfather Fang did not take it seriously. It counts. Make yourself well known first. Don't let me wait too long. I'm already so old, and I don't have that long to wait. Fang Zhao laughed. You aren't old, only 150 years old. Fang Zhao opened the door and was preparing to go out when he heard great-grandfather Fang speak once more. Wait, don't you do something stupid like commit a crime. What I mean by well-known isn't the same as being infamous. You think too much. Goodbye. I will come back to visit when I have time. Fang Zhao walked out and closed the door at the same time. In the room, great-grandfather Fang pondered for a bit before telling his wife. Hearing what the young fellow said before leaving makes me feel like he is up to something. Eh? You are thinking too much, I guess. Great-grandmother Fang glanced at the serious model that was placed on the table, seemingly entranced by it. Chapter 71. Is that you? When Fang Zhao emerged from his great-grandparents' private room, he was greeted with a host of curious stares that scanned him from head to toe. They wanted to know who the hell had commanded the attention of great-grandfather and great-grandmother for more than an hour. He doesn't look that impressive, someone whispered. I've never seen him before. Never heard of him before. He looks quite plain. What's so special about him that the two elders chatted with him for such a long time? When second uncle saw Fang Zhao emerge, he rushed forward and asked, "How come you were in there for so long?" Great-grandfather and great-grandmother weren't angry, were they? Second aunt glared at him. Second uncle made it sound like Fang Zhao was bound to upset the two elders. What kind of mood were they in? Second aunt asked. Hey, pretty good mood. They were in good spirits, Fang Zhao responded. You had such a long chat. Seems like great-grandfather has taken a liking to you, Fang Yu said. Fang Zhao smiled, but didn't speak. Noticing the probing looks that surrounded them, second aunt dragged Fang Zhao to a corner and whispered, Fang Zhao, did great-grandfather give you a red packet? Yes, he gave me 10 years' worth. When she heard the answer, second aunt got a sense of where Fang Zhao stood. She didn't press him for the exact amount. She had just been wondering if her nephew left a good impression. The fact that he remembered Fang Zhao, gave him 10 years' worth of red packets, and chatted with him for such a long time meant great-grandfather was in a good mood. The two elders were reminiscing about their military service. That's why it took longer than usual, Fang Zhao said. Fang Zhao didn't raise his voice much, but it was just loud enough for curious bystanders to hear. Once they heard that great-grandfather had been rambling on about this military service, the onlookers exchanged knowing looks. No wonder it had taken so long. Great-grandfather had gone down memory lane again. That explained everything and dashed their curiosity. Great-grandfather didn't have much to say to the relatives that followed Fang Zhao, probably because he had talked too much with Fang Zhao. His wife did all the talking, although she didn't say much either, seeing a series of younger Fangs who stuttered. Through their sentences put great-grandfather Fang in a bad mood again. As an elder, he wanted to be generous, but he couldn't fake laughter. All he could do was keep a stern face, which terrified the young ones even more. Great-grandfather Fang signaled his wife to keep her comments brief and send them packing with their gift money. It was all about the red packets, wasn't it? Or they needed a favor from the two elders. Just listening to the requests was painful. The couple were happy to lend a helping hand to younger Fangs who were regular visitors. As for those who never showed and stuck their hands out for red packets and favors, not slapping them in the face was courtesy enough. What else could they expect? Faced with his descendants that fell into the second category, great-grandfather Fang regretted not keeping Fang Zhao longer. Great-grandfather Fang was a bit more inquisitive when granting second uncle and his family their audience. He asked about Fang Yu's upcoming military service. He was surprised to find out the issue had been resolved. Fang Zhao didn't bring up his role in the matter. Second uncle was worried about causing Fang Zhao trouble, so he hadn't told anyone about it, but he still brought it up in passing while meeting with great-grandfather Fang. Fang Zhao took care of it. Who was his connection? Great-grandfather was curious now. Great-grandfather Fang waited until second uncle and his family had left before turning to his wife to ask, say, what is that kid Fang Zhao up to? If he can land a preferential posting on his own, why did he ask about our military service? Did he genuinely want some advice? How would I know? Great-grandmother Fang was surprised too. She had never expected Fang Zhao to wield such influence at a young age. She had underestimated him. I still think the kid is up to something. Great-grandfather Fang started getting suspicious. If you're still not convinced, just keep an eye on the news, great-grandmother Fang said. By then, second uncle and his family had left the house. They had no idea what great-grandfather and great-grandmother were thinking. They headed straight home after the meeting. During the train ride, Fang Zhao noticed many big-screen displays showing news reports about Battle of the Century and the latest trailers. Gamers were bound to be ecstatic this year. It was just the beginning of the year and Battle of the Century had yet to be released, but the buzz had already started simmering. The online poll for the game's virtual idol endorsers for each continent organized by Rising Dragon was about to kick off. It would start in Huangzhou and continue in other continents. Yinzhou would be up soon. Fang Yu was browsing headlines on his bracelet. Various news outlets were speculating who Fiery Bird would pick as the game's public face in Yinzhou. Would it be Tongshan True Entertainment's top idol Miyu? Or Neon Culture's Andy Leo? Or Silver Wings Polar Light, the bombshell that debuted at the end of last year? Say, Big Brother Zhao, who do you think will win the endorsement deal? Fang Yu asked. I don't know. That's Fiery Bird's decision, Fang Zhao responded. Speaking of Polar Light, Big Brother Zhao, is this you? Fang Yu showed Fang Yu a screen capture. It was a screen capture combining the credits at the end of the 3 music videos from the 100-year period of Destruction series. The name of the producer had been circled. Fang Zhao glanced at the image and nodded. Yes, that's me. Fang Yu took a deep breath. Big Brother Zhao. What? Big Brother Zhao. Think you could get me a signed photo of Macchiatuo? Fang Yu was in his face. Fang Zhao knew about Macchiatuo. She was one of Silver Wing's top actresses. She had a sweet face, although Fang Zhao had never worked with her and didn't know how the film department operated. I'll look into it. If I can get one, I'll send it over, Fang Zhao said. I want one too. I want one too. Fang Qi wanted a piece of the action as well. Big Brother Zhao. Big Brother Zhao, I want Vicky's signed photo. You gotta hold on to it if you can swing one. Vicky was another actress signed to Silver Wing. She was a grade A star. Fang Zhao would have never thought a young kid like Fang Qi would be a Vicky fan. No problem. I'll hang on to them if I get them. Fang Zhao then smiled at Fang Ling. Little Belle, are you a fan of any celebrities? If they're signed to Silver Wing, I'll try to get a signed photo for you. Fang Ling pondered the question briefly and shook her head. Then she took out a card she'd gotten from a young female staffer at the retirement home. Upon inserting it into a card reader, it displayed an animation of song and poetry. It was an early education product. Fang Ling handed the card to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao was confused. This is for me. Fang Ling blinked her eyes and said, Big Brother Zhao, will you sign it for me? Fang Zhao froze then said with a laugh, I don't have a pen. I'll sign it for you when we get home. When they got home, Little Belle brought out some 20 similar cards she had collected and had Fang Zhao sign all of them. She was still young and didn't have an idol, but she had heard someone say that if you meet your idol, you should get his or her signature. In Little Belle's eyes, Fang Zhao, who had bought her tons of candy, was her idol. Fang Yu and Fang Yi joined the party. They found cards of their own and had Fang Zhao sign them. Big Brother Zhao, did you compose the first 3 movements of the 100-year period of Destruction series? Fang Yu asked. What do you think? Fang Zhao said. Haha, I have no idea. But you don't have to explain, Big Brother Zhao. I read online about the confidentiality rules for virtual idol staffers. Fang Yu thought the mainstream press speculation was right. The credits Silver Wing had revealed were a front. The real composer had yet to be unveiled. Who was it? Ming Song had suggested it was just one person and not an entire team. The answer had to wait until the release of the 4th movement. Still, not everyone could be a front man. From the perspective of Fang Yu and his siblings, Fang Zhao was already a stud for being able to take credit as a producer, even if he was being used as cover. After Memorial Day, Fang Zhao spent another 3 days in Yanbei before returning to Qian. As the launch of the Rising Dragon online poll neared, Yinzhou's big 3 entertainment companies started jockeying for position. They rolled out their respective online ad campaigns. The entertainment media was caught up in a frenzy, as if journalists had been injected with amphetamine. Huangzhou, Rising Dragon headquarters. Online voting in the 5th continent has begun. Next up is Yinzhou. They have 3 candidates this year. Yinzhou is typically a 2-way race. That's because the 3rd member of the Big 3, Silver Wing, never produces virtual idols, but they did this year. I think the idol was tailor-made for the race for the endorsement deal. Regardless of Silver Wing's actual intentions, in terms of voting, an extra competitor means more news. This is good for us. The Rising Dragon editor in charge of the online poll called the publication's Yinzhou Bureau. Get ready to launch online voting in Yinzhou on February 8th. February 8th was also the release date for the last movement in the 100-year period of Destruction series. Chapter 72, 4th Movement, Eternal. On February 8th, in the early hours of the morning, the internet was abuzz. The 3 big entertainment companies had mobilized all their stars to campaign for votes. Polar Light, being the only successful virtual idol that Silver Wing Media had produced, received the full backing of the entire company. Regardless of whether they were fresh newcomers or A-listers who had finally made it to the top, they all chipped in to campaign for votes. In all the years of Yinzhou's history, this was the first time on the virtual idol stage that all 3 big entertainment companies were having a public competition. However, there was a different group of people who were paying close attention to the new song releases at 8 a.m. At over 160 years old, Shui Jing did not follow his usual routine of heading to the garden downstairs for his morning stroll. Instead, He sat in his study and turned on his audio and projection systems as he waited for 8 a.m. to arrive. On his table was a paper notebook and a pen. He wanted to jot down his thoughts and analysis moments after he finished listening to the fourth movement. Compared to electronic recording methods, Xue Jing was more inclined toward manual records, as they had more feeling. Beside the table was a pile of books. Some were a compilation of Xue Jing's teaching materials, and some were books written by other people that he used as reference. Many people of the same profession felt that Xue Jing's mission to compile analysis and production guides for symphonic musical compositions was an unwise decision. This genre was too arrogant and unpopular. Talented people in this field tended to conceal themselves. Publicly writing them out would not amount to much, as they were viewed as specious nonsense. From past textbooks of symphonic music, some people who purchased the books would give a poor review after flipping through, and whoever compiled it would get a scolding. It was simply an arduous and unrewarding task. Yet every time Xue Jing heard this sort of talk, he would only smile. When people asked for names of other contributing composers, Xue Jing would only smile but not reply. As Xue Jing analyzed the three movements of the Period of Destruction series, the deeper he delved, the more apprehension and admiration he felt. He admired Fang Zhao's drive and ability and was astonished at his audacity and progress. In the three movements, many times there were unfashionable methods that had been neglected for years, but in those three movements, they perfectly fit in the movement and expressed the artistic concept. Just one more left, Xue Jing muttered. Actually, after hearing the first two movements, one could understand the intention and purpose of the creator. The third movement's theme was war, and the fourth movement should be a conclusion. At the stroke of 8, Xue Jing turned on his audio-visual platform and adjusted his equipment, and the music video appeared clearly before him. The image displayed a somber scene at the crack of dawn. Continuing at the end of the third movement, the comprehensive fighting continued. However, the scene was not as bleak and gloomy. The essence of the music was not as urgent and restrictive as before. At the beginning of the fourth movement, an alternating rhythm appeared. Differing by a semitone, the two tones were the opposite, one dark and gloomy, one bright and upbeat. The sounds of a treble violin and double bass as different as heaven and earth created a vastness and made the imagery of the music distinct. The short brief notes portrayed the fierce wind at daybreak that chilled one to the bone. Every strand of hair on the body felt as it was feeling the flow of air. The tremor of a cello added to the emphasis as the killer intent emitted from this battle to survive made one shiver. The bodies of tree men who were on an all-out attack were splattered with mud. Every branch seemed to be oozing thick blood and killing intent as they carried their valiant selves forward in a reckless fashion, attacking every savage beast within their sights. These beasts that plundered their place in the world. A trombone and a woodwind score combined together alongside some muted whistles from a trumpet. The originally stiff tone became rough and bleak as the savage beasts became timid, cowering under the relentless counterattacks of the tree men. The brutal beasts that were unparalleled in slaughter became weak and exhausted as the cold wind of the morning screamed through, and they trembled in fear. Unlike before, the strength of the woodwind tones was gradually accumulating. In the image, the tree men were pushing on as the sinister-looking beasts were put on the back foot and forced to retreat. In the midst of a rough-sounding brass whistle, the eerie and vicious beasts reached their final struggle, snarling and snapping, appearing fierce while they were actually cowardly at heart. A fist enveloped by a biting cold killing intent locked on to the front beast's heart area. Like a pike that had been grinded sharp, it pierced through without the slightest hesitation. The savage beast that had just been attacked flew through the air in an arc and landed in a nearby lake. The surface of the lake split apart as the beast landed in it, struggling for 2 seconds before sinking. On the surface of the lake, there were also some broken tree branches scattered about messily. The figure took a look at the lake. A powerful string symphony started, carrying a sorrow that had been held for so long. Yet at the same time, the unceasing string symphony also brought a sense of tenacity and unyielding spirit. Compared to brass and percussion, string had a sort of gentleness, but it was not invariably gentle. Amidst the gentleness, it could be firm. The sorrow was no longer derived from them being weak, but had transformed into a firm and explosive form. The figure in the image turned around and began running toward the hilltop facing him. As the figure ran up the hill, sparse wild grass swayed in the wind brought about by the figure's footsteps. Beast after beast was beaten and stomped on. The coordination between the tree men was seamless. This was the result of an understanding born by countless fights to the death. Step by step, they moved forward. Step by step, they climbed higher. When the figure finally reached the summit, in the midst of the combination between trombone and woodwind scores, the woodwind tones that had been gradually accumulating eventually exploded. The woodwind scores separated by 3 octaves played, assembling a vast tone, describing the view from the summit of the hill, wide and extensive. The battlefield at the bottom was littered with corpses of both beasts and trees. Compared to the start, most of the silhouettes moving about on the ground were not the plundering beasts, but the tree man's fellow comrades. Everywhere, in all directions, were the brave figures of comrades in combat. A bugle call signaled the harmony in full swing. The reverberating sounds signified that this war was finally reaching its epilogue. The drum beats were no longer that urgent, now raising one's spirit. The beating of the timpani that people of the new era were familiar with was the foundation. A more primitive drumbeat combined. This was music from a different time and space, fusing magically and perfectly. It seemed as if they had survived through an endless winter without any sunshine. When the figure on the summit raised his head, he watched as the clouds slowly parted and the golden beam of sunlight shone down from the heavens. The pair of bloodied fists that had just slayed countless beasts began to tremble nonstop. In his eyes, it was clear that he was moved after enduring silently for so long. His eyes were brimming with tears. The sunlight seemingly brought about a scorching warmness as it melted away all the coldness in them brought about by the war and touched the most gentle parts of their hearts. They had last seen this sort of sunlight a long time ago. It represented warmth and hope. They had been a group of ordinary creatures who had endured suffering on the land they stood on. They had experienced unimaginable hardships and despair. In their most dire of straits, they had made a stand in the frigid land and won themselves freedom and a new life. But what they wanted to win was a world. The turbulent feelings erupted as a rallying cry came from the summit of the hill. The majestic music matched up with a resounding male voice, seemingly bringing about immeasurable strength, as if rallying the entire world. In the middle of the brass and string ensemble, an impassioned harmony signified the merriment of seeing the sunlight once again, celebrating this hard-fought victory. The drawing of the bow on a violin, as if the time had come for the world to recover and be reborn. The once muddy water of the lake became clear as the dithering clouds in the sky reflected off it. Broken branches and remains that were floating on the lake had all but sunk in. The previously sparse ground beside the lake was now covered with an exuberant underbrush. The tempo was vigorous and free from inhibitions as the drumbeats blended. Tree men both big and small ran around, stepping in the now lush grassland. There was no hint of urgency or tension, only joyous excitement. From today onward, those savage and bloodthirsty figures will never be seen again. From today onward, they need not worry about being homeless and running for their lives. From today onward, the world will become a new world. So, is it possible to rest yet? It is. In the vigorous harmony, the woodwind impetus was powerful and expansive. The string score was continuously rising. The forceful drum beats beat down. Combined together, it seemed like it was foretelling the scene that was about to unfold. The figure right at the front of the tree men stood up on a high slope, watching his idle and free comrades all around. Treading on the soft soil below, he let out a bright and relieved smile. Under the warm sunlight, he relaxed and extended both arms. His fists finally spread apart. His arms became branches stretching out in all directions. His legs became roots, penetrating deep into the soil and taking root, seemingly reborn. The tree men all around, after finding a suitable place, spread out the fists and arms and took root. Under the sunlight, the bare branches sprouted out tender green leaves filled with the iridescence of life. Some exotic humming of a man was accompanied by electronic music as a brand new, rich, and diverse world unfolded. Sounds produced by different instruments of the string family played different roles. Like the departed spirits of those who had sacrificed themselves in the war were looking down from above on the new world. It also seemed like the quiet muttering of those who had never experienced this new life before, and the complicated and excited voices of the tree men who had once again taken root. The corpses from the war were covered by dust and newly grown vegetation. That catastrophic war had destroyed many lives, but at the same time, it fostered a newly awakened life. The earth, full of opportunities, had freshness, yet it also had decay, but at least it was expanding in a proper direction. From above, looking down on the boundless land, the whole world had once more become tranquil and peaceful, as if the catastrophic calamity had never befallen. But beneath the peaceful appearance of this world were the tenacious souls who had survived this difficult time. What is eternal? How long is an eternity? No one knows. If another calamity happens, they will rise up once anew. Life goes on without stopping. War does not stop it. In the image, the scene zoomed through the land that already had flourishing forests. In the places where sunlight did not reach, there was no haze nor gloom, only a bright and mystical sky full of stars. The harmony gradually quieted down. An elegant yet slightly rueful and distressed string score slowly became lighter. The deep and low male voice gradually dissipated in the midst of the strings. Words appeared on the screen. Lead character, polar light. Species, Longxiang Tianluo. Song title, 100-Year Period of Destruction, 4th Movement, Eternal. Producer, Fang Zhao. Production team, Polar Light Project Team. Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, Rodney. A Silver Wing media release. Xue Jing stared at the list of names on the screen, sighing and shaking his head, partly in disbelief and partly glad that he had found a gem. Fang Zhao, that little fellow. Rocking his head, Xue Jing picked up a pen and wrote this in his notebook. Polar light, from an ordinary peaceful creature all the way till he led the colony to counterattack, was an epic journey. Every melody in the movement brought about an intense realism and was stunning, as if the creator had actually experienced it for himself. Chapter 73, Unexpected Foreign Aid. When all 4 movements of the 100-Year Period of Destruction series had finally been completed and released, those specializing in music turned their focus to analyzing it. Yenzhou Music Association, widely regarded as the industry's most authoritative organization, had a post on their production, Voice of Yenzhou. On their homepage, Dina, a deputy head of the Music Association, had written an evaluation. Is it the pursuit of life or the pondering of the spirit? In the 100-Year Period of Destruction, the techniques included in the 4 epic movements have given rise to a new round of investigative probing. Shortly after, other professionals followed with their own analysis, explaining the golden points of the 4th movement in the 100-Year Period of Destruction. Today, where music is so commercialized, symphonic music welcomes yet another peak. Other than professionals involved with the industry, yet another group of people were also paying close attention to the music releases. The medical team set up to observe Ming Ye's condition had been waiting. From their point of view, the 4 movements constituted to an entire course of treatment. As soon as the 4th movement was released, they entered a busy stage. The Hull virus was researched by the whole world and seemed to be a difficult problem. It had always seemed as if there was a door blocking the way of research. Now it was as if they had their hands on a set of complete keys to open the door. How much further they could step inside was all up to them. However, only music industry professionals and medical professionals were following this piece of news. The attention of the rest of the populace was online, following the highly discussed voting battle and other entertainment-related topics. Rising Dragon's branch in Yenzhou had set up the voting platform. Silver Wing's Polar Light, Tongshan's Miyu, and Neon Culture's Andy Leo, these 3 popular idols were up for votes. Who was going to win the endorsement deal for Battle of the Century? Previously, some people had said that even if Silverwing Media produced a virtual idol this time, the competition would still be a 2-way battle between the virtual idol powerhouses Neon Culture and Tongshan True Entertainment. But looking at the numbers on the voting board, the distance between them was not that large. The gap might seem close, but just wait and see. In 2 days, there will be an obvious gap. Right now, all three big companies have mobilized their personalities to campaign for votes. In 2 days, when the buzz dies down, we will then be able to see the influence of each individual virtual idol. Polar Light relied on the four movements to get popular, but in terms of influence, he definitely is not as strong as the other two. A reviewer from the media deduced. Whether it was me, you, or Andy Leo, both had been developing for 2 years already. 2 years accumulated to give rise to where they were now. As for Polar Light, whether it was his appearance or the debut appearance, it was somewhat a novelty and not in line with mainstream tastes. Polar Light's fan base is mainly made up of older people or those with enriching military experiences who would know how to appreciate this sort of music. Younger people will not like it. However, these remarks received a slap in their faces shortly after. At the voting platform, each candidate had a message board. Silverwing Media's operations team watched, dumbfounded, as the message board on the voting platform for Polar Light was continuously flooded with comments. "Did you employ fake fans?" one operations staff member asked another. "Nope. Weren't we supposed to gauge the situation first?" The operations staff member seated in front turned his head and said, "Secondary school students have a long memorial holiday. They are on vacation. It is just them having too much free time." At this moment, those watching the voting for the endorsement deal realized that from Silverwing Media's Polar Lights column came a flood of comments in a different style. "For the new world. For the Tree Men's glory. Tree Men have nothing to fear. The enemy is crafty, to actually call for backup. Stand firm, brothers. Second year of Qian No. 1 Secondary School, leading troops to provide assistance. Qian No. 12 Secondary School, contingent reporting. Yinshi No. 6 Secondary School, contingent reporting. Fancy meeting a schoolmate here. Those behind, brothers from Yandong, Yan'an, Yanbei, hurry and catch up. Oh, I have enrolled. My imaginary branch fell off. Pick it up. Comrades, catch your imaginary branches." The masses observing the continuous rolling comments. "Every word is a drama," someone moaned. "Getting too engrossed in shows. To really think they are tree men covered in branches from head to toe? Why don't they say that their heads have started blooming?" Nevertheless, the bizarre style of comments continued. "Magu City, follow me. Where is Jinggang City's squadron? Soldier on. Reinforcements will arrive at any time. Lizhou reinforcements reporting in." This comment that had just appeared not only made those who had been playing about happily stop, it also caught the attention of the observing masses, as well as the companies. Lizhou? Renault's Lizhou? How did people from Lizhou end up here? Originally, only a small number came from Lizhou to join the fun, but following that, more and more people from Lizhou appeared at the message boards. Which superstar celebrity of Silverwing Media managed to do this? Some try to guess. But quickly, these thoughts were easily denied after thinking it through. An intercontinentally developed superstar celebrity would not enter the fray that easily. Participating in such an event would bring about much more influence, even to the point of completely controlling votes. An internationally recognized superstar would have taken a lot of time and effort to reach the top, and their company would not rashly play their card. Besides, the company's control over such superstars would not be strong. Whether the company said it was for employment relations or for collaborations, the company could not forcefully make such a request. Therefore, this kind of voting was normally limited to within the continent, and participating in campaigning were only the company's A-listers and those below. In terms of influence, there were limitations, and there was the blockade of foreign media too. Generally, people from other continents would not take part. But what was happening now? Why are there people from Lizhou? Neon Culture's staff thus inquired with Rising Dragon's branch about such large-scale intercontinental campaigning. How is it not against the rules? Rising Dragon's Yenzhou branch said that the rules and regulations had never been restricted to the region. This round's Yenzhou voting platform also had no restrictions regarding voters from other continents. If one had the capability to garner votes across the world, Rising Dragon would approve with 2 thumbs up. This was a testament to one's popularity. In no time, everyone found out that, on Lizhou's side, it was wireless media that was campaigning for votes. The industry's media began to guess that Silverwing Media and wireless media surely had some secret transactions. At the same time, Lizhou's wireless media had contacted Silverwing, and they were discussing collaboration matters. It did not involve music. Wireless Media was a film company. They still had no plans to disrupt Li Zhao's music industry. The collaboration they had in mind was regarding a film arrangement. Zero's Wireless Media had started preparations for the next movie. However, Zero was not trying to flatter anyone. Rather, he wanted to curry favor for his great-grandfather. The third movement had gotten him an influential shortcut. Thus, Zero was serious now, spending a considerable sum to engage a well-known scriptwriter and director. He had decided to film a movie depicting exalted heroes of the war. Zero himself was going to be acting, and he was brushing up on his acting skills. At the same time, he instructed the company to contact Silverwing Media regarding a collaboration. Silverwing's Polar Light had only started a while back, right? Movies and films will surely come about, so why not collaborate with Wireless Media? Generally, Li Zhao's film companies would use their local actors. Regardless whether they were real people or virtual idols, using actors from their own continent made it easier to receive the support of the viewing masses. After all, actors had their fan bases within their own continent, making it easier to garner box office sales. However, Zero's aim now was not to earn money, but rather to win the favor of his great-grandfather. When the fourth movement came out, Zero used certain means to get the final movement of the 100-year period of destruction series and send it straight to his great-grandfather. To appear frequently before his great-grandfather would bring about many benefits. Nowadays, whatever pleased his great-grandfather, Zero would do. His great-grandfather did not mind people from foreign continents, so he would not either. It did not matter if he earned less or paid more as long as he was able to be in the good books of his great-grandfather. He would have achieved his purpose. Helping to campaign for votes was a show of Wireless Media's sincerity. Even when it got noisy outside, Fang Zhao paid no heed. He sat in his office writing down his composing thoughts as well as some techniques and feelings he used when composing. He had written some before, and today he would write down the remainder. As for others, he would decide when the time came. After finishing, he sent the electronic file to Xue Jing. Somewhere in Qian, Xue Jing was writing down his analysis of the fourth movement when he heard a notification and saw that he had received a file from Fang Zhao. After reading through it, Xue Jing just stood blankly on the spot. For the textbook he was compiling, Xue Jing wanted to discuss with Fang Zhao about his composing philosophy and sources of inspiration. He hoped that Fang Zhao could impart a little of his experience, allowing more people to come in contact with music of this style and learn a few techniques. How much Fang Zhao wanted to impart was all up to him. Xue Jing had never expected Fang Zhao to write so much. A textbook like this normally contained over 100,000 words, at most 200,000. The book would also contain various musical scores and analytical diagrams. Xue Jing had only planned to write about 100,000 words, touching more on newer topics that were never raised and briefly mentioning older topics. The file sent over by Fang Zhao contained 30,000 words. That was already a third of Xue Jing's estimated word limit. Moreover, it all contained Fang Zhao's production experiences as well as composing techniques. All that was written was not at all vague. Even though he had included ancient techniques, all his ancient and modern musical techniques were explained very thoroughly. When Xue Jing finished reading, he immediately contacted Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao, do you know the implication of what you have written? One could start a paid training class or accept a few disciples as a means of extra income. Lots of people in the industry did so. However, Fang Zhao had actually written all of his methods down. When this was all placed into a publicly available textbook, it would not bring Fang Zhao as much income. I know, Fang Zhao replied. Are there any problems with the content? There are no issues. I just wanted to ensure that you are really all right with compiling all this. Xue Jing asked once again, whether to compile or not, the decision lies solely in your hands. Fang Zhao knew what Xue Jing meant. It was just that he had chosen to share his own experiences and techniques publicly. He did not know how long he would get to stay in this world. He was grateful for having the chance to once again open his eyes and see the world. During the end of days, he had thought that, if he had the chance, he wished to pass on every single one of his skills and techniques, if at all possible. Who would not want to live longer? This life was an unlikely accident. Not everyone would get a chance like this. He would use whatever experiences and techniques he had learned in his lifetime and leave them in a book that would be passed on to future generations. He hoped that this time, On his gravestone, the words "a composer" would be on it. Xue Jing sighed deeply upon receiving Fang Zhao's confirmation. I got it. Hanging up, Xue Jing remained silent for a while. He then removed Fang Zhao's name from the column for contributors and placed him in an empty column labeled Deputy Editor. On the other end, after the call with Xue Jing ended, Fang Zhao received yet another call from Duan Qianji. Come to the top floor office. Ming Tsang wishes to thank you in person. Chapter 74, The Real Composer. After the fourth movement was released, Ming Tsang spent some time with his son alongside the medical team, checking on the progress of the treatment. As soon as his son had shown signs of a reaction, he came over to Silverwing Media looking for Duan Qianji. Ever since the first movement had been released, he had wanted to meet the composer of the piece. Just as he had previously said, the composer behind the four movements was like a god to him and his family. The composer had pulled them out from their despair that had lasted for a long time, giving them hope. Therefore, Ming Tsang wanted to thank that composer in person. But previously, Silverwing Media had continuously prevented him from doing so. Furthermore, they did not want any disturbances for the composer before all the movements were completed. Thus, Ming Tsang had waited and waited until this day, when the four movements had all been released, and he hurriedly rushed over. Besides, Silverwing Media were going to publicly announce the name list of the real project team. So why not let him thank the composer first? After Duan Qianji had informed that composer to come up, Ming Tsang felt somewhat nervous. Perhaps it was the excitement that he was going to meet his benefactor, or perhaps it was the expectation that he was going to meet some great master. Drinking another cup of water, Ming Tsang heard Duan Qianji's office door open. Raising his head to look, he saw a young man walking in. Behind him, there was no one else. Ming Tsang knew who Fang Zhao was. He had checked up on all the names listed on the end credits of the music video, and thus knew the youngster who had been placed as the front. However, this was their company policy, so he did not say anything. He guessed that, from what he knew about Duan Qianji, this youngster that had been chosen to act as a shield would have received lots of benefits as well. Ming Tsang was just here to see his benefactor and did not intend to involve himself with any of Silverwing's internal affairs. Ming Tsang gave Fang Zhao a kindly glance, like that of an elder. His look was partially encouraging, partially sympathizing, and the remainder was courtesy. Nodding his head slightly, Ming Tsang retracted his gaze and continued to wait. In his heart, he wondered which great master from the industry would show up. However, the techniques and methods used in the four movements were unfamiliar. Within the industry, he had asked at least half, but had had no luck. Could they have been under a confidentiality agreement, and thus did not dare to tell the truth? But seriously, there was not even a little bit of information. Who could it be? Ming Tsang pondered hard. Fang Zhao was puzzled by the look Ming Tsang had given him. He walked over to a chair and sat down. Duan Qianji coughed lightly. President Ming. Ming Tsang looked over, not understanding the situation. Duan Qianji pointed at Fang Zhao. This is the person you are looking for. The composer of the four movements in the 100-year period of destruction. Ming Tsang. He glanced at the seated Fang Zhao, then twisted his neck over to look at Duan Qianji. Seeing Duan Qianji nodding once again, Ming Tsang's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. So the shield that was placed in front of the masses by Silverwing was actually an armored tank capable of besieging a city. Before coming Ming Tsang had thought about all the possibilities. Whether it was someone he knew, whether it was someone he had good ties with, whether local or foreign, whether famous or unknown. He had spent a lot of time thinking this through, but when he really heard Duan Qianji confirming it, Ming Tsang was momentarily shocked into silence. After around a minute of silence, Fang Zhao. Ming Tsang still found it slightly difficult to imagine. This was totally unexpected. Just listening to the four movements, the thought had never crossed his mind that the young person who was not even half his age would actually be the one he was looking for. That's me, Fang Zhao replied. The composer of all four movements of the 100-year period of destruction? That's right. That is unexpected. After saying that, he felt that his words might have been a little inappropriate. It sounded as if he was looking down on Fang Zhao. Ming Tsang hurriedly said, Sorry, what I meant to say is that it is rare to see someone so young produce that sort of work. It just feels so astonishing. As he went on, Ming Tsang lowered his head and laughed, took a deep breath, got up and bowed toward Fang Zhao. Thank you. And I apologize for my lack of manners just now. Ming Tsang meant the look he had given Fang Zhao when he entered. Thinking back about his gaze that was filled with sympathy, Ming Tsang felt a bit embarrassed. You are welcome, President Ming. I'm just a composer of music. Being able to contribute to the treatment of the Hull virus was an unexpected blessing. I am glad to. Fang Zhao indicated for Ming Tsang to sit down and talk. Now, he was still just a 20-plus-year-old nobody. It would not be right for him to let the deputy president of the highly esteemed Yinzhou Music Association remain standing. It's not just you. Back then, when Professor Xue first met me, he was very surprised too, Fang Zhao told him. Professor Xue? Is Xue Jing Professor Xue? Ming Tsang asked. Yes. Ming Tsang knew that Duan Qianji would not lie to him. And with Xue Jing's name, it verified the authenticity of this matter. The 4 movements of 100-year period of destruction were really composed by a recently graduated youngster in his 20s. After confirming, Ming Tsang dragged Fang Zhao away, and he talked for quite a bit. Not as an elder or as a deputy head. Rather, he conversed with Fang Zhao as a fellow music professional and as a father. He told Fang Zhao about the research into Fang Zhao's works and about his son's treatment progress. They chatted for an hour and only stopped when Ming Tsang received a call. A friend from abroad had arrived in Yinzhou and was looking for Ming Tsang, so he had to leave. Before leaving, Ming Tsang thanked Fang Zhao once more, and they exchanged contact details. Ming Tsang also said that he would drop by whenever he was free to look for Fang Zhao for some discussions. As Ming Tsang left Silver Wing Tower, he made a call to Xue Jing. Teacher Xue, you know that Fang Zhao. Although Ming Tsang might have been a deputy head of Yinzhou Music Association, when facing the elder generation like Xue Jing, he was still very respectful. When Ming Tsang was still schooling, Xue Jing had taught him. In a more formal setting, he would address Xue Jing as Great Master. Receiving the call from Ming Tsang, Xue Jing was caught by surprise at first. But after remembering the situation with Ming Tsang's son, he understood. I know him. You got the truth from Duan Qianji. Xue Jing laughingly said. I'm just leaving there. What a big shock. Ming Tsang was also smiling. It was really unimaginable. On his way, Ming Tsang thought back to his discussion with Fang Zhao. He realized when Fang Zhao was face-to-face with him that it did not feel like he was talking with a deputy head of Yinzhou Music Association. There was no nervousness or restraint coming from Fang Zhao as they conversed. It was really just a talk between 2 ordinary people who shared a common industry. You do know that I received an assignment to compile a textbook, Xue Jing said. Yes, I heard some mention of it within the community. Many said that you were getting foolish with age. Ming Tsang was in good spirits and joked with his old teacher. But at your age, it seems like you no longer care about reputation or benefits. Xue Jing sighed ruefully. Oh, I am foolish indeed. But there is someone even more foolish. Ming Tsang could hear gratification and admiration from those words. Who are you talking about? Just Fang Zhao. Oh, is he one of your contributors? Xue Jing was compiling a textbook on symphonic structures. Ming Tsang understood the logic of wanting to use the 4 movements as an actual example. No, he is the deputy editor. If not for Silver Wing's plans, I would still want to publicly announce it right away. Xue Jing briefly went over with Ming Tsang the contents of the file that Fang Zhao had sent him. He trusted Ming Tsang's character and was not afraid that he would divulge anything. Hearing Xue Jing's unconcealable delight and appreciation through the communication device, the originally smiling face of his became serious. Ming Tsang, I hope to pass on something genuinely meaningful and valuable, and not some elaborate assembling of shoddy work. This was what Xue Jing said to Ming Tsang before he ended the call. An hour later, on the homepage of Ming Tsang's personal social platform, a piece of information was posted. Today I got to meet the composer of the 100-year period of destruction series. A surprising yet admirable person. Ming Tsang's post triggered a buzz within the industry. But whoever asked, Ming Tsang only replied with this. Everyone will get to know the mysterious composer in 2 days. Silver Wing Media will publicly announce it. Ming Tsang's words were quoted by many media reports. Silver Wing also had intentions to push forth with it. They wanted to guarantee Polar Light's popularity and continuous topics for the voting during the next few days. Other than these few bits of news, they also wanted to guarantee as much media coverage as possible. Thus, there was going to be Polar Light's first interview. This sort of interview was to let people understand this virtual idol and bridge the distance, so he would not just be limited to an image in a music video. This was a channel to attract more fans and boost popularity and was advantageous for future development. Polar Light's interview had been arranged by Silver Wing Media beforehand. Whether they could attract audiences or boost his popularity, it was in the hands of a Silver Wing team that was more experienced than Fang Zhao. The person in charge was more experienced as well. The other members of the project team only needed to work according to the arrangements and did not need Fang Zhao to keep an eye on things. As for Fang Zhao, he was called up by Xue Jing to help compile materials for the textbook. Fang Zhao's thoughts and techniques written in the file could not be pasted straight into the book. They still needed some amendments. As Fang Zhao was purely a composer, he had no experience with compiling and writing books. Xue Jing found communicating online to be too much of a hassle. Hence, when he asked Fang Zhao about his working schedule and found out that Fang Zhao had no pressing matters to attend to personally, Xue Jing pulled Fang Zhao over, making it easy for them to discuss and work together. On the second day after Polar Light's first interview was announced, the fourth day of online voting, a Silver Wing Media representative officially dropped a bombshell. A beaming presenter appeared on screen and said, "Everyone has been paying attention to the production team behind this virtual idol, trying to guess the number of great masters that were behind the 100-year period of destruction. The following name list contains the real members behind the scenes of the Polar Light project team, including the composer of the 4 movements." On the screen, the 2 presenters faded, and a big and bright credits list appeared. Polar Light project producer, Fang Zhao. The 100-year period of destruction for movements composer, Fang Zhao. The 100-year period of destruction for movements songwriter, Fang Zhao. Vocals, Peng Pusong. Main production team members, Fang Zhao, Zhu Wen, Song Miao, Peng Pusong, Zheng Huang, Wan Yu, Fu Yingtian, Stiller, Zhang Yu, Rodney. All the audience is online. Are you King with me? Chapter 75. How scary. Let us compare the ending subtitles of the 4 movements of the music video 100-year period of destruction with Silver Wing's latest news. Was there a difference? Was there? Had they just added songwriter and composer to the 4 movements of 100-year period of destruction? What treachery! After I heard the gossip, I had been waiting here since early morning, only to be made a fool. This is merely a scheme to make a fool out of others, as there isn't any change in the music video's subtitles. This was not the end, though. As one scrolled up the subtitles, it revealed the undisplayed, detailed name list. For example, remixers, classification songwriters, recorders, background singers, consultants, or whoever in whatever department that contributed to the whole spectrum of the project, in order of importance. Why does symphony remixer and electronic music songwriters only show Fang Zhao's name? And there is only one consultant. Fang Zhao. Do you think we will believe that? Hee. We will not. Reply. Is there a problem with the producers, composers, or consultants? What about the consultant team that was mentioned? Why is there only one person? I am guessing Silver Wing purposefully found a few people with the same names. Yes, this must it. Haha. I am so quick-witted, which is why I can identify all the similar names. The media who were initially enthusiastic about the headline-grabbing news were also stunned. Now, how were they going to write the news with this? Was Silver Wing trying to make a fool out of others early in the morning? The editor-in-chief of Qian City's famous media company Prairie Fire, Qian Cheng, drummed his fingers while silently looking at the words on the company's television screen. Boss, what do we do? Should we issue an article? I noticed that others have already published, said a staff member beside him. Qian Cheng looked at the sent message from his employee. Written on it were different categories of news from Yenzhou, all ready to trend, no matter if they was real or fake, ramblings, gossip, or even conspiracy theories. Wait a while, Qian Cheng said while setting the messages aside. Prairie Fire was not some short-sighted media company. Though they might publish rubbish at times, they still needed the rubbish to attract readers. He understood that there were a significant number of readers who would read his news. Hence, they should not do anything rash just because of Silver Tower's ridiculous issue. 2 minutes later, Qian Cheng received 2 sets of news, which turned his grave expression into a smile. He handed the two messages over to his editorial staff. We can publish now. Though many people might have received a rude awakening from Silverwing's news, at this point of time, they still tended to believe Prairie Fire more. In these turbulent times when other small and medium media companies were issuing uncredible news, Prairie Fire chose to survey the situation as usual. Their patience was thus rewarded with the issuing of a statement citing a new direction from Yinzhou Music Association's deputy head, Dina. Only 2 minutes had passed since Silverwing's bombshell when Dina had announced her views on the issue. During the issuance of the second movement, I once said that, behind the scenes, there was an excellent symphony, remixer, and electronic music composer. Moreover, I have tried to derive an explanation for this by asking many others on the noble style that is unheard of in the industry, but I was left without an answer. Only through Ming Song yesterday was I able to understand the truth. I always thought that the background symphony remixer and electronic music composer had to be pioneers of the industry. However, it now seems that not only are they the same person, but he is also a fresh graduate that graduated from university less than a year ago. The youngster will indeed be a force to be reckoned with in the future. A momentary confusion spread across the people who read this news. What should we make of the situation? Is Dina trying to mislead others, just like Silverwing? During the heated discussion, Prairie Fire again published another piece of cited news, but this time, it was from not Dina but Ming Song. Ming Song had posted a photo he'd taken with Fang Zhao before he left Silverwing. Underneath, he'd written, "As mentioned, I met my benefactor 2 days ago. A surprising yet admirable person indeed." So the person beside Ming Song in the photo is Fang Zhao? The same Fang Zhao mentioned in the subtitles. There is no doubt that it is him. I graduated with him. I can provide proof. The two public issuances from Prairie Fire caused much hesitation among the public. Since both Yinzhou Music Association's deputy heads Ming Song and Dina had already given their assurances, it couldn't be a scam, right? Did this mean it had to be true? Silverwing had not just lumped people of the same name together? Was Silverwing's fictitious producer really the same Fang Zhao as shown in the music video's credits? Composing, songwriting, remixing, and consultancy were all done by the same person? Sigh, how scary is that? After the assurances from these two high-ranking music industry officials, the layman could only marvel at the brilliance of this young musical talent. However, those in similar professions felt shocked, as they found it hard to believe that someone could achieve such an impossible task. It seemed like Prairie Fire's previous prediction of a famous consultant backing Silverwing's production was entirely wrong. Two professors who'd given their comments regarding the first movement. Professor Bradley from the Yinzhou University's history faculty, who specialized in the period of destruction, and Professor Koda from Yinzhou Academy University of Science and Technology, who specialized in animal mutation during the period of destruction, both fervently expressed their interest to interview this young consultant, who held simultaneous roles on academia and also his life story. Musical professionals who were in the same industry also expressed their disbelief at this news. The strong influence of the song, which brings to life the era of the period of destruction, can only be produced by someone with extraordinary skills. How can a fresh graduate produce a song that has such strong influence? Apart from readers who found it hard to accept this news, even the manager of Silverwing's music composing department thought that Fang Zhao was an extraordinary musical freak. Before the recording, Fang Zhao was researching interesting sounds and melodies of the new century and also artistic works from the preceding era. As the computer skills of the 21st century were not that proficient, Fang Zhao had provided guidance to the electronic composers to produce the tune that he expected. In every single movement, with the hundreds of electric instruments and sounds, Fang Zhao simultaneously had taken on the roles of symphony remixer and electronic music composer to produce this brilliant musical piece. Meanwhile, the former head of Silverwing's virtual project, Master Glyphitz, who was currently resting in Jing'an City, was sick again. Overshadowed and unable to compete, reality was the best medicine. After hearing the news from the employees back there, he finally gave up all thoughts of going back to Silverwing. All this while, he had been trying to come to terms with his situation. However, after hearing the news, he once again suffered a huge emotional setback. Of course, unavoidably, he still gave his opposing views. I have analyzed Fang Zhao's previous works, and they do not match up to this style. For the identities of the producers of the 100-year period of destruction, I still maintain my previous stance. There could even be more big news incoming. Has anyone checked on the identity of Fang Zhao? We can't just let Dina and Ming Tsang guard it without us knowing, right? Though some people might have fancied Hehe, my dear, when it had first appeared on the New Pioneers chart, in the experts' eyes, there were many more inadequacies than the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction. The difference was merely too vast to compare. Though I have heard that Fang Zhao's results have been excellent, we must note that Qian Music Academy has many remarkable students. I was also unable to observe anything spectacular about his previous works. To such suspicions, Qian Music Academy quickly issued a reply. Some people are just unable to listen to the explanations of others and have a stance of, as long as I am unable to do it, nobody else can. Hence, you must be the one with the problem, and I am definitely right. What fools these naysayers are. At present, the fashionable style of music was different from symphony structures. However, composing was just like cooking. Though one dish might not be your forte, you might be able to produce another dish that is of a high standard. Perhaps Fang Zhao was merely able to find his own forte and was able to grow into it. In the world of art, these things were fairly common. It would be unusual if such a thing did not happen. Composing, creativity, and epiphanies were very mysterious things. You might be helplessly lost at one moment and bursting with inspiration in the next. One should not look down on others, as there were many talents in the world, though some might take longer than others to shine. The topic of whether or not Fang Zhao was the true creator of the 100-year period of destruction was still undergoing a heated debate online. Silver Wing welcomed such discussion. As long as it remained a hot topic, they would naturally find a way to allow observers to vote. However, Fang Zhao was not in the office over the last 2 days, as the company did not currently require him to do anything. Moreover, there were lots of media personnel lying in wait near the office. Some were awaiting other celebrities, but some were awaiting him, the latest hot topic. In the past, when he'd had no reputation, even if his name was included in the credits, no one would come looking for him. Even if he stepped out, he was not afraid of being recognized. Now, even on a public train, he would be approached by others. News on the internet spread too quickly. Thus, Silver Wing had arranged a private car with a personal driver to fetch him every day from his residency to Xuejing's house. He had set off earlier today. Before embarking on the journey to Xuejing's house, Fang Zhao had told the driver to take him to a bookshop. His notebook was full, and he preferred drafting on a hard copy notebook when composing. He had no fear of it being stolen, as his scores were written in codes that nobody else except himself was able to decipher. Xuejing had introduced to him a shop that specialized in selling such hard copy notebooks. Many other producers with similar habits liked to use their notebooks, as it gave them a sense of comfort. In the antique shop, the shop owner, who was beyond his middle-aged years, hummed a tune while looking at the latest entertainment news. When Fang Zhao stepped into the shop, it so happened that the news simultaneously featured his graduation picture from Qian Music Academy. The shop owner looked at Fang Zhao before turning back to the screen. Recognizing him, he turned back to Fang Zhao and greeted him with a warm smile. "Welcome." As there were many people who frequented his shop to buy notebooks, including great masters, although he might have been momentarily stunned, he was able to regain his composure fairly quickly. Whichever notebooks you like, feel free to browse around. There are samples at the top and pins at the sides for you to test out. As Fang Zhao did not have any strict criteria on the type of notebooks that he preferred, he merely tested a few samples that Xuejing introduced him to before making his purchase. Only when he was leaving the shop did he find out that he was unable to proceed. Fang Zhao silently watched the people approaching him. His first instinct would have been to draw his gun. Luckily, he did not manage to feel any murderous intent, and he remembered that this was not the end of days. Thus, he was able to control himself. "Good day. I am an intern from Prairie Fire's music department. Could you please provide us with your views on the doubts that have been raised against you these past 2 days? Do you have any other evidence to prove that you are indeed the original PR producer of the 100-year period of destruction?" The interviewer stuttered as he looked at Fang Zhao's emotionless eyes. Although he was unable to notice any obvious anger in Fang Zhao, he suddenly felt a lack of confidence. Even his voice started to break apart, as though someone had pointed a gun to his head. He quickly retracted his hand that was clinging on to Fang Zhao's car upon his gaze. As Fang Zhao stood by his car door, his eyes swept the surroundings and realized 3 people surrounding him. 2 guys and a girl, all in their 20s. Probably all interns who had not yet graduated either. As it was the start of February, Qian City's weather was not too fine. It was colder than usual, and there were strong winds. All 3 of them were not well protected, with their noses and faces turning red from the cold. Fang Zhao thought for a moment before passing them a card. "Photograph it when you are back. And don't forget to send it back to Silver Wing when you are done," Fang Zhao said, stepping back into his car. The driver quickly sped off, though he had never expected Fang Zhao to be approached by the media here. Why was he getting so much attention when he was not even a famous singer or movie star? The 3 personnel who had approached Fang Zhao waited for him to leave before moving their somewhat rigid legs while looking at his card. What the F***CK? After taking a good look at the design of the card, the person's hand trembled and almost dropped the card before quickly grabbing tightly to it. Is this really true? Fear fiery. On the small card was an image of a bird in the form of an S-shaped flame, looking as though it was about to ignite and burn others. Chapter 76. Evidence. Previously, Fiery Bird Sound Effects Deputy Department Head Yu Chuan had left a mini projector regarding the opening scene of Battle of the Century for Fang Zhao. Besides that, he had also given Fang Zhao a storage card that was meant for Fang Zhao to store his completed composition on. It was a very secure means of storage and had been jokingly coined by people within the industry as an invitation card. Only people that had been invited by Fiery Bird could receive such a card. Duan Xinji had left a message for Fang Zhao the previous day saying that, should anyone approach him, he could just produce the outstanding card with the Fiery Bird insignia emblazoned on it. Duan Xinji had discussed with Yu Chuan and had obtained his clearance. As long as Fang Zhao did not divulge information regarding the composing of a piece for the opening scene, it was all right. On the other hand, the mini projector containing the opening scene was not suitable to be handed out. Duan Xinji had asked Yu Chuan, if the card were to fall into anyone else's hands, would there be any consequences? Yu Chuan had confidently replied, as long as the music piece has not been stored inside, falling into others' hands doesn't matter. Losing it is of no concern either. We have our methods to retrieve it. When he saw the 3 interns a while back, Fang Zhao had examined their attire and equipment. The Prairie Fire internship was also real. Besides, the 3 of them exuded the air of newbies. It did not matter who he handed the card to. Since he had run into them, so be it. After they had taken enough photos and reviewed the authenticity, he would get it back. Handing it over to Prairie Fire was in line with Duan Xinji's interests. Fang Zhao was not worried that those people from Prairie Fire would hide the card. Even though the people there really loved finding nonsense topics to attract the attention of the masses, they were still a rather reputable and popular media organization in Yinzhou's entertainment circle. They would not dare to do such a thing. Besides, Fiery Bird's representative had said that they had means of retrieving it, so there was nothing to worry about. Fang Zhao had done up a part of the composition for the opening scene of Battle of the Century. However, he felt that it was not enough and required amendments. Once he was done with Xue Jing's side, he would make the adjustments. Anyway, the matters with Xue Jing were almost done, at most another 2 days. Fang Zhao had headed to Xue Jing's place with a laid-back attitude. The 3 interns that had been left behind shivered in the chilly wind. They looked around and hurriedly kept the card, afraid that if they were any slower someone might see them. Luckily, it was still early, and the shop was not that eye-catching, so nobody's attention was here. Interns like them had been dispersed to various locations. The superiors had given out a few locations and required that someone lie in wait. As editors were busy with work, this task fell to the newly employed interns, and they were made to run errands. At this sort of location where the target might show up, meeting the target was good fortune. Just that they had never expected that their luck today would be so great. Not only catching Fang Zhao at the location they were at, but even receiving such an important piece of evidence. The 3 of them hurried back to Prairie Fire's headquarters and looked for a senior that had graduated from the same school as them. Chief Editor Qian Cheng was skimming through newly received information when he saw a young editor under him leading 3 interns over. "Boss, my juniors stopped Fang Zhao today." Oh, Qian Cheng's gaze never left the screen. He just asked, so what are the results? He did not place much hope on the interns. Even if they managed to stop the target at the location they were stationed at, there was no guarantee of getting the desired information. Fang Zhao did not say anything. He just handed this over. The editor indicated to his juniors to bring it out. The intern fished out a pouch from his pocket with slight reluctance. Opening the pouch, he took out the card. During the journey back, the three of them had touched the card a number of times. This was Fiery Bird's storage card, a storage card only granted to certain collaborators. The average person had no chance of touching it. Qian Cheng, whose eyes were still glued to the screen, shot a little glance to at the side. He paused for a second and stood up with a whoosh. Fiery Bird's storage card. Where did you obtain it? There were no pirated copies of it. Those who tried were already in jail. It was given by Fang Zhao, the intern muttered. Fang Zhao? Why does Fang Zhao have this? Holding the card, Qian Chen circled the spot twice and pointed at the three interns. Come to my office and give me a detailed breakdown of the entire encounter. In the afternoon, Prairie Fire released yet another piece of news in the middle of a live broadcast. Recently, there has been non-stop discussions regarding the original composer of the four movements in the 100-year period of Destruction series. I believe that many people just like us are waiting for the next compelling testimony. Today, we were fortunate enough to encounter teacher Fang Zhao and asked for his thoughts regarding the doubts posted online. After that, teacher Fang Zhao gave us this. For photographs appeared, taken from every angle. On each of the photos was a card. The S-shaped insignia on the card was very distinct. Whether it was really a coincidental encounter, nobody even cared. Everyone's attention was on the four photographs. Teacher Fang Zhao had meant this for all the detractors familiar with Prairie Fire. Prairie Fire, which was neutral, had taken a stance. Now that they saw the four photographs, they would understand Prairie Fire's opinion. What did I just see? The fabled invitation card. This is Fang Zhao's. From whom did he get it? Impressive. Where are the people who yesterday said that Fang Zhao has a powerful hidden backer? In your faces. Fiery Bird never hides in the shadows. Fiery Bird was the #1 game company worldwide. Every single game produced by them had very high standards. Production requirements were stringent. For sound effects, from interlude music for loading screens, to accompaniment music, all the way to subtle sound effects that would not raise an eyebrow, attention was given to the finest detail. As for background music, that was really high-end and custom-made. Fiery Bird would absolutely purchase the exclusive copyright. Other than in the game, it would not appear anywhere else. Certainly exclusive and closed off. The music used in the production of their games alone might not necessarily have good reviews, but Fiery Bird was essentially a game company. They picked music based on the suitability. However, in the past, those that had received invitations were relatively reputable and capable great masters. Therefore, in the eyes of the masses, people capable of receiving an invitation were esteemed masters. First-rate games and top-notch custom-made music. This was the impression the masses had all along. Regardless of whether or not a composition would be used, receiving an invitation card was a testament to one's capabilities. Going through the list of parties who had received the invitation, which one of them was not at the rank of a great master? Which one of them was not from a rather reputable studio? Even if one had not attained that rank, they would have made people take notice. Never before had there been a fresh graduate in his 20s that had received an invitation. Especially among Fiery Bird's faithful fans, gamers of every age group, they did not believe that Fiery Bird would make an exception. If Fiery Bird had given Fang Zhao an invitation, there could only be one possibility. Fang Zhao was capable enough to deserve it. Soon after, Prairie Fire released some statistics and a list of all known invitees in the past 100 years. This year, Fiery Bird had issued quite a number, but the reason was still undisclosed. Qian Cheng had tried to inquire about the information of the other invitees, but had had no luck. However, he believed, even if their identities were publicly announced, there still would not be anyone younger than Fang Zhao, the youngest invitee in 100 years. Fiery Bird only had a history of 100 years, and Fang Zhao, among all the people ever invited, was the youngest. If he did not have the capability, would Fiery Bird's 100 years of reputation be put on the line? Although it was not known what sort of sounds Fang Zhao would be making for the game, the number of people doubting that he was the real composer was shrinking. The evidence displayed in front of their eyes was just too dazzling. Yinzhou Music Association's deputy head Ming Song and Dina had already stepped out to verify it. Do you believe it now? Still not believing? Good. What about Fiery Bird then? Nothing to say now, right? However, just when everyone had accepted the fact with great difficulty and discussing Fang Zhao being the youngest ever invitee, yet another piece of news caused a sensation. If it was solely watching this piece of news, the scope of influence would only have been limited to the music industry and the academic world. However, being released now, it caught the attention of all parties. Xue Jing had posted an article on his social platform mentioning that he was compiling a textbook, New Voices, in symphonic compilation. The article mentioned the process of his compilation, the contents of his book, as well as people he would like to thank. Included inside were two photographs that caught everyone's attention. The first was a photograph of Xue Jing in the process of compiling in his study at home. The long-retired Professor Xue Jing was sitting there, leaning over slightly to discuss something with the person at his side, and the person beside Xue Jing was the Fang Zhao that had been dominating all the topics over these few days. The second photograph was a page in an electronic book that listed the New Voices in Symphonic Compilation chief editor and deputy editor, as well as 10 other contributing parties. Inside, the list of contributors contained many familiar names. For example, Ming Song, Dina, and a few other celebrated foreign persons in the music scene. However, they were only contributors. Whatever contents were contributed by them in the book were not major. Xue Jing's name was in the column of chief editor. That went without saying. But what surprised people was that the column for deputy editor actually listed Fang Zhao. It was known that, for such a compilation of teaching material, to be acknowledged as a deputy editor, sufficient material had to be provided for the book. The tail end of Xue Jing's article cleared up any doubts that people had. At least a third of the contents in this book were written and compiled by Fang Zhao. Inside, he has written about his experiences and techniques used when producing and composing. It also includes any difficulties he faced when producing the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction and how he tackled it. Everything was written and nothing was hidden. Anyone with an interest in symphonic structures should take a look. I'm sure everyone learned a little back in secondary school. New Voices in Symphonic Compilation will be launched in 2 weeks' time in both electronic and paperback forms. Please look forward to it. Following Ming Song, Dina, and Fiery Bird, yet another hammer had been dropped. How much ability and potential a virtual idol had depended on the team's decisive function. This was something that the masses followed closely. As for Fang Zhao, he was the core of this team. Now, this core was starting to glow. Yinbei City, retirement facility. The nurse at the facility had come to promptly deliver dinner for the elderly living here. However, after pressing the doorbell without any response, and just as she thought that the house was empty, the door opened. It had been opened using the central command system by someone inside. The nurse entered the house and saw no one. The voices of 2 elders drifted out from one of the rooms. Walking in, she found 2 elders huddled together, watching the news on the screen. Chapter 77, The Decision. Dinner is served, retired leaders, the nurse whispered. No response. The nurse raised her voice and repeated her message. She heard back this time. The old lady turned her head and smiled apologetically. Just leave it there. We'll eat later. Her gaze returned to the computer screen. The nurse was curious what kind of program had so captivated the 2 elders, but professional ethics prevented her from peeking. She could only hide her curiosity. The 2 elders remained glued to their computer screen after the nurse left. I'm not done yet. What the hell are you doing? The old lady scrolled the page back up. You're too slow, the old man grumbled. But he didn't stay idle while he was waiting. He saved a screen capture of the page so he could send it to a few old friends later. Great-grandfather and great-grandmother read the news occasionally, but they never followed the entertainment headlines. But after Fang Zhao's visit on Memorial Day, the 2 elders had started scanning the entertainment items when reading the news every day. Their great-grandson had left a deep impression. They were free all day anyway. Reading an extra section of news took minimal effort, so they were on top of the controversy in Yinzhou. The 2 elders had watched the Yinzhou military recruitment video too. They loved the theme song, so they searched for it online to download. They ended up watching the music video and the credits at the end of the video. Initially, they'd thought their great-grandson had a namesake, until Silverwing revealed the truth. The old man and the old lady were naturally worried about all the skepticism online. This was family, after all. They were upset by the insults and condemnation. They had no jurisdiction outside of Yinzhou, but the least they could do was stick up for their own on their home turf. Even though they were retired, they still wielded some influence. Their former colleagues, veterans formerly under their command, and other young ones could respond to the allegations online. But before the two elders could act, a mountain of evidence in favor of their great-grandson started piling in. The two deputy heads of the Yinzhou Music Association, the world-famous computer game studio Fiery Bird, and the renowned master composer Xue Jing, they all vouched for Fang Zhao. Now they have nothing to say, right? Great-grandfather Fang slapped his leg in jubilation. He didn't know the deputy heads of the Music Association, but he had heard of Fiery Bird and had come across some of their products. As for Xue Jing, they knew the name well. Xue Jing had already made a name for himself when the two elders were still in school. The name Xue Jing might have been alien to today's youngsters, but great-grandfather and great-grandmother had followed his career trajectory closely. Journalists had closely documented his evolution from genius to promising young talent, to famed teacher, to master. He had a profound influence on several generations. So the two elders were especially excited to see Xue Jing's fulsome appraisal of Fang Zhao. They also pre-ordered the electronic and paper versions of Xue Jing's new textbook, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. They would receive it once it launched. Soon, the two elders also started noticing new categories of results when they searched for Fang Zhao's name. Medical journals. Silverwing genius composer Fang Zhao cracks the code. Yinzhou Hull virus researchers announce breakthrough. The Yinzhou research team had published their latest round of research results. Breakthrough wasn't an embellishment or exaggeration. They had genuinely achieved great progress. Researchers from related fields were now flocking from other continents to join the team. Even if they couldn't join, they wanted to observe. Yinzhou was on the cutting edge of Hull virus research. History journals. Respecting history, a discussion of the chaotic entertainment industry under capitalism. The article lashed out at the trashy productions that emerged in a capitalist context. The movies that took historical liberties aside, historical films had to stick to history. It was understandable if you had to fudge for artistic purposes, but you should be meticulous when it came to the core elements of the movie, no? Otherwise, the billions of lives sacrificed during the period of destruction would come off as a joke. The music video for the fourth movement of the Period of Destruction series was held up as a counterexample. But most folks in the entertainment industry laughed off articles like that. As long as we rake it in, who gives a damn what you have to say? If you're so smart, why don't you get into film production? As for the kid who composed the series, you just watch. He's not going to last long. Silverwing is trying to milk its profits now. That's why they're tooting his horn so aggressively. When the buzz dies down, no one will remember him. How many shooting stars emerge every year and die an anonymous death? When a tree is burnt down, all that's left is ashes, a Yinzhou producer commented. But great-grandfather and great-grandmother didn't know about the industry gossip. All they noticed was that Fang Zhao's name kept popping up in music, entertainment, and current affairs headlines, and on TV shows. In some cases, his name was mentioned in passing. In others, he was the centerpiece. Did I save the photo just now? Yup. Did I save the picture of him with Xue Jing? Yup. After saving yet another screen capture, the two elders realized it was late. They heated their dinner and had some of it. But great-grandfather was in a hurry to find a conversation companion. When great-grandmother was taking out the trash, she could hear her husband's loud voice projected from their neighbor's room. Hey, old Yang, let's not discuss matters of state today. Let's talk about our descendants. Do you know the kid who's been in the news? That's my great-grandson. He's in the entertainment industry. It's a tough industry. Unlike the other celebrities, he's just a composer, but he's already composed an epic series of 4 songs at such a young age. Great-grandfather Fang tried to sound humble, but in reality, he was bragging hard. At this point in his monologue, he lifted 4 fingers, then retracted 3. One of the songs was used in a military recruitment ad for Yinzhou. Neighbor Old Yang. What's going to happen if things continue down this path? I'm worried he's too young and can't cope with the pressure. I heard even that company Fiery Bird has sought him out as a collaborator. Oh, you know about Shui Jing, right? He's the one your mom always invoked as a role model for you. The guy who's 10 years older than us. My great-grandson co-edited a textbook with him. He's the deputy editor. Old Yang, have you been browsing the web? Have you read the news? No. Let me show you my news clippings. Old Yang, get lost. When great-grandfather Fang returned, swaying his head and whistling an off-tune melody, he noticed his wife wearing a knowing smile. What are you smiling about? Great-grandfather was puzzled. Did you forget something? Great-grandmother asked. Great-grandfather pondered the question. I watered the plants on the balcony already. Who cares about that? Then what are you talking about? Great-grandfather was still confused. Great-grandmother had no illusions about her husband's memory. Don't you remember what you said when little Zhao left on Memorial Day? You remember what you promised. It finally dawned on great-grandfather. Did I promise him? He was in no mood to chit-chat anymore. Great-grandfather paced in circles in his room, then called Fang Zhao via video conference. Fang Zhao had just returned to his office after having dinner with Shui Jing. Something the matter? Of course. Why else would I call? Am I bored out of my mind? Great-grandfather glared at his great-grandson. Great-grandmother laughed. They were retired. They had all the time in the world. You're in your office? Great-grandfather asked after examining Fang Zhao's backdrop. I just got back from Professor Shui's. Great-grandfather wanted to smile, but a thought struck him and he turned serious. I was going to bring that up. I've been following the news these past few days. You've done a good job, but at times like this, don't let all the fanfare get to your head. Don't get carried away. Keep a level head. Great-grandmother glared at her husband. Weren't you bragging about him just now? And now you want him to stay grounded? Such a reversal. But great-grandmother agreed with great-grandfather. Even though they were in quasi-retirement after quitting the military, they had gone through quite a bit and witnessed others' ups and downs. They understood that the brightest stars always made for the biggest targets. Fang Zhao was one of their rare descendants who had made a name for himself. They didn't want his success to be fleeting. Fang Zhao's parents were gone, so as elders, it was their duty to offer a few words of caution. Both great-grandfather and great-grandmother had much to say. Fang Zhao had already heard similar advice from Ming Tsang, Shui Jing, and Duan Qianji. When you became famous, controversy naturally followed. You were going to face heat whether you were doing the right thing or not. People would seize on you to advance their own causes. Some of the noise would be helpful, some harmful, but this was a necessary rite of passage on the road to success. In reality, Fang Zhao was not bothered much by all the feedback and pontification. He was someone who had been through a lot. In his previous incarnation, he was older than Ming Tsang and Duan Qianji. He wasn't that much younger than great-grandfather, great-grandmother, and Shui Jing. The apocalypse was a different period than the new era, but Fang Zhao had been exposed to the vagaries of life. Great-grandfather was still rambling on. If you can't settle down, you could take a trip. Do you need bodyguards? One of my old army buddies owns a security company. Do you want me to send you a few guards? There's no need. The label has taken care of it. The bodyguards should arrive tomorrow, Fang Zhao responded. The bodyguards your label has hired may not be up to par. What is their training? I hear they're former special forces. Oh, that gave great-grandfather pause. In any case, keep your composure. Let your colleagues deal with all the other crap. You just focus on writing your music and editing your textbook. Got it. Got it. Okay, that's it. Great-grandfather ended the call, went to his bedroom, and removed a box from his nightstand. So you've decided? Great-grandmother asked. Great-grandfather sighed. You know, sometimes you might as well rely on yourself. I have no use for the gun anyway. Don't you still have yours? If we need one, we'll use yours. I'll lend mine to the kid. He might not need it, but it's just for peace of mind. Chapter 78. Heading out to gather materials. The second day after Fang Zhao spoke with great-grandfather was a Saturday. Second uncle did not have to work, so he borrowed a car from his colleague and made a 4-hour drive from Yinbei City to Qian City. The previous night after dinner, second uncle had decided to head out and chit-chat with a bunch of friends from the same housing block. He had seen all the news and information regarding Fang Zhao and, in the past 2 days, had chatted with people in the vicinity. Previously, Fang Zhao had bought candy for the kids within the vicinity. Fang Zhao had also come to stay with second uncle on Memorial Day. Lots of people had met Fang Zhao here. Thus, when the news erupted, many people recognized him and dragged second uncle out to chat every day. As he was preparing to leave last night, he had received a call from great-grandfather Fang. Having always been the one to make the call, there had never been a situation where great-grandfather Fang had taken the initiative to contact him. Seeing the terminal displaying the word grandpa gave second uncle a scare and made him think that something had happened to great-grandfather Fang. However, great-grandfather Fang only asked about the situation with Fang Yu and then inquired as to whether second uncle had any plans on Saturday. Upon finding out that second uncle did not have to work and had no other arrangements, he asked if second uncle could make a trip to Qian City. It was rare to be assigned a task by great-grandfather Fang, and second uncle was feeling excited. He immediately went to borrow the flying car from his colleague, and early on Saturday morning, he went to the retirement facility, received an item from great-grandfather Fang, and pledged to complete the task successfully before driving straight for Qian City. Fang Zhao had received a message from great-grandfather Fang on the second day. Great-grandfather had something to give him, and second uncle would deliver it over. Thus, on Saturday morning, Fang Zhao was up early and waiting at home. Second uncle followed Fang Zhao's given address. As he neared this district, the car's inbuilt computer beeped a speed limit warning, and the security personnel requested identification, a verification number, and other information. Only after all that was he able to drive to Fang Zhao's block. Fang Zhao was already waiting in his top-floor penthouse. Seems like this area's security measures are rather stringent. You probably don't have to worry about being disturbed. Before coming, second uncle had been worried that, with all the attention Fang Zhao was getting, his lifestyle would surely be disrupted. But seeing the tight and secure environment, he felt at ease. Indeed, there are not many disturbances. Fang Zhao guessed that Xue Jing had purchased the place all those years back to avoid trouble too. If he was still living in the Black Street, reporters would have already been camping outside his door. Maybe some journalists even knew the Black Street rules better than the tenants themselves. Great-grandfather Fang wanted me to pass this to you. Second uncle did not know what great-grandfather Fang wanted to give to Fang Zhao, nor did he check what it was. He did not even touch the tea upon entering the house, choosing to hand over the wrapped box to Fang Zhao straight away. After delivering the item, second uncle did not stay long. Knowing that Fang Zhao's situation was safe and well, he did not worry anymore. Since he seldom came to Qian City, he took this chance to find a couple of old friends for a chat. After second uncle left, Fang Zhao tore off the wrappers on the box and input in the passcode great-grandfather Fang had given him to unlock it. Opening the box, he saw the black gun that was lying inside. The black gun in the box did not have a casing. The body of the gun emanated an icy cold glare. From the gun's structure, it was different from the one he had picked up from the Black Street. He had seen this sort of gun in games before. There was also a note inside the box, which read, "If you want something done well, do it yourself." Below it was another line, "Only for self-defense." Looking at the gun and the note, Fang Zhao laughed. He burned the note, kept the gun, and sent his great-grandfather a return text, "Received." Fang Zhao had still thought that he would need to raise his reputation even higher before asking great-grandfather Fang for the gun. Little had he expected that great-grandfather Fang would send it over that quickly. Great-grandfather Fang had sent the gun over mainly because he had made the deal with Fang Zhao. Other than that, he felt that being a celebrity was dangerous, as attention would always be on Fang Zhao when he went out. What would he do if he ran into a crazed person? He might also run into unscrupulous people with bad intentions. Fang Zhao did not have any reliable friends in Qian and could not completely trust Silverwing. Even if they arranged a bodyguard for him, how much assurance was there that he could be completely at ease? The world would always have crazy people who would do crazy things over small matters. What would he do if he encountered such a situation? Great-grandfather Fang felt that his great-grandson was an artistic youth who would not be able to raise his arms in a fight. With a gun for protection, the two elders would be more at ease. Upon receiving Fang Zhao's reply, great-grandfather Fang had more words for Fang Zhao. Don't think that having a gun makes you invulnerable. Be wary whenever you head out. A long-winded speech from great-grandfather Fang, who at this moment treated Fang Zhao like an ignorant doll. You think too much. I know how to handle a gun. I won't use it anyhow. You know my ass. Sigh, whatever. Youngsters nowadays just will not listen. You are really overthinking. Right now, I'm only slightly famous. I still cannot compare with all those big celebrities. There won't be much trouble at all, Fang Zhao replied. Great-grandfather Fang nagged on a little longer before ending the call. Having obtained the item, there was no longer any need for Fang Zhao to stay home, so he headed to the company. He submitted an application with Duan Qianji, an application to head out and gather materials. Great-grandfather had said something right. He had suggested Fang Zhao head outside more often. Even though he was not affected by all the discussions in the outside world, he had decided to take a walk to somewhere a little far. The accompaniment piece for Fiery Bird's game was not yet complete. Fang Zhao wanted to head out to look for inspiration. When he did his worshipping at the Yanzhou Cemetery for Martyrs, he got quite a bit of inspiration, but it was still not enough. Fang Zhao decided to visit other cemetery for martyrs in other continents. He had long wanted to visit the graves of his old friends. Silverwing Media's top-floor office. Duan Qianji was listening to reports. There were still 2 days till the end of online voting for the Rising Dragon poll. The standings for the 3 candidates were all very close, with each candidate having over 20 million votes. Yet the gap between them was less than 1,000. At present, Polar Light's votes were the lowest, but looking at the total quantity, 1,000 votes was in fact an insignificant gap. One could say that all 3 candidates were evenly matched. Seeing the application that Fang Zhao had sent, Duan Qianji frowned. Head out to gather materials? And to other continents to gather them? Was there a need to visit every continent's cemetery for martyrs to look for inspiration? However, Fang Zhao had no pressing assignments to handle even if he stayed within Yanzhou. Regarding Polar Light's development plans, Fang Zhao had already seen and given his approval. Furthermore, since many media organizations were keeping an eye on Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji thought that letting Fang Zhao out to avoid the limelight was not a bad idea. After some consideration, Duan Qianji agreed. Even if Polar Light was not chosen for the endorsement deal, if Fang Zhao's completed piece was selected by Fiery Bird, it would not be that bad. Duan Qianji thus approved his request and even arranged for an intercontinental flying transport for Fang Zhao. The assistant I arranged for you can only reach Silverwing at night. He has a flying license and will accompany you to gather materials. He will double up as a bodyguard too. An hour later, Silverwing, Tower 50th floor, Virtual Projects Department. Zhu Wen had finished a game and came out to stretch his legs. A young man around his age had walked in, his eyes throwing curious glances all around. May I know who you are looking for? Zhu Wen asked. The young man walked over, smiling. Hi, I'm the new assistant assigned to Fang Zhao. That's you. Zhu Wen had heard Fang Zhao mention that the superiors had arranged for an assistant come bodyguard for him. He had never expected it so quickly, though. However, the person in front of him did not look special. This person was of a similar height to Zhu Wen, and his body was not well built, unlike the large chunks of muscles seen in movies. However, since it was arranged by the top, Zhu Wen kept whatever doubts he had to himself, smiled, and introduced himself. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhu Wen, the Virtual Project Department's top technician. Nice to meet you too. I'm Zuiyu. May I ask if Fang Zhao is in? Zuiyu asked. Boss is in his office, that way. Zhu Wen pointed Zuiyu in the direction. Okay, thanks. When Zuiyu arrived at Fang Zhao's office, Fang Zhao was just arranging the last piece of a manuscript that he was going to send over to Shuijing tonight. Hi, Boss Duan arranged for me to come over. Starting today, I am your assistant. Is there anything you require me to do? Zuiyu asked with a smiling face. Fang Zhao raised his head and looked up at him. After thinking seriously, he said, Yes. Could you feed the dog? The self-feeding machine broke. It has not yet returned since it was sent for repairs. Zuiyu, sure. Although it was not what he had expected to be doing, Zuiyu went about it seriously. The dog seemed to dislike him. Whenever he got close, the dog would run. After Fang Zhao completed the manuscript, Zuiyu drove him over to Shuijing's place. During the trip there, he had thought that Fang Zhao would ask him some stuff about his duties in the special forces and had already prepared what to brag about. Unfortunately, other than stating the address, Fang Zhao did not say anything much. When they reached Shuijing's place, Fang Zhao instructed Zuiyu to head back first. He was going to stay at Shuijing's place and finish the last bit of proofreading. You have 1 day to pack your stuff and prepare the flying transport. We leave at 7 a.m. the day after tomorrow. Fang Zhao told him. Where is the destination? Zuyu asked. I will let you know when the time comes. As soon as he finished, Fang Zhao headed inside. Zuyu watched as Fang Zhao's back view disappeared. Shaking his head and pursing his lips, he said to himself, TSK, an artist. On Monday, Duong headed upstairs to look for Fang Zhao. Duong was very pleased recently. As the head of the newcomers department and Fang Zhao's manager back when he was a newcomer, Duong had received lots of compliments and congratulations when Fang Zhao's popularity was on the rise. In the elevator, whenever he ran into other managers he knew, they would all come chat Duong up. Old Du, when you were the manager of the newcomer composers, what means did you to use to excavate a fine gem like Fang Zhao? Composing, songwriting, remixing, what an all-round talent. Duong was especially pleased. I don't even know myself. I just kept digging and I found myself a gem. Today, the head of operations, Julian, had wanted to throw a celebration and had invited everyone to have fun. Thus, Duong personally headed to the 50th floor to ask if Fang Zhao wanted to go with him. But when the jubilant Duong reached the 50th floor, there was no sign of Fang Zhao. Where is your boss? Duong asked Zhu Wan. He headed out to gather materials, Zhu Wan replied. Headed out to gather materials? Isn't that like a company-sponsored trip? Duong felt extremely envious. When will he be back? We don't have a clue either. A minimum estimate would be between 10 days and half a month, I guess. Chapter 79. Landowners are very much like dogs. The world was made up of 12 continents, 8 normal continents, and 4 special continents. The 8 normal continents were ordinary residential continents. The other 7 normal continents besides Yinzhou did not have many differences. The 4 special continents, however, were relatively unconventional. Zuyu had expected Fang Zhao to pick the closest continents to Yinzhou, Lizhou, and Lijiao. However, he had not expected that, on Monday, Fang Zhao would tell him that their destination was Muzhou, one of the 4 special continents. Muzhou was a huge agricultural continent. In the 12 continents, it played the role of a granary. 80% of the world's natural foodstuff was produced in Muzhou. In this age where synthetic food was the norm, the prices of natural foods had increased. Muzhou's produce would have been even higher, especially those produced at Muzhou's Su family farm. These could be considered a luxury good, but many people bought them. Many families with conditions would purchase natural foodstuff straight from Muzhou, and affluent families would purchase agricultural produce directly from the Su family farm every month. Other than that, Muzhou also had many tourist attractions. When people from other continents were sick of life in the city, surrounded by skyscrapers and a concrete jungle, they loved to relax in Muzhou, to see the vast and expansive earth and the clouds in the clear blue sky. Muzhou was vast but sparsely populated. It was said that, many years ago, when the great General Su Mu had led his people and reclaimed Muzhou, he had aired his views. He had wanted to build a few more farms at the land they had reclaimed. After that, when the new era was established, Su Mu had really gone ahead with his plan. However, some people chose to leave Muzhou and headed to other continents that were developing. They felt that, compared to other continents that were rapidly building skyscrapers and cities, Muzhou was simply full of peasants. Less than 1/10 of the original inhabitants had chosen to stay behind in Muzhou, and after that, there were still people that left gradually. Thus, the people remaining were not many. Even today, among all the 12 continents, Muzhou still had the lowest population. Zuyu had been to Muzhou once. Back then, he was on an exchange exercise with the forces and thus did not have much time for sightseeing. However, what left a deep and unforgettable impression were the boundless farmlands and pastures. The flying transport they were on had an optimal flight height. The transport was transoceanic but could not handle flying out of the atmosphere and into outer space. Upon entering Muzhou, Zuyu flew the craft lower so that Fang Zhao could view the vast fields and winding rivers from the window. Zuyu was a rather talkative person. Since he got an all-expenses-paid trip so soon after becoming an assistant, he was in high spirits. As Fang Zhao did not seem to say much, Zuyu tried to find a topic to talk about. Can I call you boss? Director Duan said that you would be paying my wages. Since I'm your subordinate, I should be calling you boss, right? Zuyu asked. Sure. Fang Zhao had no expectations when it came to how people addressed him. Boss, what made you pick Muzhou first? Could it be that you had wanted to travel here all along? I think you already know this, but Muzhou is really not too bad. Here the people lead a carefree and leisurely lifestyle. Have you heard this saying? Muzhou's landlords are very much like dogs. This was people from other continents teasing Muzhou. Of course, the saying carried some envy and jealousy as well. Muzhou had many landowners, and the family of Su Mu, a great general of the founding era, were the largest landlords and the richest amongst all the landowners. If only I was a Muzhou citizen, I could have received a large farm or pasture from my parents and been a leisurely landlord. Then I would hire some cheap labor from foreign continents and get them to work the land or herd animals. I wouldn't need to keep an eye on them much. As long as they could use machines, it'd be fine. Then I would fly my transport and travel the world. Perhaps I could even be like the Su family and own my own spaceship. Every month, I could head to a foreign planet for an extended holiday. Oh, those days. Compared to other continents, the pace of life in Muzhou was much more relaxed. The thoughts that Zhuoyu had were not just limited to him. Many people who came to Muzhou also had the same daydreams. However, that is only wishful thinking on my part. There are restrictions in Muzhou. Even money won't necessarily allow one to purchase land here. In Muzhou, only those who had stayed behind with great General Su Mu during the founding era were given land. This was the rule set down by Su Mu. Even if people from other continents migrated over, they could only purchase a small piece of land for a farm. Only if there were special circumstances where the Su family would treat one specially. Only then could someone obtain a sizable piece of land. Zhuoyu's face was green with envy as he spoke. In short, I really admire this Su Mu person. He had vision. The descendants of those that followed him to take back Muzhou are all big landlords. As long as they own a piece of land, they can enjoy all they want. What a bunch of nouveau riche. I heard that before the end of days, Su Mu was a cow herder. Shepherd, Fang Zhao interrupted. What? Before the end of days, Su Mu was a shepherd, not a cow herder, Fang Zhao replied. Oh, the meaning is similar. My history isn't that good. I can never get my facts right. Zhuoyu remember that Duan Xinji had let him see Fang Zhao's information. It had stated that Fang Zhao's history was very good, especially the history of the period of destruction. Compared to many reputable historians, his knowledge was not inferior. Looking at the color of the sky and checking the weather forecast, Zhuoyu asked, "It is going to rain soon. Seems like it will be a heavy downpour. Should we continue on our way to Qingcheng, or should we find a place to wait it out?" The Qingcheng that Zhuoyu mentioned was not a town, but a city. It was the capital of Muzhou as well as the political and financial hub. Muzhou's government was located there, as well as the Muzhou Cemetery for Martyrs. Fang Zhao also browsed through the weather news for this area of Muzhou. After a short consideration, he said, "Let's stop first." Got it. Zhuoyu searched for a place nearby where he could land. There is a farm ahead where we can land the transport. I shall send them a request. Many of the larger farms in Muzhou were equipped with garages meant specially for flying cars, vehicles, and other transports, as there were always many tourists who come to Muzhou, be they free and easy or following tours. Sometimes, should they encounter special situations which required them to take temporary shelter, they would have to stop at the nearest farm. Stopping was not free, though. There was a fee to be paid. The amount depended on how much the owner's family decided. If the farm owner wanted to collect more, he would. If he was in good spirits, he might even let them stop over for free. The farm owner has agreed. $10 per hour. Zhuoyu laughed as he saw the offer. Seems like this farm owner is in good spirits today. That is a cheap price. I knew a guy that came to tour Muzhou. When he stopped, the fee was a few hundred. Fang Zhao paid for an hour first as he did not know the situation at the farm. If it was bad, they could leave straight away. If the condition was fine, topping up more to rest a while longer was no issue. The traffic light at the farm had already lit up. Zhuoyu steered the vehicle to make a descent. Two people dressed in the working attire of the farm ran over. They should be workers that the farm owner employed. Fang Zhao had only just stepped out from the transport when he saw a young employee hurry over to him and ask, "Do you require food and lodging? We provide guest rooms for tourists at a cheap price. Today the owner is in a good mood, so prices will be very cheap. Do your energy cells require changing? We have most mainstream energy cells here. We charge according to market rate." Fang Zhao had not replied when he heard woof woof woof. It sounded like a large dog. The sound became louder and closer. In no time, Fang Zhao saw the figure of a large black dog that was over a meter tall. Perhaps it had seen an unfamiliar flying vehicle and caught the scent of strangers and came bounding over to stand guard. It did not get too close, standing about 20 meters away, howling at Fang Zhao and Zhuayu. The fur on its body seemed like it was going to explode. This was a descendant of a meritorious service dog that had been in Muzhou. After the end of days, service dogs were no longer needed on battlefields anymore. Every continent had some service dogs. Other than those that remained with the military, many were kept as pet dogs and bred from generation to generation. Now, the majority of descendants of such service dogs living in the city only kept the appearance of their ancestors, but not their temperament. They still grew big, but as people in the new era no longer required them to do much. Most had become docile and meek. However, Muzhou was a special exception. After the founding of the new era, Muzhou's service dogs were split into two portions. One portion remained in the military as combat dogs and continued training. The other portion were trained as shepherd dogs and became the farm owners' helpers. In Muzhou, killing dogs was prohibited. Many farm owners held greater regard for their shepherd dogs' lives than those of tourists. As Zhuayu faced the black dog baring its teeth and howling at them, he thought to himself, "This is a real dog. How could Fang Zhao's curly hair back in the 50th floor of Silver Wing be considered a dog? It can only be considered a toy." Chapter 80. Play a little? Although the black dog looked huge, its juvenile nature could still be seen. This was not a fully grown dog. Its primary function on the farm was probably not to herd the animals, but rather to stand guard. The black dog was quickly led away from the garage by a worker. Fang Zhao scanned the rest of the garage. Other than their flying transport, there were 5 flying cars and 1 other large transport. "There is a tour group here," Zhuayu told Fang Zhao. Approximately 20-odd. When the weather did not look good, tour groups were the first to look for a place to land. Certain places in Muzhou had weather that was extremely unpredictable. The weather forecast would issue a more detailed announcement 1 hour before any changes. Other than Fang Zhao and Zhuayu, the others had found this place as soon as they'd heard the announcement. After all, this was the only place in the vicinity that seemed big enough for flying vehicles to land. After arranging the accommodations, the farm employee told Fang Zhao, "Today is the competition day. The owner as well as owners of smaller neighboring farms are viewing the competition here. There is a tour group from Jizhou as well who have gone ahead to the viewing hall. A relative of the owner is taking part in today's competition, so the owner is in a good mood and has invited everyone to watch. The competition is going to start at any moment. Do you guys want to go? Refreshments in the viewing hall are all free." Besides being famous for agriculture and tourism, Muzhou was famous for one other thing: Muzhou's sheep herding culture. Muzhou's sheep herding competition had existed since the founding of the continent. In the beginning, it was Great General Su Mu who had organized it to add some entertainment and bring the people closer. He had believed that, in life, work and entertainment went hand in hand. However, back then, the competitions had been on a much smaller scale. Today, the sheep herding competition already had 500 years of experience and had a proper system and rules. The feelings that Muzhou citizens had toward this sheep herding competition was something the people from other continents were incapable of understanding. This was an entertainment activity that had followed generation after generation of Muzhou citizens. If one spoke to a Muzhou citizen about a celebrity, even if it was an international superstar, a Muzhou citizen might not necessarily find him familiar. At most, he would remember the name or the face and maybe have an impression of roles the superstar might have played. But if one were to speak about a famous Muzhou shepherd dog, they would be able to recite the color of the shepherd dog's fur, its height, age, affiliation, competition years, awards, etc. They could even trace its lineage back 3 generations and spend an entire hour just talking about it. As for which farms the shepherd dogs belonged to, this was everyone's favorite leisure topic. Therefore, it was not that Muzhou had no entertainment industry, just that their entertainment industry was different from that of other continents. Shepherd dogs having a higher standing than tourists was not without reason. Fang Zhao was a hot topic back in Yanzhou, but was not necessarily that well known in other continents, let alone Muzhou. Until now, Zhuayu had only seen a few lines regarding Fang Zhao in an electronic medical journal. There were no mentions in other magazines and news. However, this was beneficial, in a sense. Zhuiyu's job would be much easier, as he would only have to double up as an assistant and driver. When Fang Zhao had been looking up information on Muzhou, he'd come across an introduction to Muzhou's sheep-herding culture and a few videos of the competition. He had not yet had the chance to experience a live broadcast of the competition. Fang Zhao and Zhuiyu unpacked lightly in the guest room before following the farm employee to the viewing hall. There were still 40 minutes left until the start of the competition. When Fang Zhao and Zhuiyu reached the viewing hall, it was already packed and very lively. The 400-square-meter viewing hall was like a small theater. The best positions for viewing were occupied by the farm owner and his neighboring farm owners. The invited tourists were all situated at the sides and allowed free seating. When the two of them reached the hall, only the table right at the side of the hall and a few seats in the corner were empty. According to the arrangement of chairs, one table could seat around 4 to 6 people. However, since the members of the tour group were all not that familiar with each other, some tables only had 2 or 3 members. Fang Zhao did not mind where he sat as long as he could see the large screen. Here, the employee had brought them in through a side door. Fang Zhao then sat down at a table to the side. After Zhuiyu entered, he shot a glance at the people situated near the main and side doors of the viewing hall. The corners of his mouth curled slightly before he straightened them out. When entering, there was a security check, and weapons were not allowed inside. However, when Fang Zhao and Zhuiyu had entered, the guys standing guard did not hear any warnings from the scanning apparatus. Fang Zhao noted that in the middle of the viewing hall, it was very obvious who the owner's family were. Their seats were the best and biggest. Their area took up about 10 square meters, and 2 dogs guarded the area they were in. When the flying transport was landing, they could check the farm as well as the owner's information. This farm was the Shanmu farm. The owner was Wu Yi, an 80-plus-year-old man. In the new era, 80-odd was considered middle-aged. Wu Yi looked robust. He was a tall and burly man with a fierce face, who spoke in a low and muffled voice. When Fang Zhao and Zhuiyu entered, he shot a glance at them and paid them no more attention after, choosing to discuss with the other farm owners his predictions for today's competition. Nowadays, people did not take part in the sheep herding competition. Instead, teams of shepherd dogs from individual farms would take part. The teams had minimum of 6 and maximum of 10 dogs. Every competition would have 100 sheep released on a field. When the shepherd dogs were released, the timer would start and only cease when all 100 sheep were inside a fenced area. The team that took the least time would be that day's winner. The 7 teams here would be placed according to their times. Every competition day, there would be guessing activities with attractive prizes to be won. Fang Zhao took a look at the prizes for today's activity. Guessing the first place correctly, one would be able to win a cash prize with a 2-fold bonus. Guessing first and second place, one would be able to get a 5-fold bonus. Guessing first, second, and third would grant a 12 times bonus. Guessing the first 4 places would grant a 35 times bonus. Guessing the first 5 places would grant a 100 times bonus. Getting all standings correct would grant a 200 times bonus. Every competition day, the number of participants varied, as did the prizes of the interactive activities. According to the Muzhou's shepherding competition rules, 1 entry was $5. Purchasing 1 entry and getting the day's standings all correct would let one win $1,000. For Muzhou tourists, $5 was an insignificant amount. Many people would try their luck and take part. Of course, those that could guess correctly were few and far between. In the tour group, there were quite a number that were visiting Muzhou for the first time. They did not understand the farms at all and were even more puzzled by the participants taking part in today's competition. Reading an expert's online analysis, it just made them more confused. Thus, many people strained their ears to listen to the conversations between the farm owners in the center of the viewing hall. After all, these farm owners were speaking loudly, so there was nothing wrong with openly listening. In a while, they would follow suit and submit their entries. The large screen was showing the situation at the competition grounds. Currently, they were having pre-competition interviews with some of the participating farms. The farm Fang Zhao was resting at was near the eastern border. The competition was on the other end of Muzhou's eastern district, close to Muzhou's central district. The weather there was bright and sunny, unlike the dark clouds that were gathering here. The weather at the competition is not bad. Who knows? Big Sis Carla might take home first place easily, one of the smaller farm owners said to Wu Yi. Team number 3 in today's competition was Wu Yi's cousin's farm's team. His cousin's farm was called Carla Farm and had a carrot as its symbol. Therefore, people who were familiar with it liked to call it Carrot Farm. I have high hopes for them too. Wu Yi's face was full of smiles. He was in a cheerful mood. He then submitted his entry for the activity, with his cousin's farm as his pick for first place. Ho, 1 million. That's a lot of faith, man. Another small farm owner spoke in an exaggerated tone after glancing at Wu Yi's entry wager. Then I shall buy some too, for Big Sis Carla, 500,000. To show my support for her. Me too. However, I only have a small farm, not as lavish as you guys, 100,000 to show my support. As Wu Yi and his fellow farm owners happily chatted, the tourists sitting to the sides had complex looks on their faces. They had heard that the people of Muzhou were nouveau riche, but they had no idea of the wealth a normal-looking little farm had. Today, they could consider themselves as having experienced it. This group of people did not have to go to work, did not have to slog their lives away. Just by watching their own lands, they could play around freely. Envious, jealous, almost dying from jealousy. Hey, you guys from overseas, are you interested in playing a little? When you are in Muzhou, how can you not take part in these activities? Who knows? You might even win yourself some money. One farm owner told the people in the tour group. The tour leader only smiled and replied, I also bought one entry. A small gamble only. However, many members of the tour group were interested now and chatted with some of the farm owners there. The farm owners shared with them a bit of their own experiences and explained to the tour members the rules of the competition and things to take note of, such as how to know which was the team's lead dog, how to see them finding the lead sheep, their running positions, coordination, and other things. Boss, do we follow? Zuyu asked Fang Zhao. Zuyu did not have much money to play with, just enough for a small gamble or two. There was no way he could match up with the rich landowners who dumped in thousands in the blink of an eye. However, Fang Zhao was different. How much Fang Zhao would earn from the 4 movements? Zuyu was very clear on that. Fang Zhao replied with a groan but did not say anything, instead continuing to browse through information and videos. Online on the participating shepherd dog teams taking part in today's competition. As Wu Yi was chatting, he swept a glance across the room and realized that all the tourists were gathered together and discussing. Only the 2 latecomers to the side were still sitting down seriously watching past videos of teams' performances in past competitions. One of them was even writing stuff down on a notebook. TSK, acting like they know a lot, Wu Yi muttered. He had seen many foreigners who came to Muzhou and took part in these activities. They went through all sorts of analysis and calculations, but at the end, they achieved not a damn thing. Muzhou's shepherd dogs were not something that foreigners could easily understand. Even when a few experts on dog species and behavior came here, out of 10 competitions, if they could guess 5 correctly, that was already not too bad. There were also foreign livestock owners who thought that they knew a lot coming to take part, but in the end, they left in silence. Therefore, Wu Yi's advice to foreigners was to place less trust in online analysis and instead follow their gut feeling. Who knows, they might even win. All the analysis online was just a smoke screen meant to make people muddled. There were no professionals who could pass on their experience in Muzhou, nor was there anybody who could have consistent winnings. The submission for entries ended 10 minutes before the competition started. Fang Zhao submitted his entry 2 minutes before the deadline. Beside Fang Zhao, Zuyu stretched his neck over and copied Fang Zhao's entries. He did not know what he was doing, so he just blindly followed the artist. Originally, he had only wanted to purchase 1 entry, but after some consideration, he added another 2 zeros behind it and submitted 100 entries. 1 entry cost $5, so his total wager was $500. After all, he had already started work. The wages that Fang Zhao paid were not less than $500. Losing it all did not really matter. He just took it as a contribution to Muzhou since he had come all the way over. Great General Su Mu was the person he admired most, after all. Chapter 81. Winning. Several generations of mechanical dogs had been developed for shepherding purposes, which enabled farm owners to better monitor their flocks, but good OL shepherd dogs were still preserved. When the weather was bad or other forces of nature affected the electricity supply or the broadband grid, Those silhouettes that breezed through the pastures like wind came in handy. The people of Muzhou wanted to preserve their shepherd culture, even though it had been questioned by natives of other continents many times. The shepherding contest had lost its purpose from General Su Mu's days and turned into a profit-making business, they alleged. Still, the contest continued until present day because the people of Muzhou kept benefiting from it. Each season of competition lasted a year, from the beginning of the calendar year till the end. The competition format at the beginning of the year was straightforward. Teams that placed well in the first round of competition would advance to the next round. Each round was progressively more difficult. Fang Zhao and company were taking an early round action, so the tasks weren't that challenging. Fang Zhao had never been a shepherd before, but he had heard about the profession quite a bit from his pal Su Mu during the end of days. When his friends had gatherings, Su Mu loved to talk about his shepherd days. Toward the end of the apocalypse, when he no longer remembered what normal life was like, Su Mu had a crystal-clear memory of his days as a shepherd. His management skills as a general had derived from his tenure as a shepherd. Fang Zhao had also learned about shepherd dogs from Su Mu. Su Mu's squadron had the most battle canines. It also included several canine auxiliary units. After the devastation of the end of days, sheep had evolved from their original form before the apocalypse. But after careful breeding by agricultural scientists, sheep of the shepherding variety had reverted back to their original state quite a bit. However, they were still larger in size than before and less meek in personality. The broadcast of the competition began on the big screen. Team number 1 has set off, the commentator announced. The first challenge evaluated the shepherd dog's ability to round up sheep. 4. Muzhou's old hands. This was a telling skill that revealed the team's competence. The respective farm owners coached their own shepherd dogs. In the early days of Muzhou's shepherding competition tradition, human contestants were allowed to direct their shepherd dogs, but eventually this proved to be too easy, so people were barred. The shepherd dogs had to act independently. Their trainers could only watch from afar. They had only 3 opportunities to intervene. When their dogs were struggling, the farm owners could ask for their images to be projected onto a designated area of the grassland. They would use hand signals and a conducting baton to instruct their dogs. The first team ran into trouble soon. Dog C of team number 1 is out of position. It's veered off path, off course. It still hasn't corrected itself, the commentator announced loudly. Oh, team number 1's farm owner has asked to instruct by projection. He has no choice. If the dog isn't corrected, they'll jeopardize their chances when they lose sheep. It was easy to miss sheep if the dog attacked a single flank. The task was only complete when the dogs shepherded all 100 sheep into the pen. Thus, single-flank shepherd dogs didn't make for great competitors. Even the single-flank dogs that had been retrained would relapse. That was what was happening in team number 1. The farm owner wasn't mad. He just asked for instruction via projection with a resigned laugh. Using hand gestures and a baton, he redirected the out-of-position dog to the correct location. Thanks to his owner's intervention, the shepherd dog that had veered off course corrected itself, but that resulted in a delay. Their final time was 8 minutes and 5 seconds, not a great result. At competitions of this level, finishing under 7 minutes was considered a good time. When team number 1 wrapped up, team number 2 took off. One of its dogs was too aggressive and bit a sheep, causing it to bleed, which resulted in a penalty of 15 seconds. The second team finished in 8 minutes and 1 second, slightly better than team number 1. The third team was the most hotly discussed team among farm owners before the contest. Many of the tourists had bet on it placing first. Oh, team number 3 has adopted a circular approach. Moving into position, a blockade formation. Beautiful, the commentator yelled. The farm owners in front of Fang Zhao started getting excited. My little babies, fall into position. Pay attention. Don't mess up now. Wu Yi climbed onto his reclining chair and screamed at the top of his voice, which crowded out all other noises. Keep up. You're a bit off. Come back. That's a good boy. The farm owner was so agitated. It seemed like he wanted to run onto the pasture and give the dog that had veered off course a little kick. Head dog, follow the head dog. Good. Very good. Yes, that's the one. Stay in control. Fang Zhao watched on the big screen TV as the scampering shadows barked loudly as they herded the dispersed sheep into a single cluster. As for the farm owners, whether they were ringside or watching on the big screen, They looked like they had been injected with amphetamine. Even the dog next to Wu Yi was glaring at the screen. Meanwhile, the tourists that were sitting nearby were a bit spooked by the show of emotion. They had probably never thought anyone could get this excited watching dogs herd sheep, but a few of the younger tourists were also quite engaged because they had placed money on the third team. Even though they were clueless about positioning and blockades, they could figure out the gist of the action and read the timer in the upper right corner of the big screen. When the dogs of team number 3 had successfully rounded up the sheep and steered them into the designated pen and the commentator announced, "Mission complete," the farm owners howled. 5 minutes and 32 seconds. Team number 3 from Carrot Farm is in first place. They have a 2-minute lead on the second and third teams. "Looks like our champion has been decided," the commentator said. The winning result for the round was outstanding. After the teams finished, the big screen played expert commentary of team number 3's performance. The analysts broke down the limb movement and change in direction of every single dog using slow-motion replays, lavishing praise on their physical qualities. "Big Sister Carla's farm is going to be famous again," the owner of a smaller farm said enviously. "Haha, I'll have to ask Big Sister to lend me a helping hand, then." Wu Yi was happy for his cousin's team. "Do you know who the lead dog was from the team that competed just now?" "King Kong. He's the father of our dog, Chubby Black." "Hey, where's Chubby Black?" "Chubby Black." Wu Yi kept yelling for his dog. Soon, the black dog that had barked at Fang Zhao and company in the parking lot surged forward, wagging its tail vigorously and whining for attention. Come to think of it, the dog was indeed a bit chubbier than the shepherd dogs that had just taken part in the competition. Wu Yi dragged Chubby Black to his side and kept talking. "Many of you may not be familiar with the name King Kong, but I'm sure you've heard of its great-grandmother Tornado." "Oh, you mean the dog named Most Valuable Dog about a dozen years ago? Word is it was worth tens of millions." That's it. That's the one." So, strictly speaking, Chubby Black comes from quite the royal lineage. As talk began of former MVDs and royal bloodlines, the tourists went blank. Amazing. A shepherd dog was actually worth more than all of them combined. After bragging about his dog's lineage, Wu Yi nursed a glass of wine and glanced at the opening formation of team number 4 on the big screen before turning toward the tour group. "So you're blown away by how much Muzhou shepherd dogs are worth? You know, most humans from other continents don't live as well as our dogs." It was a stinging comment, but coming from a Muzhou native. Wasn't mean-spirited or derogatory, just a factual description. Muzhou natives treasured their shepherd dogs. Some of their famous dogs enjoyed greater stature than people from other continents. That was why many shepherd dogs in Muzhou were more obnoxious than people, totally milking their edge over the human race. Lots of folks from other continents want to move to Muzhou, but unfortunately, Muzhou land is not open to foreign ownership, Wu Yi said as he kicked up his feet. Some of the lessons Wu Yi had learned were passed on generation to generation from his ancestors, who were the original settlers. He had heard some of these stories since he was a young boy. The most important story was the tale of the folks who left for other continents when the plot was first being cultivated. To each their own. There was no need to pass judgment. But if you wanted back in when the farmland was bearing fruit, sorry, why don't you stay where you are? From an emotional standpoint, those folks who left and regretted it were viewed as traitors. Thinking purely from self-interest, no one wanted newcomers to stake claims on their land or future plots waiting to be cultivated. A protectionist stance was necessary. If you decided to leave in the first place, don't bother coming back. That was why Muzhou residents presented a united front. Few outsiders had been able to land a major piece of farmland in Muzhou since the continent's founding. But there were other ways of obtaining land. In Muzhou, among the prizes for punters who placed bets on the shepherding competition was land. Many foreigners dreamed about winning a piece of land from the competition venue of Muzhou's shepherding contest. The problem was that few outsiders realized that dream. Wu Yi laughed as he watched, on the big screen, the fourth and fifth teams post poorer times than the third team. The competition was evolving as the commentator had predicted, with team number 3 taking the title early on. But he wasn't as ecstatic as the tourists expected. They thought to themselves, he's living up to his reputation as a member of the Muzhou Nouveau Riche. All this prize money is nothing to him. Meanwhile, members of the tour group who'd bet big money on team number 3 taking first place were now quite excited. Zhuyu looked at his betting slip and smacked his lips. "I was right. Can't count on this artist type too much. But the farm owners turned serious again when the final team in the competition, team number 7, set off. When the third team emerged, the farm owners had been delighted. They chatted loudly and gesticulated wildly as they cheered the team on. But they looked less emotional when team number 7 appeared. Their eyes were burning with anticipation and hidden angst. The seasoned tour guides thought to themselves that their intuition was that the 7th team was what the farm owners were truly looking forward to. Who said you could only place bets on one team? Some of the farm owners might have bet on teams entered by their friends out of loyalty, but also placed other bets in secret. Team number 7 burst out of the gates in fine form. The commentator got emotional again. The 8 dogs of team number 7 have adopted a pear-shaped formation. Good, very good. They've set up a blockade. They've rounded up the flock in no time. They're dissolving the blockade now. Beautiful. Perfect coordination. Now they're attacking the sheep. Pay attention to their eyes. Check out the gaze of the head dog. Keep your eyes on the head dog. Team number 7's a dog. This is a dog with a kamikaze aura. It's tracked down the head sheep now. They had a brief stare down. The dog has the upper hand. Impressive. This is its first shepherding competition, but that was the best performance of the day. I sense a future star in the making. The commentator oozed passion. Viewers could hear him pounding his table. Judging from the force of the pounding, they knew his hands had to hurt. The best shepherd dogs could control the head sheep and contain its emotions with a stare. The stare was more effective than barking or biting. The sheep are arriving in the pen. They're all accounted for. For minutes. For minutes and 6 seconds. Team number 7 has taken a commanding lead and clinched first place with their time of 4 minutes and 6 seconds. The tourists who were thinking they had just won big were now dumbfounded. Team number 7 is first. Team number 3 has been bumped to second place. How is that possible? Zhuyu also froze. He glanced at the final ranking on the big screen, then looked at his betting slip. He coughed lightly, picked up his mug, and wolfed down a glass of water to calm down. Zhuyu had followed Fang Zhao's lead in placing bets. Unlike folk who had only picked the champion or predicted the entire ranking, Fang Zhao bet on the order of the top 5 finishers and placed a 20,000 entry buy. And Fang Zhao's prediction had been spot on. Chapter 82. Really don't have one. When the standings came out, some people were delighted, while some were anxious. Now only sighs came from the previously high-spirited tour group. However, most people wanted to try their hand, and losing some money did not make them regret. They were more curious regarding the farm owners who had placed their bets on team number 3. The farm owners there were not disheartened. Their faces were still smiling as they discussed the possibility of team number 7 breaking into the top 4 of the eastern region and how the lead dog of team number 7 was so incisive. Shoubei Farm seems to have great ambitions this year. In the previous 2 years, they were just a mid-tier team. I heard that this year they have a trump card they've been hiding. Shoubei don't even need to buy any ads this year. That dog is the best advertisement. Who knows how many investors they will pull in this year. I'm so jealous, man. On the screen, the on-site commentator seemed to really like the lead dog of team number 7. Shoubei Farm's team number 7 has achieved first place today. The lead dog, Dog A, is today's most valuable participant. Let's take a look at its information. Today it is celebrating its first birthday as well as being a debut participant, the golden-colored shepherd dog, Gold Colt. Lots of people here are rushing over to get a photo with Gold Colt. Lots of tourists from other continents are here as well. After watching the introduction on screen, Zhuyu whispered to Fang Zhao, "Boss, how did you know that dog would win?" "Feeling," Fang Zhao replied. That dog really looked more menacing than the rest and had a penetrative stare. Perhaps many people had felt that, when it led the herding, it would be very impulsive. However, in reality, it did not attack that incisively. It was restrained and very smart. Just like a well-trained soldier, it knew how to execute its tasks at the right moments. Indeed, it led the other dogs in its team well and carried out the instructions that it had honed on normal days to perfection. When Fang Zhao was checking up on the information of the participating teams, he felt a sense of familiarity when he came across that dog. It reminded him of combat canines during the end of days. Although Gold Colt was still some way from a combat canine in the new era, as a shepherd dog, it had done very well. Coupled with some of the experience that his old friend Su Mu had imparted to Fang Zhao back then, he had chosen team number 7 for first. place. As for the rest of the teams, Fang Zhao had used information from analyses of past results to make his decision, as some luck would be involved, and for positions 6 and 7, the variables were way too high. Fang Zhao had only bought an entry for the first 5 positions. Oh, seems like Muzhou farm owners are used to these activities already. They don't even feel anything after lumping that much money for nothing, someone muttered. Wu Yi heard that and snickered in his heart. Feel nothing? How could that be? Did he really think that all that money fell from the sky? It was just that this time his older cousin was taking part, so he had to give some face. When the time came, other than all the literal support, he still had to place his bets and show them to the others. This was proof of his support. Who knew? Maybe if his old cousin was happy, she might send him a puppy. Why was he not dejected? That was because, when he had placed his bets, at the same time, his wife had placed $1 million on Team Number 7's Shobei farm. Although he really had hoped his older cousin's farm would win, her farm's strength was limited. Comparing the teams, Shobei farm had been making waves in the scene this year. Thus, he had let his wife place a side bet. They did not make any money from the 2 bets combined, and instead paid out some transaction fees. But those additional fees were insignificant. As long as they did not make a large loss, he was still satisfied. The other small farm owners would have placed bets on Team Number 7 secretly as well. They just would not openly declare it, especially not to people from other continents. They actually looked forward to the foreigners following their bets. Despite losing, they were still able to make a contribution to their own continent. Muzhou spent a large amount of funds on improving the land, crops, and livestock, as well as technological advancements in construction. Every year, the sheep herding competition would bring in a lot of funds from the hands of foreign tourists. This made the farm owners very happy. They found joy in swindling others. Wu Yi was very happy to see the foreign tourists losing money. As he glimpsed the hanging heads and dejected spirits of those people, he was secretly delighted. But when his gaze fell on Fang Zhao's table, he paused. Hey, the 2 youngsters over there, you placed bets too, right? How did it go? Wu Yi loudly asked. Looking at your expressions, you must have hit your predictions, right? The farm owners were not good for nothings. If they had not even had half a brain, how would they have steadily managed medium-sized farms? Judging body and facial expressions was not that hard. The 2 men there had smiles on their faces. Even if they had not made a windfall, they had certainly hit a few bets. Someone managed to hit the prediction for first place? The people from the tour group looked toward Fang Zhao's table with curious gazes. Fang Zhao was not smiling because of his winnings. He was smiling as he remembered how Su Mu had talked about training his shepherd dogs. Hearing Wu Yi's question, he replied, Our luck wasn't too bad. Really picked Team Number 7? A smaller farm owner asked in astonishment. He knew that before the competition, even many people in Muzhou had tipped Team Number 3 as a favorite. It was only that the owners here had received some secret tips. Only then did their intentions change. If even their own people would not have picked Team Number 7, why would foreigners even consider that? Besides, in previous competitions, Team Number 7's results were not impressive. It was only because they had changed a dog that they rose to prominence. Foreigners placing bets on Shobei Farm was indeed unlikely. Looking at that dog, I felt that it was not too bad. Fang Zhao raised his chin toward the screen. On the screen was a recap on the performance of Team Number 7 and an analysis of the lead dog, Gold Colt. Not just that, Wu Yi said abruptly. Since you could see Team Number 7 having a chance at victory, you surely would not have just placed a bet on first place. How many places did you buy? You bought second and third, right? Friend, share some knowledge with us. How many positions did you buy? With that, Wu Yi stood up, walked over, and stood facing the table where Fang Zhao was seated, a warm smile on his face. Top 5, Fang Zhao replied. What? Wu Yi thought that he had not heard correctly and asked again. I bought the top 5 positions. All hit. Our luck wasn't too bad. Wu Yi was stunned for a moment, and then a wide smile appeared on his face. Haha, awesome. Let's be friends. You guys are first-time visitors? If you need any advice, feel free to ask me. I haven't seen anyone hit the top 5 in a really long time. To think that it would be on my farm, too. Haha, that's great. Come, order more, order more. Wu Yi instructed the employees to bring more food out. He had to have a good chat with this person. Top 5. Did he mean placing a bet on the placings of the top 5 positions? The other tourists that were listening to the conversation were flabbergasted. After all, one wrong entry would mean failure. Unless all 5 of his picks were in that exact order, only then would it be considered a win. Wait a minute. Let me see the odds for predicting the top 5 positions, 100-fold. How much did that little fellow wager? No idea. Shall we ask him? Hey-ish, people would not say how much they wagered. Asking him would be a waste of breath, an elder said in an experienced tone. As soon as he said that, they heard Wu Yi asking the same question. How many entries did you submit? Wu Yi asked. 20,000, Fang Zhao replied. Wu Yi, the smaller farm owners who had gathered around. The people in the tour group. A small child aged around 8 or 9 who had followed his parents on the tour asked his father in a hushed voice. That older brother said that he submitted 20,000 entries, and one entry is $5. That means that older brother waged $100,000. If he hit the prediction for the top 5 placings, that is a 100-fold payout. That means it is $10 million. The child's father laughed and said, "That's right." He had wagered $10,000 on team number 3 to win behind his wife's back. He had hoped to bask in glory after winning and telling his wife and child to buy more stuff. But now, he would just keep his mouth shut. If I remember correctly, I heard that you were friends from Yenzhou. A few of the smaller farm owners had warm smiles on their faces too. In certain places, people forged friendships over literature. In certain places, they bonded over alcohol. As for Muzhou, they possibly bonded over sheep herding. When talking about other stuff, such as farming or businesses, they tended to be more reserved. For all the things said, nobody would know whether one spoke the truth or if it was all CR*P. It was not possible to check whether whatever the tourists said was true or not. Unless it was seen personally with one's eyes, there was little credibility. But sheep herding was different. Watching a competition was interaction. As for those that were able to wager and make the right picks, the farm owners were always willing to talk to such people. They treated them as decent people who were capable. Therefore, after knowing that Fang Zhao had made a wager and correctly predicted the top 5 places, their attitudes toward him changed immediately. They saw him as a fellow enthusiast. Originally, there was only Fang Zhao and Zui Yu at the table. Now, the table had become crowded. There were some farm owners who could not find a chair and hence pulled some over from the neighboring tables to squeeze in with them. The core of the viewing hall had shifted from the central area over to the table at the corner. Guessing the top 5 is not easy at all. The strength of the 3rd and 4th placers are about the same. I believe you when you said you got lucky. However, if it was all luck, that would be a joke. Friend, you have owned a shepherd dog before, haven't you? When he asked, "Never had one," Fang Zhao replied. The farm owners put on a show of disbelief. If one did not understand shepherd dogs, how could they make such accurate predictions? Luck? Even if luck was a component, it only accounted for a small portion. You definitely have a shepherd dog, and not just one, a farm owner at the side exclaimed. I really don't. I do have a dog, just one. I picked it up from the streets. It's rather small, not a shepherd dog, Fang Zhao replied seriously. So will you imagine that little curly-haired dog running into the pastures and barking at the flock of sheep? However, the flock of sheep would pay it no mind and continue grazing on the grass. That scene made Zui Yu want to laugh. After that, Wu Yi invited Fang Zhao to join his family for dinner. In Muzhou, when a farm owner invited someone to have dinner together with their family, it meant that the farm owner regarded the person as important. It was a show of approval. As for the rest of the people in the tour group, Wu Yi did not care about them. Regarding them, they did not have a common interest, so they could stay wherever was pleasant to them. Fang Zhao asked Wu Yi about Muzhou's history. The information he'd seen online would still be different from hearing the words of a local. Wu Yi spoke of a lot, of the stuff that could be found online and that which could not. When he heard Fang Zhao mention the Su family, Wu Yi felt that perhaps Fang Zhao wanted to form relations with the Su family. Till today, Muzhou is still the Su family's Muzhou. Sheep herding competitions are also organized by them. If you want to find someone from the Su family to discuss business, that might be quite hard. If you want to gamble on the competitions, listen to a word of advice. Don't show off. Earning more or less is enough. With your foresight, splitting up to earn over a few rounds is fine too. But if you keep winning large amounts, I fear it may get you noticed. I'm not saying that the Su family will take action or do anything, but there could be trouble. It was because Wu Yi had seen Fang Zhao wager so much money and be so accurate. He felt that Fang Zhao's character was good. That was why he told Fang Zhao all this. In Muzhou, among those that can accurately predict the top 5, as well as all the other positions, the Su family makes up 70%. If you had not told me that you had no relations whatsoever with the Su family, I would have thought you to be an illegitimate child of theirs. Rich families have their own problems too. If you are looking to build relations with people of the Su family, make sure you think carefully and pick the right person. Otherwise, it could be troublesome. Wu Yi only dared to say this much in front of Fang Zhao. Anything more, he was unwilling to say. Wu Yi was overthinking. Fang Zhao had no interest in the matters concerning the younglings of the Su family. The one he was familiar with was Muzhes's Su family's grandmaster. Chapter 83. It's from kowtowing. The weather was decent the next day, so Fang Zhao didn't linger in Shanmu Farm. He set off for Qingqing. Wu Yi was sad to see him leave. He had enjoyed discussing shepherding with Fang Zhao the day before. The more they had talked, the more he had realized how knowledgeable Fang Zhao was. He had offered advice that could be applied to raising shepherd dogs in Muzhou, which made him more enthusiastic about his guest. He had pleaded with Fang Zhao to stay longer to no avail. When Fang Zhao left, Wu Yi saw him off in person. Do drop by if you have time. You can bring curly hair. He can have a friendly matchup against my dogs. My farm pales in comparison to the big farms that can host formal competitions, but there's enough land to run around. You know, dogs are fast learners. Even if he doesn't know how to shepherd, he'll pick it up after hanging out with my dogs for a bit. When you visit in the future, don't worry about the lodging fee. Just give me a heads up. Let me know if you need any fresh produce and the like. I'll save some for you ahead of time. Wu Yi rambled on as he directed workers carrying bags of produce onto Fang Zhao's flying transport. Wu Yi felt he'd learned a lot from his conversation with Fang Zhao yesterday and should make it up to him. Wu Yi thought it impolite to take advantage of a younger friend that way, so he prepared quite a few gifts for Fang Zhao. Even though, as a general rule, he didn't like foreigners, he welcomed folks like Fang Zhao. That was how he operated. If he connected with someone, he would treat that person extra well. If not, he wouldn't bother with a single look. Weather conditions were stable during the flight from Shanmu Farm to Qingqing. The journey was smooth. Although Muzhou was made up predominantly of fields, every continent had its major cities. Just like in other continents, you could find high rises in Muzhou. It was just that the buildings were spaced out, so black streets were unheard of, and every city was equipped with a shepherding competition venue, which served as an entertainment center and a site of cultural preservation. As Muzhou's capital, Qingqing was home to many large farms, and it boasted a lavish central business district populated with skyscrapers with unique designs. It was also equipped with the world's largest shepherding competition venue. Traveling from Qingqing's suburbs to its central business district was like moving from one extreme to another. One was the natural abode of farms and ranches, the other a high-tech hub of the new era. Qingqing had dedicated parking spaces for flying transports, but the movement of foreign aircraft like Fang Zhao's was limited. They were barred from the Martyrs' Cemetery. To get to the cemetery, Fang Zhao's party had to find an alternative. After parking his flying transport, Fang Zhao called a cab. The makeup of the Martyrs' Cemetery in Muzhou was similar to the one in Yanzhou. It consisted of a square, a grand monument, an area for scattered graves, a public worship area, and a memorial hall. But the Martyrs' Cemetery in Muzhou had a unique feature, which was widely known: a burial site for service dogs. The Martyrs' cemeteries in other continents also housed decorated service dogs, but not as many as the one in Muzhou. The Muzhou Cemetery was also the only one to dedicate an entire area to service dogs. Fang Zhao also knew that Su Mu's squadron had been the one with the most dogs. During the war, many of the dogs had been sacrificed. Their purpose had been to fight side by side with mankind and take their place in deadly missions, so it made sense that Su Mu had built a dedicated burial site for service dogs during the new era. The reason shepherd dogs in Muzhou enjoyed a rarefied status also had to do with the burial site for service dogs. The area was marked by a sculpture of Su Mu and a dog. Fang Zhao knew the dog well. Out of all the dogs Su Mu had raised, this one held a special place in his heart. When Fang Zhao's previous incarnation had passed, the dog had still been in combat with Su Mu in Muzhou. After being reborn into the new era, Fang Zhao had learned from history books that the dog had saved Su Mu's life. Otherwise, Su Mu would have been missing among the founding generals of the new era. But the dog didn't live to see the new era. Fang Zhao underwent an ID check when he reached the core area of the cemetery. It took some time because Fang Zhao was a foreigner and therefore scrutinized carefully. Zhuiyu's ID check took even longer. Here's the deal. Outside of Yenzhou, many special venues will require thorough vetting. It's a pain in the ass, Zhuiyu told Fang Zhao. Even if you're cleared at the entrance, you might get vetted again when you reach the cemetery's core area. Cemetery guards. Right. The guards assigned to the cemetery have especially strong instincts. They're usually loaned from the police. The cemetery is a fixed rotation in the force. Their sense of smell is even better than a dog's. One of our instructor's army buddies was certified as a cemetery guard. He was assigned to the cemetery's core area every Memorial Day. Just as Zhuiyu finished his sentence, they were approached by a guard. They had just set foot in the core area. He must have noticed something about me, Zhuiyu whispered to Fang Zhao. Zhuiyu was former special forces. It was understandable if he set off alarms. Zhuiyu volunteered his ID when the guard approached. After checking Zhuiyu's ID, the man turned to Fang Zhao. Excuse me, your ID please. While he was checking Fang Zhao's ID, the guard glanced at him a few times, especially when he noticed that Fang Zhao listed composer as his profession. He gauged Fang Zhao carefully, as if in disbelief. When the officer left, a curious Zhuiyu asked Fang Zhao, "Why did it take him longer to check your ID?" Zhuiyu was puzzled. "Probably because he thought I am a bigger threat than you are," Fang Zhao responded. Hee. Zhuiyu didn't buy the explanation. Fang Zhao paid no attention to Zhuiyu. He approached a tall tombstone and examined its carvings. The carvings depicted a battle in Muzhou. It featured a few service dogs and a few humans joking around. They were less serious than soldiers in battle, even casual. This was a group of old friends. One of them was Fang Zhao's previous incarnation. Fang Zhao smiled at the carving, took a deep breath, and exhaled slowly. Fang Zhao left the big tombstone to examine the rows of smaller tombstones behind it. When he approached, he noticed someone sitting by the first tombstone in the first row. He looked around 13 or 14, a bit chubby. He was hugging his knees, so his face was obscured. Judging from the pool of water on the ground and the ongoing drool, you could tell the chubby kid was sleeping. Sleeping in a cemetery? And by the first tombstone in the first row of graves in the core area of Muzhou's largest martyr cemetery at that. And he had drooled profusely without reprimand. Considering how vigilant the guards were and the cemetery's strict security protocols, this was a far-fetched scene. Unless the kid was someone special, like a member of the Su family. Only a Su could get away with sleeping in the cemetery without being kicked out by security guards. "Hey kid." Fang Zhao gave the teenaged boy a gentle push. "Huh? What's up?" The boy lifted his head, still drowsy, and wiped the drool by his mouth with his right hand, then repeated the motion with the back of his hand. He shivered and shrank his hand abruptly just as it was about to touch the tombstone. He then wiped the hand on his clothes and turned to examine the tombstone, breathing a sigh of relief when he made sure it was untainted by his saliva. Fang Zhao knew who the boy was the instant he saw the boy's face. It was Su Ho, a member of the Su family. His immediate family had been in the news. Fang Zhao had come across his picture when he'd searched for news reports about the Sus. Su Ho had an older brother and two younger sisters. They were named Wang, Ho, Jiang, and Xiang respectively. Su Ho's father had quite a few lovers and produced children out of wedlock as well, so there was plenty of competition among his offspring. Su Ho's brother Su Wang was a nerd studying at the Academy of Agricultural Science. His two younger sisters were still young. As for Su Ho himself, well, he just liked to eat. Folks in Muzhou were waiting to see which of his children Su Ho's father would gift a farm. There was even a bet going on. The Su family was a big family. Su Ho's father was one of its more accomplished members. Su Ho's family had been in the news recently. It had been reported that Su Ho's father said at a recent reception that he planned on giving one of his farms to one of his children. He did not specify the recipient. The people of Muzhou loved their gossip, especially when it came to Muzhou's storied Su family. They paid attention every time Su Ho's family was in the headlines. Su Ho might have been one of the reasons behind the tight security in the core area. Even though it had been some time since Memorial Day and the number of visitors had dwindled, It wasn't normal for the core area to be this empty. When he found his bearings, the chubby kid wiped his mouth again and stared at Fang Zhao and Zuiyu with alarm. "Who are you?" He then scanned his surroundings, relaxing once he realized there weren't any uniformed guards around. "We're here to pay our respects." Fang Zhao examined the wound on the chubby kid's forehead. "This is from kowtowing, no? Shouldn't you get it? Looked at the hospital?" The wound was a piece of cake, considering the level of medical treatment in the new era. It would heal in 2 days. "No." The chubby kid was furious when he heard the wound being mentioned. "I'm not getting it treated." Fang Zhao didn't press the kid. He examined the wound more closely and asked, "This is from kowtowing? Seems like you kowtowed more than a few times." "No kidding. I kowtowed 49 times. Suho touched his wound. "Were you kowtowing before General Sumu?" Fang Zhao asked with a laugh. The wound wasn't fresh. It looked a day old. It looked worse than it was because the kid had refused treatment. Children his age were hard to figure out. Suho fumed. "No. I just need to kowtow 3 times for General Sumu. I was sent to kowtow in Yenzhou." "Yenzhou? Which relative in Yenzhou would require so many kowtows?" Fang Zhao asked. "He's not a relative. He's the late friend of a family elder. We send someone to pay our respects every year. My older siblings misled me into believing that the more I kowtowed, the more the spirit of the deceased would watch over me. But when I got back, they said it was the gesture that mattered and called me a fool." Zuiyu wondered. "Your older siblings probably didn't expect you to be stupid enough to believe them. This level of intelligence. Is he really a member of the Su family?" "We're from Yenzhou. Let's see if we know the person you kowtowed for." Zuiyu asked. "You're from Yenzhou? Have you heard of Fang Zhao?" Zuiyu, yeah. Chapter 84. My boss is a crazy fellow. Zuiyu knew that the chubby kid was not talking about his own boss. Given his boss's age and status, how could he have a member of the Su family paying him respects every year? The chubby kid was still trying to cover up what he had just said, but anyone who had half a brain could guess what he was talking about. Fang Zhao, that would make a member of the Su family travel to pay their respects every year, would most probably be the one lying in the Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs. "You mean the one in the Cemetery for Martyrs?" Zuiyu glanced at Fang Zhao as he was asking Suho. He really wanted to know what it felt like when people with a martyr's namesake were discussing that particular martyr. Fang Zhao's face was smiling, but he did not say anything. He just listened to the conversation between Zuiyu and Suho. "That's him. Do you know what sort of person he was?" Suho asked curiously. Before being sent to Yenzhou, he had done some research online on Fang Zhao. There were too many Fang Zhaos, as it was a common name, but there was only one who was an important martyr. Unfortunately, the internet had too little information on him, and much of it was incomplete. Therefore, he had gotten to know a little from his brothers and sisters who'd told him that Fang Zhao had been a good friend of the Su family Sumu. His gravestone in Yenzhou was second only to Yenzhou's great general, Wu Yan. "Oh, him. I know. Back in history classes, they talked about him." Zuiyu scanned his surroundings, and there was no immediate danger. The cemetery guard was still watching them. This made Zuiyu feel more at ease to tell his story. As the guards were watching the area here, should there be any danger, the guards would surely detect it first. As long as they moved out, Zuiyu would have time to promptly react and protect Fang Zhao. Actually, Zuiyu knew little regarding the Yenzhou martyr Fang Zhao. Most of his knowledge was from his secondary school classes, and after that, through others' hearsay. However, he could still manage bragging a little in front of Suho. All the stories that people knew were apparently good stories that sang the praises of the martyrs and their glorious achievements. As Zuiyu narrated the stories in Yenzhou's history books, Suho sat in front of the gravestone. Fang Zhao stood aside and listened quietly. The stories were somewhat unfamiliar and exaggerated. However, this was not the first time he had experienced such stories. Back when he had visited the Yenzhou Cemetery for Martyrs before Memorial Day, there were people in the memorial hall telling stories that mentioned him. Those stories had been way more exaggerated. He silently laughed and shook his head as his eyes looked up towards Su Mu's gravestone. Su Mu's gravestone was similar to Wu Yan's. 2 lines of a brief biography, followed by his contributions toward Muzhou. Compared to Wu Yan, who was a generation younger, Fang Zhao had been closer to Su Mu and the others of the same generation who had experienced the peaceful era and struggled together during the end of days. Visiting the tombs of his old friends left Fang Zhao feeling complicated. This was a feeling that he did not know how to describe. When he was reborn and saw the new era that his old friends had helped found, Fang Zhao had felt a little envy. But if those own friends of his knew that he had been reborn 500 years later, they would probably be jealous, right? Zuiyu talked nonstop for half an hour. The face of the cemetery guard who was watching had begun to twitch, probably thinking of a plan to remove him from the place. When Zuiyu finally stopped, Suho still could not get enough of it. What's next? Could you tell me how Fang Zhao, Great General Mu Su, Great General Lu Shi, Great General Wu Yan, and the other martyrs met during the apocalypse? Suho asked, anticipating the story that was to come. There is too much to finish in a day, Zuiyu replied. In reality, he himself did not know. The knowledge he had stored on this matter was nearly all used up. Fabricate a story? That would be disrespectful to the martyrs, so he did not say any more. Anyway, all you need to remember is that all the martyrs buried in cemeteries on every continent, whether they were well-known or nameless, each and every one deserves our respect and admiration, especially those who have gravestones near the front. They are all great people, Zuiyu concluded. Suho felt a little disappointed that there would be no more stories. Rubbing the wound on his forehead, he smiled and said, I guess. He had heard plenty of stories of how his ancestor Su Mu had reclaimed Muzhou. He had also watched many films and shows of that period. Every youth in their secondary school days would have a superhero dream, and his idol had been Su Mu. When he had been given the task of going to Yanzhou to pay respects, he had been more than happy to do so. After all, he had grown up hearing stories of Muzhou and other related stories. As for the other leaders during the end of days, he had not known much at all. If things were as Zuiyu had said, Suho felt that all his kowtowing was worth it. Originally, he had been misled by his elder siblings, but after listening to Zuiyu, he was no longer as pissed. Once his anger had subsided, Suho realized his forehead was hurting quite a bit. He also knew that continuing to stay here was not a good idea. If he happened to run into a media company looking for news, it would be troublesome. As Suho got up to leave, he turned to Zuiyu and told him, Your stories were not bad. Let's be friends. When I'm free, I'll pay a visit to Yanzhou and hang out with you guys. Suho felt that the two he had just met were decent people. Although he was not smart, he could still feel the kindness or malice coming from people. As for these two, they did not ask about the matters of his family or seem to have any purpose of wanting benefits. By making friends with them, it would be easy to find them when he got bored and wanted to listen to more stories. This is my contact number. I am Suho. After he gave out his own name, he watched for Fang Zhao and Zuiyu's reaction. I know. Your photographs appear periodically in entertainment news. Try not to wander around recklessly. It would be better if you bring along a bodyguard. I have seen many of you rich kids from rich families get kidnapped because they run around without a care, Zuiyu advised while adding him as a friend. Suho glanced at the person beside Zuiyu. What about you? Let's be friends too. My name is Fang Zhao. Suho. Suho walked a few steps toward the exit with a blank face before he turned back and faced Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao, Zuiyu explained. This is my boss, Fang Zhao. He shares the same name as the Fang Zhao that you kowtowed to. Oh, Suho scratched his head, feeling a little embarrassed. He knew that there were many people who shared the same name as the martyrs. It was just that, meeting under these sort of circumstances, there was bound to be a little awkwardness. What you just mentioned, about other continents, do they send someone over to pay respects every year? Fang Zhao asked. A while back, when Zuiyu had been telling his story, Suho had mentioned that, just that he had not elaborated, and Zuiyu had not taken note of anything special. Every year, when people from other continents traveled to Yanzhou's cemetery for martyrs, they would pay respects to the martyrs. This was very normal. Did I mention it? Suho scratched his head and thought for a moment. Oh right. Actually, I am not too sure myself. I only heard about it before. Just like our Su family assigns someone to pay respects, other continents have families who do the same. The timing might not necessarily be the same, but they usually visit within a month before or after Memorial Day. As for which families, I'm not too sure. Yesterday, when I was there, I ran into someone from Shizhou. Fang Zhao laughed and did not ask anything further. He told Suho, hurry up and go home. Those people seem to be looking for you. Get the wound on your forehead treated as soon as possible. Even if you are angry, don't take it out on yourself. Head injuries that don't get treated in time make one stupid. Zhuyu thought to himself, "Boss, you know that you are lying to a kid, right?" However, Suho believed it. He already did not consider himself to be smart. If he became more stupid, save me. Suho shouted as he ran toward a squad that had just entered the core cemetery area, making the squad members assume that Fang Zhao and Zhuyu were trying to kidnap Suho. Some even drew their guns. However, the leader of the team was frowning, probably from hearing Suho's account and realizing that it was totally different from what that had assumed was happening. Thus, he instructed his team members to put away their guns, and then flashed Fang Zhao a courteous smile. With that, the entire team surrounded Suho as they left. A faint sound of someone being berated came from outside the cemetery's core area. The scoldings were not meant for Suho. It was probably some paparazzi or some nosy bystanders who were being reprimanded by the cemetery staff. The young masters of rich and powerful families. Zhuyu sighed, although he did feel a little glad. Our luck this time round isn't too bad. We got to meet a young master. Speaking of all these families of great generals who founded the new era, they are all publicly known as aristocratic families. Boss, imagine how awesome it would be to be descendants of such great people. Fang Zhao only smiled, but did not say much. He stood silently before Su Mu's gravestone before moving on to the next gravestone as he had done before at Yinzhou's Cemetery of Martyrs. This was not Fang Zhou's main battlefield, but some names were very familiar to him. Even if they were not that familiar, he still had some impression of the names. There might not have been a grave for Fang Zhao here, but there were still people here that remembered him. To still assign someone to pay respects after 500 years, even if it was a formality and the people went with the mentality of completing a task, Fang Zhao had nothing bad to say. Even for people related by blood, feelings would fade over time, more so after many generations and without any blood relation. For someone like Suho to really kowtow, and kowtow over 10 times at that, was a rare sight indeed. After leaving the cemetery, they arrived at the plaza in front of the giant tombstone. Standing in the plaza, they could see the front of the core area's magnificent monument. As Memorial Day had already passed some time ago, there were not many people here. After Memorial Day, the working class had gone back to work and students had gone back to school. The paparazzi that were following Suho had left as well. People in the cemetery were quietly walking through the plaza, probably having paid their respects to somebody. There was no longer any Memorial Day buzz, and the plaza seemed spacious and empty, occasionally with other sounds. A gust of wind blew through, causing the falling leaves to creating a light scraping sound as they hit the stone floor. This was really the most common scene in the cemetery. Fang Zhao's footsteps slowed, and he inclined his head slightly, as if to resolve something. "What's wrong?" Zhuyu thought that Fang Zhao had discovered something abnormal and immediately became alert. However, looking all around him, he found nothing amiss. "Listen," Fang Zhao said. "What?" Zhuyu still did not understand. "Listen to the sounds." Zhuyu listened carefully, but still did not find anything worth his attention. "Boss, what did you hear?" "The sound of gravestones." Zhuyu scratched the goosebumps that appeared on his arm and asked, "Do gravestones have sounds?" "Yes. Every single gravestone, whether big or small, near or far, will have their own sound. So do the trees, people, and even the stone floor of the plaza. The entire cemetery has its own voice." Fang Zhao stopped in his tracks, closed his eyes, and let his arms hang down, not moving at all. "Zhuyu, my boss is a crazy fellow." A gust of wind blew across. Even though the wind brought about a gentle warmth, Zhuyu shivered, cold sweat dripping down his back as all the hairs on his body stood up. "Boss, we have to respect science." Chapter 85. This is it. Fang Zhao had not meant to scare Zhuyu, but neither was he talking nonsense. He was seriously listening. It was just different from what Zhuyu imagined. The sounds that Fang Zhao heard were converted into a sort of language deep within his brain. Music, emotions, scenery, and sounds were sources of inspiration. Although back in Yinzhou, Fang Zhao's walk in the cemetery had provided him with a rough draft, he had still felt that there was something lacking. Now he was looking for it slowly. Muzhou's cemetery gave Fang Zhao a different feel. The emotions, scenery, and sounds were all different. The melodies playing in his mind were different too. As Fang Zhao listened, he adjusted the melodies in his mind until they suited his ideal result. However, As Fang Zhao was in the process of soaking in all the inspiration, Zuoyu was different. He would subconsciously examine his surroundings for anomalies, then turn back in the direction of the tombstone to see if there were any changes. He had doubts about having accepted the job of assistant. Perhaps he felt that he did not suit this profession, or perhaps, after having spent some time beside Fang Zhao, he had become crazy too. Each time Fang Zhao walked a little, he would stop to listen. Sometimes he would listen for an extended period, other times he would only listen for a short while. When the time came for them to leave Muzhou, Zuoyu let out a sigh of relief in his head. He was relieved to finally leave this place. However, when he thought about having to visit the cemeteries in other continents, he felt a little disheartened. If it was as Zuoyu expected, for the following continents, they would head straight for the cemetery for martyrs in each continent. Unless it was late or there were sudden weather changes, only then would they stop to rest. As the destinations were rather clear-cut, even if there were any delays, it would only be for a short while. Shizhou, Tongzhou, Jizhou, Lazhou, Azhou, Rongzhou, Mazhou, Jianzhou, Laizhou, and Huangzhou. Every continent they went to was the same circumstances. Zuoyu had the same experience in every continent, repeating it 10 times up till the point where he could remain calm and enjoy the scenery whenever he saw Fang Zhao. Appreciate the mysterious sounds of the cemeteries. On February 25th, Fang Zhao and Zuoyu returned to Yanzhou. As Fang Zhao walked into the virtual projects department on the 50th floor, Zhu Wen and the others were all there. They carefully observed Fang Zhao's facial expressions. They were worried that Fang Zhao would get angry over the results of the online voting for the endorsement deal. For the endorsement deal for Battle of the Century, according to the votes of the public, Polar Light remained in third place, losing to first-placed Miyu by only 300 votes. With the huge number of voters, this was a tiny disparity. But still, even losing out by one vote was a loss. Losing was just losing, there was no doubt. Now, the results of the voting were still on the internet. They might have received assistance from Laizhou voters, but the other two companies were not going to sit idly by. They had also campaigned intercontinentally for votes. Thus, Zhu Wen and the rest were worried that Fang Zhao might be moody from losing the vote. If the superiors were in a bad frame of mind, the underlings would be out of luck. Fang Zhao knew the results of the vote, but he did not express anything. First, this was just an online vote organized by the media and not one officially organized by Fiery Bird. It was only a disguised inquiry to see public opinion and would not yet decide who the spokesperson was. Second, operations and publicity had been in charge of this matter. Fang Zhao had only completed the tasks he was required to. He had left the other matters in the hands of Silverwing's staff. If there is nothing else important, do not disturb me, Fang Zhao said, going into his office. Watching the door close, Zheng Huang said, "Is Big Zhao going into isolation again? Seems like this time he gained quite a lot." Indeed, he gained quite a bit. Zuoyu pointed at the Muzhou specialty products that were placed to one side. "This is all that we gained. Free of charge." Zuoyu briefly recounted their experiences on this trip, placing added emphasis on Fang Zhao's unusual behavior when he was at the cemetery. Zhu Wen sympathized and patted him on the shoulder. "Get used to it. You just have to know that the mind of an artist is not something normal people can understand. Anyway, up till now, I still don't understand him." Fang Zhao did not know that the people outside were discussing him. He did not have the time or mood to take notice of them anyway. He organized all that he had gained from this trip and turned on the mini projector given to him by Fiery Bird Sound Effects Deputy Head Yuchuan. He started making amendments to his score sheet, which he had adjusted many times before. The next day, after a night without sleep, the musical piece was finally completed. Fang Zhao made a call to Duan Qianji. "We can arrange for the recording." The storage card that he had given out for photographs had already been returned. Now, all that Fang Zhao needed to do was record the completed piece, fit it with the animation, and store it onto the card. February 28th. Huangzhou, Fiery Bird Headquarters. Sound Effects Department Head Huali knocked his forehead with his fist and took a few deep breaths. After that, he plucked out his earpiece and asked Yuchuan beside him, "What do you feel about this?" What they had just been listening to was the 11th demo piece. It was not yet completed, just a portion. The final draft had not yet been submitted. Given Hua Li's and Yuchuan's capabilities, They could naturally deduce how the completed piece would sound just from the demo piece and the first draft. Yuchuan also pulled out his earpiece and shook his head. If the final draft does not have many changes, then it is just like that. If you hear the tune on its own, it seems quite good. However, if you add it to the animation, just like the previous few, there is just something lacking. Huali sighed deeply. Pondering a while, he asked, "Is there still no news on the other 8 invitees?" 7 masters have replied. 2 of them will submit their demo piece and first draft by tonight. 5 others have said they tried their best, but were unable to come up with anything. They will return the card and projector to us. Isn't there one more? Huali asked. He had sent Yuchuan to deliver 19 invites, and they only had 18 replies now. Where had the last one gone? There is still one more, Fang Zhao. Until now, there has been no news from him, Yuchuan replied. Fang Zhao? That freshly graduated 20-something fellow. Huali knew who Fang Zhao was, because amongst all the great masters, a youngster like him had appeared, and that left a lasting impression. There were still the 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction, something that Huali listened to every day. When we went to invite him, he personally agreed to it. It's just that there has been no news at all, Yuchuan answered. Let's wait a little while more. When Huali finished speaking, he heard a new message notification from Yuchuan's side. Yuchuan was surprised. Fang Zhao replied saying the recording went somewhat smoothly. The completed piece together with the final draft have been stored inside the card. He has already contacted our Yinzhou division, and they will send it over to Huangzhou very soon. Completed piece? That was what Huali paid attention to. After pondering for a while, he said, "Ask who is in charge of the storage card at Yinzhou's side. Get them to send the contents over through an encrypted channel." Yuchuan was also curious. He contacted the Yinzhou person and requested they send the card's contents right away. Listen. Huali put on his earpieces once again. Yuchuan put on his earpiece and broadcasted the music file that he had just received. At the start, both of them did not have any expressions, but as the tune hit the 20-second mark, excitement could be seen on their faces, and their expressions became rather serious. After 1 minute, both let out a deep breath. When the broadcast reached the 1.5-minute mark, Huali pressed the pause button and yanked his earpieces out. To the sound effects studio. Yuchuan had the same intention. The both of them hurried to the sound effects studio and turned on the opening scene animation before broadcasting the received file at the same time. Outside the studio, the rest of the people from the sound effects department were guessing what had happened after both the head and deputy head had hurriedly rushed in. Thinking back to how they had been recently discussing the accompaniment music for the opening scene, they wondered which great master had sent a new piece that satisfied the two. Thus, the entire sound effects department began discussing why the two heads were rushing and which great master had just sent in their work. Inside the sound effects studio, the best audio and projection equipment in the entire Fiery Bird Company was installed right here. Both the head and deputy head watched the opening animation and listened to the musical composition over and over. After completing their 5th time, Huali clapped his hands on the table and exclaimed, "This is it." Just like that? Are you not even going to consider the other pieces? Yuchuan asked. He had the same opinion as Huali. It was just that some of the others had not yet sent in their final drafts. Were they really going to come to a decision now? Wasn't it too early? No need. Just this. Huali knew that there were others that had not yet sent in their final drafts, and there were even 2 that had not yet sent in a demo piece or a first draft. But Huali had dealt with these people for many years already. He knew the styles of these people. There were no big surprises. I have no idea how those from the music industry would evaluate this. I'm just looking at this as a game from a sound effects department head's point of view. It is just perfect. It is the most suitable accompaniment for the opening animation. It fits perfectly, Huali said. Composing, arranging, remixing, directing, producer of Polar Light Virtual Projects team. Huali looked at the information on Fang Zhao. Back when he had first seen it, he had been shocked and not been able to believe it. But now he had no doubts. He had heard this phrase before. In this world, there will always be an omnipotent crazy fellow. Sighing ruefully, Huali got up and left the studio. Contact Fang Zhao. We can begin discussions. Chapter 86. Cash or console. Duan Qianji had not been in a great mood originally. Polar Light had lost the online poll, and a whole host of sarcastic comments had followed. Even though she had gone through the same routine countless times before and was mentally prepared, she was still disappointed. After all, it was the first time Silver Wing had successfully launched a virtual idol. Maybe she had set her expectations too high because they had gotten off to such a great start. Then again, even though they lost, they didn't lose by a big margin. And it was still far from clear who Fiery Bird would pick in the end. As her train of thought made this twist, Duan Xinji started looking forward to Fang Zhao's progress on the Fiery Bird score. Just as she was pondering the matter, she got a call. It was her assistant. What? We've been picked? So soon? Duan Xinji listened to her assistant's briefing in disbelief. Fang Zhao had just submitted his data card yesterday, and now Fiery Bird had made up their mind? This was the score for the new game's opening animation. 18 other masters had been invited to submit scores. How come they had decided so soon? If she hadn't vetted Fang Zhao, Duan Xinji would have wondered if Fang Zhao was in cahoots with Fiery Bird. Otherwise, how come they had decided on the score so quickly? Duan Xinji was thinking Fiery Bird sound effects team would have to convene a meeting to sift through the submissions and take a vote. The whole process would take 2 or 3 days at least. But the fact of the matter was that Fiery Bird had decided yesterday. The reason they had waited until today to make contact was because they were still debating how to compensate Fang Zhao. Fiery Bird's custom was to invite submissions from composers and then offer a price based on the final submissions. Even pieces that ultimately weren't placed would be evaluated and paid for. This was a practice that industry insiders were familiar with and didn't take issue with. What are they offering? As a businesswoman, this was Duan Xinji's foremost concern. Fang Zhao was signed to Silver Wing, but after the completion of the 4 movements of the Period of Destruction series, he had signed a new contract. The deal gave Fang Zhao a certain degree of freedom. It was a quasi-partnership. He could take jobs on his own other than his assignments from Silver Wing, but he had to notify the company. He was also banned from defecting to another label before the end of his contract. Compared to other composers, these were already exceptional terms. This was an act of generosity on Duan Xinji's part. She cherished the fact that she had landed someone who could carry a virtual project, someone talented enough to rival the entire Flying Pegasus cooperative. Duan Xinji had moved on the new contract quickly after consulting Fang Zhao, but it was never made public, listed only as an A-grade contract in the label's internal database. As for Fiery Bird's assignment, this was a collaboration between the game studio and Fang Zhao, not between the studio and Silver Wing. In this case, Silver Wing was riding on Fang Zhao's coattails, so regardless of how much Fiery Bird offered, the sum would be pocketed by Fang Zhao entirely. But now, Silver Wing's fate was intertwined with Fang Zhao's. The better his work, the higher his pricing, the better prospects for Silver Wing. But Duan Xinji wore a puzzled expression after hearing her assistant's response. That's what they said? Okay, got it. After ending the call, she instructed her driver, when we reach the office, head to the 50th floor, not the top floor. When she arrived, the entire virtual projects department stood in attention. The big boss was dropping by. Of course, they had to be on hand to welcome her. Zuan was a little nervous. He was afraid of Duan Xinji. Even though he had been to the top floor with Fang Zhao quite a few times and was less nervous now, he was still tense. The others didn't fare much better. Thinking back to the Polar Light interview they had completed a while back, they didn't remember any big hiccups. The technical aspects and director had been confirmed well in advance. Peng Pusong's dubbing had gone smoothly. He had delivered his lines according to the script. There shouldn't be any issues. Why was the big boss visiting now? Surprise inspection? Even though Duan Xinji wore a faint smile, she still projected a serious aura. The 50th floor went silent, and everyone became extra cautious. The only calm person was Fang Zhao, who arrived even later than the big boss. Fang Zhao had rushed back from home after getting word from Duan Xinji. He ended up being slower than his boss. You're here. Duan Xinji's smile deepened. I have some news. Your score has been picked by the Fiery Bird Sound Effects Department. The only people present were the core members of the Polar Light Project team. Their discretion could be counted on, and they could use the morale boost. That was why Duan Xinji didn't bother keeping the news a secret, although she didn't specify where Fang Zhao's score would be used. She didn't have to elaborate. Fang Zhao knew what she was talking about. Fang Zhao was happy to find out that his work had been chosen by Fiery Bird, but he wasn't over-emotional. He merely smiled and waited for Duan Qianji to continue. She wouldn't have come to the 50th floor in person just to share that piece of news. Duan Qianji observed Fang Zhao's facial expression. She was impressed that he could maintain his composure. The head of Fiery Bird sound effects team, Hua Li, has approached us with an offer. As you would probably expect, they will definitely pay more for the chosen piece than the other submissions, but they haven't offered an exact price yet. They want to give you a choice. Duan Qianji paused before continuing. Do you want to get paid in cash or receive Fiery Bird's once-in-a-decade limited edition gaming console instead? For most of the people present, this was a no-brainer. Who would go for the gaming console? Most people would choose the former without hesitation. If the pay was meager, that would be cause for consideration, but the amount was no doubt generous. That Lizhou film studio had spent 10 million to license one movement. Exclusively for a month. Fiery Bird wouldn't be cheap. After all, everyone knew that Fiery Bird was loaded. But after Duan Qianji asked the question, Zhu Wen and the other tech geeks, whose ears were perked, looked conflicted. Even though this had nothing to do with them, they still wondered how they would choose. Such a tough call. Cash. Of course, regular Joes like them liked cash, even though they were already getting paid handsomely with the success of the Polar Light project and the rise of the virtual projects department. Who would turn down more cash? But the other choice was a Fiery Bird console. It was the latest once-in-a-decade release, a limited edition console. Who knows how many of them Fiery Bird would make? It couldn't be more than a handful. Word had already traveled in tech geek circles that Fiery Bird's new console would be significantly more advanced than their last console. It was rumored the console was developed in conjunction with army technicians. Tons of folks had been dying to get their hands on one. Zhu Wen had never thought something like this would happen to someone he knew. A real tough one. Such a tough call. How would I choose? But before Zhu Wen and company became consumed in mock indecision, Fang Zhao had already given his answer. I want the console. Duan Qianji's expression was one of resignation when she heard the answer. She felt she had fallen behind the times. It was hard for her to figure out what was going on in the minds of these youngsters. While he had still been working on the Period of Destruction series, Fang Zhao had applied for gaming equipment. During quite a few of Duan Qianji's previous visits, Fang Zhao had been gaming in the department's dedicated gaming room when she arrived. When she had heard Fiery Bird's offer from her assistant, she had a hunch that Fang Zhao would make the unconventional choice. You're positive? Duan Qianji asked. Positive. Then send a message to Yuchuan. They're waiting to hear from you. The person who had reached out to Duan Qianji had been Hua Li, the head of Fiery Bird's sound effects team. Why hadn't Fiery Bird contacted Fang Zhao directly? Because Fang Zhao was napping at home and had set his bracelet to alert him to calls from VIPs only. Yuchuan was not listed as a VIP, so his call went unannounced and unanswered. Duan Qianji left after chatting with Fang Zhao a bit more. Boss, a Fiery Bird console. Zhu Wen's eyes burned with envy. When is it arriving? Can I touch it? Can I take a picture with it? I want to show off. The limited edition consoles are the most advanced consoles. It's hard to put a price tag on them. Boss, I think you made the right call. Even if you suffer financially, you'll be rewarded spiritually, said an equally jealous Rodney. Fang Zhao sent Yuchuan a message. Yuchuan immediately responded. The console will arrive between late August and early September. The exact timing still has to be confirmed. The console is still being tested. We'll give you a heads up before we send it out. You've made the right choice. You'll make a decent profit if you resell it. In reality, Fang Zhao wasn't as conflicted as others thought he might be. For someone who had survived the apocalypse like him, money wasn't a big deal as long as he had enough to cover his expenses. Of course, no one would mind making more money. But in contrast, Fang Zhao was more curious about a gaming console from the new era. He liked to try out new things in the new era. Plus, he was also looking forward to Battle of the Century. The right hardware was a must. He could only enjoy the game if he had the proper console. That afternoon, Silver Wing announced that Fang Zhao's score had been picked by Fiery Bird, but again, the statement didn't mention where the score would be placed. Still, the news itself was enough to dispel some skeptics. He was really chosen? Who knows? We only have Silver Wing's word for it. No one can back up their story. Are we sure this isn't a charade staged by Silver Wing? I don't think they would stoop so low as to lie, but there will be so many scores in the game. Fang Zhao may have written some token sound effect that doesn't feature prominently in the game. Who cares? It's just another composer, not an A-list celebrity. To respond to the noise, Silverwing released an additional video. It was an excerpt from an interview with a few key members of Fiery Bird's production team. Silverwing had isolated a comment from Hua Li, the head of Fiery Bird's sound effects team. Hua Li said the sound effects for the game had been more or less completed. He also thanked the composers that worked on the scores and mentioned Fang Zhao by name. Fang Zhao is composer full of surprises. We look forward to working with him again. The fact that Hua Li identified Fang Zhao as a composer suggested Hua Li held him in high esteem. It was confirmation of Fang Zhao's talent. Chapter 87. On Account of Your Forehead. The interview of the few key members of Fiery Bird's production team was broadcasted to the entire world. Everyone who paid attention could see it, and Fang Zhao's name became known by more people. However, not everyone cared about it. Mostly only those within the industry paid attention. Not bad, Fang Zhao. Ming Tsang was the first to contact Fang Zhao after seeing the interview. A lot of people had said that Ming Tsang had totally become a Fang Zhao fanatic. Nowadays, the information posted on Ming Tsang's social feed was mostly concerning his son Ming Yi. At the same time, he would mention Fang Zhao. Therefore, people close to Ming Tsang, whether they were in the industry or not, had also become familiar with Fang Zhao's name. Actually, I know of a few invitees who received the invitation from Fiery Bird. I didn't expect that you would land it in the end. When Ming Tsang had gone down to Silverwing to personally thank Fang Zhao after the fourth movement was released, a foreign friend of his from the music industry had come to visit, stating that he had urgent matters and wanted to meet. Hence, Ming Tsang had to leave Silverwing and head home early. And that friend was one of the other invitees of Fiery Bird this year. As he had signed a confidentiality agreement, he had only told Ming Tsang what could be revealed and listed a few difficulties he had encountered. Even if Ming Tsang did not know what the animation was or the scenery, he knew about the difficulty of creating an accompaniment piece. He had even invited a few friends who specialized in soundtracks for games and films to come over for a discussion. In the end, even a bunch of influential people in the industry still could not compete with that youngster. This year's invitees were to make a piece for a portion of the game. Since the final piece had been selected, the other submissions would not be used anymore. Knowing this bit of information, Ming Tsang felt a little rueful, yet at the same time he felt a sense of pride. Look, a person of Yenzhou, and still a youngster. Just as Xue Jing, who was compiling teaching materials, had said before, the new waves of the Yenzhou music industry would most likely to rise on the backs of Fang Zhao and other youngsters. By the way, Fang Zhao, do you know Qian Department? I can rope you in. In the global context, creators would very often unite and join forces to cooperate and fight over more resources and opportunities. Some of these organizations were formed with the alma mater of an academic institution as the core, while others were spontaneously formed by private organizations. The globally renowned organization, Qian Department, was one of many. The group that Ming Tsang wanted to pull Fang Zhao into the core of was Qian Department. The group currently had 99 members. With Fang Zhao, it would be an even 100. All of them were from the music industry. A third of them were similar to Ming Tsang's grade and were rather reputable within the Yenzhou music industry. Even if Fang Zhao did not pay attention to news regarding the industry, he would still find those names rather familiar. Of the remaining two-thirds, half of them were older members who had not yet achieved a status similar to that of Ming Tsang, and the remaining half were youngsters who had started to make a name for themselves. Of course, these youngsters only had a reputation within the music circles. If in the context of the entire entertainment industry or the whole of Yenzhou, not many would have heard of them. Ho, Fang Zhao, should have roped you in a long time ago, exclaimed a professor who was still teaching at Qian Academy of Music. The younger ones will surpass us in times to come. From what I understand, Fiery Bird sent out over 10 invites this year, right? This time, only inviting Fang Zhao from Yenzhou and, in the end, picking his piece. I'm really curious to find out what sort of piece it is, said a retired professor who had established his own orchestra and performed across the globe. Mostly it was the bunch of big shots in the industry that said anything. Occasionally, some middle-tier members would add in a line or two. As for the youngsters who were at the lowest point, they still did not dare to hastily interrupt. Fang Zhao was probably the only exception. Greetings, seniors. In terms of seniority, Fang Zhao was still considered a junior. However, in terms of influence, Fang Zhao indeed had the qualifications to compare with the seniors. Refuse to accept it? If you refuse to accept, produce an invitation card from Fiery Bird, or for those in pop music, show your sales volume. Cannot produce it? If you cannot produce it, then shut up. Letting one's strength do the talking was a rule that many industries had. Even if one had the experience but not the capability, their rank would be at the back, just like the people in the middle tier of the organization. I wonder what the price Fiery Bird quoted was. Fang Zhao, are you at liberty to share? Someone asked. I am curious too. Sigh. I have come into contact with various games company and even recommended a few of my students. However, none of the companies can become like Fiery Bird. Should there be any good assignments, many teachers would give opportunities to their favorite pupils. For example, if a film or gaming company approached those masters to request a soundtrack or composition for their film or game, these masters would come up with various reasons why they were unable to do it personally or alone and hence rope in their own students, slowly giving them a chance to take the stage. This was something many graduates in the new era would experience. However, this sort of situation was not required by Fang Zhao at all. Teacher? He did not need the help of a teacher to get a recommendation. He had already made a name for himself with the 4 epic movements as well as personal recognition from Fiery Bird's sound effects department head. Would he still need referrals? There would probably be people who would look him up, right? What everyone was curious about, though, was definitely the fee that Fiery Bird would pay to Fang Zhao. You don't have to give a concrete number. Just an estimate would be fine. It is rather secure here, Ming Tsang said, at the same time letting Fang Zhao know that the people here were rather tight. This sort of thing could be partially mentioned here, as it proved one's ability, and they were not just comparing achievements over here. Ming Tsang continued. Of course, there is no need to force yourself if you are unable to reveal it. Everyone here understands it well. Yes, everyone here is just curious, but we are not forcing you. If you are under a confidentiality agreement, we totally understand. Everyone here has experienced it before, a professor from the Qian Academy of Music said. Right. I collaborated with Fiery Bird before, on the game that was released 10 years ago. My composition was used as background music for a 30-second interlude. Back then, they paid me over $10 million. I heard that there were people who received even more. For example, those longer opening animations or those more pivotal interludes. Pieces that by them would garner a rather high fee. Your situation should be similar to mine. I just want to know, after 10 years, whether the fees are any different, said a musician who had already founded his own studio. Hey, maybe Fang Zhao did a composition for their feature-length film? Even if he is not able to hit that standard, who knows? Maybe he could do so in future, someone jokingly said. They all, of course, did not think that Fang Zhao would be picked to create the background music for the feature-length film in the game, but some fun and laughter within the group was normal. It's all right. Say only if you want to do so. No one will blame you if you choose not to reveal, said the current headmaster of the Qian Academy of Music. But his thoughts were different from his words. Fang Zhao's situation could be considered an accomplishment for me too. I could brag about this for a year. If I know Fiery Bird's quoted fee, I could bring it out to brag even more when I go abroad to take part in exchange programs. Look, our school's alumni. Less than a year after graduating, Fiery Bird offered him X millions. Awesome, right? Shocking. Frightened now? Thinking of that situation made the headmaster feel excited as he anticipated Fang Zhao's figures. Gaming console, Fang Zhao replied. What? Ming Tsang was puzzled. Fiery Bird gave me 2 choices, cash or a gaming console. I chose the console, Fang Zhao replied. Then, the group suddenly went cold, including Ming Tsang, who had continuously helped to liven up the atmosphere. Everyone seemed to lose their voices. No one had the chance to break the sudden silence of the group, because Fang Zhao received an international call. Suho. Fang Zhao was surprised. I just saw that Fiery Bird interview. Suho's tone was a little unnatural, slightly stiff. Impressive. And then, Fang Zhao could not believe that the chubby kid had called him just for this. Then, are you interested in investing in a farm? Suho stammered out. Are you having trouble? Fang Zhao asked. Cough, a little. What Suho encountered was not a slight problem, but rather quite a large and troublesome one. In order to compete with his half-brothers and half-sisters who shared different mothers, Suho had decided to work hard. He had set himself a faraway target, to win the sheep herding championship. Even though 500 years had passed, the impact of the period of destruction still lingered. Every continent had many lands that were not suitable for planting crops. Other continents would construct buildings on such land. In Muzhou, this was under the jurisdiction of the Land Resources Department. Every year, they would give out a few such lands that had been treated and were now suitable for growing stuff. And every year, the prize for the grand champion of the sheep herding competition was a newly released piece of land. Everyone who had given their opinions to Suho regarded his goal as very far indeed. The sheep herding competition was already underway, and it would be too late to take part now. However, Suho received the news that the owner of a participating farm wanted to sell off their land. Hence, Suho had frantically borrowed money and bought the farm. He had been scammed. He did not know who had set him up, but Suho had fallen headfirst into it. Not only was the purchased farm devoid of anything, even the competing dogs on the farm had already been transferred out. Suho did not have the guts to continue asking his elder brother and mother for help. More importantly, he could not let the other members of the Su family know. Needless to say, if this matter was made public, many people would laugh at his stupidity. Just at that moment, he saw the web broadcast of Fiery Bird's interview. Hearing Fang Zhao's name and checking up on it, he realized it was the same person he had met at the cemetery. This excited him, and he made a call to Fang Zhao straight away. Hearing Suho's simple explanation, Fang Zhao did not say anything. Fang Zhao's silence made Suho feel apprehensive. He was worried that Fang Zhao would not be willing to help. However, shortly, he heard, "Sure, I will help you. On account of your forehead, I will help even if it means losing money," Fang Zhao thought to himself. Chapter 88, Master Zhao. "Oh, really? Thank you very much. Do you know anyone who owns shepherd dogs?" I hear a dog barking. Do you own a dog?" At that moment, Zuiyu was teasing Curly Hair, provoking a series of barks from him that Suho heard. "I own one, but it's not a shepherd dog." "No worries. Bring it along the next time you come to Muzhou. We can let it try out some sheep herding training." Suho had not hidden the fact that he had bought the farm from Fang Zhao. He had only mentioned that, although the farm's land was huge, the soil was no longer suitable for planting anything. Muzhou's farm owners were not as carefree as people thought they were. They paid attention to the weather, agriculture, farming soil improvements, and crops. All of that was knowledge they needed to know, and it was stuff that they personally paid attention to. However, there would always be lazy farmer owners who were ignorant and let their arable soil go to waste after a time. The plot of land that Suho had bought was just like that. The images and information he had received were totally different from what he'd seen personally. The land had already wasted, and he had been tricked. If he wanted to plant new stuff, he would need to hire a professional to make amendments. As for the ones who had tricked Suho, they had played on the urgency of Suho's need to find a farm. All he needed was a little push to fall for it. It was rather evident that the ones who had tricked Suho knew him very well. Just by using one's brains a little, it was easy to guess who they actually were. However, Fang Zhao had no interest in the trivial matters of the Su family. Once he attended to the matters at hand, Fang Zhao was going to submit another application to go overseas again. Collecting materials again? Duan Qianji felt her head aching. "Nope. This time it is to expand my professional service," Fang Zhao said. Duan Qianji felt it was funny. Expand his professional service. Are you able to garner support or get an advertisement? Muzhou advertisements were still a tough ask even if one was famous. Polar Light's development plans within the continent had already been arranged. There were two paths that could be taken. One was if Polar Light was selected for the endorsement deal, the other was if he did not get selected. Whichever path it followed, Polar Light was Silverwing's most promising virtual idol. Duan Qianji had no plans to let it go to waste. Fang Zhao had given Polar Light such a gorgeous debut. If they let this trump card get ruined, Silverwing Media did not deserve to be among the three big entertainment companies of Yenzhou. Fiery Bird's eventual spokesperson would be publicly announced in May. During this period, Silverwing Media would release a war movie in which Polar Light would have a role. Therefore, the entire virtual projects department except the producer, Fang Zhao, was busy as usual. Although his original job was a composer, Silverwing did not need him to be in charge of every film that they made. Otherwise, why did Silverwing have so many other composers on their payroll? Was Flying Pegasus a bunch of useless good-for-nothings? Thus, now that Fang Zhao had accomplished all his work at hand and was idle, and since Suho had a situation over there, Fang Zhao decided to go over for a bit. This time around it was different. Other than Fang Zhao and Zuiyu, the flying transport had one more dog. Perhaps it was his first time on board a flying transport, as Curly Hair did not seem at ease and was pacing around impatiently, finally deciding to lie beside Fang Zhao's legs. Looking at the dog beside Fang Zhao's legs, Zuiyu said, "Boss, is it appropriate to bring this dog over? The dogs at Muzhou are generally larger, just like that black dog we saw at Shamu Farm. Wasn't it big? Actually, that was still a puppy. As for this dog, compared with the professional shepherd dogs at the farms, it is little more than a toy. Wouldn't it get bullied over there? And if you consider the builds of the sheep, and looking at this dog, it might even be scared of the sheep." Fang Zhao, who was reading a history book, said, "Curly Hair has a high IQ. He learns fast, too. When the time comes for him to learn herding with those professional sheep dogs, even if he can't herd, learning more is always beneficial." Following the coordinates the Suho had given, Zuiyu flew the transport to a farm situated in the eastern part of Muzhou. It was different from all the other farms that were full of vitality as they flew past. This farm seemed desolate and nothing was going on. Even the grass on the pastures was sparse. A few lifeless dogs were lying at the side yawning, too lazy to even react as they saw a flying transport approaching. Suho was already waiting there with an embarrassed smile on his face. "Brother Zhao, you have arrived." Suho rushed forward. "Call me Master Zhao," Fang Zhao told him. "Yes, Master Zhao." Suho did not care what Fang Zhao wanted himself to be called. Now, Fang Zhao was a rich man, and it was hard to find a person who could help. Furthermore, when Suho had looked up information on Fang Zhao, Suho had come to admire him. He had heard that, in the past, they would call rich men something master. There were people who still used the term in Muzhou, so Suho did not find anything wrong with addressing him that way. "First, tell me the current situation. The honest truth, do not conceal anything. You have only one chance." Fang Zhao looked at Suho. He would not ask how Suho had gotten tricked first. The kid had pride, and harping on that matter would be met with a little resistance. One would learn from his own mistakes. As long as he was not an idiot, he would gain something. Facing Fang Zhao's unreadable expression and stare, Suho felt all the skin on his body tightening up, as if it was his grandfather staring at him before he received a scolding. Suho shrunk back and lost all trace of his normal arrogant self, yet he also let out a sigh of relief. He had thought that Fang Zhao would deride him for getting conned, but he had not expected that Fang Zhao would not mention it at all after arriving. Looking around at the predicament he was in, Suho recounted the entire matter honestly. Oh, it was like this. Among Suho's attendants were some that knew how to manage a farm. Suho then recounted what had been told to him to Fang Zhao. After the farm was bought, they were unable to find the sellers to return it. A lawsuit was also impossible, since he had already bought it. Rather than spending more time to trace down the con men, why not settle the situation before them and come up with a solution to bring the dead farm back to life? Bringing it back to life was not that hard. The only difficulty was the funding. Was cash required to fix the soil? Was cash required to purchase seeds and livestock? Was cash required to build large sheds and pens? Was money required to hire workers and experts? If the soil was not good, how about fixing up the irrigation system first? An irrigation system would cost quite a bit too. Suho's voice became softer and softer. Even he felt embarrassed to continue talking about the matter. He was not familiar with managing a farm and had not studied much agriculture and farming. The amount of help he needed was by no means small. Most importantly, he needed to assemble a sheep herding team. His motive for purchasing the farm was to buy out a shepherd dog team as well as their accumulated points and take part in the eastern region's sheep herding competition. Now, if he were to shift his attention to the farm, wouldn't the order be reversed? "So your most pressing issue is to find dogs and a trainer?" Fang Zhao asked. "That's right. The next round of competition is in a week's time. If we miss it, our ranking will drop even more," Suho replied. "What plans do you have?" "I was thinking of getting a few dogs that can herd. Borrowing is fine too. A lot of participating dogs in the sheep herding competition are borrowed too. As long as they can coordinate, it will be fine." Oh, and a training field. I'm afraid that this place is current unusable. Suho felt an aching in his heart when he thought about the farm that was totally empty. All that money in exchange for a lifeless farm that were firstly without sheep, secondly without dogs, and thirdly without a pasture. Totally nothing at all. Suho had originally wanted to find people he knew for help, but after some thinking, he was afraid of getting conned once more. Brother Zhao, Master Zhao, do you know any farm owners who own dogs, sheep, and a pasture? Suho asked cautiously. Dogs, sheep, and a pasture? Fang Zhao had just thought of a person. Wait a moment, let me contact someone, Fang Zhao replied. Sure. Hearing things turning for the better, Suho was suddenly full of vigor. Nobody else came to Fang Zhao's mind but Wu Yi, the owner of Shanmu Farm, who they had encountered on their first visit to Muzhou. Chapter 89. The Styles of Most Dogs. Fang Zhao contacted Wu Yi and asked him whether he was interested in taking part in a sheep-herding competition and working together. Fang Zhao selectively mentioned the matter regarding Suho to Wu Yi. Even if Fang Zhao had not said anything, news traveled fast, and Wu Yi had some idea of what had happened. Choosing what to make of it was up to Wu Yi himself. This really lifted Wu Yi's spirits. The competition between the younger generation of the Su family, such as Su Ho, did not threaten him here, so a partnership of mutual interest was enticing. Wu Yi's farm in the eastern region was not considered large, but he was not a man without ambition. It was just that there was a limit to his funding, and he had not assembled a sheep-herding team before and could only support his relatives who were capable enough and hoped that it would bring him some benefits. However, now, he felt that these benefits were not able to satisfy him. Fang Zhao's proposal excited Wu Yi. Even if he was not able to gain much benefits, his own farm's shepherd dogs would gain a chance at free training. The procedures and expenses would also be handled by others. This was the best possible scenario he could have. Wu Yi gave his affirmation. He was thinking, if his own dogs from his farm performed well at the sheep-herding competition, he would sign up for next year's competition. Even if he did not get a good position, appearing would also raise up his farm's name in the eastern region, which was still a good thing. Wu Yi's decision came as no surprise to Fang Zhao. Most Muzhou farm owners were not stupid, especially those from bigger or medium-sized farms. They were not farm owners, but businessmen. They were not the happy-go-lucky, good-for-nothing people that the external world perceived them to be. Although Wu Yi was a person who had no lack of ambition, he was still considered an upright person. Under the current circumstances, cooperating with him was the choice that was the fastest and most beneficial for both. After confirming the time, Fang Zhao brought Su Ho to Shanmu Farm. Su Ho did not look at anything else but the land. The farm that he had bought was bigger than Shanmu Farm, but totally did not have the liveliness of Shanmu Farm. Ha ha ha, we meet again. Wu Yi had been waiting at the garage. When he saw the transport land, he went over to exchange greetings, and he introduced himself warmly. He might not have thought highly of Su Ho, but he did think highly of Fang Zhao. I heard that Shishan Farm was bought by someone, but I didn't expect it to be you, Wu Yi said. Shishan Farm was located at the western side of the East District. There were not many reputable farms there, and the facilities were not very good. On normal days, there was not much sense of belonging. It was only because a sheep-herding team from that area had caught the attention of everyone. But the information on the internet was very different from the truth. Only those that had personally been there knew the actual situation. Wu Yi had also only heard about it in private from a friend who liked to investigate. However, the information online was inconsistent with reality. This sort of situation was rarely seen, so even if they knew about it, no one would mention it. They only paid attention to the sheep-herding competition. Never had they expected that it was Su Ho who had bought the farm. Given Wu Yi's decades of experience, even without asking, he could tell that there had been a trap involved and Su Ho had fallen into it. As for why Fang Zhao had entered the mix, Wu Yi was not sure. However, as long as he was able to benefit from it, Wu Yi was willing to play dumb. The grass on this field grows really well. Totally unlike the farm that I bought. It hasn't even revegetated yet. Even though Su Ho did not know much about farming, comparing the farm he had just bought to the one before him, the difference was clear as day. If he could not even see that, he would be blind. Over here, our field revegetate early. Wu Yi did not ask why the grass on Su Ho's farm had not regrown yet. He just led Fang Zhao and Su Ho's party to the field where the sheep were at. Fang Zhao, is this the little fellow that you own? Wu Yi eyed the curly-haired dog that was following Fang Zhao's legs closely. Yeah, this dog looks quite smart. In a bit, my farm's Bingo will do some demonstrations. Let's see how much it can learn. When Wu Yi spoke, he seemed rather pleased. The Bingo he spoke of was the shepherd dog on his farm with the best temperament to be a lead dog. Taking Wu Yi's car, in no time, the party arrived at where the flock of sheep were at. Wu Yi's farm had over 300 sheep and only 7 shepherd dogs, but not every shepherd dog was capable of carrying out instructions precisely. There were workers to tend to the livestock as well as mechanical dogs. The mechanical dogs that farm owners used were not at all like dogs. The shape was totally different. They were invented to provide assistance for herding livestock, so people coined them mechanical dogs. Wu Yi and the other farm owners could control these mechanical dogs from their homes and observe the situations at the pastures. The car stopped on a plot of higher ground as they stood there watching the sheep being herded. At this current period, pastures have to be changed frequently, so we cannot just leave them in one field. Today, we might let the sheep graze here. Tomorrow, we will bring them somewhere else, Wu Yi told Fang Zhao and Su Ho. From what he saw, one was an amateur from a foreign continent, and the other one was an ignorant young master of the Su family. As an experienced party, he had to show off a bit of his professional knowledge. In this season, we cannot let the herd walk too quickly. There is a need to control their speed, to obstruct the stronger sheep and wait for the weaker ones. Sometimes I will use this sort of job to train the shepherd dogs to complete it. As he said this, Wu Yi shouted in that direction, Bingo! Among the few dogs that were herding the sheep, a large dog with brown spots sprinted over. It had a rugged body, its fur was glistening brightly, and it was extremely quick-witted. Seeing Fang Zhao and the rest of the party, it did not bark or show any intention to attack. It just looked at Wu Yi, and only after Wu Yi made a hand sign did it run over to his side. Fang Zhao, what does your dog normally do? Can it understand simple oral commands? Wu Yi asked. Simple oral commands are fine. Fang Zhao had not deliberately trained Curly Hair, but probably because it had interacted with the people in the department for quite some time, it could understand simple words. It should probably know fetch and follow. What about directions? Left, right. Never mind. How about we see whether it can herd sheep first? Wu Yi brought Fang Zhao and the rest close to the flock. Suho watched the dogs surrounding the flock curiously. Some of them let out low warning growls and showed an intention to attack. It was only when Wu Yi made a hand sign that they stood down, wagging their tails as they headed to Wu Yi. Giving each a reward, he instructed them to continue standing guard. Wu Yi then pointed at some stray sheep a short distance away from the flock. Go herd those sheep that have wandered too far away from the flock. Bingo! In the next moment, Bingo rushed out. The sheep that had strayed off were driven and ran back toward the herd. As for Bingo, he slowed to a walk upon nearing the flock and turned back. See, it is just like that. Although it might look simple, training takes time, and most of my shepherd dogs have been trained since they were young. Mature dogs whose qualities have been determined already are not suitable. Fang Zhao, your dog is not suitable for herding sheep, but a little training might be beneficial, and it might learn a thing or two. Look, there is still another sheep in front. Why don't you let small Curly Hair try it out? Wu Yi said. Curly Hair, go try it out. This is not how you train a dog. Wu Yi saw Fang Zhao standing there not moving and looked a little helpless. He thought to himself, a foreigner is just a foreigner. If training dogs was really that easy and they did exactly as you said, I would already have brought my farm's dogs to take part in a competition. Of course, Fang Zhao knew that really training a dog was not like this, but he had found out early on that Curly Hair's capacity for leaning was very impressive. Furthermore, he had gradually started to understand a lot of words. Thus, he was just trying it out by saying this. Just as Fang Zhao finished his sentence, Curly Hair left and scampered over to the lone sheep. Curly Hair was not as big as Bingo. When compared to the sheep, it was even smaller. The hooves of a sheep could crush him easily. As Zhuoyu had expected, the sheep was not bothered as Curly Hair walked toward it, unhurriedly chewing on the grass. At most, it lazily raised an eye to look as Curly Hair neared it, but showed no sign of a reaction. The curly-haired dog was at a loss and turned back, not knowing what to do. Still no good. This dog has no killing intent. Wu Yi sighed. When most shepherd dogs cannot make a sheep move, they bark or threaten to bite. Your dog is too small. It probably does not dare to do so. However, it is normal for an untrained dog to do this. How about I get somebody to bring a small sheep over and let it build up a little courage? Carnivores have an innate knack for hunting. Deep down, it definitely has the instinct to do so. With a little training it will learn. Looking over at Curly Hair, he realized that it was observing the few shepherd dogs, probably trying to imitate them. There is no rush. Wait a moment. A minute passed, then 2 minutes. Wu-Yi tore off a bit of straw and placed it in his mouth while chewing the end. This was his habit when he was bored. I wonder whether we should. Wu-Yi had not finished what he was saying when he saw the curly-haired dog lower its head and face the sheep in an attacking position. The originally unbothered sheep that was chewing on the grass stopped in its tracks. Suddenly, with a thud, the sheep took off as if it had stepped on a spring. Behind it, the curly-haired dog chased after it closely. Suho's gaping mouth could swallow an egg whole. So sheep can run that fast. The straw in Wu-Yi's mouth fell. This is my first time seeing it too. The sheep seemed like it was running for its life and rushed straight into the flock of sheep. The originally peaceful flock that had been grazing became restless. As for the curly-haired dog, it stopped as it neared the flock. The restless flock took a while before calming down. Wu-Yi turned towards Fang Zhao. That dog, is it part wolf? Otherwise, why had that sheep run as if its life was in danger? Zhuyu asked, what do you think? I think that it is rather suitable to herd sheep. He then told Zhuyu, head to the transport and bring over my equipment case. Fang Zhao had prepared an equipment case before leaving for Muzhou this time. Zhuyu had seen it and heard that in it were tools for gathering materials. Chapter 90, Collecting Materials. At least a minimum of 6 shepherd dogs were required to participate in the competition. Therefore, according to Wu-Yi, they were going to pick 6 and add Curly Hair in for a total team strength of 7. As an old, experienced farm owner, he personally took charge of training. Although there was less than a week till the next round, with additional practice, they should be able to get it together. Fang Zhao let Curly Hair go over before turning to Suho beside him. What are you standing around for? Go over and learn. Fang Zhao told Suho, who seemed like he was watching an interesting scene. Suho was at a loss. I have to learn herding too. When the time comes, is it you or Wu-Yi who is going to be standing at the instructor's position? Fang Zhao asked. Suho was silent. Most of the time, the instructor's position at the sheep herding competition was where the respective farm owner or their successor stood. There would be recording and broadcasting of the instructor's positions during the competition. Standing there was a mark. Fang Zhao's question was to ask if Suho was going to stand there proudly and publicize himself when the time came, or if was he going to give the chance up to Wu-Yi. Suho was temporarily at a loss. Looking at the flock of sheep, he stammered, but there are no more extra cars. If there are no cars, you still have your legs. Running? Suho wanted to object, but under the stern gaze of Fang Zhao, he shuffled over in that direction. In fact, Suho wanted to enjoy standing on the instructor's position at the sheep herding competition, just that standing. There required too much investment. He was not familiar with any of Shanmu Farm's dogs. Would they listen to his commands? If the shepherd dog team was capable of acting independently herding sheep, Suho would not mind just standing there as a decoration. But now, this was a newly formed team, and it was impossible for them to reach that standard. Just try it out. Suho ran over to where the flock of sheep were and observed Wu-Yi's hand gestures and commands when training the dogs. Wu-Yi also understood Suho's intentions and explained to Suho as he was training the dogs, as well as allowing the dogs to have more interactions with him. Suho had brought along 3 people. His attendants saw to his dietary and personal needs and doubled up as bodyguards. However, Fang Zhao did not let the 3 bodyguards help Suho. All he allowed them to do was ensure Suho's safety and not worry about the rest. Suho also agreed. Therefore, the 3 bodyguards stood some way off, watching the little fatty Su running around with the dogs and sheep. Fang Zhao noticed that, at the start, Curly Hair did not blend in well with the team and was not familiar with many commands. However, after an hour, his mistakes were much fewer, and he could correctly carry out Wu-Yi's instructions to herd the sheep. Although it was not a very good blend, they managed to herd the sheep with some difficulty. Fang Zhao felt that sheep herding opened a new world for Curly Hair. This dog was very strange. It could learn very quickly, but up to now, it had never shown any signs of menace or intention of attacking the people around it. Although it would have its own thoughts, it never hid them. It was just a dog that was as straightforward as one could get. After the apocalypse, many new things appeared. Was this dog one of them? Fang Zhao thought to himself. Boss, I brought your equipment case. Zui placed the case he'd taken from the flying transport at Fang Zhao's side and looked over at the field. Oh, little Curly Hair seems to be doing quite well. However, he looks like he still doesn't fit in. Zui had no experience at sheep herding, but he could still see that Curly Hair was not fitting in well. The dogs of Shanmu Farm were excluding Curly Hair. Many times, when they were running according to Wu Yi's instructions, they would steal Curly Hair's spot. Soon, Fang Zhao replied. Zui did not understand what Fang Zhao meant by that, but in no time at all, he realized that the shepherd dogs were having a conflict. When Curly Hair was running, he was obstructed by Bingo and his position was stolen. This time, Curly Hair was angry, and his low growls were like a declaration of war. Bingo also did not continue to run forward. He turned around and faced off with Curly Hair. The two dogs were barking at each other. A distance of about 1 meter separated them. Both their bodies were taut, baring teeth and claws, making low, threatening growls. Su-ho wanted to go over, but was stopped by Wu-Yi. A pasture only has one lead dog. That is the rule. From what Wu-Yi saw, this pasture was Bingo's domain. Now that the small Curly Hair had joined, if it had taken up a subservient stance, all would have been well. However, that little fellow was rather passionate and had no intention to back down, instead provoking the original lead dog. Wu-Yi did not stop them. A real battle between two dogs might result in accidental injury to people. He controlled the mechanical dogs to fly over and stand by to prevent any bloodshed. However, what surprised Wu-Yi was that, where the two dogs were facing off, Bingo's growls were gradually getting softer. His erect ears had also drooped. Wu-Yi knew then that Bingo was terrified. Terrified. It was actually terrified of a dog half its size. Even if body sizes were not compared, if another dog threatened its position on its own turf, how could he get terrified that fast? Wu-Yi glanced over at Fang Zhao and received a hand gesture of continue from him. For the time being, they were not going to look into what caused the incident to happen. They just continued training as per usual. However, Bingo no longer tried to snatch positions this time, which made Wu-Yi feel depressed. The original plan to let Bingo be the lead dog had been shattered, and adjustments would have to be made. Control the area? Good, very good. Maintain distance. Positions, pay attention to the positions. Bingo. Faster, what are you afraid of? Run forward faster. Wu-Yi directed them a while before letting Su-ho try. No hand gestures, just oral commands. Letting his employees in charge of herding watch over, Wu-Yi walked over to Fang Zhao and downed half a glass of water. His face was still gloomy. Fang Zhao, that dog, did you really pick him up from some street in the city? Are you sure you did not pick it up from some laboratory or some alien planet? You watch too much television, Fang Zhao replied. As shepherd dogs were very smart and well known in Muzhou, there were many dog-related films. The virtual idols that were most popular in Muzhou were not humans, but dogs. However, other than the scenarios he saw on film, Wu-Yi could not think of any other explanation. According to logic, Fang Zhao's Curly Hair was not a purebred descendant of a service dog, and the whole world knew that the IQ of Muzhou dogs were the highest in all the 12 continents. Dogs that could herd were not stupid, but now, Bingo was losing out to a small curly-haired dog whose origins and lineage were not even known. Comparing IQ and vigor, it had lost. Wu-Yi could not understand it all. Sitting on the grass and chewing on a strand of straw, he felt a little heartache. His outlook on life had been changed. If it really continues like this, the lead dog, would it be that little curly-haired dog? When the time comes for the competition, the audience wouldn't mock them, would they? No way. Wu-Yi's shrewd mind had begun working. If they do not think highly, that would be less people betting, and the payout odds would be very high. As the sheep herding competition progressed, the rules for the rewards would change too. As Wu-Yi watched his 6 dogs nearby herding sheep alongside that curly-haired dog, his eyes started to shine with glee. Midway through a break, Su-ho came over to discuss something with Fang Zhao. He wanted the dogs to listen to his instructions at the next competition. For that, he would need the selected dogs to approve of him. Curly hair was not an issue, but the other 6 dogs saw Wu Yi as their master. Unless Wu Yi renounced them, they would not take anyone else for a second master. Wu Yi said to make them approve of me in the shortest time. Other than interacting with them when herding, I would need to eat and sleep with them to increase my time spent together. From what I understand, I have to treat myself as a dog, Suho said. What about your own decision? Fang Zhao asked. Suho scratched his head. I think that if that can help us win, it is not that big of a deal. Fang Zhao laughed and did not continue the topic. Instead, he said, I heard that if you get in the top 8 of the Eastern region, there is a 5-minute dedicated advertisement segment. Yes. When Fang Zhao mentioned this, Suho then remembered, for normal sheep herding competitions, although there was an introduction for each farm, the time frame for each was not much, just a few brief lines on each farm before they introduced the dogs' accomplishments. But at the Eastern Region Finals, where the top 8 were cut down to the top 4, when they decided the qualifications, there would be an opportunity to exhibit themselves. And that period was when everyone in Muzhou would be paying attention. If we do get that chance, I will make sure to make myself even more handsome for the shoot. Suho had started thinking of how cool and dazzling his image would be at the finals. Thinking of this, he felt inspired. Master Zhao, for the publicity film, would you personally craft the background music? Of course. Ha. Suho laughed excitedly and ran toward the flock of sheep. He felt that, in a while, he would be able to ride dogs into battle. Wu Yi walked over and suspiciously asked, What's up with that little fellow? Previously, he had seen the little master looking listless, but now it seemed he was all perked up. And what are you doing over here again? Seeing what Fang Zhao was doing, Wu Yi forgot about his previous question. He saw Fang Zhao attaching a fingernail-sized object to the curly-haired dog's head. A sound recorder for collecting material. After attaching the equipment, he patted Curly Hair. Go on. Is straw nice to eat? Fang Zhao asked upon seeing Wu Yi chewing on yet another stalk. Wu Yi had a profound look on his face. You wouldn't understand. The 4 seasons are contained inside a stalk of straw. Walking over to Fang Zhao's side, Wu Yi listened to the sounds of the earpiece. It was all the sound of wind. This should be the sounds from the curly-haired dog's recorder. However, this was a very common sound. Why would Fang Zhao need it? Did he need to collect this sort of material? Totally not understanding, Wu Yi curiously asked. So composers like you have an interest in common sounds like this? Fang Zhao laughed and shook his head. You wouldn't understand. The world is contained within sounds. Wu Yi. First time meeting some who can pretend better than me. Chapter 91, Dongshan. Shepherd dogs did not have easy jobs. Every day, they would run at least 30 kilometers. If they needed to consistently change pastures, the distance was even greater. For arduous tasks, sometimes they might even cover 100 kilometers in a single day. However, there was no way Suho could compare with the professional shepherd dogs. Without a car, and given his weaker constitution, using just his 2 legs would be an impossible ask. Luckily, he was only playing the role of an instructor. There was no need to frequently run with the dogs. However, just slowly following them and shouting commands non-stop was enough to tire Suho till he was on the verge of collapsing. When they were heading back from the pasture, Suho rode the car back. He was too tired to run anymore. At dinner, Suho ate with the dogs. That did not mean that he ate dog food, but rather, after feeding the dogs, Suho would have his own food beside them. When it came to sleeping, Suho slept in the kennel. However, the place where the dogs slept on the farm had rather decent living conditions. Not as good as Suho's own home, but it was better than some of the living quarters of normal employees. People from Muzhou said that the shepherd dogs lived better than the average working-class person from another continent, and that was not without reason. This also caused a lot of jealousy and hate among others. Their lives could not even be compared to a dog's. With Suho sleeping in the kennel, his 3 bodyguards could not wander off too far. They had to stay nearby and monitor the area where young Master Su was. During the day, Suho was dog-tired. At night, he could just lie down in the kennel and fall asleep straight away. However, there was a strange laughter coming from the kennel. Hi, ha ha. The 3 bodyguards cautiously headed over to check it out. They realized it was their young master having a dream. It was probably a good dream, as he kept laughing. The dogs in the kennel had looks of irritation. Bingo let out a dissatisfied whimper before changing positions and continuing to sleep. The shepherd dogs were tired out and left the guarding of the farm at night to Chubby Black and a few other specially trained guard dogs. The Suho was pushed by the paw of a nearby dog. He smacked his lips a few times, turned his body the other way, and continued sleeping. In no time at all, the intermittent laughter came back. Seeing the situation, the three bodyguard felt a little helpless. They cared for their young master dearly, but seeing this situation, they had no idea what to feel. Their young master seemed rather comfortable, just sleeping in the kennel. Unlike Su Ho and the rest who slept early, Fang Zhao still went running at night. As his bodyguard, Zuiyu also followed, although he had no idea why his artist boss was running in the pitch-black farm at night. Curly Hair had joined them and was running beside Fang Zhao's feet. The farm was huge. Fang Zhao ran 2 rounds from the cultivated farmlands to the pastures before heading back. "It's really quiet," Fang Zhao said. Zuiyu thought to himself, what nonsense is he saying? Muzhou is like this. There are few people, and the farms are big. Everywhere is just fields and pastures, Zuiyu said. Fang Zhao laughed, but did not bother explaining. Back during the end of days, nights had not been like this. As they were running back to the residence Wu Yi had prepared for them, Fang Zhao realized that, although the farm was very quiet, there were many eyes behind them. The whole farm was being monitored. Every night, there were people in the monitor room, prepared to investigate any unusual happenings. The dogs of the farm also doubled as their early warning system. Even if their eyes were closed, their ears were always listening for any suspicious sounds. This farm was run well. Fang Zhao knew that, even if they had not collaborated this time, Wu Yi would still have been able to expand his farm. All he needed was more time. When they returned back, Fang Zhao did not head out anymore. Zuiyu also went into his own room. If his boss did not head out, he could also rest a little. Midway through a yawn, Zuiyu suddenly halted as he remembered something. No wonder he kept feeling something was amiss. After they had returned back from running, Fang Zhao surprisingly had not been panting as he had expected. How was that possible? According to the information on Fang Zhao's file, he was supposed to be the sort that lacked physical training and was an artist that only knew how to use his brains to make money. But after running such a distance, why had he still seemed so relaxed? Could it be that it was as the people in the virtual projects department had said, that Fang Zhao spent a lot of time training himself every day? But even if it was normal training, it was still not possible to reach this sort of level, unless Fang Zhao's training had increasing intensity. But what would an artistic worker need such a high degree of training for? Zuiyu realized that he understood Fang Zhao less and less. Shaking his head, he took 2 steps then stopped. He remembered that the curly-haired dog at Fang Zhao's feet had not panted either. During the day, it had sheep herding, training, and at night, it still kept up with Fang Zhao for the run. To think that it was not even panting. If it were another dog, it would probably have laid down and gasped for air after returning. Zuiyu was even more depressed. Even that dog made no sense. The next day, Suho emerged from the kennel in high spirits and ran over to find Fang Zhao. Yesterday, he had run the entire day, but at night, after spraying medicine, it was as if his muscles were not sore at all. Instead, after his nice dream last night, he'd woken up smiling. "I heard that young Master Su had a good dream last night. What did you dream about?" Wu Yi asked when he saw Su Ho. "I dreamed that, sigh. I already can't remember, but it was a good dream." "Hee, Master Zhao," Su Ho shouted when he saw Fang Zhao coming. The application for the farm's name was successful. "We will have a new name for the next competition." Su Ho wanted to change the name after he had bought Shishan Farm. After all, with a new owner, there was no need to use the previous name. Even if the farm had nothing, it still was his own property. A name change would make him feel more at ease. However, after thinking of quite a number of names, Su Ho could not decide on one. After that, Fang Zhao had said, "If you don't like Shishan, how about Dongshan? It means to make a comeback." Hence, Su Ho had gone and applied for the change of name and received news that it had been approved early this morning. From today onward, their farm was no longer Shishan Farm, but Dongshan Farm. Although he was unclear of what he had dreamt about last night, Su Ho remembered it having something to do with the sheep herding competition. As Fang Zhao had said, he was eagerly anticipating entering the Eastern Finals. When that happened, Everyone watching the competition would know Suho's name. With the success of the name application, Suho was in a good mood, and he begun putting in added effort to learning herding. For the following few days, Suho followed the flock of sheep every day, giving instructions to the 7 shepherd dogs on his team. Wu Yi picked out 100 sheep for training from his own livestock. The sheep were selected by their breed and characteristics to be similar to the sheep used in the sheep herding competition. These sheep were the most commonly seen sheep in Muzhou. Suho's 3 bodyguards lamented every day. At the start, Suho had been at a loss all the time, but now, he had both form and shape. At the start, he'd taken half a day to think of commands to issue, but now, when he saw the changes in the flock, he could immediately come up with hand gestures. In just a week, the young master had lost weight. Wu Yi imparted some sheep herding tactics every day, but he no longer concealed anything. After all, they had chosen to cooperate, and he had chosen to bet on Dongshan Farm. He considered it an all-in gamble, so if he kept anything to himself, it would not benefit anyone at all. But what made the 3 bodyguards puzzled was the composer from Yinzhou, Fang Zhao. What was he up to every day? In the day, Fang Zhao just sat there with his earpiece, fiddling with some music software. At night, he took his dog out for runs. When Suho was herding sheep, Fang Zhao would even place some sort of recording equipment on the sheep, dogs, and even on Suho's body. Any instrument to be placed by Fang Zhao had to go through a stringent inspection by the 3 bodyguards. The inspection found that the equipment was indeed a sound recorder and, furthermore, it was to be placed closest to the ear. The sounds it recorded were sounds that the ear tended to not hear. This made them even more bewildered. Eavesdropping? What was there to eavesdrop on? And so much effort just to do so. Collecting materials? What sari of materials did this collect? They had all heard the sounds from the recordings. It was just a bunch of sounds, all mashed together. There was nothing much to hear. Sometimes they could hear the wind, but the sound of wind was not that special either. As for the symbols Fang Zhao wrote down in his notebook, it was rumored to be a musical score, but no one could understand it. Indeed, the world of an artist was different from that of a normal human. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. In this round, other than their Dongshan farm, there were 7 other teams from the eastern region. In total, there were 8 teams. Boss, what are you betting on this time? Top 5 again? Zuyu asked. No. Wu Yi had said that, in Muzhou, most of the people that could correctly guess the top 5 were from the Su family. Fang Zhao guessing all correctly once could be down to pure luck. But out of 10 times, hitting predictions correctly 3 times would attract unwanted attention. If the frequency of correct predictions increased, it would attract more attention. Fang Zhao currently did not want any trouble. Furthermore, he was not short of cash, so there was no need to take such a risk. After all, making less guesses did not mean not being able to win big. Fang Zhao looked at the odds for the payouts. Perhaps there were a number of teams of a similar standard, so the payouts were slightly higher. Guessing first place correctly would give a 3-fold bonus. The places that followed were the same, higher than the previous time. This time, there are no slight favorites or underdogs. Guessing the top 5 is hard, Fang Zhao said. Zuyu looked at Fang Zhao. He did not know if Fang Zhao really could not guess or if he did not want to. Pausing a while, he asked, "So how do you intend to buy?" "You don't have to overthink. As long as we are taking part in the competition, wagering on ourselves will be good enough," Fang Zhao replied. Zuyu understood and nodded his head. Just as Wu Yi had done so to support his cousin, whether it looked good or not, he could always wager some and have a side bet in the shadows. Zuyu wanted to know if Fang Zhao had any secret side bets, but could not ask him so publicly. So he walked over and whispered, "Boss, how much did you place on us this time around?" "All the winnings from our previous trip to Muzhou," Fang Zhao replied. Zuyu was startled. "Are you serious? When am I ever not serious?" Chapter 92, Little Pet Dog. Inside the viewing gallery, staffers from Shanmu Farm were massaging their dogs. Fang Zhao and Wu Yi hung out in the official viewing gallery. The competition venue was too big. They could never take in the entirety of the grounds. Some viewers used binoculars, whereas others who were lazier were ensconced in their chairs, watching the live broadcast. "We're third up today. It's a decent position. Relax, Master Su. Don't worry. We'll keep you updated through your earpiece," Wu Yi said. "Master Su, you can warm up with the dogs right now." Even roaming around, or jumping up and down will do. It will help calm nerves and prevent your muscles from stiffening. Just follow your routine and practice. We should be able to post a time of under 7 minutes. Zhuyu glanced at Wu Yi, then at Fang Zhao before dropping his head. Even if they managed a sub-7-minute performance, a first-place finish would likely require a time 5 minutes or less. If they didn't place first, then Fang Zhao's $10 million bet was gone. The order of appearance for the 8 teams from the 8 farms had been determined in the morning by a draw of lots. The results of the betting would be announced after the competition. After Fang Zhao placed his bet, he started monitoring betting activity on this Eastern Regional contest online. There was some discussion of the 3rd team to appear, Dongshan Farm. Dongshan Farm? How come I haven't heard of it before? It's got 30-odd points already. Dongshan Farm is what was known as Shishan Farm. There was a change of ownership, so the name changed. Let me check who the owner is. Oh, it's a member of the Su family. And it's one of the Su kids. Who is this kid? Isn't it Su Ho, the kid who was caught on camera by paparazzi a while back? Now he's buying farms. I'm not worried about the farm being renamed or a change in ownership. All I care about is the dogs it's entered in the competition. I checked. Dongshan's lineup won't do. Apart from it's a dog, the others don't look promising. And there's actually a tiny puppy. Huh. Were they that short on talent that they had to draft a pet dog to beef up their numbers? Many folks noticed the list of dogs that Dongshan had entered. The last one was a curly-haired dog that stood out. These experienced dog watchers could tell right away that this was not a professional shepherd dog. They scrutinized its listed weight. Wow, it's that small? There's actually a team that fielded a pet dog to boost its numbers. From a Muzhou native's perspective, a pet dog was different from a work dog. In their eyes, a pet dog was a house plant pampered in a greenhouse. It was sissy, fragile, and served no practical purpose whatsoever. So when they spotted a small, curly-haired dog on Dongshan Farm's roster, some folks completely lost interest. To be fair, Dongshan Farm's A-dog isn't bad. It's a shame that, more often than not, the A-dog was the lead dog. That was why it was the first dog that fans paid attention to. They evaluated the entire team, its herding patterns, and so on based on the strength of the A-dog. But Dongshan Farm's unprofessional lineup on paper disappointed many. Apart from the official betting pool, other private companies organized their own pools, but their bets were capped at 1 million. After Wu Yi placed an official bet, he bet through a private platform as well. Unlike the official pool, the private platform offered only one type of bet, first place. Different odds were listed for the 8 teams. Dongshan Farm was the least favored with the lowest odds. 5.4. That ISS to say, if we place first, I'll receive 5.4 times the amount I bet. Zhuyu was going to enter the official pool like Fang Zhao, but when he noticed Wu Yi betting on a private platform, he switched over as well. They were only betting on themselves. Might as well pick the platform with the bigger payout. Zhuyu bought 10,000 entries in the private pool for a total sum of $50,000. Boss, you're not going to place a heavier bet? Zhuyu asked casually. Lo and behold, Fang Zhao placed another 1 million. By the time betting had ended on all platforms, final preparations were underway at the competition venue. Workers inspected the pasture, a scene that was shown in the live broadcast to highlight the fact that organizers conducted a meticulous sweep. There would be no cheating. When the first team performed, Suho started jogging in circles, but the warm-up didn't alleviate his nerves, instead aggravating his anxiety. Every time he stopped, he would get antsy and check the timer obsessively. 6 minutes and 51 seconds. The first team finished with a final result of 6 minutes and 51 seconds. That's a decent time. The commentator evaluated the performance of the first team of dogs. The first team of shepherd dogs wasn't fast, but they didn't make any big mistakes. Posting a sub-7-minute time was a decent showing. At least they wouldn't finish last. By the time the second team was competing, Suho had to lead his dogs out into the field. Wu Yi followed and returned soon. He kept wiping the sweat on his forehead. He was a picture of calm just now, but this was his first competition as a contestant. While the team was named after Dongshan Farm, 6 of the dogs were from his farm. No wonder he was so nervous. By the time Wu Yi returned, the second team had completed its routine. He checked the time on the big screen. 6 minutes and 43 seconds. 2 consecutive teams posting times under 7 minutes put quite a bit of pressure on the third team. A time of 6 minutes or so wasn't stellar, but it wasn't bad either. Wu Yi was getting more and more nervous. He didn't expect his dogs to be spectacular, just as long as they could herd all the sheep into the pen. After all, it was their first contest. Who knew what could go wrong? Wu Yi rummaged through his pockets impatiently. He couldn't find anything. He was so tense when he left the farm he forgot to stuff straw in his pockets. Now he couldn't fight his jitters by chewing on a piece of straw. He glanced to his side instead. Fang Zhao, aren't you worried? I am. I couldn't tell. You seem quite calm. What are you jotting down? Tactical notes. Wu Yi approached and craned his neck, then went silent. The piece of paper was covered with scribblings that Wu Yi couldn't decipher. Fang-style musical notations. Wu Yi was about to say something when he heard Zui Yu comment. We're up. On the big screen, the camera paused on the instructor's podium. Suho was very tight. He kept on mumbling. Little Mr. Su is probably memorizing his gestures, hee. The commentator followed with a knowing laugh. As many people know, Little Mr. Su bought was used to be Shishan Farm and renamed it Dongshan Farm. The shepherd dogs he entered aren't the ones from Shishan Farm that people know so well. These are all new faces. Oh, and there's a small pet dog on their team. Little Mr. Su doesn't seem that confident either, but that's understandable. Debutante's jitters. Okay, let's get back to the competition. The countdown has started. Let's see what kind of result this new team of dogs led by Little Mr. Su can manage. Tick, tick, tick. The sound of the countdown clock reverberated through the field. Off we go. 100 sheep rushed into the field, and the 7 dogs emerged from passageways on their 2 flanks. Off we go. As we can see, the dogs from the 3rd team, Dongshan Farm, have adopted a circular approach. Pay attention to how they cluster the sheep. This positioning. That's not right. Dog A doesn't seem to be in the right position. The passionate commentator became confused. Is Dongshan Farm switching tactics? Inside the closed viewing gallery, Wu Yi was watching in a pseudo-praying position. He kept repeating in his head, stay in position, stay in position. But Wu Yi was rudely interrupted by the menacing voice of the commentator. It's Dog B. Dog B is in the wrong position. It's gone down the wrong flank. It seems a bit nervous. It's probably realized its mistake and is now slowing down. Let's see how Little Mr. Su adjusts. Wu Yi slapped himself in the face. He couldn't watch anymore. Dog B. Little Lucky? Little Lucky was typically such a steady performer. It was the dog's first shepherding competition. The new surroundings were bound to take some getting used to and would lead to discomfort. But if even Little Lucky was making mistakes, the others were probably faring worse. Wu Yi might have been quite talkative under normal circumstances, but at a time like this, he was at a loss. His head was spinning. He couldn't verbalize his thoughts. He turned his head toward Fang Zhao, who had already picked up his walkie-talkie. The commentator continued. Suho has asked to intervene, but it's a bit too late. The sheep are dispersing again. One group of sheep is peeling away from the main group. This is what happens when a dog attacks the wrong flank. The commentator was delighted by the rare sight of a sheep cluster gone astray. He sounded like he wanted to jump. We're losing sheep. Let's see what Little Mr. Su signals to Dog B, and if Dog B can return to the right position. Wait. Halfway through his spiel, Suho's projection appeared not in front of Dog B, but rather Dog G. Dog G. The curly-haired one? Suho made a hand gesture. He was so nervous he got it wrong initially, but quickly corrected himself. Following Fang Zhao's instructions, he signaled Curly Hair to round up the sheep. When he was done, Suho didn't look very confident. Little Mr. Su's signal is to round up the sheep. Unbelievable. He actually signaled a little pet dog to lead the roundup. I think he made the wrong hand gesture. The commentator was about to elaborate when he saw Curly Hair dash like the wind. Such amazing speed. Great coverage. But it's too far from the sheep. It can't accomplish the task. Whoa, the sheep are converging. The lost sheep are returning to the fold. The commentator wiped away his sweat. It felt like he had not been able to utter a complete sentence since the 3rd team had taken off. He had to switch gears mid-sentence every time. On the field, the small cluster of sheep that had left the main group like a wayward branch veered back toward the core group on a parabolic trajectory, setting up a blockade. The sheep have converged. Impressive, a tiny dog actually set up the blockade for the 3rd team. The commentator stopped using the word pet. Chapter 93. New voices in symphonic composition. First, to gather a flock of sheep, The sheep at the front had to be obstructed and their speed restricted. Next, the loose sheep at the sides and back had to be harried into the flock. And this process of gathering was part of herding. During that process, whether sheep or dog, all of them would be running. The flock has been gathered. Remove the blockade. They are beginning to drive the flock. Running positions. Lead dog. Where is the lead dog? The commentators began searching amongst the 7 dogs. Dog A. Probably not. Dog A's running position at the start did not have the imposing manner of a lead dog. What about Dog G, who had worked hard during the crisis? Nope. Dog G's current position was at the back. Observing the few dogs on the field, the commentators then realized the Dog B that had previously run to the wrong position had returned to the correct one. Generally speaking, after the flock had gathered and it was time to herd the flock, the lead dog would seek out and suppress the lead sheep. Then it would force the lead sheep to run toward the desired destination. When the lead sheep ran, the entire flock would run after it. Today was somewhat special. There was no lead dog that went to seek out the lead sheep. However, today, the flock seems to be running a little fast. Obvious suspicion could be heard in the commentator's voice. In the field, the flock was picking up speed, and the few shepherd dogs that eventually understood the situation also increased their speed. Once the gathering was complete and the running positions were correct, what followed was the herding process. As long as no unfortunate accidents happened, the sheep would be smoothly herded into the pen. The speed of the flock is still increasing. The commentator's glance at his colleague was questioning what was happening, but the look the colleague returned was one of equal bewilderment. They did not manage to catch which dog had exerted a suppressing glare. Barking? There were indeed a few dogs barking, but all of them were excited barks as they ran. They did not seem aimed at the head sheep. Scaring the sheep by biting? No one saw any dog biting. But why was the flock of sheep acting like there was something frightening chasing after them? The audiences watching the broadcast were equally puzzled. However, for those not participating, they were paying more attention to the timer. At this moment, Wu Yi's eyes locked onto the numbers at the top right corner of the screen. For minutes and 10 seconds. For minutes and 13 seconds. For minutes and 50 seconds. 5 minutes. Almost there. Persevere, my dears, Wu Yi shouted. He could feel his adrenaline pumping. 5 minutes and 10 seconds. 12 seconds. 13 seconds. They are in. They are all in the pen. 5 minutes and 16 seconds. Team number 3, the shepherd dogs of Dongshan Farm. 5 minutes and 16 seconds. That was totally unexpected. The commentators were deeply moved. Wu Yi, who was in the viewing hall, was so stirred up that he roared with joy. He had never expected the results of his first competition would be better than his cousin's results. He had enough to brag about for an entire year already. Wu Yi wanted to share the joy with Fang Zhao, but realized that Fang Zhao had retracted his gaze from the screen and continued writing and drawing in his notebook. What a wet blanket, Wu Yi thought. Turning around, he ordered a few employees who were standing beside. Faster, 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 follow me over to retrieve my little babies. On the screen, Suho had run from the instructor's platform to the pen's entrance. The instructor's platform was near the final destination, making it easy for farm owners to control their own dogs immediately. The overly excited Suho, smiling non-stop, had rushed inside and was rolling around with the 7 dogs, getting bits of grass all over his body. Looks like young Master Su is very satisfied with the results of his debut performance. Hee. The commentator's laugh was no longer the sardonic laughter from before the start of the competition, but rather a merry laugh. Suho could not wipe away the smiles on his face as he brought the dogs back to the viewing hall. His original target was to only use hand gestures when necessary and let the shepherd dogs complete the herding. As for the timing, he had not even thought about it and had never expected it to be within 6 minutes. To think that it would be just a little over 5 minutes. 7 days was too short. He had only forced himself to memorize the commands and gestures. The time he spent with the 7 dogs was not nearly enough. When he had been standing on the instructor's platform, he'd still felt a little dumb. Never had he expected to get this sort of result. After you are done being happy, continue watching the competition. Is 5 minutes very little? Think about Shobei Farm's 4 minutes and 6 seconds. If you want to enter the Eastern Region Finals, you still have to cut down your time to below 4 minutes and 30 seconds. There is still much more training to do when you get back, Fang Zhao uttered. This was meant for not just Suho, but Wu Yi as well. If Suho had been able to come up with a quick reaction when the situation occurred at the start, probably a few seconds could have been shaved off the time. This time, it was thanks to Fang Zhao's direct instructions. Otherwise, Suho really would not have known what gestures to show to Dog, Little Lucky, or the other dogs. As for Wu Yi, he needed to increase the intensity of training for some of the dogs. They could herd on their own fields however they liked. As long as the job was completed, it was fine. However, the previous standard was not good enough for the competition. They could not afford to have another error next time. Right. More training when we get back. Little Lucky, come over. Wu Yi had originally decided to slap the dog that had made a mistake. However, as his hand descended, it became a heavy pat on the head. He was in too good a mood, and as it seemed like Little Lucky had realized its own mistake already, Wu Yi could not bring himself to do so. With their team's part in today's competition done for, the excitement from the group gradually died down, and they started to watch the following teams' performances. The teams that followed mostly finished around the 6 to 7 minute mark. There was one other team that gave an extraordinary performance and managed to finish within 6 minutes, but they were slower than Dongshan Farm by 29 seconds. Once all 8 teams had finished, many people looking at the standings today were left dumbfounded. No one had expected that Dongshan would actually obtain such a result. During their run, Dongshan Farm's tactics were too hard to understand. Till now, there was still no analysis of it. After the competition, there were still people that complained, saying that there was a problem with the dogs of Dongshan Farm, especially the small curly-haired dog. There were some that said the dogs were surely doped. Toward these, Wu Yi was extremely angry. These people losing their money by betting on the wrong team are none of our God**MN business. The dogs have already undergone anti-doping tests. I am going to sue them for slander. However, as there were too many people complaining, the competition organizers dispatched a professional team over to test the dogs once more. In the end, the results were still the same. This time, no matter how many people vented their frustrations and made noise, the organizers had this to say. You may suspect others, but you cannot call into question the competition's justness and impartiality. Any complaints require evidence. Otherwise, see you in court. Having won first place for today's competition, Wu Yi was excitedly waving his hands around. Let's head back to celebrate. He was happy today. One reason was that his own farm dogs had won first place in their first ever competition. The other reason was that he had won money. He had wagered $1 million on Dongshan Farm in private. He had never expected to win it back. He had only done so to boost his own morale. Losing it was fine. He would have just taken it as a wager for memories of the first time taking part. Never had he expected that he would actually win. At 5.4 times, deducting the original $1 million, he had earned an additional $4.4 million. While Zhuoyu excitedly counted the money, he used the corner of his eyes to watch Fang Zhao. This time around, Fang Zhao had also earned quite a large sum. But till now, his attention was not on the money but on his notebook. Boss, are you not going to share your thoughts? Zhuoyu asked. Thoughts? Fang Zhao raised his head. We are heading to Qingqing tomorrow. What are we going there for? Wu Yi and Suho were curious as well. Have you heard of Qingqing's Odd Music Company? Odd Music Company? Nope. Wu Yi shook his head repeatedly. I might have heard of it somewhere, but I don't remember what they do. Having grown up in Qingqing, Suho only felt that this company's name sounded a little familiar, but he was unclear about anything else. Odd Music Company is a company that provides recording studios. Other than a few big entertainment companies and music academies, their company's recording studios are highly rated. I made a reservation just now. I will check it out tomorrow, Fang Zhao said. Music recording? Are there a lot of people? Suho did not understand. There will be a queue. Seems like Muzhou's musical ambience is not too bad. Ever since coming to Muzhou, he had listened to quite a number of the native Muzhou songs. At Shamu Farm, he had also heard Wu Yi playing his bamboo flute. Not just native Muzhou music. When Fang Zhao had made a reservation for a symphony recording studio, he had realized that this style of music was also rather popular and he would be required to queue. Tomorrow, when he went down, he did not even know if he could start recording. Then what about curly hair? Now, Suho felt that among the 7 dogs, curly hair was the most reliable. If Fang Zhao went to Qingqing, would he bring curly hair along? Curly hair will stay and train with you. Stop thinking about relying on him all the time. I heard that the difficulty will be increased for the finals. Just relying on one dog will not do, Fang Zhao replied. Got it, got it. Suho felt that the dreams he had every day about the finals now had a chance of becoming reality. The party brought the dogs back to Shamu Farm. Currently, they were still living on Shamu Farm. Fang Zhao used a long-range video projection to check on the situation at Dongshan Farm. He found out that the renovation work he had requested was already complete and new grass had already been grown. Crops for the current season would be sowed on the fields and would germinate in a bit. After arranging everything, the next day, Fang Zhao headed for Qingqing with Zuiyu and Tao. Odd Music Company's building was shaped like an erected flute, tall and cylindrical, and had many windows that were made circular. Fang Zhao had made a reservation for their symphony recording studio. When they arrived, there was a private studio that were doing their recording, forecasted. Time was in a short while, so Fang Zhao waited in the building's waiting hall. There were a few others who were waiting just like him. Fang Zhao saw a few youngsters holding onto a book engaged in discussion. Fang Zhao was very familiar with the cover. It was the book he had written with Shui Jing, New Voices in Symphonic Composition. The paperback and electronic versions of New Voices in Symphonic Composition had been published worldwide. Shui Jing had mentioned to Fang Zhao that sales of the electronic book were great and that the paperbacks required additional reprints, as the reviews were good. At a table behind Fang Zhao, a student raised his head to look at the people in his surroundings and whispered to his companion, "Nowadays, the people doing symphonic styles have increased. In the past, the symphonic recording studio was always empty, and at times, they would lend it out to other styles of music. Never did I expect that we would have to queue despite booking a day in advance. Seems like it started when New Voices in Symphonic Composition came out. A classmate in an orchestra told me that, every day, he is busy from morning till night. Previously, the amount of idle time made him consider changing professions, and he felt that there were no prospects for him. Now he is crazy busy, but he laughs when he dreams. You know, now that their orchestra is gaining popularity and their charges have doubled, surprisingly, they are still that busy." Chapter 94. See Fang Zhao. Shui Jing had once told Fang Zhao that, in the music world of the new era, symphonic structures had a rather refined flavor and were different from the more common musical styles in the new era. The public did not have a high acceptance toward it, and there were not many who would study this, instead choosing to play with electronic music. Fang Zhao's emergence had let symphonies and electronic music blend perfectly. Even though it was still not truly fashionable, at least more people were more accepting of it. In the world, the number of people who could perfectly blend symphonies with electronic music was not just limited to only Fang Zhao. However, to build a reputation for oneself and be willing to selflessly share all his techniques, there was only Fang Zhao. This was also why there had been so much hype within the community for New Voices in Symphonic Composition before it had even been released. This sort of situation was rarely seen, and just by spending a little money, one would gain the knowledge that he wanted. This sort of chance was hard to let go. In the past, even if people wanted to learn, they would be put off by the high entry requirements and hard to understand, and use these excuses to cower. Now, people who were interested could first read up on the explanations in the book and the shared experiences while getting a feel of things. Interest was all the foundation that one needed. Although music software could synthesize many sounds, many people would still rather use traditional methods of recording, such as hiring a band or an orchestra to play at a professional studio. This way, they could listen to and feel the details, find places that needed improvement, and make changes on the spot. Apparently, in these sorts of circumstances, it was easier to gain inspiration. This was probably the human factor, because when an orchestra played according to the score, their own feelings would be assimilated inside. This was something that could stir up the emotions of a composer. It could be said that Muzhou was the continent that had the least symphonic music. Just as that student had said, in the past, the symphony recording studios were often empty and used for other styles. However, now, despite having an advanced booking, there was still a queue. If even Muzhou was like this, what about the other continents? While Fang Zhao was pondering that question, a few more people came in from outside. One of them scanned the hall and grumbled, "There are too many people. I think the CEO of Odd Music Company has plans to increase the number of symphony recording studios, but I have no idea when it will be ready. The person beside him, with eyes full of anticipation, plucked out his earpiece and said, I think this piece of mine will be very successful. I used the music software at home to produce a demo piece, and it sounds very good. Who knows, I might become popular soon. Or maybe I can be like Fang Zhao and be regarded by Fiery Bird. Everyone wanted to be the second Fang Zhao. Youngsters in the music industry paid attention to Fang Zhao. One reason was his talent and achievements. The other reason was also the main factor, his earnings. Artists were human too. Other than certain madmen, the majority of them were common people who would have desires. Upon seeing Fang Zhao making so much earnings from his few symphonic movements, and even receiving an invitation from Fiery Bird, who would not be tempted by that fame and fortune? They were all of a similar age group, they all enjoyed music, and they were all from various schools from all continents. If Fang Zhao could do it, why not them too? Therefore, more people attempted to take up the challenge, resulting in better recording companies in Qingcheng being fully booked almost every day. Good orchestras needed to work overtime every day, and the ones with better reputations had to be booked several days in advance. Fang Zhao glanced at the newly arrived youngsters before looking at the time. The ones ahead of him in the queue, Wheat Dish Studio, had given 1 p.m. as the forecasted time that they would be done. They had already overshot by 10 minutes and had not given an explanation. Upstairs, the people from Wheat Dish were also in a bad mood. Their recording had not gone smoothly. The problem did not lie with the orchestra's performance. Instead, it was that the finished recording was different from what they had expected. Wheat Dish Studio was set up by 3 Year 4 students from Muzhou Music Academy and had only been recently established. Other than those 3, the other people in the studio that were helping them temporarily were their juniors from school. Something is wrong. A youngster dressed fashionably scrutinized the scores he had written himself, his face full of distress. Ding Xiaodao, how do you think we should correct this? The short-haired girl beside him leaned against the back of her chair, both legs on the control panel and facing the ceiling. Hearing her companion, she took a deep breath and sighed. Let's properly correct it when we get back. No, I feel that it's just lacking a little something for me to find out where the problem lies. Let the orchestra play once more. Maybe I will be able to figure out the answer. That youngster was unwilling to give up. In the past, they had tried out electronic music and not Muzhou's traditional music styles because they'd thought that the people who did electronic music were cool. After watching many blockbusters, they had felt that the stunning background music was also pretty cool, so they had switched over to try it out, but they hadn't had much success. Originally, they had made plans to return to working purely on electronic music, but the release of New Voices in Symphonic Composition had given them renewed hope. The 3 of them had sealed themselves off for a period of time and then came here to produce the results of their seclusion. However, reality was a harsh slap in the face. It was as if their fiery and passionate hearts had been doused with cold water. Obviously, this portion should harmonize really well. Why does it sound wrong? The last youngster was also at a loss as he fidgeted and studied the patterns on his sleeve tattoo. Shirduo, go and see who is queuing up behind us. If it is no one important, tell them something to continue waiting or to queue up for another recording studio. We are going to extend our stay here for another 2 hours. I can feel some inspiration coming my way. In a moment, I will start all over. You go outside and check it out first while I amend the scores. Jiang Hang, you are saying this for the 3rd time today. The tattooed youth unwillingly got up to head out. His uncle was a senior executive at Odd Music Company, so he could directly take a shortcut for some small matters. Normal clients were not able to check the background or detailed information of the people queuing up after them. The information online only stated what the client who made the booking left behind. The people from Wheat Dish could only find out that the person behind them had made an individual application and nothing more. The tattooed youth had gotten used to this and went to find someone who could check the information of the party behind. Oh, little duo came. The person in charge of Odd Music's technical department did not even need to raise his head. Just glancing at the tattooed sleeve, he knew who had come. Shirduo's nickname was Duo Duo. As he'd gotten older, Shirduo had felt that every time someone called him it sounded like they were calling a dog, so he did not let people call him that. Now, only people who were close to him used that name. Shirduo cackled as he walked in. Uncle Wiley, are you busy? Say it. What do you want to check this time? Your studio has exceeded the time limit. There was no rebuke in Wiley's voice. Exceeding the time was a small matter. A little compensation fee to the party behind them would resolve it. I want to see who is queuing up after me. Maybe tell him to wait a while more, or perhaps queue for another studio, Sherduo said. Wiley understood. Sherduo wanted to find out the other party's identity and detailed information. Let me see. Behind you is a booking by a foreigner from Yenzhou, Wiley said. If he isn't from Muzhou, that's even better. We don't have to bother about foreigners. We have priority for locals. I guess we will ask him to queue for another studio. However, this name seems a little familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere. Is he famous? What's his name? Sherduo asked. He's called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao. Sherduo did not bother about the rules any longer. He rushed over and pushed Wiley aside and squeezed in front of the screen, carefully examining the information and photograph of the person who made the booking. You know this person? Wiley asked. Sherduo took a deep breath, then took another look to make sure his eyes were not playing tricks on him. Can I check the surveillance footage of the waiting hall? No way. Wiley shook his head. Company policy. Other than the technical staff in the monitor room, no one else was allowed to view the surveillance footage. Doing so was a breach of privacy, and the company had strict rules regarding it. If it were not for the backing of his uncle, who was a senior executive in the company, Wiley would not even have considered helping him. Hey, you haven't told me, who is this Fang Zhao? Sherduo did not bother to reply, and instead rushed straight out. When he ran into the waiting hall, his sudden braking caused the soles of his shoes to create a sharp squeaking sound. The ear-piercing sound made everyone, including Fang Zhao, look over. Sherduo scanned the waiting hall, and his line of sight stopped at Fang Zhao. After that, he turned and rushed straight up and into the recording studio. You guys, you won't believe who is queuing behind us. Guess who I just saw? Sherduo was so excited, he was practically shouting. Zhang Heng and Ding Xiaotao were discussing where the music score had gone wrong, but their train of thought had been scared away by Sherduo's abrupt shouting. The two of them stared at Sherduo as if they wanted to peel him alive. Sherduo did not care one bit, excitedly continuing. Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao. That Fang Zhao. Zhang Heng and Ding Xiaotao were both stuttering. Sherduo picked up the copy of New Voices in Symphonic Composition and pointed at the name under the deputy editor segment. This one. Zhang Heng and Ding Xiaotao looked at each other and ran out at the same time. Sherduo also followed and did not forget to show off to a bunch of his good friends in a group chat. Today I ran into Fang Zhao. Somewhere else in Qingcheng, in a dormitory at Muzhou Music Academy. The F***CK? Fang Zhao is in Muzhou. Who did you say? Is Fang Zhao really in Muzhou? Sherduo said it in a group chat. They met him when recording over at Odd Music. Let's go to Odd Music. You all are going? I still have 2 more periods of optional lessons. Skip classes. In a classroom at the teaching block. A teacher stepped into his classroom for his lesson on arrangement and realized that there were only a third of the students in class, and he was left puzzled. This round, there were not many students from far away, and he had not received any absence from class requests. Where is everyone? There are supposed to be many more people. Where did they go? The arrangement teacher asked. Teacher, they all skipped classes to go see Fang Zhao, a student answered. Outrageous. Even if they were chasing a star, they can't. Who did they go see? The arrangement teacher was stunned. They went to see Fang Zhao, the deputy editor of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, who became popular in a short time. Fang Zhao came? Where? The arrangement teacher asked. Odd Music Company's building. I heard a fellow student was recording over there when they ran into him. The student had just finished his sentence when the arrangement teacher said, This class will be self-revision. With that he hurriedly left. Chapter 95. Live broadcast lesson. The news that Fang Zhao, the deputy editor of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, was in Muzhou recording at Odd Music Company spread fast within the Muzhou music scene. The fastest to react were students of the Music Academy who were interested in the symphonic genre. Many skipped classes and rushed over to Odd Music Company. Thus, on an afternoon where there was no sheep-herding competition, many cars appeared at the entrance of Odd Music Company. Odd Music's security guards did not think much of it. Recently, there had been a lot more people coming to the recording studio. Today was just a little more than normal. However, They quickly realized more and more people were coming, and they were asking the same question. Where is Fang Zhao? Fang Zhao? Who is Fang Zhao? They were just in charge of the company's security and knew nothing about the music scene. They might have known some popular singers or superstars, but not much of others in the industry. Only when a supervisor in the company told them did they know that a rather impressive person had come. In the large waiting hall, the three members of Wheat Dish Studio had ran in front of Fang Zhao. Earlier, when Duo had rushed in and glanced over, Zuyu's professional instincts had been placed on alert. He was ready to obstruct the three of them when Fang Zhao waved his hands, signaling not to. Greetings, Teacher Fang. We are Year 4 student from Muzhou Music Academy. The three of them handed Fang Zhao their student IDs. Ding Xiaotao and Jiang Heng passed over the books in their hands, flipped open the cover, and bashfully asked, Teacher Fang, could we have your autograph? After thinking for quite a bit, Ding Xiaotao had settled on addressing him as teacher. Since he had imparted knowledge to them, they would call him teacher. Fang Zhao smiled at the three of them, took the pen and books, and proceeded to sign them. We are working on our composition right now, blending symphonies with electronic music, but we have encountered some problems. Could we consult you? Jiang Heng asked. Go ahead, replied Fang Zhao. Jiang Heng spoke about the process and some of his thoughts about blending the sounds for their composition. Did you have a general plan? Fang Zhao asked. Yes. Just that, when we listen to it, something does not sound right, as if it was not blended properly. Can I take a look at the score sheet? Sure. Jiang Heng handed over the score sheet that was full of amendments. He was not worried that Fang Zhao would copy their score. This was the Fang Zhao. Would he even need to copy their messy and half-completed song scores? However, looking at the piece of paper full of corrections, the three of them felt a little embarrassed. How about letting me tidy it up first and show you a brand new copy after all the amendments? This copy does not look good, Jiang Heng asked. No need. Fang Zhao studied the score sheet in his hand seriously. Although this score sheet was messy and the paper was full of markings and corrections, it showed the number of times they had tried to improve their draft. Fang Zhao could see what the three of them were thinking from it. Lend me the pen, Fang Zhao said. Sure, free to use it. Ding Xiaotao hurriedly fished out from her bag and handed it over to Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao used the pen and circled out a few places. He proceeded to analyze it and tell them his opinions. Jiang Heng and the other two listened attentively. They realized that Fang Zhao not only talked about the score sheet, he could also speculate as to their thought processes through the amendments. He also accurately pointed out the points in their general plan where they had felt something was wrong and gave them a few reasons. This way, they could finish the rest by themselves. As Fang Zhao was explaining to them, others in the waiting room also curiously watched. Upon hearing Teacher Fang, some guessed whether it was the Fang Zhao that they knew. When they saw him signing on the copy of New Voices in Symphonic Composition, their suspicions were confirmed. Is it really Fang Zhao? Someone cried out. Someone else from another genre had a blank look on his face. Who is Fang Zhao? Is he famous? Probably some rich master from an aristocratic family. He even has a bodyguard. Not necessarily. Who knows, he might be a celebrity. I have never seen him among any Muzhou stars. A foreign celebrity? All this for a foreign star. They looked down on the behavior of the bunch of young people trying to chase a celebrity. Those who did symphonic genres could not put up with it any longer. You guys do pop music, right? It's normal not to know him. Now only those who do symphonies and new-era electronic music would know the name Fang Zhao. Have you heard of New Voices in Symphonic Composition? He was a contributor and sub-editor. Yesterday, I think a well-known musician said that symphonies and electronics would bring about a new wave of music. Just take a look at all these people sitting there. All of them have a booking for the symphony recording studio. A slightly older person asked, Are you talking about Yenzhou Silverwing Media's Fang Zhao? The one that composed the 100-year period of destruction, received an invite from Fiery Bird, and helped great master Xue Jing compile New Voices of Symphonic Composition, that Fang Zhao. Even if they did not have interest in the symphony genre, a while back, the book had been all the rage within the community, so they would still know of it. No wonder I felt that he looked familiar. I also want his autograph. Me too. Wait for me. Let me inform everyone in the chat group. Therefore, Zuyu watched as a bunch of people came over. There were still others that rushed over upon receiving the news. In a moment, the waiting hall became crowded. Hello, I'm from Qingqing University's arts group. Recently, I have been studying the style of symphonic structures. I'm a student from Muzhou Music Academy too. I'm from XX Company. Zhuyu observed everyone that came close. He could use his arms to block off the nearest people, but as there were too many, even if Zhuyu had more limbs, there was no way he could block off everyone in the surrounding area. Boss, I feel that we should. Zhuyu wanted to leave the place when he saw a middle-aged man in a suit head over. The people he brought along cleared a path. Teacher Fang. Teacher Fang, I am CY, Deputy CEO of Odd Music. The company has prepared a room for you to rest. Afterward, he addressed the crowd. Everyone, please do not worry. Later on, Odd Music Company will provide a chance for interaction. Recently, the company's symphony studio was overbooked every day. The higher-ups had naturally paid attention and understood the reason. Of course, they knew what the name Fang Zhao implied. This was a chance to raise the company's reputation. All of Odd Music Company's departments had started to move. They had also increased the number of security guards at the entrance and spent money to engage temporary workers from a protective services company. Even their deputy CEO, CY, had personally come out to invite Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao also knew that staying here was not a good idea. After signing a few more books from people beside him, he returned the pen to Ding Xiaodao. Pardon me, I have to leave for a bit. Fang Zhao had never thought that something like this would happen. However, he was not intimidated by the scene that unfolded as he followed the deputy CEO and left the waiting hall. They arrived at a lounge for distinguished guests, and he realized there were people waiting inside. There were 5 people in total. 3 were top executives from Odd Music, and the other 2 were the principal of Muzhou Music Academy and his granddaughter, who coincidentally happened to be recording a song today. The principal had brought his granddaughter to his good friend's company to do a recording and had never expected to have such a great opportunity. But having met quite a few great masters in the industry, he was not like the bunch of rowdy youngsters who were so stirred up. After the customary introductions, the principal finally stated his true objective. Young teacher Fang, are you interested to come to Muzhou Music Academy to give a lecture? Half an hour later, Odd Music Company opened a large hall capable of fitting more than 1,000 people. In the past, this place had been used to demonstrate their newest models of sound recording equipment and installations. The hall was a place for promotion and publicity, and now it being used to house a temporary meet and greet session. Fang Zhao would answer questions for 1 hour, and after that, there would be an autograph session. Before leaving for the meet and greet session, Fang Zhao made a call to Duan Qianji and told her about the situation here and how he would be cooperating with the Muzhou Music Academy's principal, who would arrange a place for Fang Zhao to lecture. As there were way more interested parties for his lecture than seats, they had come to a decision that the class would be broadcast online as well. At Muzhou's side, it would be an exclusive broadcast by Muzhou Music Academy. As for Yanzhou, Fang Zhao decided to leave it to Silver Wing to arrange the broadcast. Other continents were having discussions to stream the broadcast at the moment. Duan Qianji was very happy when she received the news and immediately got her staff to set up the frequency for the broadcast, as well as announce the news of Fang Zhao's lecture and post the details online. After a series of orders had been handed out, Duan Qianji sat down in her own office and browsed through the discussions online as she chuckled to herself. He really went out to expand his profession indeed. Xue Jing had been invited all over the world to lecture due to the release of new voices in symphonic composition. As Fang Zhao was contracted to Silver Wing, he did not have complete freedom, and due to matters that he had to attend to, he had not gone along with Xue Jing. This time, Fang Zhao had been caught in Muzhou. Having received the news, Xue Jing was rather supportive of Fang Zhao personally lecturing and contacted him right away. When the time comes for your lecture, there will surely be a lot of industry seniors, but you don't have to be nervous. Just take it like how you were discussing with me and say whatever you wish to say. I have spoken to a few old friends in Muzhou. They will not post any tricky questions and will help you when there is a need to. In a tone of an old senior looking after the younger generation, Xue Jing exhorted again and again. When Xue Jing finally finished, Fang Zhao said, "Thank you. I don't get nervous." Hey, when you are standing there with 1,000 pair of eyes glued to you, can you still be so sure? When is your lecture? Tomorrow afternoon. So fast. Don't you need to prepare? There is no need. I have something to attend to now. You little Never mind. Don't put too much pressure on yourself for your first class. I don't feel pressure. The next day, when Fang Zhao left the residence the school had arranged for him, there was already somebody waiting for him to escort him to his lecture. The place where the lecture would be held was a communication center. On most days, professors and masters with high reputations would give reports or lectures there. It was rare that the speaker today was a young person who was of a similar age to students of the school. Muzhou Music Academy's principal picked out 10 questions from the students' suggestions and went backstage to see Fang Zhao sitting there watching a sheep herding competition. Was he watching the video to relieve stress, or was he born senseless? The principal thought to himself. When it was about time, Fang Zhao stepped into the hall and walked up the stage. He calmly scanned the hall that was filled to the brim, briefly gave an introduction, and went straight to the main topic. Fang Zhao's was not the plain and simple kind of teaching method, yet he was able to use simple words to make the questions more penetrating. He also used a few famous Muzhou songs as examples. Even people who had never come into contact with the symphony genre could mostly understand what he was saying. Fang Zhao's examples were not just limited to Muzhou songs. He used songs from other continents as well, which made viewers of the live broadcast feel involved. Oh, to think it could be used like that? Wow, you can blend this sort of sound. Who knows, I might be able to use it in my own compositions. How did I never think of this? How does he know so much? Those present at the lecture or watching the broadcast felt as if their hearts were deeply stirred. The formless manner of Fang Zhao's words and actions carried some pressure. The student leaders sitting in the first few rows fidgeted in unease. The arrangement teacher also straightened his back. He kept feeling a little nervous and wondered what was up. When he was giving lectures, he would not feel anything. Now he was all tensed up just listening to a lecture. Weird. In the hall that could fit more than 1,000, the front 10 rows were filled with student leaders, teachers, and other interested Muzhou citizens of reputable fame. The students were seated behind, and many more that were unable to grab a spot were watching the live broadcast online. The Academy's forums were also having heated discussions. I finally know why Fang Zhao rose so high despite being just 2 years older than us. Take a look, everyone, wherever he stands, that aura. TSK, reminds me of my form teacher back then. To actually reveal everything. Isn't he even the least bit afraid that, once others learn his methods and techniques, they will trample down on him? Do you know what some industry insiders call Fang Zhao? Big Fool Fang. It came about when Fang Zhao would not keep his experiences and techniques to himself and was willing to share it with everyone. However, today, after watching Fang Zhao's lecture, I feel that Fang Zhao is not one who doesn't know how to maximize benefits. It is more like he doesn't care and isn't afraid. Impressive. Those that had previously doubted Fang Zhao's ability and those that had previously questioned him had one thing on their minds as they watched the broadcast: the style of a master. Shui Jing was in Huangzhou after being invited to lecture, but that did not stop him from watching the live broadcast. A few of his friends beside him were surprised. Tisk, old Shui, this fellow speaks even better than you. Shui Jing was not the least bit angry. Rather, he sounded gratified. Beaming, he said, "Yesterday, when he told me he didn't get nervous, I did not believe him. Now I understand. I feel this little fellow is meant for this profession." At Shamu Farm, Suho was taking a break from the training and scrolling through his news feed. He realized the top news story mentioned Fang Zhao. To think that he would become popular before me. Hearing Suho, Wu Yi walked over. He was amazed as well. To think that Fang Zhao was so famous? He seems really impressive. Many well-known Muzhou great masters went to his lecture. That means that Fang Zhao is considered a great master too. Chapter 96, Global Lecture Tour. Fang Zhao's lecture at Muzhou Music Academy was a huge success. You could judge from the number of web hits. The president of the academy was smiling so broadly his creases deepened. He was cocky about his wise decision. After the lecture, at least 10%, if not half of the global music student community was now interested in symphonic genres. People who tuned in were also exposed to the name Muzhou Music Academy. That was the biggest achievement. Still, time was limited. There was only so much Fang Zhao could cover in one lecture. Many viewers hadn't gotten their fix when the lecture ended. The president started brainstorming about how he could work with Fang Zhao again. Didn't he need a recording studio? The academy has a recording studio. That would spare you the queue at Odd Music. We'll prepare the best recording studio for you. But others had the same idea. The chief executive of Odd Music had already extended an invitation in person. The Odd Music CEO responded to the president's offer with a casual laugh. "Old friend, why don't you save that outdated equipment for your students? For a professional recording, you'll need to come to Odd Music. Let's put it this way. The best recording equipment in all of Muzhou is at Odd Music. Didn't you bring your own granddaughter to record here on account of our new equipment? Don't fight me on this one." The Odd Music CEO said that, as long as Fang Zhao was willing, he could offer him a recording studio for free right away. While the official word was that their studios were fully booked, the company reserved 2 studios for internal use in case of emergencies. They were equipped with the best gear. The Odd Music CEO was quite enthusiastic and very polite. He also offered many perks. Fang Zhao had no reason to refuse. "Have you contacted Teacher Fang from the symphony? If not, we can recommend a few alternatives," the smiling chief executive said. Among the attendees of Fang Zhao's lecture were several key members of Muzhou's major symphonies. They had been waiting to approach Fang Zhao since the end of the lecture. When the Odd Music CEO made his comment, the small group, whose ears were already perked, pounced to pitch their own symphonies. Musical tastes were not as sophisticated in Muzhou compared to Lizhou. There were few symphony orchestras, and none of them had a global reputation. That was why every one of their collaborations with world-renowned master musicians was hard-earned. With Fang Zhao's visit, the few major orchestras went at it again. Given that symphonies were gaining popularity among youngsters again, and that Fang Zhao was a key figure behind this renaissance, this was too good an opportunity to pass up. The Odd Music boss stood silently nearby and ignored the imploring looks from the folks that crowded over. He just stood and smiled, waiting for Fang Zhao to respond. Saying too much would come off as sycophantic and backfire. He had secured his deal. Everything else could wait. Fang Zhao scanned the folks who had rushed forward to tout their services. Some of them were leaders of their orchestras. Others were first chairs of their respective sections. "What's the name of your orchestra? How big is the orchestra? What's the latest?" Fang Zhao zoomed in on of the people in the crowd. "I'm Daller, the leader of SoundCloud Philharmonic. I'm also first violin. Our orchestra is 10 years old. We have 80 musicians." Daller passionately gave Fang Zhao the lowdown on his orchestra. SoundCloud was one of the larger orchestras in Chongqing. Now that symphonic music was more popular, he wanted to recruit more musicians. All these years, they had never worked with a master. It wasn't a matter of quality. The few large orchestras in Muzhou were comparable in skill, but things just never came together for SoundCloud. Lo and behold, he had been called on by Fang Zhao this time. Of course, he would make a hard sell. An orchestra comprising 80-odd musicians was a large one for Muzhou, where symphonic music wasn't the rage, but it still paled in comparison to the orchestras in Yanzhou. Even Silver Wing had a company orchestra made up of 100-odd musicians, and there were many outstanding instrumentalists on the waiting list. Even if they were short a few musicians, they could find replacements easily. They could also expand on short notice. It was a well-endowed department. But things were different over here. Even though Muzhou boasted many orchestras, most were smaller ones. There were no more than 5 large orchestras in the continent. Even though they advertised themselves as professional orchestras, they weren't up to par by global standards. A regular performance calendar was the first step toward professionalization. All top professional orchestras had fixed seasons, but not in Muzhou. Muzhou's orchestras weren't treated with respect. They were invited for the occasional performance, such as at a major farm owner's banquet or the opening or closing ceremony of a shepherd dog contest. Their sole purpose was entertainment. It wasn't fair for Fang Zhao to evaluate orchestras in Muzhou based on Yanzhou standards. The reason he had called on Daller was because Daller had listened attentively during the lecture and showed a dogged passion. The enthusiasm brimming from his eyes suggested a purity of purpose lacking in the others. Of course, Daller was also angling for his own personal interests, but genuine music lovers were hard to find. 1 in a million. To spot someone in this crowd who was relatively pure was a decent find. To prove his orchestra's worth, Daller summoned his fellow musicians to perform a few pieces at the recording studio Odd Music had arranged. Even though they couldn't rival Silver Wing's highly paid orchestra, Fang Zhao couldn't spot too many mistakes. These were all original compositions. Fang Zhao asked Daller after the set, Yes, it's nothing compared to what you find in Yenzhou, but we learned a lot from your lecture and will improve from here on out. The middle-aged Daller was quite uptight before Fang Zhao, who was dozens of years his junior. His tone conveyed a mix of caution and expectation, like a student showing off in front of a teacher. Since Daller himself acknowledged there was room for improvement, Fang Zhao didn't offer any feedback. He instead asked, "You plan on going professional?" "Yes, that's the plan, but we still have a lot of work to do." Daller didn't hide his ambition. When he had founded the orchestra, he'd wanted it to become Muzhou's first professional orchestra in the new era. Fang Zhao slapped Daller on the back and said, "Pretty good." Daller instantly felt more confident and couldn't refrain from smiling. But when he turned around to manage the orchestra, his serious face returned. Many of SoundCloud's musicians were puzzled. "He's so authoritative when he speaks to us. How come he acts like a primary student in front of that kid Fang Zhao?" Fang Zhao started recording soon after. Sometimes composers would double as conductors. Such was the case with Fang Zhao. Because of his high standards, the session didn't start smoothly, but things eventually improved. Zui was a bit baffled. It was only a matter of days before they returned to Yenzhou. Why not wait and record with the orchestra at Silverwing? They might even finish earlier. Was Fang Zhao worried about fuel costs for the flying transport? Considering his winnings from the shepherd dog contest, there was no point in being stingy. But Fang Zhao had decided to stay put in Muzhou and work with a local orchestra at a local studio. The recording ended up taking up 10 days. After completing a rough cut in 7 days, Fang Zhao recorded additional segments in the final 3 days. And these were all preliminary recordings. Post-production would be necessary for a finished product, but that would wait until Fang Zhao returned to Yenzhou. All parties had signed a confidentiality agreement, including SoundCloud and Odd Music. They would be barred from divulging the contents of the recording session before their official release. Done yet? It was the third time Xue Jing had called Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had been busy recording the past few days, so he was in sparse contact. Xue Jing had waited until he felt the timing was right before reaching out to Fang Zhao again. "We just finished," Fang Zhao said. "Then hurry on over to Huangzhou. We're waiting for you." Xue Jing wanted to go on a global lecture tour with Fang Zhao. He'd made up his mind after watching Fang Zhao's live webcast. He had sorted out the details with the Music Association and more or less confirmed their itinerary. All they were missing was Fang Zhao. After finishing recording in Muzhou, Fang Zhao packed up his things and headed to Huangzhou with Zuiyu in tow. Curly Hair stayed at Shanmu Farm to continue training and entering competitions with Su Ho. Before he left, Fang Zhao gave Wu Yi $10 million to bet on Dongshan Farm every time they competed. The point of the global tour was to promote his own book, but Xue Jing also wanted to give Fang Zhao the exposure. How many musicians of Fang Zhao's age could stage a global lecture tour? It would help pad Fang Zhao's resume. Many people thought Fang Zhao had practically become Xue Jing's final disciple. Why else would Xue Jing spend so much effort helping this young man? Xue Jing's close friends in the industry also brought up the matter with him in private. Final disciple? You mean Fang Zhao? Xue Jing got a kick out of the question. Perhaps you have overestimated me and underestimated the kid? Xue Jing's answer was also made public, but no one bought it. Everyone thought Xue Jing was simply promoting Fang Zhao. Even though he gave a decent lecture, it didn't mean that Fang Zhao had achieved the same stature as Xue Jing. Out of the world's 12 continents, the most frequent stops on any global lecture tour were the 8 regular continents. Because of their unique histories, musical tastes were less sophisticated in the 4 special continents. Even though Fang Zhao's appearance in Muzhou caused a stir in the local music industry, for the masses, it was still less important news than other local happenings. But the 8 regular continents were a different story. Xue Jing and Fang Zhao drew more attention. Many folks marked their calendars well in advance. Rare was the fool who was willing to reveal his trade secrets. Who didn't want to tune in? Admission wasn't that expensive, and it would spare you the agony of figuring things out yourself. What a great deal. Why not attend? Fang Zhao had no time to play tourist after arriving in Huangzhou. The next day, he kicked off his lecture tour with Xue Jing. Their stops were mainly higher education institutions. In continents with a greater passion for music, they scheduled extra sessions to include stops at other schools. Even though these stops were less popular than stops at music academies, attendance was still decent. Fang Zhao's name was gaining more and more currency in the music industry by the day. Chapter 97. Complete. No matter how high one flew, there would always be detractors. Furthermore, Fang Zhao was so young and only had a few compositions. Even if his global lecture could raise his status in the music world, compared to many other figures with power and prestige, he was still quite far off. It was not that Fang Zhao did not speak well, rather that the rules were set this way. Although Fang Zhao did compose a few decent movements and received an invitation from Fiery Bird, that did not mean he was of the same standing as many famous great masters across the world. One's works and experience were considered too. Fang Zhao did not have enough works, and his experience was not as rich as other great masters. Therefore, for the global lecture tour, Xue Jing would speak for 3/4 of the allocated time, and Fang Zhao would speak for the remainder. Even if Xue Jing wanted to allocate a larger portion to Fang Zhao, it was not possible. Everyone conceded that Fang Zhao had talent and outstanding works. However, he was still young. Who knew if he'd use up all his talent quickly? Talent was something hard to define. It could accompany a person throughout his life, or it could diminish in the next moment. Elders in the music circles had seen many such examples. Thus, how far Fang Zhao could climb, and whether or not he would reach the expectations that Xue Jing had, many of them still had reservations. However, they approved of Fang Zhao's willingness to share his knowledge with everyone. Whether they had any thoughts behind the facade of approval, they would still publicly praise Fang Zhao's selfless sharing. Of course, there were people who felt that Fang Zhao's musical style was lacking in experience. He might have been an expert in the heavy and thick styles for large-scale events or battle scenes in big productions, but in the eyes of those experienced people in the music circles, it was still inadequate. Not to say that he had to be an all-rounder. He had to touch upon other aspects or produce more works. Otherwise, there was not enough proof that he deserved the title of a great master. People who had seen Fang Zhao's background felt that his foundations were not solid enough, and he had risen thanks to Xue Jing as well as the Music Association's publicity. According to an age-old saying, with only a few compositions, it was not enough to prove he was a great master. Every great master could only prove their worth with time and works. Fang Zhao? He still isn't qualified enough. This was the evaluation given by a certain great master when interviewed during the lecture tour. Xue Jing was worried that Fang Zhao would be affected by the assessments of people both within and outside of the music circles. After every lecture, the media would always raise that certain great masters' evaluations and want to know Fang Zhao's response. But Fang Zhao's reactions to this was always the same. Oh, that's all. The person in charge of interviewing was helpless. Why doesn't this little fellow give more of a reaction? The evaluations and judgments within the music circles were all different. Fang Zhao himself paid no heed. He was very busy. How could he find the time to browse through every single evaluation from the music circles? Fang Zhao was not interested in seeing all these either. Outside of the lectures, Fang Zhao was always busy. Xue Jing realized that, although Fang Zhao had less speaking time and fewer conferences to attend, Fang Zhao was still busier than himself. What are you preparing this time? Xue Jing asked. Settling matters for Muzhou's side, Fang Zhao replied. Xue Jing knew that Fang Zhao had jointly purchased a farm with a friend from Muzhou. He was not particularly interested in farms. Every year, many people would send him some Muzhou agricultural products as gifts. He did not really cherish these goods, so he did not ask much. Fang Zhao was speaking the truth. He really was very busy. He was editing a video from the footage that both Dongshan Farm and Shanmu Farm had sent over. He watched both once before editing a portion and then playing the edited version together with the accompaniment music. After that, he made adjustments to it. Silverwing's virtual projects department was roped in to help Fang Zhao with editing the video and compiling the music. Combining video and music required a lot of adjustments and amendments to improve on it till the artistic result was satisfactory. Other than that, Fang Zhao would receive a report every day from Wu Yi regarding information from their side and the situation over there. Today, Wu Yi made a call to Fang Zhao. Your dog. Wu Yi wanted to say something, but hesitated. What happened? Fang Zhao asked. I told you before, his capacity for learning sheep herding is very strong, Wu Yi said. Yeah, I used to think that your dog did not know anything about herding sheep, and that after coming, he would surely learn a thing or two from the dogs on my farm. MHM. Fang Zhao indicated that he was listening attentively. But I realized that I was wrong, very wrong. The dogs on my farm have been led astray by your curly hair. When Fang Zhao had still been in Muzhou, he would bring curly hair out running every night. After Fang Zhao had left for his global lecture tour, curly hair would still retain that habit and head out to run while the other dogs slept. Fang Zhao had mentioned this to Wu Yi and told him not to mind as long as it did not leave the farm compound. After all, this was also training. At the start, Wu Yi had personally monitored curly hair. After becoming used to it, he'd only instructed his workers to pay a little attention every night. Until, one night, Bingo and a few other farm dogs followed curly hair out of curiosity. The one dog out running every night had become an entire pack. During the first few days, Wu Yi had not found it to be a big problem and just thought that maybe it was helpful for his own dogs. Running more would strengthen their bodies and could be useful for the last Eastern Region Finals. After that, the employees told Wu Yi that the dogs had actually gone hunting for field mice. Furthermore, it was Bingo who'd taken the lead. As the farm's ex-boss, Bingo was familiar with the farm and naturally was familiar with the field mice too. The situation rapidly developed, and the pack of dogs would run out to hunt field mice every night. Wu Yi was distressed. That was the job of mousetrap robots. Why had this bunch of shepherd dogs joined in? Wu Yi specially hired a veterinary team to look after them and prevent parasites, bacteria, or other harmful organisms that might affect their competition performance. The news he'd received from Su Ho was like this. Master Zhao, we have won. Today was intense, and there were no wrong commands. Hopefully, they will maintain today's condition. We have won. There is no doubt. Won again and again. Today we lost, only 4th place. We only got 1 point to add to our accumulated score. Bingo ate a field mouse and ended up with diarrhea and did not perform. Wu Yi said that the 10 million he wagered on Master Zhao's behalf was lost. However, we have earned quite a bit from the previous few rounds. Still earning despite losing this time. As long as we win it back next time, all will be fine. As long as we can get a first-place finish, we will squeeze into the top 10. Top 10 achieved. Next target, top 8. One more win. The competition is tough. The other teams frequently score well too. Top 8. Top 8. We achieved top 8. We have secured our place in the finals. The finals. Ha ha ha. In 2 months, Dongshan Farm's accumulated points had risen rapidly, and the farm's reputation kept increasing. Everyone knew that Dongshan Farm's lead dog was a little curly-haired dog that was particularly impressive. As their strength and reputation rose, the odds became lower and lower, to the point that Wu Yi did not even have the intention to wager, but did so anyway to support their own team. With the rise of their reputation, many people in the eastern region knew that it was Su Ho that had purchased Xishan Farm and changed the name to Dongshan and collaborated with Shanmu Farm to take part in the competition. Of course, there were people who joked about Su Ho buying a desolate farm and having no choice but to request assistance from another farm, disgracing the Su family name. Regarding all those words, Su Ho paid them no mind. Now, what he wanted most was to be victorious every round. Every victory was a boost to his confidence. Due to the running together, herding together, catching field mice together, and getting scolded together, the camaraderie between the 7 dogs had gradually grown deeper. The most obvious show of this was that they no longer needed Su Ho to issue commands. Even if there were mistakes during a competition, a bark from Curly Hair would get a quick reaction from all the other dogs. Only the top 8 teams that acquired the most points during the preliminaries could enter the Eastern Region Finals, where the top 4 teams would qualify for the Continental Sheep Herding Competition. However, this time around, the 8th, 9th, and 10th teams had the same number of points and all entered the Eastern Region Finals. Out of the 10 participating teams, the top 4 would be chosen to continue competing with the top 4 teams of the Western Region. Having entered the Eastern Region Finals in 7th place, Su Ho was so excited that he ran circles around the field. Master Zhao, can you make it back in time for the Eastern Region Finals? Su Ho asked Fang Zhao during one of their long-distance calls. I can. Hey, Master Zhao. Actually, what I wanted to ask is, you mentioned that when the time came, and if we qualified for the Eastern Finals, you would compose a piece of background music to use for a publicity film? Hee hee. I have filmed a decent film over the last 2 days. Master Zhao, is your music ready? Suho knew that Fang Zhao had done the recording at Qingqing previously, but before Fang Zhao had fully completed it, he'd had to leave for his global lecture tour. Now, he still did not know if it was complete. Send over your footage and let me take a look, Fang Zhao said. Suho sent the best footage he had shot over the past 2 days to Fang Zhao. Viewing the video, Fang Zhao felt a dense, childish style assaulting his senses. Suho, who thought himself rather dashing in the footage, was doing parkour. But people who were watching would get the impression that this child resembles a spasming sheep. We had better use mine, Fang Zhao told him. Master Zhao also made one. When did you shoot it? Times when you do not know. Given Fang Zhao's reply, Suho suddenly had an ominous premonition. Can I see it first? Was he handsome and cool? Would it be able to make the crowd shriek? That was what Suho wanted to know the most. Sure, but do not send it out first. Fang Zhao encrypted the completed video and sent it to Suho through a secure channel. He did not wait for Suho's reply. Shui Jing had called him over. Fang Zhao shut off his communications device and entered the conference hall. Today was the last session of the global lecture tour. After this was done, there was still an exchange session with all the old seniors. He would only be able to leave the following day, but he would still be able to make it for Muzhou's Eastern Region Finals. Chapter 98, Publicity Film, Chasing Wind. Fang Zhao managed to rush back to Muzhou and reach Shanmu Farm one day before the competition. Wu Yi and Suho were waiting for him, the two of them unable to suppress their grins. Fang Zhao, what is that dog made of? You know, when Bingo ate a field mice and had the runs, I was so scared I nearly had to visit the hospital and lie down myself. Wu Yi had not expected that his one decision would have such returns, and he had placed the hopes of the farm on this competition. Back then, when he had found out that Bingo's stomach was upset, his soul had nearly left his body. Throughout the night, he had spent quite a bit to hire a few famous veterinarians from the Eastern region. Luckily, there were no complications and it only affected the next day's performance in the competition. However, all this was secondary. As long as it could recover, the competitions that followed would be no issue. After that, Wu Yi had gotten the vets to check up on every single dog. Probably because they only ate dog food in the past. This time when they ate indiscriminately, there were some reactions. Other than Bingo, the other dogs had some ailments. They just were not so obvious. Only Curly Hair, who had eaten the field mice and nibbled on wild grass, was not affected. The vets checked a few times and their assessment was perfectly healthy, not a single parasite. However, Fang Zhao could not answer that question either. Back then, on the Black Street, the boss of the drugstore, Ai Wan, had raised this matter and even done a genetics test that also had not yielded any precise results. Hence, Fang Zhao did not know either. Wu Yi only asked out of curiosity and had not really expected an answer. As he continued, Wu Yi laughed happily again and told Fang Zhao about his cousin bringing her dogs over to the farm 2 days ago. Wu Yi's cousin was the owner of the carrot farm that had been very popular early on in the season. Unfortunately, they had not made it into the finals, whereas the little fellow who had collaborated with Wu Yi had qualified for it. Hence, Wu Yi's cousin had brought her dogs over for an exchange session and to share their thoughts. No one had expected that the two teams of dogs would have a fight. Even the farm's guard dog Chubby Black had joined the fracas and was bitten a few times. It was Curly Hair that helped it take revenge by biting back and removing a few bunches of fur from the other side. Because of this incident, Wu Yi and his cousin had almost had a falling out. Remembering the circumstances then, the sides of Wu Yi's mouth curled slightly. Winning a fight was a good thing. And through this incident, Wu Yi's cousin deeply understood that the small curly-haired dog being the lead of this sheep-herding team was not without reason. That fighting spirit that it possessed was just too strong. However, compared to before, Suho was more silent. When Fang Zhao and Wu Yi were talking, Suho did not utter a single word. I have no idea what's wrong with that little fellow. 2 days ago, he cooped himself up in his room for another day, and when he came out, he had become all silent. Could it be that he had an argument with his family? Wu Yi was puzzled. He had asked Suho a few times, but every time, he realized that Suho seemed embarrassed to reply him and mumbled about not replying. As his attitude toward training was still all right, Wu Yi had not pursued the matter. Young kids were probably like this. As they were maturing, it was normal for their moods to be unstable. Early the next morning, everyone took the flying transport and headed for the competition grounds of the Eastern Region Finals. Compared to the previous rounds of competition, the competition grounds for the finals were much bigger. Many celebrities would be there to spectate, and a number of old farm owners who had past glories would be there to commentate. Not only that, the live broadcast would have an explosion in viewer numbers. During the normal competitions, generally, people from the Eastern region would watch the Eastern competitions, and those from the Western region would pay attention to the Western competitions. But when it came to the region finals, the entire Muzhou would tune in. People from the Western region also wanted to know which 4 teams would pit themselves against their own superstar teams. Suho had received messages from his classmates back in Qingcheng. Qingcheng was situated in an area located right in the middle of the Eastern and Western regions. In the past, it was considered part of the Eastern region, then considered part of the Western region after that. Thus, before this, people from Qingcheng observing the Eastern region competitions were lesser. Most people there only knew that Suho had bought a farm and stormed into the finals only through media reports. Come on, brother Ho. We will all be watching. Young Su, I will wager on your team to win. You must put in extra effort. Young Su, yesterday, I eavesdropped on our form teacher saying that if you stormed into the continental finals, she wouldn't hassle you about your absences for class as long as you do not fail your exams. The sheep herding scene was so big in Muzhou that, during crucial competition periods, a lot of those working and schooling could watch the live broadcast, and most companies and student leaders would approve. This sort of situation would never happen in other continents. Seeing all this, the calm and collected mentality that Suho had trained up with great difficulty during the normal rounds of competition unraveled, and he begun to get nervous. Watching the competition were not just his classmates and teachers, but other members of the Su family as well. Members of the Su family might not have paid attention to the normal rounds of competition, but for this sort of important day in the competition, they would surely be there. He felt some excitement and some apprehension, and thinking about the publicity video that Fang Zhao had created for him made him feel even more complicated. He had handed the video over to the organizers yesterday. He had watched that video a number of times, and every time he saw it, he felt a different feeling. However, compared to Suho's complicated feelings and Wu Yi's nervousness and anticipation, the shepherd dogs were still their old selves. To them, the Eastern Region Finals were not too different from the other rounds of the competition. The competition grounds were just a little larger, the terrain more undulating, and the herding a little more difficult. What was nervousness? They did not know anymore. In any case, as long as they followed Curly Hair, it would be fine. Curly Hair was lying beside Fang Zhao's feet, licking his front paw. Occasionally, when someone mentioned him, he would raise his head and cast a glance before continuing to lie down. Suho had also received a few messages. It was from one of his older female cousins. What she meant was that many members of the Su family were watching the live broadcast. She had already wagered a sum on Dongshan Farm to win. As for how much, she refused to say. An elder male cousin of his sent, "Come on, little fatty Su." Suho wanted to cry. He was still young and could not bear that much pressure. He thought for a bit, found an excuse to retire to the lone restroom, and watched the video Fang Zhao had given him twice more. Much better. Wu Yi realized that Suho seemed too stressed out today and had originally wanted to find him for a pep talk. Although he was nervous too, as an elder, he needed to act calm in front of the younger ones. He had not expected that. When Suho came out, he was full of fighting spirit and vigor. This made Wu Yi swallow the words he had prepared. Every single team's viewing gallery, as well as the other viewing halls for spectators at the competition grounds, each had their own holographic projections and sound systems. Muzhou people were nouveau riche. Even if they did not understand hardware equipment, they still used very high-quality ones. This was because, when they could not tell when the equipment was spoiled, they would just purchase a more expensive one. Before the competition, there would be a segment where every team got to have an introduction and publicize themselves. This was a good time for an advertisement, and it was free of charge. Almost the entirety of Muzhou would watch it. Suho had drawn number 8 for his entering sequence, which would be toward the back. The publicity film would also be shown in the order of the entering sequence. The previous 7 teams' brief introductions were more or less the same. They were all reputable farms, and were just promoting their brand name. Therefore, in their publicity films, the ones that occupied the most screen time were the farm owners, followed by the star dog of each team, and then all sorts of that farm's products. Almost there. He was a little excited. He had not seen the video yet. Suho had been too embarrassed to show it to him. However, Suho had told him that, other than the participating dogs, the video would also feature Shanmu Farm's name, and Wu-Yi would make an appearance. That was enough for him. Next up is the team that rose abruptly in this year's Eastern Region sheep herding competitions. I'm sure everyone is already familiar with them. Moreover, the owner of this farm is extremely young. The rapid rise was a surprise to many, but now they have achieved the qualifications to enter the Eastern Finals using their own strength. The commentator's voice echoed all around and was followed by a broadcast of the video submitted by Dongshan Farm. Those watching the competition perked themselves up, especially those from the western region of Muzhou. They did not know much of the Eastern terms, but they were curious about Suho. What sort of publicity film would little fatty Su put out? Would he publicly declare war on his half-siblings? Whoa, even thinking of that made all these people excited. At the start of the film came Suho's voice. I wish to take part in a sheep herding competition. I want to take part in the finals. This was something Suho had said many times. A youngster with a childlike face appeared on the screens to go along with those innocent, stubborn words. His eyes held a crazed self-belief, as if he had grasped tomorrow in the palm of his hands. Even if people did not recognize Suho by name or background, just by looking at the image, most people could see that he was a pampered fatty from a rich family. And his straightforward talk of wanting to take part in the finals was in fact an exaggerated opinion of his own abilities and a display of the ignorant have nothing to fear. The background music bellowed and brought with it incredible thick-set emotion. It was not intense but slow, and the flimsy string tones seemed to foretell something. A string of words appeared on the display. I borrowed money to purchase a farm, but it was not as I had expected. Suho had only appeared a month after the sheep herding season had started through buying a participating farm and obtaining their qualifications. This sort of thing happened every year, and it was not a rare sight. Before Dongshan Farm had risen to prominence, the information that everyone could obtain online was only a few images of how Shishan Farm used to look like. The small majority who were well-informed knew only limited information through word of mouth. Later, when Dongshan Farm became more well-known and more people wanted to get to the bottom of the matter, the farm was no longer like that. What was Shishan Farm like when Suho had purchased it? After the words on the display appeared and faded, the image changed. An exquisitely clothed rich young master brought his bodyguards and rode a superior flying transport, traveling a great distance to the western part of Muzhou's eastern region, to a remote and vast farm. The sound of a flute joined in the melody. It was a flute the Muzhou people were familiar with, a flute that was manufactured in a furnace using clay. It was an ancient method. This sort of flute was rarely used in other continents, at most brought back to keep as a souvenir. In the middle of the bleak and lonely flute melody, the image depicted rotting, worn-out wooden fences surrounding a vast and desolate patch of earth that only had a few weeds growing on it. The rundown courtyard seemed like it had been left alone for who knows how long, braving the winds, sun, and rain. The door was swaying off its frame in the wind. A few dispirited dogs were lying there sleeping, completely uninterested. In the dusky twilight, the tall and faded signboard of Shishan Farm looked insignificant and laughable against the mountain ranges in the background. Two images appeared on the display. One was of the images that were publicly available online, and the other was an image of the farm the first time Suho had seen it after purchasing it. At the same time, an image of the certificate of ownership that Suho owned, which showed the large sum of money used as well as the name of the original owner of Shishan Farm. However, everyone understood that this person would have long escaped. They did not hide anything. This had been added in to Suho's accord, just like a failure displaying his scars for all the curious people to see. Some people would play it down, but it let people understand what had actually happened with one look. This is the rumored incident where young Master Su got cheated? Suho was too anxious. Kids are like this, too impulsive. People who saw this began to discuss. During that time, lots of people online viewed this incident with a look-at-the-fool attitude. There was a woodwind solo as the piano and string accompaniment gradually dissolved. The low sound of a violin played a frail harmony that seemed like slow sighs. In the display, Suho's eyes, which were full of eager anticipation, turned moorly, like a fish that had leaped out of the water expecting to transform into a dragon. However, as it was falling, it realized that it would land itself in an even worse problem: dry land. A harmony of high and low-pitched strings played, and a feeling of experiencing a drop in elevation, as if an icy cold wind blew across on top of a summit, chilled listeners to the bone. The display faded to black. A square window appeared, glimmering with a little light. Under the window, and lit up by the glow, was a figure sitting down with his head in his knees. From the plump figure, one could tell that he was probably Suho. The dusky image of Suho sitting alone in the cold and gloomy room was like a young animal caught in a trap, helpless and at a loss. The soft flute tune that carried an air of sorrow diluted. With the blare of a trumpet, the music's sorrowful mood gradually weakened. Drum beats set a measured rhythm, with each beat sounding closer to the ear. In the display, through the square window, the rays of light gradually became brighter. The surroundings of the figure were covered by a sheen of golden light. It was a new day. The sun had come up. Not just from the window, the sunlight entered through the holes in the wall and the doorway. The dark became brighter, dispelling the gloom. The figure that had been quietly sitting there raised his head and slowly moved. He turned to face the window and squinted as the light shined on his face. Looking out the window, the glass had a spiderweb-like crack on it, creating a psychedelic tint as light passed through it. The cracked glass did not block out the entire scenery. After his eyes adjusted to the light, he looked through the window as though he saw something. Getting up, he walked to the dilapidated door and pulled it open. As the sunlight shone on Suho's body, the scene warmed up. His disheveled hair was blown by the wind, and the fresh buds of grass beside his feet swirled up as if they were dancing. A woodwind score brought about a bright and cheery tune full of warmth, as if the lush grassland had faced a gentle and fresh wind that dispersed all the gloomy coldness. The low-pitched sounds of brass, wood, and string carried a firm and mighty tone, giving it a forceful theme. At this moment, the music had a little variation. The accompaniment of brass and string, through a detuning method, became even more intense. Within the persistent beating of the drums, the flute carried a rising strength. The strings were like an explosion of life. Just like the passing of winter, flowers would bloom once more, and the grasslands would return to their former green glory. 2 lines of words appeared on the display. I do not know anything, but I will learn. Previously, the stifling and sorrowful sounds had become more and more feeble. With the bass of a piano, bright and expansive sounds joined in. Every note seemed to be kneaded into the deepest recesses of one's soul. In the display, Dongshan Farm had a few more employees. Suho followed these people as they worked. One of the workers pointed at the soil and was talking. Afterward, he pinched a little soil and placed it in his mouth to try. Suho followed suit, and his entire face contorted in disgust. The old man laughed and continued speaking, and Suho squatted at his side, listening attentively. A few old farm owners would not just look at, but would try out the soil to understand their farms. Many elders watching this live broadcast flashed knowing smiles. Wu Yi had once said that straw contained the 4 seasons within, and he'd meant it. From the taste of the straw, they could tell its growing process, speculate the changes in the condition of soil, and understand whether changes in climate had affected the harvest. For the same reasons, those that tried soil were just like this too. And in the eyes of many old farm owners, people who did this were responsible farm owners who treated their plot of land seriously, totally different from a foreigner's impressions that they were merchant landowners. What followed immediately after in the display was Suho talking on his communications device, and, after that, running toward the flying transport. He did not even have time to change out of his suit. His legs were full of mud, and bits of grass were matted in his hair. After that, the flying transport took off and flew high up. The gust created from the transport blew away all the dried grass on the parking ground. The roar of the engines blended in with the accompaniment, creating an uplifting tempo, and brought about a feeling of flying, heading upward and forward into an empty sky. To know nothing about the world, to be ridiculed, to be treated with contempt. All these are insignificant, as long as we keep moving forward. The melody carried on from the first part and unfolded. The main theme was a string score with a flute accompaniment. The layer tones became thicker and more distinct as the accompaniment expanded. The trumpet's blare continuously uplifted the spirits of the listeners. The tense music became lively and vibrant. The display was now showing an overhead view. Large grasslands full of life could be seen. A flock of sheep was walking about slowly, and a few shepherd dogs were running about vigorously. Beside Shanmu Farm's signboard, a cap-wearing Wu Yi stood there smiling. He extended both his arms and gave the youth a hug. To a pleasant partnership. I want to stand on the instructor's platform for a sheep-herding competition. In the display, there were eye bags under Su-ho's eyes. His hair was made even messier by the wind, as if he had not taken care of it in a long time. Paired together with that pale, chubby face of his, it seemed a little comical, yet those two youthful eyes were burning with a steadfast desire. From being ignorant to clear-headed, from being at a loss to having an unwavering determination, step by step, they pressed on against this predicament. How it would all end, success or failure, that was not important. The brass leading the tune became high-spirited, and the sonorous beating of the drums became more forceful with each beat, as if following the choice his heart had made. Wu Yi's voice sounded. You need to get them to acknowledge you quickly and let them accept you. After this was a scenario where Su-ho ate and slept with the shepherd dogs. In the display, after Su-ho fed the dogs, he would carry his own bowl and sit randomly beside the dogs at the doorstep. He gulped down food that did not look very good. The people of Muzhou could tell right away that was not some exquisite food. It was even worse than what they normally ate daily. At night, he slept with the dogs in the kennel. At the start, when the dogs lazed around, they kept a distance from Su-ho. The display returned to Dongshan Farm's dog A, Bingo, and a close-up shot of the apparent dislike in his eyes. However, the image changed. Every day, Su-ho would close the gap with these shepherd dogs, to the point where some dogs would rest next to Su-ho. No longer with any self-pity, the string music became more vigorous, like a sword drawn and ready to attack. The melody became heavier once again, and the rhythm and tempo increased, gradually intensifying, as if power was flowing in bit by bit. The tone of the harmony changed, symbolizing him constantly working hard. Su-ho ran through the lush green fields with the shepherd dogs. Over the music, Wu Yi's coarse voice echoed across the grassland. Very good. Continue giving them instructions. Keep up. You have to keep up. Don't be left behind. Run after them. Why not use the field car? Because many shepherd dogs would remain guarded against the field car, and it was not beneficial for getting closer to the shepherd dogs. Competition instructors basically would run together with the dogs at the start of training till the dogs had good enough judgment and were capable of reacting on their own. Only then would the distance gradually increase, as the instructor would not need to be close by, feeding instructions. With running came falling. After falling, he would climb back up and continue running. The three bodyguards did not stay beside him, they just watched from nearby. Every day, they helped spray medicine and treat all the wounds and cuts on Su-ho's body. Su-ho's fair and chubby face lost its fat, and he became tanned. Su-ho was a newbie, and he did not have adequate time to slowly adapt. Therefore, he needed to spend even more time together with the shepherd dogs, running together, herding together, shouting out commands nonstop, shouting the names of every single dog, and letting them remember his voice. He had no time to worry about shouting till he became hoarse. He needed to remember all his commands. The display switched to Su-ho's first competition. He had been so nervous he'd turned pale, his body had froze, and his frantic mistakes had told everyone that he was a newbie. Seeing this, lots of people thought, with that poor skill, don't even bother appearing and losing face. However, many people watching the broadcast, especially those from the eastern region, fell silent, because they knew what would happen next. Dongshan Farm's success, as well as their continuous accumulation of points. Su-ho requests to issue commands. Su-ho requests to issue commands. Su-ho requests to issue commands. At different competition venues, different commentators all said the same line. From the display, everyone could see Su-ho's transformation from his first time giving out commands. From being hesitant and nervous, he became firm and steadily issued the correct commands. In the cheery melody, there would occasionally be a few cumbersome chords. However, these were only momentarily there. It was as if the melody had been entrusted with a sort of intense and unwavering disposition. The rustling of the wind moved forward as the sound of flute and piano seemed a hopeful smile. The display split into two. On one side appeared Suho requesting to issue commands. On the other side was an everyday situation of Suho training together with the dogs. The tune's turnaround, with the shrill of brass and the flowing piano, was akin to a seedling that had struggled to emerge from the earth and, through much hardship, had grown up into a tall tree capable of withstanding the harshest winds. Even if the later competitions no longer required Suho to step in, everyone knew at that moment that he was not simply standing up there as a decoration. The brass and string medley rapidly ascended and ascended and ascended, all the way till it hit a splendid instant. Dongshan Farm have taken first place again and have gotten themselves 10 points. With this, they have secured qualifications into the Eastern Region Finals. Congratulations, Dongshan Farm. The commentator's voice rang out from the display. Suho, who looked like a normal farm employee now, rushed down from his spot on the instructor's platform and hugged the 7 shepherd dogs emotionally as carefree laughter floated from the area. Now at the conclusion of the competition, the screen displayed Dongshan's placing. Suho stood up from the grass, not bothering to wipe away the fragments of grass, sheep wool, and dog fur. Panting, he looked up at the screen and brought a fist to his chest. His heart was throbbing intensely from all the joy, his eyes shimmering with tears. That was the jubilation of victory and a triumph that his heart had earned. Amidst the cheery melody, each musical note was robust but not conceited. The music was not overpowering nor romantic, but intimate yet unyielding, akin to the firm belief that the people of Muzhou held toward their motherland in this competition. In the display, the newly constructed Dongshan Farm signage was set up on the grass. The once sparse and empty spaces had been partitioned out, and new shoots were growing in the fields. Amidst the drizzling rain, a new lease of life had been breathed into the farm. Back at Dongshan Farm, Suho was standing in the middle of 2 fields. He took off running against the wind, then suddenly stopped. Turning back in the direction of the muddy road he'd taken, a grin appeared on his muddied face. I might have wept bitter tears after encountering problems, but as I kept moving forward, I realized how far I had come by gritting my teeth and moving forward. The piano played out a beckoning pitch as woodwinds, brass, and strings joined the fray as the entire orchestra converged for the epilogue. The majestic blend of sounds brought about a victorious and proud vibe as warmth flooded the entire body and raised the spirits up. It was as if a young eagle was spreading its wings, waiting for the wind to pick up before flying off in search of new glories. Surging forward with a clear heart and unafraid of the future, this was the spirit of youth. The ending of the video was a group photo. Suho and the 7 shepherd dogs were at the forefront, and at the background stood 2 people. One was Wu Yi, and the other was Fang Zhao. End credits. Videography, Wu Yi Suho, Fang Zhao. Editing, Fang Zhao Suho. Soundtrack, Chasing Wind. Composer, Fang Zhao. However, very few people paid attention to the end credits. Even more people were thinking about the Suho depicted in the video. This short publicity film had made people view Suho in a different light. After the video ended, the commentator was silent for close to 5 seconds before he lightened the mood with a joke. Do you know the sort of person that I dislike the most? An invited esteemed guest sitting beside the commentator asked, "What sort?" The commentator replied, "Those that are born well off but are still especially hardworking." The esteemed guest laughed. "It can't be helped. We might not be able to see it, but Suho has put in a lot of effort. He is a real role model." Those that were familiar with Suho were bewildered. Huh, role model. Suho, that retard. Of course, people watching the live broadcast online thought differently. I took a screenshot of the last photo at the end of the video. Everyone take a look at the person standing at the back. Doesn't he look familiar? You were not paying attention when watching. It was obviously mentioned that the person was Wu Yi, the owner of Shamu Farm. Rubbish. Obviously, I know that is Wu Yi. I was talking about the other person beside him. Who is that? I don't think he appeared in the publicity video. There were people who quickly recognized him right away. What the F*** CK Fang Zhao. Chapter 99, Takeoff. Interest in music was indeed lacking in Muzhou. Locals were clueless about many genres, and they didn't follow any pop stars, let alone symphonic composers. They didn't bother with musicians except for reading the occasional news item about them. But now, people were interested in the unfamiliar name that appeared in the promotional film for one of the teams competing in the Eastern Regional Finals of the local shepherding competition. Who is Fang Zhao? The curiosity of people who normally only followed agriculture, the weather, and shepherding contests was piqued. They learned from music students that Fang Zhao was a rising star in the world of pop composition. He was widely praised by senior composers and admired by younger fans. This is how some Muzhou natives responded when they got the lowdown. Sounds impressive, but how was Suho able to commission a piece from him? Right. How had Suho managed to get Fang Zhao to compose the background music for his promotional film for the Eastern Regional Finals? But even if they were curious, they had no way of finding out the truth. Of course, what the masses of Muzhou cared about most was Suho and the 7 dogs of Dongshan Farm. The focus of the promotional clip wasn't Dongshan Farm itself, but rather the evolution of the farm's young owner. The combination of video and music was quite memorable. The film made people regret teasing Suho in the past. After all, this was a kid still in secondary school, and a hard-working and tough kid at that. Older folks were always drawn to youngsters who worked hard. Some of the parents watching the live broadcast started nagging their children. Look at how hard-working Suho is, blah blah blah. Suho probably never would have imagined in his wildest dreams that he'd become a role model. But he had no time to bask in the glory. He was preparing for battle. Maybe it was the promotional film, but Suho felt a lot more relaxed. In its place emerged an indescribable fighting spirit and a sense that a long-awaited occasion had arrived. When Suho described the feeling to Fang Zhao smiled and responded, "That's called confidence." After the promotional films for all the teams had played, the folks watching the live broadcast realized that the one that left the deepest impression was Suho's. It painted a vivid picture of the young farm owner's personal growth. Okay, the promotional films were a showdown of marketing prowess. Now it's down to business. The spectators settled down and started looking forward to the competition. The Eastern Regional Finals determined which 4 teams would qualify for the Grand Finals. The size of the venue was bigger than regular season venues, the courses were longer, and the pasture was more uneven. It was easy to veer off course, and instructor intervention was much more common than during the regular season. Completion times were also longer. Generally speaking, a decent time was under 10 minutes. Teams that had made the Grand Finals in previous years typically posted times of under 6 minutes, while contenders for the overall first and second places usually finished in about 5 minutes. The goal Wu Yi set for his team was 8 minutes. Under 10 minutes was a bare pass, and a lowly ranked one at that. As long as you exercise good judgment, ask to intervene in a timely manner, and signal correctly, you'll be okay. As an instructor, Suho could only monitor the competition venue and master the correct route from a few screens near his pedestal. The route for every final was different. Sometimes the dogs needed to make an unexpected turn. That was when the instructor stepped in. The theme music for the shepherding competition began to play, which meant the finals were about to kick off. Competitors and the viewers scattered all over Muzhou set aside what they were working on to focus on the contest. Discussions were left unfinished. Not only were the viewers passionate about this traditional sport in Muzhou, but many of them had bet on their favorite teams to win. The first team to compete was a veteran competitor. 6 of their 8 dogs had appeared in the regional finals last year. Their preparation was probably precise and methodical, since their dogs didn't betray any signs of nervousness or discomfort. The farm owner also stepped in at the right moments. You could say that the first team completed its routine smoothly. 7 minutes and 16 seconds. That was a decent time, but the farm owner didn't seem to be pleased. His dogs had taken 10 more seconds than they had the previous year. 10 seconds might not be a major gap during the regular season, but in the regional finals, it was enough to make the difference between a top 4 finish or not. Even though he wasn't happy, the farm owner didn't show his temper. He just shook his head, saying during his interview, "The sheep are different this year. They're hard to herd." Hard to herd? The viewers were confused. The commentator didn't elaborate. The second team took nearly half a minute longer than the first, the reason being that the dogs took too long with their turns. "The sheep this year are slow." the farm owner who fielded the second team said. Comments like that initially struck viewers as excuse-making, but after the third and fourth farm owners started voicing similar sentiments, people started wondering. I paid special attention during the second team's routine, Wu Yi said in the viewing gallery. The sheep used in the regional finals this year are different from the ones used in the regular season. I should say they look the same, but their temperaments are different. They're bolder and grumpier. That's the problem the fourth team ran into. Halfway through their routine, their flock of sheep nearly dispersed. Several of the sheep even stomped their hooves at the dogs, even snarling at the head dog and almost bumping into it. They're not easy to handle at all. Wu Yi was worried, but he couldn't afford a drop in morale now. He turned and patted Su Ho on the shoulder. No worries. It's the same challenge for everyone. Everyone will be taking longer than last year. Don't put too much pressure on yourself. The fifth team to compete is Shobei Farm. Let's take a close look. Word is their top dog is angling for MVD in the grand finals. Wu Yi and company turned serious. Their stiffest competition was no doubt Shobei Farm. They were first in the regular season and a top contender for first place in the East Finals, even the overall final. Shobei Farm's head dog Gold Colt sparked squeals of excitement the moment it entered the venue. The squeals naturally couldn't be heard on the pasture, but there was no doubt Gold Colt was the center of attention among viewers both attending in person in the viewing gallery and watching via live broadcast. This was truly a champion dog that could shepherd by stare. Other continents had their celebrities, while Muzhou had their star dogs. The amount of emotion Muzhou natives poured into their shepherd dogs wasn't something foreigners could comprehend. For them, the dogs competing in shepherding contests were as captivating as star actors or singers. The discussion board of the official website for the shepherding competition had long been flooded with messages. If you watched the contest via virtual reality webcast, the cries were literally shuddering. As the previous few farm owners had said, the sheep used in this year's competition were especially hard to round up. But it was a different story when the dogs of Shobei Farm took charge. The sheep trotted much more quickly than in the previous 4 rounds. We're coming up on a curve. Shobei Farm has had good luck so far. Their top dog, Gold Colt, is speeding up. It's attacking the head sheep. Change in direction. The sheep have changed direction. Compared to previous teams, Shobei Farm mastered the same turn with incredible speed. The whole process was seamless. How about Shobei Farm's head dog, Gold Colt? Spectacular. Now that's herding by staring. All in. All sheep are in the pen. Perfect. For minutes and 32 seconds. For minutes and 32 seconds. That would have been good enough to place first last year, let alone this year with the new sheep. The commentator was so emotional his voice went off pitch, a flaw that was broadcast loud and clear through the excellent sound equipment. He didn't hide the fact that a new species of sheep was used this year. That's the best time of this contest so far. And Gold Colt is a likely candidate for most valuable dog in the grand finals. The commentator turned to his guest, an elderly farm owner. Someone once said that a heavenly dog like this comes only once every 10 years, or even every 20 years. Take Lightning, for example, which won you 5 championships, or King Kong from about a decade ago. And now we have Gold Colt from Shobei. The elderly man's farm had won 5 straight championships 20-odd years ago, until his champion dog had passed in an accident. The farm was able to train a new top dog and clinch the overall title again, but they never repeated their legendary run of 5 straight championships. This old farm owner was a top expert when it came to breeding, training, and judging shepherd dogs. That was why the commentator wanted him to offer his input. The old farm owner recalled his beloved champion dog. Gold Colt has definitely cut a dashing figure this year, reminiscent of the heavenly flair of our own Lightning. The atmosphere was tense in the viewing gallery where Fang Zhao and company sat. Everyone was quiet. The only sounds were the speakers relaying the passionate voice of the commentator and his guests' lavish praise. Heavenly dog, Fang Zhao said in a puzzled tone. As soon as Fang Zhao uttered the phrase, he heard an achoo from near his feet. He followed the sound. It seemed that curly hair had sneezed. Does he have a cold? Wu Yi shifted his attention immediately. He looked like the sky was about to collapse. The folks in the viewing gallery got even tenser. Wu Yi and his family, as well as their vet team, rushed forward to check on curly hair. How does he look? Wu Yi felt like his innards were shuddering. He was worried that Curly Hair might have eaten something outside of his regular diet. Even though the dogs had undergone thorough body checks yesterday and today and were cleared, who knew if they would catch some weird disease at the venue or suffer from stomach trouble? The vet team inspected Curly Hair meticulously. The experts shook their heads. Nothing unusual. Really, the vets were upset their medical judgment was being taken to task. Are you questioning our competence? Or do you want it to be sick? Wu Yi shook his head vigorously. No, of course not. Fang Zhao watched Curly Hair scratch his head with one of his hind legs. He said to Wu Yi, "Don't worry. He's fine. Let's keep watching." Shoubei Farm's stellar performance had indeed blown many folks away and put a lot of pressure on the two teams that competed next. Even though the 6th and 7th farms posted decent times, neither came under 7 minutes. If the commentator hadn't revealed the fact that organizers used a new breed of sheep, perhaps some doubters would still have written that off as an excuse. Not everyone could tell the difference between different species of sheep. When the 7th team appeared, Wu Yi and company escorted Su Ho and the dogs to the competition venue. After the 7th team was done, Dongshan Farm was up next. Okay, the 8th team appearing this year has been closely watched. Dongshan Farm also boasts a very special dog. Wu Yi had rushed back by the time the commentator began his spiel. He sat on his chair and his eyes were glued to the screen, as if he didn't want to miss a single frame. And we're off. The commentator raised his voice, putting everyone on notice. The flock has gathered quickly. The herding is going smoothly too. So far, Dongshan Farm's dogs are doing well. Their times are quick. They're the quickest besides Shoubei Farm, the commentator observed while examining data from his statistician. Wu Yi couldn't sit still. He got up and walked closer to the screen. He clenched his fists and started biting them. His lips were quivering, as if he were praying. Fang Zhao also glared at the screen. He knew a crucial juncture was coming up. The final destination of the flock, either the pin on the left or the right, was decided at the last minute and randomly. It was impossible to predict, often coming down to luck. It was a test of the dog's and instructor's ability to adjust. About halfway through rounding up the sheep, the destination appeared on the big screen. It was the pin on the left. This wasn't good news for Dongshan Farm, because their head dog, Curly Hair, was situated on the left flank. By custom, the head dog on the right flank would be responsible for ushering the sheep into the left pen. If your head dog was on the left flank and you wanted to steer your flock left, you had 3 options. The first was for the lead dog to shift to the right flank and force the sheep left. The second involved the instructor directing the number 2 dog on the right flank to steer the flock left. The most conservative option was to stop the flock altogether, then change direction, but that was too time-consuming. Dongshan Farm's number 2 dog was Bingo. The team had rehearsed such a scenario before the contest. They had decided to go for the first option, as Fang Zhao had suggested. The flock is making a turn. They're about to shift direction. Watch the positioning of the dogs. This is the time when the head dog shows what he's made of. Let's see if it can force the sheep to shift direction based on the instructor's guidance, or if they'll stop the flock altogether and then change direction. The commentator pressed on, saliva flying from his mouth. Suho has asked to intervene. Oh, has Suho decided to order Curly Hair to switch flanks? Suho was shown on screen asking for an intervention. He gave Curly Hair a direct order to switch flanks and steer the flock into the left pen. Pay attention. It's speeding up. Looks like it's going to take a detour. Oh, it's flown straight to the right flank. Not only did the commentator go off pitch, he started stuttering. His guest, the elderly farm owner, also exclaimed, as if he had seen something earth-shattering. The TV screen showed Curly Hair making the cross by speeding up toward the flock, leaping, and then treading on the backs of the sheep, like crossing a pond by stepping on stones. Flying was an exaggeration, but it was indeed a jaw-dropping move. This was a very rare move. Not only was it a test of the dog's leaping ability, the most important thing was not to miss a step or lose footing and plunge amidst the stampeding flock. The dog could get killed either way. Wu Yi's heart was thumping so hard it felt like he was about to vomit it. He barely felt the biting wounds on his fists. His eyes were peeled open. He had seen Curly Hair make a similar move during practice, but he would never order him to try it in competition. It was too dangerous. The slightest slip-up and the dog was gone. The commentator responded quickly and passionately. MBD. MBD. No doubt. If Dongshan makes the grand finals, curly hair will be a top contender for this year's MVD award. Viewers tuning into the broadcast were miffed by that comment. Hadn't Homeboy just said that Gold Colt was shoo-in for East MVD? And that it was a leading contender for MVD in the grand finals? What a quick reversal. Where was his integrity? The commentator kept on as if he had forgotten what he'd just said, and his integrity at that. He had thrown himself to the wolves on the first day. He was still lost in revelry. I can see his market value growing exponentially. The MVD label could be taken literally or figuratively. Every dog competing in the final would see their market value rise, especially the head dog, and the market price for the MVD in the grand finals would go through the roof. The flock hasn't stopped. It's shifted direction. Suho has asked to intervene again. Very good. His timing is great. Dog A on the other flank needs to stay on course. The dogs in the back need to hurry up too. This is too sudden of a turn. The flock is speeding up. I have a hunch. The commentator took a deep breath as he examined the latest data. They might. He hemmed and hawed. Inside the viewing gallery, Wu Yi was so nervous he could bite his fingers off. His eyes kept darting between the timer in the upper right-hand corner of the screen and the action in the center of the screen. He was so stiff he felt like a fossil. Fang Zhao took in the action on the big screen and laughed. He spit out the 4 words the commentator had held back. Set a new record. Wu Yi's ears twitched. He clearly heard what Fang Zhao had said, but his brain didn't seem to process the information. His teeth, which were still biting his fists, started clattering. The flock is heading into the pen. Into the pen. They're all in. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. 4 minutes and 20 seconds. The commentator screamed at the top of his voice and howled hysterically. Since the format of the competition was reformed 80 years ago, the best time posted in the East has been 4 minutes and 21 seconds. That record was set by the team led by the so-called Heavenly Dog, Lightning, which won 5 straight national championships. Now Dongshan Farm has broken the record by 1 second. If we didn't swap sheep, the record would have been slashed by at least 10 seconds. Wu Yi felt like he had taken everything in, and his brain went blank at the same time. His lips were quivering, and he could barely put a sentence together. A new record? Yup, Fang Zhao responded. Fang Zhao thought to himself, if these were battle dogs from the end of days, the sheep would be in the pen within a minute, at most 2 minutes, without instructor intervention. But considering this was the new era and that Muzhou had enjoyed a peacetime of some 500 years, this was a decent showing by ordinary farm dogs. Fang Zhao started to understand why Muzhou's founders decided to make shepherding a tradition. It was just like mandatory military service in the new era. Even though vested interests were at play, the competition and the training leading up to the contest kept the service dog or wild dog DNA in these dogs alive. If the geopolitical landscape changed, these dogs could be quickly drafted as battle dogs, just like during the apocalypse. The melody of Chasing Wind at its climax was played, and Fang Zhao turned to look at the big screen. Suho had left the instructor's podium and dashed toward the 7 dogs resting by the finish line. His face was covered in tears. He cried and laughed at the same time. Organizers used Chasing Wind as the background music for this scene. It was the BGM of the moment, of Suho's moment. Chapter 100. The dog with a value of 50 million. Suho was hot stuff. The entire Muzhou internet was in disarray from all the buzz. The team that had broken the record in the Eastern Region Finals sheep herding competition. Suho was the farm owner and instructor. Furthermore, given that he was a younger generation Sioux family member and had been labeled a model youth, how could the media give up such an opportunity for a topic that would generate and capture a lot of attention? It was not just limited to Muzhou's entertainment media. The political news segment, education news segment, sheep herding segment, agriculture segment, and even the weather forecast also mentioned the matter, especially the education segment. Now that they had found an exemplary model, naturally, they had to proclaim it. The influence sheep herding competitions had in Muzhou was something that foreigners would not understand. From being an aristocratic retard, with one leap, Suho had become a young star. The shock of the 3 words, broke the record, covered the entirety of Muzhou. Whenever anyone from Muzhou talked about this year's sheep herding competition, they would surely mention Dongshan Farm, and thus naturally mention Suho. With the pre-competition's publicity film to lay the foundations, no one could say that Su Ho did not deserve it. Of course, when people praised, there would be those that criticized as well. Even if Su Ho is a younger member of the Su family, given his age, there is no way he had that much money to hire workers to totally sort out the farm after he bought it. What about the shepherd dog's competition training and food? Furthermore, they still had a veterinarian team. All of those do not come cheap. Are you all blind? An exemplary model? A miracle production? Can you all take a look at the end credits of the publicity film? Fang Zhao. The main person for composing and editing was Fang Zhao. He who single-handedly propped up Silver Wing's virtual projects department and just completed a global lecture tour. That Fang Zhao. Surely he has done something. To be able to revive Silver Wing's virtual projects department back from the dead, surely this is a scheme of his. Who knows, maybe the entire thing from start to end was a conspiracy. Yeah, who knows, there might be someone behind the scenes supporting. How else would a Su Ho who knew nothing hire Fang Zhao to compose a piece so easily? And how he could collaborate with Shanmu Farm that smoothly? And how coincidental that he would get those few shepherd dogs, especially that flying dog. However, Su Ho paid no heed to all the doubters online. In the past, he would have cared about how the media judged him, but now, he never even bothered to check them. Furthermore, he did not have the time to do so. After the end of competition, he kept receiving calls non-stop. He received congratulations from his classmates and other members of the Su family. His older brother had found time despite being in the middle of an experiment to give him a call. This was a very rare occurrence. After he ended the call with his brother, he received a call from two of his younger sisters who said they wanted to visit Dongshan Farm and take a photograph with curly hair, but the maid looking after them had disapproved, saying it was too dangerous and to wait after the buzz to die down before looking for a chance. Muzhou Central District, Qingcheng, Qingtai Mountain. Qingtai Mountain was not the highest mountain in Muzhou. It could not even be considered high, as it looked like a mountain that had its top 2/3 shaved off. At the summit, there were a few courtyards and traditional buildings. No skyscrapers could be found there. But in Muzhou, this mountain held a special significance. The earliest Muzhou government had been located here, and great General Su Mu of the founding era and other important leaders had stayed there. After the number of descendants had increased, the government had made new plans to shift elsewhere. Now, those living on Qingtai Mountain were the earliest descendants of those leaders. Most of them were already retired elderly. The young were not willing to coop themselves in that sort of restrictive place and be observed. On top of Qingtai Mountain, inside an old residence, a few white-haired seniors were sitting in the center. Surrounding them were a few middle-aged men and women, sitting reservedly. The room was very quiet. The younger generations that were sitting at the sides and corners wished they could find a place to sneak off to. Originally, those few elders had arranged to watch the competition together, but never had they expected to see a youngster of the Su family. To those elders with over 100 years of age, that generation of Su Ho's age did not leave much of a lasting impression on them. They could not even count the number of great-grandchildren they had with the fingers on both hands, let alone their great-great-grandchildren. Unless they were outstanding or good at making themselves stand out, these elders could not even match their names to their faces. However, just one round of the Eastern Region sheep herding finals was enough to make them remember Su Ho's name. An elder sighed. I never expected that among the youngsters of the Su family there would still be such a fellow. To be able to achieve this sort of result, he has indeed done well, another elder exclaimed. This bunch of oldies had experienced a lot. Whether Su Ho had any support behind the scenes, they could guess, as much without investigating. However, whether his luck was good, or whether he found anyone to help him, it was all down to Su Ho's own ability. Of all the people he could help, why had Fang Zhao specifically chosen to help him? The Su family had many promising youngsters. Why would Fang Zhao, who had a reputation in the music industry, choose to help Su Ho, who was often looked down upon and even called a retard? In the end, luck was but a part of one's ability. That Fang Zhao person, I heard he is a composer from Yenzhou? I heard as well. This year, when Su Ho went to Yenzhou to pay his respects, he probably met this Fang Zhao there. The exact same name. What a coincidence. In this world, there were many people who shared the same names, and many who shared the same names as martyrs. They guessed that, during Su Ho's time paying his respects in Yenzhou, He coincidentally met a person called Fang Zhao and hence got to know each other. We can investigate it when the time comes. However, that is all secondary. What I wish to know is who set up that scam. Originally, the elder was speaking in a warm tone, but when he reached the last part of his sentence, his tone abruptly intensified, and his eyes flashed with anger, like a sword that had been unsheathed. They ignored the younger generation of Su's internal squabbles and competition. With competition came motivation. The more outstanding ones would achieve better resources. Small squabbles and fights would pass. However, they absolutely could not allow the act of defrauding a fellow family member for one's own benefit. If they wanted to compete, they had to go about it fair and square. To hurt another family member was absolutely forbidden. These were the words great General Su Mu had left for the Su family descendants. Anyone who broke this sacred rule would be made to leave the Su family. If it was not a Su family member that had defrauded another, then all the more reason why they had to investigate. Who dared to cheat the Su family? Even if he was a retard, who were you to bully him as you please? Investigate. The resounding investigate word made the youngsters in the room shiver. It looked like certain people were going to be out of luck. Suho had just ended the call with his younger sisters when he received a video call from an older female cousin in Qingqing. Suho, you are going to have it good. Ah. Suho had a blank look. Hee hee, a few people are going to get unlucky real soon. The girl in the projection smiled as if she took delight in the misfortune of others and proceeded to tell Suho what had happened in the room on Qingtai. This was followed by another round of getting to know Suho all over again. Suho, you changed so much, skinnier and tanned. Hey, previously in the publicity film, did you intentionally act, or was it really just an edit of your normal, everyday routine? Of course it was the editing. Everything inside is completely real, Suho asserted. All the footage from the film was taken by his 3 bodyguards, Shanmu Farm's security cameras, and Fang Zhao's own objective recordings, as well as his own video recordings. The footage had been collated and edited into a short film, with some slight artistic touches added in. Back then, he had not even known that his 3 bodyguards were monitoring him. After he found out, he was a little pissed, but thinking it through, he was accident-prone and had a past record. The 3 bodyguards were only doing their job ensuring his safety, so Suho did not blame them, but instead assigned new tasks for them. I was just asking. Don't get so worked up. Was the film edited by Fang Zhao, or was it completed by you? At the mention of this, Suho felt a little embarrassed. Master Zhao edited it. 2 days before the submission, I passed a portion of a video to Master Zhao, who did the rest. I only did a little bit. Actually, I had edited a version of the publicity film, but when I saw Master Zhao's video, I couldn't bring myself to take it out. Master Zhao? Sounds like this person is rather good at putting on airs. Wait a minute. Did you say you made your own video? Send it to me. Don't be shy, we are family. If it sucks, I won't say a word to anyone. Even if she intended to spread it, after seeing the fury of the elders on Qingtai Mountain, she would not even dare do so. Suho thought for a bit and felt that letting his own Su family members see it was no big deal, so he sent that video over to her. In a short moment, his elder female cousin had sent a reply. In the future, it would be better to leave these sort of artistic matters to a proper artist. Oh, I almost forgot. How did you get to know Fang Zhao? This was what Suho's cousin really wanted to know. Suho spoke about the circumstances at the cemetery and how he had approached Fang Zhao for help. Suho's cousin remained silent for quite a bit this time before, finally, faintly saying, "Seems like your 49 kowtows were not for nothing." After ending the call, Suho's cousin related the story to a few other Su family members of the same generation. Some of them were wondering whether they should head over during the next Memorial Day for some kowtows. Suho had gone to Yenzhou and, after some kowtows, had met a prosperous helping hand. They wondered if they would maybe become popular next year if they kowtowed before Su Mu's grave. Suho also felt that the kowtows had totally been worth it. He might have been gloomy over his siblings fooling him back then, but now he realized it had been worth it. If he had not knocked his head that many times, he would not have run over to Su Mu's grave in a bout of fury to complain and would not have met Fang Zhao, and things would not have turned out this way. Over at Muzhou, Dongshan Farm had become all the rage because of the Eastern Region Finals. Suho and Shanmu Farm had all become popular. Needless to say, the competition dogs had all featured on this year's ranking charts, especially the lead dog, curly hair. In human competitions, there was always a most valuable player, and sheep-herding competitions similarly had such an award. After the competition, there was a vote, and curly hair unanimously won the most valuable dog award. At the same time, the sheep-herding competition organizers posted the value rankings of the Eastern Region competition dogs on their homepage. Curly hair had a value of 50 million and was worthy of its title of most valuable dog. Wu Yi was even happier than Fang Zhao. 6 out of the 7 dogs in the team were from his farm. Although Bingo was worth a few million, still far off from curly hair, Wu Yi was already very satisfied. The added value of his 6 dogs also amounted to at least 100 million. Furthermore, this was only temporary. When the finals started, their value would continue to rise, perhaps by a few times. The creases from Wu Yi's face had become deeper from all that smiling. He sighed ruefully and said, Fang Zhao said back then that this dog had wandered for who knows how long in the Black Street. When he picked it up, it was all skin and bones and could not even stand. For the people of Muzhou who loved dogs, the circumstances that Fang Zhao had mentioned were unimaginable. Muzhou's laws safeguarded the interest of the people of Muzhou. Every law-abiding citizen of Muzhou would have their own plot of land, other than those inherited from their parents or elders. There were charities that would give those with special circumstances plots of land or perhaps work. As long as they were not lazy and did not abandon themselves, they would be able to have a life. Dogs were different. They did not have land or jobs. However, there were no strays in Muzhou. Even if they were abandoned by their old farm owners, the new farm owners would also take care of them. Otherwise, those farm owners would be viewed by others as wicked and heartless. In other continents, people would term this as emotional blackmail, but in Muzhou, they felt that this was the right thing to do. After all, deciding to raise them, it was their responsibility. Even if they were not raised well, it was up to the farm owner's own decision. Fang Zhao has some good luck. Who would know that a stray that was picked up could achieve the unexpected status it had today? If everyone had known, what would have happened all those years in the Black Street? And since curly hair occupied the top ranking in the Eastern region, its life story also came into the light. What? It is not a Muzhou dog. To actually be from another continent. Screw everything else. Let's not waste time and buy it over. Chapter 101. Ambassador, an even more natural image. After finding out curly hair was not from Muzhou, many people began to voice their thoughts. Such a good dog that was born for sheep herding. It is a pity it is. From a foreign continent. Are there such great pastures in other continents? Are dogs loved as much in other continents compared to Muzhou? Therefore, this sort of dog should be taken care of by the people of Muzhou. Someone else's dog? Buy it. It is merely $50 million. To many farm owners of large farms, this is just an insignificant amount. But very quickly, they realized curly hair's owner was also very rich. Tisk, Fang Zhao's dog. This sucks. I heard that little fellow is loaded. He was the one that meddled with Suho's farm. Someone asked already. He is not selling. I just heard from a friend who does music. One of Fang Zhao's compositions went for a fee of 10 million, and that was some time back. After his global lecture tour, his fees will be even higher. What now? What's an artist like him doing keeping a dog? The people who had originally intended to purchase the dog were dejected. What they were most unhappy about was that the owner refused to sell and had no lack of cash. Let's wait a bit more. There is reasoning behind not selling now. After the finals, who knows how high his value will soar? When the time comes, let's discuss terms with that little fellow. Who knows, it might work. But after the finals, the price will not be what we normal people can afford. You large farm owners go ahead and compete. Us medium-sized farms will temporarily back off. But returning to the main topic, don't we have other methods to depress its value? Wager on another dog. Who knows which dog might outshine this little curly hair at that time, and its value will not rise much. Makes sense. However, in the Eastern region, which dog can beat curly hair? Gold Colt. Gold Colt won't do. Its sheep-herding performance is still lacking. We can't find any suitable in the Eastern region. Let's see if there are any in the Western region we can wager on. Otherwise, the throne of most valuable dog in the finals might be stolen by a foreign dog. Those farm owners discussed in private how to suppress curly hair. However, the ignorant audiences online really liked this dog. There were no rules that prohibited foreign dogs from joining any farm's team. This was because the Muzhou people had always believed only dogs from their homeland could herd sheep and that foreign dogs were all idiots. In this sort of competition that tested their IQ, other dogs would not keep up. Until now, Curly Hair was the most well-liked dog among Muzhou audiences, especially the scene of its horizontal leap where it flew. In the days that followed the competition, it was still trending on the internet. That scene fully explained what was meant by, "I scare even myself when I go wild." Therefore, on Muzhou's internet, many people liked to use flying dog to describe Curly Hair. They felt that the name Curly Hair was not formal enough and did not illustrate this lead dog's special characteristics. Thus, a lot of the time, they called him Flying Dog. The best-case scenario for the people of Muzhou was if someone could buy him. But even if this was not possible, everyone was eagerly anticipating Curly Hair's performance in the finals. Over at Muzhou's side, this topic was stirred up, and even people of Yinzhou were contacted to see if they could provide a little more information. And the Yinzhou media was like a cat that had caught the scent of a fishy smell and reacted quickly. What? The most valuable dog of Muzhou's sheep herding Eastern finals is a dog from our Yinzhou? A value of 50 million. Are dogs that expensive? Oh right, it's Muzhou. The people of Muzhou are a bunch of dog-crazy fanatics. Whatever the situation, it was time to put it on the news. Therefore, very quickly, many people in Yinzhou caught on to what was happening. Qian City District, the black street where Fang Zhao used to stay. Yu Qing was going through his normal routine, having lunch and a cup of tea, watching the news while reclining on his chair beside the door, and being bathed by the warm sunlight. Muzhou sheep herding competition? What is so strange about? 50 million? Muzhou people are really crazy. TSK, a $50 million dog. Ack. Cough, cough. Cough, cough, cough. Yu Qing had choked and coughed violently till his entire body curled up. The cup had been tossed aside. With great difficulty, he slowly got up and heard AI-1 rushing over from his drugstore. Old you, we have a big situation. What? Have you seen today's news? Are you talking about Fang Zhao's little curly hair? Yes. AI-1 shuddered as he extended the 5 fingers on his hand. Shaken, he stammered. 50 million. That stray that wandered into our black street for who knows how long and nearly died. That little curly hair has a value of 50 million. And this is only temporary. I heard that after Muzhou's whatever competition is over it will rise even more. Old you, $50 million. Poor old me opened a drugstore and doubled as a doctor. Yesterday at night, I was still treating people and only made a small 10,000, and that excited me till I couldn't sleep. But compared to this dog, I suddenly feel like owning a dog. Where in our street can I find myself a stray? I shall go and pick one up. Maybe I won't need to open my store anymore. With thick bags under his eyes, AI-1 shook his head vigorously, as if imagining something wonderful, and mumbled something to himself. Yu Qing went into his shop and got an iced beverage for him. Drink some. AI-1 guzzled 2 mouthfuls down and shivered from the ice. Awake now? Yu Qing asked. Awake. AI-1 dragged a chair over and sat beside Yu Qing. Sighing, he said, some people have luck that we can only dream about. Furthermore, Fang Zhao, that little fellow, is really capable. How long has it been? And he is so prosperous now. 50 million, and that little fellow probably does not think much of it. Sigh back. When I shaved the fur of that little dog, and it spoiled my shaver. Giving a shave to a dog worth 50 million, and I shaved it all off. I could brag about this for a year. If only I had kept the dog fur from back then. Who knows? I might even have been able to sell it for quite a decent sum. AI-1 raised his head to look at the afternoon sun shining down on the black street and was blinded momentarily. Raising his hand to shield his eyes, he said, that little fellow and us have different paths. He is still so young and can go much further in the future. After 10 years, who knows, we might still be staying here in this black street. Yu Qing rarely heard AI-1 that rueful. It seemed like the 50 million value of little curly hair had upset him. However, why did he not continue talking? Old you. MMHM, I'm listening. AI-1 pointed at the sky. Drone. Yu Qing looked up. Indeed, there was a drone from high up descending. An express delivery model, whose house upstairs was expecting an express delivery. That's not right. Why do I feel that it is going to descend all the way to the bottom? AI-1 used his hands to block out the sun and watch the falling drone. Yu Qing also felt the same way. At this spot, right at the bottom, was his shop. Old you, did you buy something? Or perhaps it was your wife. Nope, my stock came in a few days back. Also, if I had purchased something, I would not use this sort of delivery method. Yuqing watched it descend. This drone model had a faster speed and was steady when it transported. It was just that its freight fee was many times more than a normal drone. Yuqing, express delivery. An electronic voice blurted out from the drone. It really is mine. After verifying the identity, the drone set down a case that was 2 meters wide and 1 meter tall. When they saw the name of the sender, Yuqing and AI-1 made eye contact, and together, they shifted the case in and closed the door of the shop. AI-1 urged Yuqing to open it. Faster, faster, faster. Let's see what Fang Zhao has sent over. Yuqing opened it and realized there were a few packages of vacuum-sealed meat products and some grains wrapped up. There were also some processed foodstuffs manufactured in Muzhou. Even if it was processed food, they were made from natural crops. When sold out of Muzhou, these did not come cheap either. Inside was a message from Fang Zhao, saying that he was in Muzhou now and had conveniently sent Yuqing and AI-1 some Muzhou specialty products. Ha ha, that little fellow has not forgotten about us. Old you, Fang Zhao said, a portion here belongs to me. Temporarily keep them at your store. I have no storage facilities at my place. That's all for now. I'm heading back to attend to my store. I will be back later to have barbecued meat. Yuqing laughed and shook his head as he watched the jubilant AI-1 run out. They were just like this, without any big ambitions. Although they would grumble, they were easily satisfied. Fang Zhao had not sent these to only Yuqing and AI-1, who had helped him in the past. He'd also sent some to the people in the company, second Uncle Fang's family in Yenzhou, and also to his great-grandparents. Great-grandfather Fang happily went out to show off again. They were not lacking any of these. It was just that Fang Zhao's heartfelt intentions made them happy. Moreover, they had been paying attention to information online, and knowing that Fang Zhao was doing well made them glad. Previously, when Fang Zhao had gone with Xue Jing for the global lecture tour, great-grandfather Fang had flaunted to all the others at the retirement center, "My great-grandson Fang Zhao will be a great artist in the future." In the past, great-grandfather Fang had hoped his descendants would all enter the military and develop, repeatedly urging them to proactively serve, and how it would be best if they would head to more arduous places to train. After all, hardship increased stature. Now he was a little worried. Those that were sent to far-off planets to mine for resources were too tough, and the people of the same batch might be impulsive or violent. All the more so for his great-grandson, who could not raise a hand to defend himself. That little fellow was a man of art. If he really went to such a place for his military service, would he be able to survive? Thus, on the night where they received the delivery, the old couple went without sleep the entire night and discussed the best place to arrange to send their little great-grandson to serve in the military. If Fang Zhao knew what these two elders were thinking, he would have told them, "You two are overthinking things." Muzhou's eastern and western regions' normal competitions had all concluded. Before the finals, there would be a 1-month period to give each farm a chance to recover and train. Shamu Farm. Curly Hair and the other dogs were in the field hunting field mice. Wu Yi let someone watch over them. After the competition, they were more relaxed, and he did not restrict the dogs playing. There was a veterinarian team on standby, so nothing should happen. Today, a slightly special person had come to the farm. The person was an older male cousin of Su Ho's. He was around 20 years old, and after graduating from university, he had used his cash on hand to start a company, naming it For Elephant's Foodstuff Company. Su Feng's own farm had a mountain to one side and a river on the other, and there were 4 rocks that were the shape of an elephant, hence the name. As for why Su Feng had come, it was to discuss business, not with Su Ho but with Fang Zhao. Compared to the owner of Shamu Farm, Wu Yi, Su Feng looked more like a businessman. Ambassador. Fang Zhao looked at Su Feng. Dog food. Su Feng wanted Curly Hair to endorse his company's new range of superior quality dog food. In Muzhou, the market for this was quite big. People of Muzhou were willing to spend money on dogs. The fee Su Feng offered was not low either. He gave Fang Zhao a first draft of the contract, and if Fang Zhao did not agree, it could be modified. Fang Zhao took a look. There were no issues with the contract. "I need to first take a look at your products before coming to a decision." That goes without saying. Su Feng took out several cans that had already been prepared and even handed over 2 sets of appraising notes. One was from the supervising department, and the other was from the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, where Suho's own brother had had a private assessment. I know you have your own considerations to make, and I believe that a number of companies will have approached you. However, I hope you will take the time to consider our company, Su Feng said. Actually, I have one other matter, which also concerns an ambassadorial role and is our company's main issue. Also for curly hair. No, Su Feng smiled and said, I'm looking for Polar Light. Su Feng had come up with a plan for Polar Light. He had spent the past 2 years gradually pushing his company's brand out of Muzhou. The company's main business was not dog food. Dog food was just one of the many developments that the company had, and it was only focused within Muzhou. The company's main emphasis was to sell its agricultural products to other continents. However, competition was tough, and even though he was from the Su family, there was still a limit to what he could do. Su Feng kept trying to find a way, and during this sheep-herding competition, he'd taken notice of Fang Zhao, a composer from Yinzhou, and he hoped to garner the help of one of Yinzhou's 3 big entertainment companies, Silverwing Media's Virtual Projects Department. Virtual Idol Polar Light's image is a tree, just right. Even more fitting for our concept of natural. Chapter 102, The Person Behind. After the end of days, development had been the first priority. With the technological levels back then, development of the industry needed unavoidable sacrifices of certain things, such as the environment. Other than Muzhou, the other 11 continents all experienced a severe stifling period, so much so that the people then wondered whether they had made the right choice and if the world would just go to ruin. Should they halt the development at hand and create spaceships to visit other planets in search of a new place to survive? After all this had boiled over, new energy sources had already surpassed the original sources. Construction was faster and technology invalidated a lot of toxic emissions. The 12 continents in the new era had really stabilized. But aside from Muzhou, the other continents did not have much suitable land for growing crops, so a lot of the materials for producing foodstuff were cultivated without soil and other different methods. After 500 years passed, Muzhou's status as one of the 4 special continents continued to exist peacefully. This was also a rule set by everybody, not to interfere with Muzhou's development. Even if there were people who wanted to transform Muzhou and the people there did not oppose, the other continents would not allow it. There were people that once said Muzhou was the last clean soil. Hence, in this world, when it came to food, Muzhou had a special place. Families with good conditions would choose to get their food from Muzhou and were more inclined toward the so-called natural foodstuffs. Generally speaking, Muzhou's well-known companies did not need an ambassador to boost their popularity. Among the public, their influence was very hard to displace. As Su Feng's 4 Elephants Company was a very young brand, when given the choice of a product of a similar type and price between 2 companies, people would definitely choose the more familiar brand. Su Feng had sought out celebrities in other continents to endorse his products, and there had been results. They just were not as good as he had expected. Many other companies also looked for celebrities to endorse their products as well. Su Feng had decided to try it out at Yinzhou, but this time, instead of finding a real-life celebrity, he chose to find a virtual idol whose image was close to natural, Polar Light. And it just so happened that Polar Light was popular at the moment. Polar Light. Hearing Su Feng, Fang Zhao understood what he meant. It is indeed a good opinion. However, Fang Zhao looked Su Feng in the eye and said seriously, the endorsement fees for Polar Light won't be cheap. Su Feng laughed as if he had just heard a joke. Don't worry, even though our company just started out, when it comes funding, paying for an endorsement ambassador is not a problem. Su Feng thought to himself that Fang Zhao did not understand the market for endorsements. Polar Light was indeed on the uprise in Yinzhou and was quite popular, but he still could not really compare with those really big-name superstars whose endorsement fees could be considered to be sky-high. Polar Lights would only cost a few millions. As he was about to explain to Fang Zhao received a notification on his communications device. Sorry, I need a moment. Fang Zhao walked out of the room to answer the call. Su Feng indicated he understood and sat in the room, thinking about whether or not he should explain to Fang Zhao about the market for endorsements. Outside, Fang Zhao had received a voice call from Duan Xinji. Fang Zhao, are you still in Muzhou? Duan Qianji's tone sounded like she was in a good mood. Something good must have happened. I still have some matters over here, Fang Zhao replied. If the matters are not important, leave it first and return to the company for a bit to sign a contract with Fiery Bird. They have selected Polar Light to be the spokesperson for Battle of the Century. Duan Qianji could not help laughing as she spoke. After waiting for so long, they'd finally gotten the result they wanted. Apparently, it seems like you are not surprised. Duan Qianji's acute senses could guess as much. Although there was no video projection, she could sense that Fang Zhao did not have much of a reaction. This was one of the reasons many employees in Silver Wing feared Duan Qianji. Even without using her eyes, she could tell what one was up to and whether they were lying. Early in the morning, Huang Elliot sent me a message that just said, "Congratulations." Looking at the timing, I guessed that it probably had to do with the endorsement deal, Fang Zhao replied. As Huali was the head of Fiery Bird's sound effects department, he would have received the news earlier. Duan Qianji understood this and did not ask any more, instead urging once more. So you need to hurry back. As the person in charge of the virtual projects department, the contract has to be signed personally by you. Wait a bit, I still have a matter here. Fang Zhao then told her the situation regarding Su Feng and Polar Light's endorsement. Got it. Go and pack your stuff and prepare to leave. I will arrange for someone to discuss terms with Su Feng. Curly Hair's endorsement deal could be decided by Fang Zhao, as Curly Hair was his personal property. However, for Polar Light's deal, it had to go through Silver Wing's personnel, as Polar Light was a company asset. Su Feng had never expected to be able to discuss with Duan Qianji directly. At first, he was calmly discussing, but once Duan Qianji informed him of the price, Su Feng nearly dropped his communications device. Su Feng was shocked by the figure. 100 million? And only for 1 year? Boss Duan, since when did Yinzhou's endorsement fee get raised that much? Many A-lister celebrities' fees for this sort of endorsement deal could be signed for less than 50 million for 2 years, and there were many choices. At present, Miyu, who was termed as Yinzhou's #1 virtual idol, had an endorsement fee of about 150 million, but that was for 2 years. Andy Liu, who had a similar reputation, garnered a fee of 120 million for 2 years as well. To think that Silver Wing's virtual idol, who'd only risen to prominence less than a year ago and was not as popular as Miyu and Andy Liu, would demand a fee of 100 million for 1 year. Did they think that Muzhou people had no brains? Duan Qianji took no offense to Su Feng's tone and just told him the matter of Fiery Bird coming to the decision of having Polar Light endorse Battle of the Century. Su Feng was fuming. He obviously knew what this meant. Stifling back his words for a bit, he then said, "Even if he was chosen by Fiery Bird, your price is too high." Suho had gone out for a run, and when he returned, he saw his cousin standing there, his face distorting non-stop as if he was discussing something of great importance. When Su Feng looked up and saw that Suho had returned, he took a deep breath, got up, and left. The next day, for Elephants and Silver Wing's Polar Light came to an official decision for cooperation. Su Feng had not only taken into account Polar Light's appearance and his influence in Yinzhou, he'd also taken into consideration Fang Zhao, who was the person standing behind Polar Light. Su Feng believed that, as long as Fang Zhao was there, Polar Light would only continue to rise. When he thought about what he understood from Fang Zhao's information, all Su Feng could think about was how frightening Fang Zhao was. In just a little more than a year, he had risen from being an obscure intern to a reputable hotshot in the music circles. He had completed a global lecture tour, supported Silver Wing's entire virtual projects department, and even attracted the colossal Fiery Bird's attention. He had even made his dog's value soar to 50 million. Could this be a flash in the pan? Su Feng was not one to concede or listen to what others said. Instead, he believed that, in the near future, this young person would become even hotter. Although he could not guess how, that was what his intuition told him. Su Feng knew he was taking a risk. If the market proved that he was wrong, he would be ridiculed by those in the industry. This he did not mind, but what he cared about was the few Su elders living on Qingtai Mountain. He had wanted to earn more benefits and resources from the elders after producing results and showing them. However, if he failed, he did not even need to think about it. As Su Feng and the person Duan Qianji had sent were discussing the concrete details of the contract, Fang Zhao had already boarded the flying transport headed back to Yenzhou. Curly Hair stayed behind in Muzhou once more, continuing to train with the other shepherd dogs as they prepared for the finals. Once more returning to Yenzhou, the moment Fang Zhao stepped into the department, all eyes were on him. "Boss, you're back." After Zhu Wen and the others had finished shouting, they looked behind Fang Zhao, then beside his leg, finding nothing. Curly Hair did not come back. He is staying in Muzhou to train. He still has to train for the finals, Fang Zhao said. Zhu Wen and the others gathered around Fang Zhao and asked him about the happenings over in Muzhou and inquired as to Fang Zhao's thoughts on having a dog with a $50 million value that would continue to rise. When they had seen the news, the entire virtual projects department had been full of shrieks and had scared Duong, who, when he'd to visit the 50th floor, had thought an accident had happened. Back then, before he left, Fang Zhao had said that he was heading out to expand his professional services, but who knew that it would really happen? The department members had already received news of the endorsement collaboration with Muzhou's side. As for the concrete details, it would be arranged before they were informed. As they thought about Polar Light's endorsement fee, and then Curly Hair's value, Zhu Wen and the others could not help but think that this department was becoming rich and powerful. "Tisk, boss, when you were abroad, you could still stir up the news." Zhu Wen shook his head and sighed ruefully. "Muzhou is really a crazy place." "Oh, right. Can we go over and watch Curly Hair's final live?" "We shall see the situation when the time comes. If there are no assignments at the company, we can organize a trip to Muzhou," Fang Zhao replied. "On company expenses?" Zhu Wen asked. "If the company does not approve, I will sponsor it myself." Fang Zhao's answer drew cheers from everyone in the department. "But for now, we have to prepare for the signing ceremony with Fiery Bird." "Yes." The next day, Fang Zhao brought a few key members of the virtual projects team over to Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch. There, a signing ceremony would be held. Many people had not expected that. In the end, Fiery Bird would pick Polar Light, who had only appeared less than a year ago, as Yenzhou's spokesperson. Even though Polar Light had only come in third place in the online popularity poll, it had not affected Fiery Bird's final decision. Photos and videos of the signing ceremony were spread quickly. Fiery Bird's choice of Polar Light as the spokesperson of Battle of the Century spread widely across Yenzhou's gaming circles. 5 days later, Fiery Bird had a public post on its website. It was a picture of 12 warriors. On it were the virtual idols that were the 12 representatives of the respective 12 continents. Polar Light was the only non-human virtual idol, and his image on that picture was from his 100-year period of destruction music video, where his branches were muscled and he took on a human-like form for battle. On October 1st, Battle of the Century will be officially released. Chapter 103, The Only Non-Human. For any virtual idol, receiving Fiery Bird's endorsement deal was like winning the lottery, with the prize being a rising popularity. Fiery Bird were not lacking customers. Finding a spokesperson was equivalent to finding a cooperative partner in Yenzhou. Promotion was a cooperative effort by Silver Wing and Fiery Bird. Once Fiery Bird's massive campaign started, it would be everywhere. Throwing money. Ruthlessly throwing money. In Qian City's center, on many high-rise buildings, screens in public squares, huge entertainment centers, and public transportation, Battle of the Century advertisements could be seen. It was still some way off from October. However, for a company that only produced a game every 10 years, many people felt that their advertisements had started late. Although what attracted the interest of gaming fans was the publicly released short film, all the people that normally did not follow the film and entertainment industry more or less remembered the virtual idol Polar Light. The frenzy was in full swing the whole of May. 10 years after 10 years. The money that gaming fans had saved up for a long time was used to make pre-orders of the latest models of gaming hardware to upgrade their rigs. Those that were richer would just get themselves a brand new gaming setup and were only waiting for October 1st for the game's release. In a high-rise apartment complex in Qian City, Big Dipper, a gaming team well known within Qian City, were very busy. "Captain, we are running out of water, meat too. Everything is running out." "Got it. I will get someone to go get more. Just eat whatever there is or order some takeout." "Hey, Captain, let's change brands this time. Buy 4 elephants this time. All the stuff from Muzhou is the same. Was the previous brand no good? An old brand is always reassuring. But I heard from my younger cousin. They tried 4 elephants today, and it was not bad. Furthermore, it's endorsed by Polar Light. Endorsed by Polar Light? Let me see. All right, let's try this brand. At a public squad, a teenager stood in front of a vending machine, thirsty from playing. As he scanned through all the different types of mineral water inside and decided on a brand he drank once before, he caught sight of a Battle of the Century advertisement on a billboard in the distance. The teenager looked at the image, then looked at the printed tree man on a certain bottle and made his choice. Although online shopping was very efficient and popular nowadays, in large cities, there would still be shopping centers. These sorts of ancient shopping centers still existed to provide those sentimentalists with a place to feel nostalgia and antiquity. Gaming sections were always packed recently. Youngsters could always be seen coming and going. At the same time, 4 elephants products were all the rage too. Endorsing a game and endorsing foodstuff, Polar Light was the only one doing it. In schools, many secondary school students were more inclined to pick the 4 elephant drinks that had Polar Light on them. Other products might be too expensive for their allowance to afford, but drinks were still fine. In Muzhou, Su Feng listened to a report from his subordinate regarding the sales volume of every continent in the last 7 days. Huangzhou slowed down in sales. Liezhou, sales remain largely unchanged. Lazhou, sales remain largely unchanged. Yanzhou, 500% increase in sales volume. Hearing this, Su Feng was so surprised he nearly fell out of his chair. The result is that obvious? Su Feng got someone to hand over the detailed information, and he proceeded to carefully investigate it, checking whether there was any manipulation or if the market had really started to incline toward them. After he had done so, Su Feng had only one thought. That 100 million was well spent. This gamble really paid out. Su Feng felt himself shaking from excitement when he spoke. Is there enough stock over at Yanzhou? As there was a surplus previously, there aren't many places that are lacking. We have already hastened our deliveries over there. Boss, Huangzhou's side has suddenly increased their order. Another person abruptly said. What? Why did this happen? Su Feng had not gotten a new spokesperson for Huangzhou. His farm's products were wrapped in the same packaging that had Polar Light's image. He did not have much hope that many people in Huangzhou would recognize Polar Light. All he wanted was to imply the products were natural. As Fiery Bird was based in Huangzhou and their company had used Polar Light for advertising, there would be some effects, but it would not be that effective. Now that Huangzhou had requested to increase their order, Su Feng was puzzled. He contacted his people in Huangzhou to get to the bottom of the matter. It turned out that, in Huangzhou, the boss of a large shopping center was a gaming enthusiast and had pasted 12 advertisements on the exterior of the building. Every advertisement was of a product. Normally, such an advertisement would require that the brands pay additional fees, and sometimes, if there were others competing for the spot, the prices would be high. This time, the gaming enthusiast boss had willfully placed 12 advertisements on the exterior, each one being endorsed by a celebrity. There was endorsed foodstuff, endorsed clothing, endorsed kitchen equipment, and others including exercise equipment. And these 12 celebrities endorsing these 12 products were none other than the virtual idols and Fiery Bird's promotional image. And what was different from the hot-blooded styles of the promotional image of Battle of the Century were the styles of these advertisements. Some of them were elegant, some charming, some witty, and Polar Light had a fresh and clean style. Compared with the promotional image of Battle of the Century, many people thought it was rather meaningful. Compared to their intense looks, the boss of the shopping center took delight in it. Occasionally there would be utterances of, "Whoa, isn't this the tree man endorsing Battle of the Century?" heard from the people visiting the shopping center. Among the 12 virtual idols, the tree was the one that left the deepest impression for gamers. 4 elephants left an impression among customers who visited the shopping center. Even if they had not known of this brand before, since the others were all big brands that could be trusted, 4 elephants would not be any shoddy brand either, and it was from Muzhou. As for Polar Light being the only non-human spokesperson endorsing Battle of the Century, in addition to Yanzhou and Huangzhou, the other continents gradually showed signs of its influence. At the same time, Many people also inquired with Fiery Bird's relevant department on why they had chosen Polar Light to be Yinzhou's representative when it was not even a human virtual idol and had so few works and insufficient popularity. Fiery Bird's reply was, "Just this, he is worth it." At Fiery Bird's headquarters, the engineers in the technical department were yawning. They had continuously worked overtime for quite a number of days in a row. People outside are discussing why we chose Polar Light as Yinzhou's game representative. Who we choose is none of their damn business. Why choose Polar Light? Probably, it was because they had poured so many deep sentiments into producing Battle of the Century. When they saw the 100-year period of destruction music video, they'd felt that the world in which this tree existed was the same world they had created in the game, and that it was no longer a game, but reality. Therefore, during the discussions for the spokespersons, there were disputes for the other continents. But when it came to Yinzhou, it was an almost unanimous vote in favor of Polar Light. From their point of view, he was the most suitable candidate and most worthy of the chance. Who is the head of the Polar Light team? I thought someone mentioned it before. Fang Zhao, he is a composer. 100-year period of destruction was created by him. Previously, the sound effects head Huali mentioned they had used Fang Zhao's composition. However, for the fee, he was given two choices, cash or a gaming console. Fang Zhao chose the console. Whoa, that fellow has good taste. There are only 100 sets that'll be released in the entire world. However, for someone that dabbles in the arts, he probably will not. Get used to it, and will probably resell it. What a pity. Yeah, a pity. However, whatever his choice, once it is sent out, we don't have to bother about their decision. Speaking of which, I rather like that little fellow's works. Oh, right, the opening scene's background music was composed by that fellow. The one we listened to that time, where you get goosebumps just listening to it. Yep. Huh. That was really impressive. What was the title of that background music? Huali said that the piece is called Immortal. Chapter 104. You have too few expressions. Fang Zhao did not know that he was being talked about by the few engineers of Fiery Bird. At that moment, he was standing in the 50th floor office, gazing out the window. In the distance, an image of Polar Light appeared every 5 minutes in the middle of a bunch of skyscrapers. Recently, Polar Light's figure was everywhere in Yinzhou. Billboards, holographic projections above buildings, posters, etc. Other than Silver Wing and Fiery Bird's cooperative marketing campaign, there was Su Feng's 4 Elephants' advertisements as well. It seemed that Polar Light's popularity had exploded spectacularly overnight. At one of the press conferences for the movie that Silver Wing had invested in, which starred Polar Light, when the media were inquiring about Polar Light's endorsements, an announcer, accidentally, revealed that Polar Light's 4 Elephants' endorsement fee was 100 million for a year. Toward this, many people's first reaction was disbelief. Sensationalization. Definitely sensationalization. If the fee was from Fiery Bird, it would still have been believable, but that another company, especially one that was not considered famous, would actually pay out such a high fee? How could anyone be convinced? Merely considering endorsement fees, that would make Polar Light the #1 virtual idol in Yinzhou. Even if he did not have sufficient works or enough detailed information, his fans also could not compare to the other 2 popular virtual idols. But who let Polar Light have such good luck? Who had let the people behind Polar Light be so capable? When the word got out, it was a topic that was discussed furiously. For Elephants had really spent so much just for Polar Light to endorse them? Dumb *SS? For Elephants' Yinzhou in charge immediately shot back. Sorry to be a bother, but I am that dumb *SS you were speaking about. There were also many people that admired the way 4 Elephants had grabbed the chance at the opportune moment. Freeloading on the hype over Battle of the Century was surely pleasant. And counting the number of eyes across the world that would be on Battle of the Century, despite it being some ways off, people were starting to understand. Because of Silver Wings and Fiery Bird's joint promotional campaign, now, anybody from Yinzhou who went online or headed out would get to see Polar Light's image. This was also the reason for 4 Elephants' steep increase in sales volume. Also, 4 Elephants had also gone from being a certain Muzhou brand to a well-known brand. Fang Zhao did not understand much about the market and sales, but just from everyday sights and sounds, he could understand that sort of change. Recently, the members of the Virtual Projects department walked more proudly. When they went out, they would receive looks of envy or congratulatory words. 100 million for an endorsement deal? 10 of these would be a billion. 20 of these would be 2 billion. Zhu Wen counted and counted, but felt himself getting even more confused. Are we going to be rich? They would not get that much, but over time fees and bonuses would increase, right? We have been rich for some time already. Song Miao rolled her eyes. Haven't you checked your bank account? Nope. Zhu Wen changed his position on the department's couch and checked the funds in his account. SSSS. After the violent sucking in of air, Zhu Wen held his head with his 2 hands as if he could not believe what he was seeing. Aye. This. Their wages were considered quite high within the company already. There was still the overtime pay and, more importantly, the bonuses. Seeing the zeros at the back, Zhu Wen once again felt that his decision back then to be lazy and stay at the virtual projects departments was the right choice. This is all thanks to boss's great leadership. There could be no expense spared when it came to bootlicking. Without Fang Zhao's approval, how would they be able to get so much overtime pay and such great bonuses? If it were somebody else, one who liked to deduct staff wages, as their superior, they would not receive such good treatment. To this, the other members in the department nodded their heads in agreement. Ever since Fang Zhao had come to Silver Wing's virtual projects department, it had only been on the uprise. Whatever would happen in the future, nobody knew yet. However, they all knew that, as long as they followed Fang Zhao, their prospects would be boundless. Just a trip to Muzhou for a bit, and he'd pulled a 100 million endorsement deal? Even the dog could become so valuable. Speaking of Muzhou, boss, when can we go to Muzhou to watch the finals? Zhu Wen asked. This was his second time mentioning it since Fang Zhao had returned. The other department members looked at Fang Zhao with anticipation. When the marketing was its peak, they had all worked overtime to clear the tasks assigned. Now that the workload was not that heavy, the workload could be shared by other departments and they could afford to relax a little. I will speak to the boss. Today, some new tasks have been assigned. You guys can settle the matters at hand first. Fang Zhao tidied up some of his things. After work, I leave it up to you guys to arrange. Got it. Although that was the reply they gave, no one left. Working hours and after work had little difference to them. Now all they wanted was to clear all the work so that they could enjoy without any worries. After leaving the company, Fang Zhao paid a visit to Xue Jing at his residence. Xue Jing was already back in Yenzhou for a rest. Previously, as Fang Zhao had matters at Muzhou and Xue Jing still had a number of meetings to attend, they had parted rather hurriedly. This time, when he came back, Fang Zhao still ought to thank this old man. After all, it was Xue Jing that had given him such a chance and spared no effort to help him. As Fang Zhao's driver-cum-bodyguard, Zuyu naturally accompanied him. Xue Jing was very happy to see Fang Zhao. I was just talking about you, and now you are here. Have you eaten dinner? I ate already. Youngsters have great appetites. Come, accompany this old man for some food. Xue Jing called him over. Fang Zhao was astonished when he realized that Xue Jing had another guest. It was the fiery bird sound effects department head Hua Li, who had previously contacted him. Xue Jing can also be considered my teacher, and we have always kept in touch. Today, I visited Yenzhou to meet a few old friends, and, at the same time, visit old Xue. Never did I expect to run into you, Hua Li said. Xue Jing was very happy today, and was especially talkative, probably from drinking some wine. His assistant had stopped Xue Jing from drinking too much, but this amount was enough to raise his spirits. I never expected that, at my age, to accept the heavy task of writing a textbook that no one wanted to touch would instigate a new wave of studying frenzy. I heard that many academies have added related courses to their curriculum. Yesterday, I also received a message from a few of my former students saying that their chance had come again. Xue Jing spoke enthusiastically and Fang Zhao and Hua Li listened from the side, occasionally nodding in agreement. However, as Xue Jing was rather old, even if was especially spirited, after talking for some time, he got quickly tired and fell asleep. Fang Zhao and Hua Li helped the assistant shift Xue Jing into his room and then helped tidy up the house before leaving. As Hua Li had come from Huangzhou and did not drive his own flying transport or bring anyone along, Fang Zhao got Zuyu to drive the car and send Hua Li to the hotel he was residing at. When they were close to the hotel, Hua Li asked, "Are you busy? How about a drink? Guessing that Huali probably had other matters to discuss that were not convenient in Shuijing's presence, Fang Zhao agreed. Huali chose a restaurant close by the hotel where he knew the owner. Zuiyu took the initiative and found a chair outside to sit in. He did not go inside to listen. Back at old Shui's place, there was something I did not say. Huali looked serious. Fang Zhao, have you thought about your own future? Huali's sudden question surprised Fang Zhao a little. What do you mean by that? Do you intend to keep staying at Silverwing? To speak the truth, back at old Shui's place, that old man told me he wishes that you could focus all your efforts on music and not have to manage the trivial matters of Silverwing's virtual projects department. However, Huali's tone changed. I, on the other hand, hope that you get yourself in more stuff and experience more. That way you would have inspiration and create even better works. Fang Zhao twirled the cup in his hands, but did not say anything, waiting for what was to follow. Huali swept his gaze across Fang Zhao. This young fellow was still the same as before. He could not see if his words had received any reaction from him. Huali paused for a bit before continuing. If you feel your limitations are too high, when you have idle time, you can visit Huangzhou Music Academy. The advanced courses there are better than at Qian Academy of Music. There is a lot that can be learned there, and many symphonic enthusiasts all over the world are there. You can overcome any weakness and get to know others. It would be beneficial for your future, too. Advanced studies? From Fang Zhao's memory, he knew that Huangzhou Music Academy did have an advanced course for the Global Music Association. Many great masters in the music world had previously gone there for advanced studies. That was a gold-plated process, and he would get to know many people from the industry and widen his network. The people who could go there were top talents from all around the world. Given your current works, plus Ming Tsang and Old Shui's combined recommendations, you can surely get into the Youth Advanced course, Huali told him. Have you been there too? Fang Zhao asked. Yes, I have. The company recommended me. I am not the creator type. My strength lies in my hearing capabilities. I was recruited into Fiery Bird early on and arranged to attend advanced studies. After returning, I took less than 2 years to become a deputy department head, and after that, I got promoted to where I am now. Huali had not composed in a long time. During my advanced studies, I was in the same batch as Ming Tsang, but because of the situation with his son, he put his career on hold for more than 10 years. Of course, this is only a suggestion I am giving you as an industry senior. If you don't wish to, there is no problem. Even if you want to change professions later on, that is fine too. I know a lot of people from the music industry who switched over to film and television because it is easier to become popular in film and there's more money there. The memory of the internet can be very long enough that it will remember us when we die, or it can be very short. A person popular throughout the world can find himself tucked away at the back of people's memories in the next moment. Especially so for you creator types who work behind the scenes are more forgettable. I had a classmate who followed the path his company set out for him. He single-mindedly devoted himself to composing, and after making a name for himself, left the company and went solo. Later on, as he was not satisfied with his fame but found his body conditioning to be good, he switched over to the film industry and became a film star. Surprisingly, he did very well, acting and singing, but not everyone can take the same path he did. His talent for acting was not inferior to his composing skills. As he spoke, Huali looked at Fang Zhao and shook his head. But you won't do. You and me are similar. You don't look too bad, but you just don't have enough of that X factor. Fang Zhao. Besides, you are not suitable for the film industry. Looking at how you are normally, you are too cold and your mood rarely changes. Your expressions are not intense enough. If you were to compete with others in the industry, you would be crushed. In terms of acting talent, you might not even be able to beat me. Fang Zhao. Huali laughed and continued. Actually, I said so much because somebody asked me to help pass a message. As Huali said that, he took out a stack of about 10 name cards and spread them out in a circle in front of Fang Zhao. Helping a few friends and classmates bring these over. They say that, if you ever feel like leaving Silver Wing or Yenzhou, you can consider them. All these are their own companies or private studios, which are rather reputable. Music, especially for movies and large-scale game productions. With more money, there will be more freedom too. Thus, today, the reason why Huali had sought out Fang Zhao alone was to help others lay down their cards. Before leaving, on his part as an industry senior, Huali told Fang Zhao seriously. You might not know this, but in Huangzhou, there are a number of 10-plus-year-olds who are also preparing for their own global lecture tours. They were born into influential families of musicians and have been attending the best music schools. Their talent is astonishing, and they have achieved a number of industry awards. Those old folks up there seem to think highly of them. There is a 7-year-old fellow in Yazhou who is conducting an orchestra. Just yesterday, they had a public performance. In the new era, the paths in the music industry are not that many. Competition is tough, and every year, many talents appear. Although all these companies might be treating you well because of Polar Light and many others are scrambling to rope you in. If a day comes when your inspiration dries up and your works are no longer breathtaking, or you find yourself in a situation where your talent is restricted, you will be surpassed by the younger generations and will no longer be treated the same way. There are many cases of young talents who have miserable ends. From my point of view, I really hope that you will do more things that interest you. The world is huge. Experience it more, enjoy some fresh adventures. Although I know long compose, I do know a little. This thing called inspiration often pays a visit when one's spirits are lively. Do not be restricted by music and do not loathe it. After finishing his talk, Huali looked at Fang Zhao, noticed him seriously thinking about something, and asked, So, do you have anything you want to ask? When will the gaming console be delivered? Huali, talking to this sort of junior, made his heart weary. Did this fellow not worry at all that those little kids would surpass him? Chapter 105, Strictest Lockdown Day. This year's 9th generation Challenger and 10th generation Rhapsody will be released simultaneously. However, the 10th generation is a limited edition. There are only 100 sets in the entire world, and yours is one of them. When the time comes when you no longer use it, you can sell it. Wait for the price to rise before selling. The 10th generation Rhapsody is slightly special. Your type might not get used to it. Keeping it could be a waste. Huali left after leaving this message. He still seemed a little gloomy, probably because he had never expected Fang Zhao to be different from the other younger generations in the industry. Fang Zhao was grateful for everything Huali had said, and he knew Huali's intentions. Huali had spoken so much to tell him that, firstly, he should not get too caught up with all the false reputation. Now, most of the fame lay with Polar Light, which was the result of Silver Wing and Fiery Bird's collaboration that made Polar Light's popularity explode. Thus, the main reason was not Fang Zhao, and Huali wanted Fang Zhao to remain calm and not let it all get to his head. Secondly, when considering his future path, he could not forget his true intentions. However, Huali was thinking too much. Fang Zhao was very much clear-headed. After all, he was not really only in his 20s. His mental age was much older than both Huali and Ming Tsang. Leaving the restaurant, Fang Zhao paused for a moment and looked in a certain direction. Boss, there seems to be somebody watching this area, but not that close. Zuiyu had discovered this earlier, but the other person was some distance away, and Zuiyu had to stay here, since Fang Zhao's safety was his #1 priority. Doesn't matter, it's not important. Let's head back. Yes. However, as for Fang Zhao actually realizing he was being photographed, and even finding the direction of the perpetrator, how was he able to sense it? Unless public figures had outstanding intuition and acute senses, Zuiyu had heard from a few friends who'd become bodyguards after leaving the military that some big celebrities were just like this. When they could sense the direction they were being photographed from, they would pretend not to know and would display their best poses. At night, a few articles appeared online. Polar Light Project producer Fang Zhao on a date with a mysterious person. Mysterious person's identity found. Shocking. Recently, virtual idol Polar Light had a strong presence, and when the public paid attention to this virtual idol, they would also have an interest in the team behind it. Therefore, when people saw the words Polar Light Project producer, they became curious. This was the lead character of the project. It could even be said that Polar Light had been created by him. Thus, people naturally paid attention. The group of people that did not sleep and stayed up all night rushed in with a raging passion to check out all the gossip, but, after seeing the details, could only cough blood from anger. Your father was still wondering which female he would be dating, but instead I realized I got tricked when I went in. But very quickly, others started to discuss why Fang Zhao would be having a meal with Fiery Bird's Huali. Could it be that Fiery Bird wanted to poach Fang Zhao? Recently, There had been a lot of rumors that some music studios and entertainment companies had shown an interest in Fang Zhao and wanted to poach him, but there had been no concrete developments. But now, having suddenly gotten a photograph of Fang Zhao together with a Fiery Bird staffer and remembering Hua Li's raving evaluations of Fang Zhao, this was surely an attempt to entice him over. Soon, a number of Fang Zhao on the verge of defecting news articles started to circulate. The next day, when Duan Qianji saw the news on Fang Zhao on the verge of defecting, her face turned green and she was so angry she nearly broke her communications device. Ryup, Duan Qianji's assistant consoled her. Boss, all these small media groups love to make blind guesses out of these sorts of things and attract the attention of the public. Do not mind them. Duan Qianji did not utter a single word. Although Fang Zhao was contracted to Silver Wing for quite a number of years, if Fang Zhao really wanted to break the contract, it was not like he could not pay the compensation fee. And if Fiery Bird really wanted to poach Fang Zhao, that little amount of compensation fee was nothing for them. Duan Qianji could not be blamed for doubting. Now that Silver Wing finally had a virtual idol that was successful, all the more it could not afford to have a setback. Right now, Fang Zhao was the pillar that was holding up the entire virtual projects department. If the pillar was removed, Duan Qianji believed that the virtual projects department would return back to its old form. Even if she recruited a few professional great masters, she had no confidence that they could create a second polar light. The conditions had been right at that time to create a polar light that was ever present in the whole of Yenzhou. Who knew if they would have the same luck and capabilities the next time? Furthermore, the workers in the virtual projects department only submitted to Fang Zhao. If Fang Zhao left, they would leave too. The moment Fang Zhao was poached, the other key members of the team would probably be poached too, as if the heart of the virtual projects department had been dug out. The staff were secondary. The main issue was Fang Zhao. Unless a replacement of a sufficient standard could be found to replace Fang Zhao, Duan Qianji could not see herself letting him go. Other companies did not cause her much worry, but Fiery Bird? This was a company that many would try anything to get into. Fang Zhao would surely have that sort of thinking. Furthermore, after joining Fiery Bird, as long as one was not lazy and one had the ability, one would not have to worry for the rest of one's life. Furthermore, Fang Zhao indeed frequently communicated with the people of Fiery Bird. Could it that their suspicions were correct and Fang Zhao did have thoughts about defecting? Duan Qianji felt like she could easily see through youngsters of that age, but Fang Zhao was a special exception. Up till now, she could not understand the type of person he was. Duan Qianji had a solemn expression on her face as she drummed her fingers on the table. At this moment, her secretary received a message. With a hesitant expression, she said, "Boss, Fang Zhao asked if you are in. He has some matters to discuss." Duan Qianji's fingers trembled. She remained silent for 2 seconds before saying, "Let him in." As Fang Zhao walked in, he realized the atmosphere in Duan Qianji's office was abnormal. Not just Duan Qianji, even her assistants and secretary were examining him, as if they were guessing what was up. Upon seeing Fang Zhao, a faint smile appeared on her face and she warmly asked, "What is it again?" "Application to have a vacation abroad. Another trip? How long have you been back for?" "Recently, your department does not have that many assignments. Mostly everything is handled by the public relations and marketing teams. If you really are unable to concentrate on your work, you can do so at home. If you lack the inspiration, going out for a bit is not out of the question." Duan Qianji could be considered to be talking slowly already. "I am not applying for a personal vacation. I am applying for the entire department." "Vacation for how long? What are you all going to do?" "A week. I have checked the arrangements with the other departments already. Our department has no pressing tasks. I would like to bring them over to Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition." The lump in her throat seemingly dissipated. Checking on the most recent arrangements, she said, "Let me check first before getting back to you." "Sure, I will send you a detailed electronic application in a bit." Duan Qianji nodded her head and watched Fang Zhao. Trying to spot if there would be any changes in his expression, she asked, "Yesterday, you met with Fiery Bird sound effects department head Hua Li? A lot of people are suggesting that you are going to get poached by them." She did not beat around the bush. "Last night, when I went to meet old Shui, Hua Li was there, and after that, he asked me out for a few drinks." Fang Zhao knew what Duan Qianji was worrying about. "Don't worry, As long as I am under contract to Silver Wing, I won't leave. Having received Fang Zhao's resolute reply, Duan Xinji let out a thorough sigh of relief in her heart. When she received the application from Fang Zhao, she delightedly approved it and even asked Fang Zhao whether he needed an additional flying transport. Just as Duan Xinji had said before, for her prized talent, she was willing to give him what he wanted. One flying transport was more than enough. The department's core members were not that many. They could fit in one transport, so Fang Zhao did not request the additional transport. In the afternoon, before knocking off, Fang Zhao arranged a meeting with the members of the department. He inquired about the progress on their work and whether the assigned tasks had been completed. After confirming that everything was done, he told them the matter about heading to Muzhou for the competition. The members of the Virtual Projects department went crazy. After Fang Zhao had left, it was rare for the entire department to leave the office. Without even playing their games, they all returned home to pack their luggage. The technicians within the company had a group chat. Recently, Zhu Wen and the others had been in the limelight. Who knew that the Virtual Projects department would have a reversal in fortunes? Back then, many would have rather died than be transferred there. Now, even if they wanted to enter, it was impossible, and that all had happened within a year. Zhu Wen sent a message in the technicians group chat. Our department's boss is going to bring us to fly. Goodbye, everyone. Don't miss me too much. Here I come, Muzhou's blue sky and huge fields. The originally quiet and peaceful group chat exploded to life. Scram. Your father is still working overtime. How cheap. Your father is still working overtime, and my overtime is not even a third of what you guys in the Virtual Projects department get. Not seeing you off. Zhu Wen, are you all going to Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition? I am not going to scold you, Zhu Wen, as long as you bring back some specialty goodies from Muzhou. Zhu Wen, your department had better take care of that golden dog. Don't let it be stolen. I haven't seen it for myself yet, so make sure you bring it back safely so I can go over and touch it. The news of Curly Hair's 50 million value had already been spread across most departments. So many Silver Wing employees had coined Curly Hair Golden Dog. Although its hair was not gold in color, that nickname was to show its value. Zhu Wen teased the rest of the group a little and felt more spirited. Having grown up, he had only ever been to Muzhou once, during a trip organized by his secondary school. However, back then, there had been too many restrictions, and he'd never been able to see a sheep herding competition. All he'd done was breathe a little of the Muzhou air before having to return. After another 2 days, the core members of the Virtual Projects department gathered and headed for Muzhou. Muzhou's sheep herding finals was a grand occasion that occurred once a year and would attract many people from other continents to come over and watch. Fang Zhao first brought the entire department over to Shanmu Farm. Then, on the day of the competition, together with Wu Yi and Su Ho, they arrived at the competition venue situated at Qingqing City. The parking area was still a distance away from the competition grounds. By the time they arrived, they realized many others had already arrived before them, and half the flying transports packed there had foreign serial numbers. Today, there are many foreigners. Stay vigilant, Wu Yi said. As there were a lot more people today, the place was much more confusing. Security had also been raised by several levels. As they left the parking area, Fang Zhao noticed a number of police officers with similarly attired police dogs on a leash guarding the entrance of the parking grounds. These people were probably meticulously selected, and their hawk-like eyes scanned every person that came to the parking grounds, searching for anything suspicious. The police dogs that were beside them had their tongues out and were panting from the heat. They did not look like much, but their pair of dog eyes were observing the surroundings, and their ears were erect to catch any sounds that were not easily heard by the human ear. This time every year is when Qingqing's sheep herding competition grounds have the most stringent security checks. Wu Yi explained to Fang Zhao in case it made him tense seeing this sort of situation for the first time. Actually, not just the competition grounds. The entire Muzhou has stricter security checks. Therefore, we have termed the day of the finals as the strictest lockdown day. If you notice the police officers or dogs have found something suspicious, make sure to avoid them immediately to prevent yourself from getting hurt. Wu Yi had just finished when Fang Zhao said, I have the feeling that we are being watched. Cough. How is that pos? Wu Yi's sentence ended with a grunt, because he realized that a police officer was watching them. The police dog beside him had already retracted its tongue and was staring in their direction. As someone who owned a dog, Wu Yi was very clear what the dog's manner was displaying. That was a look of suspicion and alarm, and in the next moment, it would bark. Woof, 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 woof. Chapter 106. Possession of Dangerous Materials. Originally, many people leaving the parking area who saw Fang Zhao and his group wanted to go over to say hello. Those who knew them wanted to have a little small talk, and those who did not know who they were wanted to satisfy their curiosity. There were also a bunch of paparazzi from the media lying in wait, fighting for the chance to get the first bit of news from Dongshan Farm. But once the police dog started barking, the people that were walking over immediately stopped, glanced at Fang Zhao's party, and then glanced at the barking police dog before turning and walking away, as if avoiding a plague. The other people that were walking behind Fang Zhao's party also backtracked toward the parking area. The previously crowded exit cleared up in just a short while. Now, all around Fang Zhao's party were empty spaces. However, these people did not go very far, but were keeping a distance and observing. People would always be curious. They were trying to see what exactly was going on. Could it be that someone was carrying a bomb? Or something else? Especially those youths who were visiting Muzhou for the first time. They were even more tense and excited. As if the media had smelled blood, they all became alert and closely watched the situation unfold. Woof, woof, woof. The barking police dog was straining against the leash. If not for the police officer holding onto it tightly, the dog would have rushed over. As the police officer held his dog in line, he was saying something, probably using his miniature communications device to explain the situation over here. And at the moment that police dog had started barking, over 10 police officers had rushed over. At the back, a team of special forces were also heading over. What's going on? This was Zhu Wen's first time encountering such a situation, and he was frightened by the sudden activity. He was just a normal citizen on his first trip to Muzhou to watch a sheep herding competition, but now he was scared **tless and was at a loss. Just now, they had still been thinking that the security checks were strict and the place was securely guarded, and they could be at ease as their safety was guaranteed. But who knew that the situation would turn out like this? Pang Pusong gulped nervously. I have no idea. In the past, his most challenging period was going for interviews, and he had not even felt nervous doing so. Now, though, he was so afraid he could not even speak properly. Fang Zhao did not understand either. After his few experiences at the cemeteries and being watched, he had learned how to act so as to not arouse the attention of these people and their watchful gazes. The background music in his head was still lively. His manner was different from the way he had been at the cemeteries and should not have resulted in these people being alarmed. Although Zui Yu, who was beside Fang Zhao, looked calm, he was a little skeptical deep down. Could it be that the gun I have hidden has been found? That shouldn't be the case. Not just Fang Zhao and the rest. Wu Yi and Su Ho were dumbstruck too. Having taken part in numerous competitions, they had experienced many security checks. Even though this time around was more stringent, nothing like this should have happened. What is happening? As the oldest here, Wu Yi trembled as he spoke. The police officer that walked over examined all of them with a hawk-like gaze, making Wu Yi shiver once more. Everyone has to go through another round of security checks. Please cooperate, the police officer said coldly. As he finished, he did not wait for anyone to reply. Waving his hand, he brought the people handling the security screening equipment. The Special Forces team also moved closer. After the second round of checks, nothing was found. Their identities were also examined once more. They had gone through a first round of security checks when they had exited to ensure they were not carrying prohibited firearms and ammunition or other dangerous materials. Further checks found nothing of the sort. The person in charge of screening looked through Zui Yu's identity and examined him quite a bit. Zui Yu returned a smile. Captain, everything is normal. One of the screeners reported to the police officer with the dog. The police officer looked at the person in charge of screening and saw him nodding his head, meaning that no anomalies had been found. That police officer frowned. The leash was being strained in his hands. His dog, as well as 2 other police dogs that had come over, were extremely fidgety, their line of sight continuously sweeping the group, as if searching for something. Struck by a thought, the police dog circled once around Fang Zhao's group. Woof, 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 woof. The police dog began barking once again, this time more ferocious than the last. the other dogs that had come later starting barking as well. Seeing the ferocious barking of the police dogs, Zhu Wen's gaze went to the leashes attached to them. He was really worried that the leashes would break. The police officer's body suddenly shook, his penetrating glare chilling as he pointed to the car beside them and told the group, "Open it. You want to inspect the car?" Wu Yi could not help it and rushed forward to obstruct them. Inside are just our competing shepherd dogs and the veterinary team. After alighting from the flying transport at the competition venue, a specially prepared car would be sent over. This car was not for everyone. It was only for the competing participants. This was to prevent the competing shepherd dogs from being harassed by the spectators that had arrived early and to prevent them from being subject to underhanded means of sabotage. Therefore, the organizers would send a special car to fetch the teams of competing shepherd dogs. Besides the dogs, the veterinary team was inside to look after them. The car was soundproof so as to protect the dogs from being affected when inside. Even if it was very noisy outside, nothing could be heard. However, the people inside could see the situation outside through the car's windows, but as Wu Yi had not approved, they did not get off. They were just examined a while back and there are people from the organizing committee inside taking care of things. There are absolutely no dangerous materials inside. Wu Yi did not want to let the police inspect them. The few dogs had adjusted to their peak condition. If they were scared by the police officers and their dogs, it could potentially affect their competition. Police dogs and shepherd dogs were like well-trained soldiers and normal athletes, respectively. How would they be the same? He had waited so long. As his luck overflowed and they reached the finals, how could he be willing to let a situation like this happen at such a crucial moment? Staring right back at the police officer's pressurizing gaze, Wu Yi refused to back down. Seeing the police officers about to take action, Fang Zhao said, "There is no need to examine." Then he told Wu Yi, "Go and bring Curly Hair out. Remember to leash him." Fang Zhao, Curly Hair is the core of our team. Wu Yi was unwilling. What happened if he got scared after coming out? He might not be able to run during the competition. "Don't worry, it'll be all right. Go and bring him out. Make sure to leash him," Fang Zhao stressed. "Oh." Wu Yi grudgingly walked to the car and prepared to open the door. But under the watchful gaze of more than 10 pairs of security personnel eyes and the grave atmosphere and pressure, Wu Yi's legs turned soft and he stumbled. If not for Su Ho, who saw what was happening and supported him, Wu Yi would have fallen. "It's okay, Wu Yi. Just stand and wait with the rest." "I will go," Fang Zhao said as he opened the car door and went in, quickly closing it. The car door was at the tail end, and there were two doors, one inner and the other outer. There was a little space between the two doors. When only the outer door was open, those in the interior of the car could still hear nothing. After a while, the outer door opened, and this time, when a tiny crack appeared, the 3 police dogs went into a frenzied barking, straining against their leashes and trying to rush over. One officer could not hold them down, and they needed an additional 2 to 3 men to keep the dogs in check. Wu Yi saw a few of the special forces touching their guns, probably making sure they were standing by and ready to fire at any time. Farm owners had gun permits as well, but rarely used them, and the guns these people were using were different. Of course, what was important was still their imposing manner. Seeing them this way, Wu Yi was very worried that the special forces would fire in their direction should the police officers give the signal. The atmosphere now was particularly tense. Zhu Wen felt that if this was a scene in a movie, the next moment was when a shootout would happen. But what did they have over here that was making the police so guarded? Zhu Wen and the others racked their brains trying to guess, and were so nervous they forgot to breathe. The outer door opened wider and wider. Over 10 guns were pointed there as they watched Fang Zhao heading out with a leash in one hand. At Fang Zhao's feet was the curly-haired dog, decked out in Dongshan Farm's competition attire. However, the tense atmosphere did not cease. As Fang Zhao led the dog down from the car, the Special Forces team were all ready to fire. They did not care if you were a competing person or a dog. As long as the lives of people were threatened or the safety of the competition venue was compromised, you would be shot dead. That had always been the rule. Fang Zhao led the dog forward a few steps. One hand held the leash and his other hand was held up, showing that he did not have any weapons. Fang Zhao left the dog's car and walked about 10 meters. The 3 police dogs followed as well, their incessant barking still continuing. Their throats produced some deep snarls as well. Everyone there could see now that what the three police dogs found threatening was not in the car, but rather in Fang Zhao's direction. Where he stood, there was only one person and a competition dog that could not be considered big. That curly-haired dog seemed to be rather gutsy, as it bared its teeth and started barking as it faced off with the three police dogs. Woof woof, woof woof, woof woof woof, 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 woof. In a low voice, Zhu Wen asked Wu Yi, who had the most experience, "Are they communicating in dog language? How come there is even punctuation between their barks?" Wu Yi looked at Zhu Wen as if he were an idiot. Every dog has their own way of barking. He then fell silent and contemplated for a bit. From my experience, I believe they are having a quarrel. Even a blind man can see that. If they were not leashed, they would be fighting already. Curly Hair wants to take on three at once? Not bad. Totally not weak at all. Zhu Wen had already forgotten about being scared. He found the sight before him too comical. On one side, Fang Zhao was holding on to Curly Hair, while on the other side, there were 7 to 8 policemen struggling to hold their 3 police dogs down. Just observing a little, and it was easy to see that the 3 police dogs were not focused on any other people or the car. What they saw as a threat was the dog Fang Zhao had on a leash, Curly Hair. The people in charge of security checks brought their equipment over and scanned Curly Hair from head to toe. After that, other than the barks of the 4 dogs, everyone else fell into a weird silence, including the Special Forces team that was standing by. In the distance, other dogs heard the commotion and starting barking too. Some were police dogs, but others were competition dogs that had arrived earlier. This odd situation continued for close to 2 minutes. The Special Forces team could not take it any longer. It turned out to be that sort of thing between dogs. That was quite awkward. Fang Zhao pointed at the 3 police dogs barking at Curly Hair and asked the police officers standing behind those dogs, "So does this count as being in possession of dangerous materials?" Cough. Probably not. I guess. The police officer glanced at the rigid-looking captain, awaiting further instructions. Doesn't count. The captain forced out a smile and apologized to Fang Zhao's group. Sorry for the misunderstanding. As he finished, he signaled the team with his hand, indicating for them to stand down. Chapter 107, Star-Studded Gathering. Zhu Wen and others breathed a heavy sigh of relief after the air was cleared. They were genuinely worried that they had been dragged into a life-threatening conspiracy at their first live sheep-herding contest. I was scared shitless just now. Did you notice how the armed officers over there almost opened fire? How scary. One Yu looped her arm around Zheng Huang's, still recovering from the tense standoff. Zhu Wen said, "Believe it or not, I actually felt no fear. I even wanted to laugh." Song Miao was deeply skeptical. "I don't believe you. You were ghastly pale, and your legs were shaking. Anyway, all's good as long as nothing bad happened. I really don't understand how those folks got in their heads that we were carrying dangerous items. All we have is a small curly-haired dog." Wu Yi was very upset. The policemen were this close to entering their transport with guns, which would have terrified his beloved competition dogs. If Curly Hair had been spooked, they could have kissed today's contest. Goodbye. Fang Zhao had returned Curly Hair to their dog transport, but the group still drew many curious gazes when they left the parking lot for the competition venue. I'm still confused, though, as to why the police dogs zeroed in on Curly Hair. Zhu Wen was puzzled. Also, none of those sophisticated detectors sounded any alarms. Why did all the officers swing into action when the police dogs barked? Are police dogs more reliable than detectors in Muzhou? Wu Yi shook his head. All the police dogs deployed here have undergone the most rigorous training. The ones that show up here are the select elite. Actually, there are ways to beat the detectors and smuggle in dangerous items, but the dogs can identify dangerous individuals based on their superb instincts. You've heard of cemetery guards, right? The folks assigned to guard martyrs' cemeteries? They all have very strong instincts. The police dogs here are similar. As for why they singled out Curly Hair, I have no idea. Maybe it's because Curly Hair has a keen fighting spirit. Ha ha ha. Zhu Wen couldn't contain his laughter. Wu Yi and Su Ho turned their heads and glared at him. They didn't find anything funny about Wu Yi's hypothesis. His fighting spirit is strong. He hasn't lost in a fight since he arrived in Muzhou. But shepherd dogs and police dogs were different. If it were one of the shepherd dogs that had caused such a stir, so be it. And why were the police dogs so alarmed even when the shepherd dogs were confined to their transport? It was as if they had sensed some form of extreme danger. A light bulb flashed in Wu Yi's head when his train of thought reached this point. He was no longer worried. He was excited instead. Champions always stand out. He felt even better about their chances in the grand finals. Zhu, he really wanted to burst out laughing. The police officers guarding the exit to the parking lot were confused too after Fang Zhao and company left, although they didn't blame or discipline the 3 police dogs. "That's the dog from Muzhou who's here to stir things up?" one officer asked a colleague. "That's him. Now I realize why the sheep dash like they're running for their lives when they're herded by Dongshan Farms dogs. Yeah, I think I get it too." The man who was addressed as captain watched Fang Zhao and company make their way to the stadium. "Be careful if you run into that dog again. If you're caught unawares, you'll get ripped to shreds," he said. There were some dogs you simply couldn't judge by appearance. They were also exceptionally gifted. Despite their small size, they were endowed with the DNA that allowed them to survive the apocalypse. Any dog that endured the end of days shouldn't be underestimated. Among service dogs, few were small in size, but every one of them was extremely competent. The officers had come across many special breeds of military dogs in their line of work, so they would never underestimate a seemingly innocent puppy. "That curly-haired dog is probably descended from a service dog, right? He's definitely military dog material. Pity he's being used as a shepherd dog." Military dogs and shepherd dogs were subject to different kinds of training. Neither would be able to adapt to the other's line of work after being trained. "It's a shame such a good dog has been trained as a shepherd dog, notwithstanding the fact that he's being raised by a foreigner," one officer lamented. After a brief silence, someone asked, "Have you placed your bets yet?" The others raised their heads, eyes burning. Police officers in Muzhou weren't banned from betting. They just couldn't watch the contest, having to guard it instead. "Who are you going to bet on?" What a stupid question. It's a no-brainer. Of course they would put their money on the dog they considered most dangerous. Curious bystanders who had gathered near the parking lot were held back by ground staff, so they couldn't figure out what was going on. All they heard was barking. They thought something big had gone down, but things quieted down after a while, as if nothing had ever happened. One staffer told the folks still lingering, "Stop peeking. It's just a misunderstanding." "Hey, you're blocking the way," an obnoxious voice complained. The staffers turned their heads. The person who spoke was a young man emerging from the parking lot. He wore green shades that resembled a fly's eyes. The lower part of his face wore an expression of unabashed cockiness. For a young kid like him to roll with assistants and bodyguards, he had to be a rich kid, but there were tons of people like that milling around today. That didn't strike anyone as unusual. What drew attention was the fat dog he was leading on a leash. It was big enough to swallow 2 dogs of the same height. The young man basked in the attention his beloved dog was receiving. He cocked his chin and said, "So what do you think? Well fed, huh? This dog is descended from the most valuable dog of last year's championship team. It shares the bloodline of a champion dog." The Muzhou locals who had gathered around the dog twitched their faces. "What the F***ck are you so cocky about? Do you know anything about raising a dog? You've wasted such precious genes." Travesty, a total travesty. The Muzhou natives were heartbroken. That was why they rarely sold the offspring of quality shepherd dogs to foreigners, so they wouldn't fall into the hands of self-indulgent owners like him. Even the best dogs would be sabotaged. Such a well-endowed dog had been turned into a pig. What could it accomplish? It looked like it was just good for cuddles. The young man responded to the angry glares with a broader smile. He thought folks were jealous about how much he pampered his dog, so he went on his way. "Come on, my little angel. I'm going to pick you the perfect companion this year. How about this year's MVD?" When the cocky young man left, with a group of bodyguards, one of the bystanders asked, "Who was that obnoxious kid? He actually had the gumption to consider poaching our MVD." "I have no idea. Anyone? Any foreigners here? He's not from Tongzhou. Not from Jinzhou. There aren't idiots like that from Jizhou." A journalist from Liezhou pursed his lips, retreated, and then sent a message to his colleagues. Big Master Zero just started a feud. As for Fang Zhao and company, they split up once they arrived at the stadium. Wu Yi took the team for pre-competition medical tests, while Fang Zhao led Zhu Wen and the others to the viewing gallery. The team arrived early because, after arriving at the venue, the dogs had to undergo several rounds of testing, which required everything from blood to fur samples. Both biological and physical screening was conducted. To prevent cheating, no stone was left unturned. Naturally, Wu Yi and Su Ho had to be present for the tests, especially Su Ho, who was banned from doping. That was why they arrived early, so they could rest after the testing and appear and compete in tip-top shape. After Fang Zhao and company entered the viewing gallery, they looked for the balconies. The balconies were open air and would be sealed only when the contest began. Wow. So this is the legendary VIP viewing gallery. Zhu Wen carefully examined all the trappings and scrutinized the audiovisual equipment with his professional judgment. His conclusion: this place is F***king. Loaded. This isn't the VIP viewing gallery. This is the viewing gallery for competing teams. The VIP viewing gallery is over there. Fang Zhao pointed from the balcony. F***ck, I think I see a major celebrity. I think it's that really famous star from Huangzhou, Rodney exclaimed. Where? Where? Whoa, good thing I brought my binoculars. Wait, there are other celebrities standing next to the Huangzhou one. I think they're from Lazhou or Jinzhou. Wait, there are so many. I see a few more now. They're all standing on the balconies of the VIP viewing gallery. The grand finals of Muzhou's sheep herding contest draw a sizable batch of celebrities every year, as well as prominent figures from different fields, but they don't necessarily show up on the balconies, Song Miao said calmly as she craned her neck, binoculars in hand. The viewing gallery for competing teams had the best view. From here, you could see most of the balconies jutting out from the VIP viewing gallery. Wow! Peng Pusong shouted from another balcony. What is it? What is it? Did you spot another big star? Zhu Wen rushed over from his balcony. Peng Pusong pointed to his right. Deep inhalations followed. The balcony Zhu Wen had staked out had a view of the interior of the stadium, while the one Peng Pusong had picked faced outward. It had been nearly an hour since they'd landed. Traffic was picking up. From the balcony, they had a clear view of the parking lot. Scores of flying transports and flying cars were hovering above it. Police aircrafts were scattered nearby. Air traffic lights blinked non-stop, keeping flying transports in queue and directing them to designated parking spots. Zhu Wen felt goosebumps. Such a spectacle. If you didn't know better, you might think war was imminent. He was nervous and emotional. The blood coursing through his veins felt like it was heating up. The faces of VIPs kept showing up on the big screen in the viewing gallery, such as a world-renowned actor, an infamous rich kid, and his contemporaries from various continents. There were also political figures from other continents invited by the Muzhou government, and so on. The press corps was having a field day. They didn't have to worry about filling their pages. This is why today is known as Lockdown Day. Zhu Wen felt the trip was totally worth it. The security fiasco was nothing. Who knew so many people were interested in a sheep herding contest? Peng Pusong said. Song Miao, who was standing next to him, snickered. You think they're actually interested in a sheep herding competition? They're not here to watch the contest. They're here to show their status and further their personal interests. That rang true, especially for all the celebrities present, big shots or not. They were here to get exposure, and Muzhou journalists wouldn't let them down. Who would not milk this golden occasion to draw global attention, to let the whole world know that the grand finals of Muzhou's sheep herding contest were taking place today? I almost forgot the contest is being televised live globally. Zhu Wen smacked himself on the head, tidied up in front of a mirror, then struck what he thought was the slickest pose on the balcony that overlooked the stadium. Chapter 108. Really, what sort of dog is this? The core of Muzhou's entertainment industry was the sheep herding competition. There were not many actors, and there were even fewer singers. However, the people of Muzhou were rich. Every time there was an opening ceremony of a large-scale competition, they would invite world-renowned superstars to perform and liven up the atmosphere so as to increase the reputation of Muzhou's sheep herding competitions throughout the world. These stars had fans, and the fans would watch the live broadcasts and would naturally learn of Muzhou's yearly grand competition. The normal rounds of sheep herding competitions would not be broadcast to other continents, but the finals were different. Every year, many popular online broadcasting companies would collaborate with Muzhou's side to stream the competition. The entertainment circles of each continent did not prevent it, as it was a win-win situation for everyone. And all the people that caught the broadcast would see the image from how the organizers chose to film it. The main focus would surely be on prominent figures such as celebrities and the descendants of those aristocratic families. After the recording went through one round, it would then feature the viewing halls of each participating team. When the introduction came to Dongshan Farm's viewing hall, staff in Silverwing's internal departments that were secretly watching the broadcast all started to curse at the same moment. F***CK? It's Zhuwan, that slut. That position is very good, huh? They can probably see many stars, right? So envious. Envy +1. Regret not joining the virtual projects department back when it was still easy to get in. Even though the footage lasted only 2 seconds, they all saw the pretentious Zhu when posing up on the viewing platform. Other than Zhu1, there were other members of the virtual projects department, but the others were not as conspicuous as Zhu1. Some of the others could not be seen clearly, but the Silverwing people, especially those from the technician group, knew that the entire virtual projects department was there at the best viewing hall, with the best positions being broadcast to the world. And this was all a part of their department vacation. It simply made the other members jealous. Seeing the virtual projects department riding waves in Muzhou, whereas they themselves were working overtime every day, this sort of taste. Why did so many people ran about wanting to beat up Zhu1? This question was not that hard to understand. Suho's group had not finished the inspection yet when Su Feng came over, bearing many gifts for Fang Zhao and the gang. For elephants had made huge profits in Yenzhou. Although their advertisements came out at the opportune moment, the sales volume's rapid growth was a fact. When Su Feng had found out that Fang Zhao would be bringing his department members over to watch the competition, he got his workers to specially wrap gifts as a form of thanks and to improve relations. After all, everyone would be continuing to collaborate in the future, so it was better to get closer. Getting to watch the competition for free and now receiving benefits, although Zhu Wen and the rest did not really care about the cost of these items, the treatment made them really happy. Su Feng spoke to Fang Zhao regarding Four Elephants' marketing campaign and its achievements in Yenzhou. A moment later, Su Ho and Wu Yi brought the veterinarian team and the shepherd dogs over. Faster, faster, faster. Let's take a group photo with all the participating contestants. Zhuan went over and took quite a few photographs and videos. These were for showing off when he got back. Curly Hair was wagging his tail non-stop and seemed very happy. The other dogs were the same, without any hint of pre-match jitters. On the other hand, the pressure on Su Ho as the instructor was crushing. I heard that many are coming over to watch the competition live, although they were afraid to affect your condition and hence did not come here. After you have finished, you will probably get to see a number of familiar faces, Su Feng said. I know. Su Ho had been informed about all this earlier, and that was the reason he was feeling even more nervous. This feeling he was having was similar to when he'd first stood on position for his first competition, a mixture of anxiety, fear, and self-doubt. Su Ho knew this was not right, and after chatting a little with Su Feng, he retired to the resting room to recharge. Su Ho had formed the habit of watching the Eastern region's publicity film a few times and listening to the BGM. It helped boost his fighting spirit. He was still young and still had a long way to go. There was no way he could compete with all the other experienced competitors, so he could only use this method to adjust his state of mind. Wu Yi was used to this and did not ask anything. Instead, he went over to Fang Zhao's side and handed over the Curly Hair's test reports. This was what Fang Zhao had asked for previously, including the normal rounds of competition and the Eastern region finals. Fang Zhao had stockpiled all of them. Wu Yi did not think much about the matter. Curly Hair belonged to Fang Zhao. As an owner, keeping copies of test reports was normal. Today as well, Fang Zhao kept a copy of the test report. Similar to his previous test reports during the normal rounds of competition, other than Curly Hair having higher concentrations of certain metals in his body, everything else was normal. The concentration of those metals in his body was also at an acceptable level. Otherwise, he would have been barred from competing. This sort of situation was not that uncommon when it came to dogs with wild dog ancestry in them. Wu Yi stopped talking after a while. He had gotten jittery too. The viewing hall was a distance away from the outside, but the pressure and nervousness one felt there was different from the normal rounds of competition, and it was enough to make even the experienced Wu Yi unable to keep calm. The finals were not limited to just one day. They took place over a period of a few competition days, and each time, the rounds would be different. Every team would get points for each round. and at the end, the team that accumulated the most points would be the champions. Today's first round was not much different from the normal rounds of competition, but the obstacles in the pasture were slightly different. For this round, the sheep could still disperse after being gathered when they encountered the imitation hills or ditches. The difficulty compared to the normal rounds was much higher. However, this first round was still the easiest in the finals, and each of the following rounds would get progressively harder. Thus, every team wanted to score high points for the first round, as it would give them some guarantee. For the finals, Muzhou officials wanted to attract a global audience, so the pre-match introductions of the farms were made much simpler. After the brief introduction was the opening ceremony and performances. This was the segment that viewers from other continents were anticipating the most. However, the Muzhou masses only saw this as noise and excitement. They were more interested in the competition that followed. After an hour of the opening ceremony and warm-up, it was time to draw lots for the appearing order of the teams. The person in charge of drawing for the team was still Suho. This time, among the 8 teams, Dongshan would be the third team to appear. As this pastures were bigger, the times would increase as well. The teams that were taking part in the competition were all highly capable. As long as the shepherd dogs did not make serious mistakes on an unfamiliar ground, just by following their instructor's commands, they should be able to complete it. The 2 teams in front did not make any serious mistakes, and their minor errors were very quickly corrected. This made Zhu 1 and the rest tense as they followed the competition. Seeing the first 2 teams' performances, they had a totally new outlook toward the IQ of shepherd dogs. These dogs were way more intelligent than they had expected. Due to the performance of the 2 teams, they were a little worried for their own. The 2 teams had times around the 5.5-minute mark. One was 5 minutes 28 seconds, and the other was 5 minutes 33 seconds. Both of these teams were from the Western region, and this result was quite decent. Next up was Suho's team. Suho and the shepherd dogs had gone down earlier to prepare. So nervous. I never had any interest in sheep herding competitions before, but now my heart feels like it is going to fly out of my chest, Rodney exclaimed. Watching live and catching the broadcast are totally different. Of course, what's most important is that the competition has your dogs, and you have wagered on them. Being nervous is normal. Everyone feels the same way, Su Feng told them. He had felt like this back when he was 10 years old. That time, his aunt's family dog was competing. He had wagered all of his allowance on them. Although, eventually, they had not won, he still remembered clearly the nervous anticipation he had felt then. As a Muzhou citizen, seeing all these foreigners being captivated, one could not help but feel proud. Ta-ta-ta! The sound of the timer machine counted down. With a boom, the flock of sheep entered the pasture, as did the shepherd dogs. There were a few loose sheep that were originally scattered within the pasture. Their job was to gather up these loose sheep together with the flock and drive them toward the goal. Come on, my babies. Pay attention and follow closely. Don't run in the wrong positions. Very good, follow the commands. Good form, curly hair. Oh, my little cuties. In a moment, all sorts of babies, little cuties, darlings, and other corny terms came out. Zhu 1 and the others, who would normally not be caught doing this, joined in the madness alongside Wu Yi. Seeing Fang Zhao still sitting on his chair, staring at the screen as if he was solving a problem, Zhu Wen shouted over. Hey, boss, stop being so serious. Come over and show your support. They can't hear your shouting over at the field. What's important are the feelings. You understand feelings, right? The one participating is Curly Hair, our department's golden dog. His value will rise even more after winning. Zhu Wen was no longer looking at Fang Zhao. His eyes were on the screen, following the dogs who were rounding up the sheep. This is the first time I clearly realized how intelligent Curly Hair really is, Rodney said ruefully. Shepherd dogs were very intelligent. This they could tell from watching past videos and seeing the previous 2 teams' performances. However, Curly Hair's performance let them know that this dog was even smarter than others. More importantly, it had a knack for sheep herding. Fang Zhao stared fixedly at the screen. Every ounce of his concentration was focused on the little curly-haired dog that appeared on screen. Intelligent? Of course. Moreover, it was not even normal intelligence. Curly Hair's IQ seemed less and less like that of a normal dog. Fang Zhao knew all along that Curly Hair had a very impressive learning capability. When he had first picked it up, If it only had the perceptiveness of a stray, its intelligence then would not have been so surprising. It probably knew that staying by Fang Zhao's side would be safer, and there would be no need to worry about food and water, so it had stayed and followed Fang Zhao every day. After Fang Zhao had brought it to the office, it had unknowingly learned a lot. It knew how to use its own personal urinal, learned how to listen to instructions, and understood more and more words. Although Fang Zhao had taught him a few things, it had picked up even more from its daily life. What it saw and heard, it absorbed even more quickly. When Curly Hair had started sheep herding, it had started off as a complete newbie too. However, very quickly, it had learned to make use of its imposing manner and mastered many tactics. Really, what sort of dog was this? Was it like this at the start, or had it started to change later on? If it had such a strong learning capability and attacking strength at the start, how could it have gotten itself into such a bad state in the Black Street and nearly starved to death? Yu Qing and AI-1, who had lived in the Black Street for decades, had said that this stray had lived in the Black Street for a few years already. If he had only started to change after that, when did it started? Fang Zhao thoroughly tried to recall back to the time when he'd just woken up in this body. As for this dog, inside its body, could something else have woken up inside? Without a doubt, this was indeed a dog. But could this dog's body be hiding something inside? From a normal stray in the Black Street to a dangerous material discovered by the police dogs while in the car. It was still changing, its learning capabilities and strength still increasing. So much so that it had started learning how to conceal its own strength. How much more would it change in the future? Fang Zhao pondered as he watched the little figure running on the screen. Chapter 109, Not for Sale. In the pasture, the shepherd dogs were in the midst of the flock and starting to drive it forward. Similar to the Eastern Region Finals, the flock of sheep were gradually picking up speed. Even if they had taken slightly longer than the previous two teams to gather up the flock so far, given the speed of the flock, they would definitely make up ground. Wu Yi and the others in the viewing hall got more and more excited. Zhu Wen and the others were red in the face from all the shouting. The intersection ahead was narrow, and there was an obstacle in the middle. To cross it, they had to let the flock become thin or split them up to go around it. Suho requested to issue commands and made gestures to Curly Hair and Bingo, instructing them to lead the dogs on both sides to split up and go around the obstacle. Fang Zhao was watching the screen intently. On the screen, as Curly Hair was running, it barked a few times. It was issuing commands. The lead dog barking out commands to other shepherd dogs was not uncommon, so no one found it surprising. However, Fang Zhao, who had been watching Curly Hair closely, had realized that, before Suho had even gestured with his hands, Curly Hair had already started to increase his speed. This meant to say that Curly Hair's understanding of the course had been even quicker than Suho's. If Suho had not requested to issue commands, what would Curly Hair have instructed the other dogs to do? Fang Zhao could not guess. The shape of the flock as it encountered the obstacle split into two, forming a Y, then becoming a lambda, and after the obstacle had been passed, the flock congregated back together. During the entire process, the running speed of the flock did not change much. Although the flock on Bingo's side was slightly slower in gathering up, generally, the entire process was very smooth. Everyone in the viewing hall had their eyes on the timer at the top right-hand corner, and they were going crazy. The only calm person in the hall was Fang Zhao, who was still analyzing Curly Hair. Curly Hair had learned how to lead the other dogs on the field to coordinate and herd the sheep. He had already adapted to become a leader on the field for the competition. Other than strength, he had brains. The harder the challenges, the quicker it grew. His outward experience did not change much, yet inside, every day, he was evolving rapidly. Perhaps very soon, his IQ would be similar to that of an average adult. Fang Zhao did not know whether bringing Curly Hair was the right decision, but from what he saw now, Curly Hair did not show any signs of menace. As the competition went on inside, the police guarding the parking area were no longer as busy as they had been before, but they still had to continue watching the area to stop any accidents from happening. The arena had already been closed off and sealed. The sounds from the audience were isolated. They could only hear the sounds of the commentators coming over from the arena. Occasionally, in between the pauses and the commentating, they could hear some barking come from the pasture. During the previous two rounds, everything had been normal, but after Dongshan's run had started, something started to feel wrong. Low growls were coming from a police dog. This time there was no barking. Firstly, because the distance was rather far, so the threat they felt was not as intense. And secondly, because they had instructions not to bark too loudly when the competition was underway, so as to not affect the competing dogs. This was not just limited to one dog. All around the arena, the scattered dogs were all exhibiting the same sort of behavior. The police dogs bared their teeth, their eyes showing an ominous glint as they kept growling nonstop. "Captain, what do we do?" someone asked. The police captain had already received multiple reports from all his men scattered around the arena. After getting the concrete details, he found out they were all the same. This behavior only started when Dongshan Farm's turn was up. There had been no complications during the previous two teams' turns. Taking a while to think, the police captain then instructed his men through the communications device. If the police dogs are only facing the arena and growling, do not do anything. Wait till Dongshan Farm has completed their run before giving me another situation report. The competition was underway. The men standing guard here were unable to see the live broadcast, but from the bits and pieces of the commentators' words, they could tell that Dongshan Farm's round was ending soon, and they had successfully crossed obstacles one after the other, and their results seemed to be looking good. They are in. They are all in the pen. Every single one. For minutes and 49 seconds. The commentator howled. For minutes and 49 seconds. It's better than the previous year, as well as the year before that. It is the best time in the last 5 years. Just shy of the record by 5 seconds. Outside, the police officers made eye contact with each other. There was delight in their eyes as they flashed each other victory signs. They had all wagered on Dongshan being first. This was an outstanding result. Barring any accidents, first place should be assured. The police captain watched his leash dog. Its growling and snarling slowly ceased. The fierce and violent demeanor vanished as well. Reports were coming in from all the other police officers that things were back to normal. All right, everything is normal. Don't get distracted, continue to watch the surroundings, the police captain said through the comms. Just 5 seconds short of breaking the record in the first round of the finals. What a pity. However, for Fang Zhao and the others in the viewing hall, this was more than enough to be happy about. This result was sufficient to beat the majority of other teams in the first round. There were still 5 more teams after them, but the atmosphere in the viewing hall had become more relaxed. When Su Ho and the 7 shepherd dogs returned, Wu Yi knelt down and kissed each dog. After the vets had inspected their bodies, they were fed and given water as well as massages to alleviate fatigue. The way the 7 dogs were treated was better than humans. Fang Zhao's gaze turned toward Curly Hair. Curly Hair had just finished drinking and was lying there enjoying the massage. When he caught Fang Zhao's gaze, he wagged his tail vigorously, as if taking credit for the hard work. Laughing, Fang Zhao gave him a thumbs up and looked elsewhere. He had some doubt in his heart. Did Curly Hair's changes have anything to do with him being reborn? After the competition ended, he would need to find some time to head back to the Black Street and ask around. There are 5 more teams to go. Let's watch. Wu Yi regained his composure and sat down to observe the remaining teams. After every team had completed their runs, Wu Yi heaved a huge sigh of relief, as the times of those teams were slower than their own. Shobei Farm of the Eastern region also posted a decent time, 5 minutes 13 seconds, and were in the top 4. Among the 5 teams that went after them, the best time belonged to a farm from the Western region. They had gone under 5 minutes as well, but their time of 4 minutes 58 seconds was 9 seconds slower. Teams that could qualify for the finals were all outstanding. The results of the first round were all very close, but without a doubt, Dongshan Farm's results were really an eye-opener. Once all 8 teams had competed, the sealed arena was opened once again as sounds and laughter came drifting out. The previously quiet competition grounds were full of noise. They were still discussing the competition. There was delight and sorrow. Some people were laughing happily, while others stormed out full of rage. These people had spent money on the wagers. Some people were returning with a few times their wager, whereas others could only look on as their money became another's. When the competition ended, Wu Yi and Su Ho brought the dogs through the official passageway for their post-match inspection. After that, they still needed to allocate the car for the dogs and to attend an interview. The dogs would be looked after by specialists from the organizing side. Suho and Wu Yi had additionally hired people to protect them as well, so there was no need to worry about their safety. Fang Zhao led Zhu Wan and the others through another passage as they exited the arena. While exiting the arena, Fang Zhao's mind was still pondering curly hair when he heard someone shout his name. The person in front, Fang. Fang. What was it? Oh yeah, Fang Zhao. Hey, Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao turned around, looking for the source. The others also turned back curiously. When Su Feng had a clear look at the person who came running over, his eyelids could not stop twitching. Zero Renault? Fang Zhao watched as the sloppy-looking youngster came running over. Thinking about Great General Renault's temper, he wondered, if Renault were still alive and he saw this descendant's conduct, he probably would raise a hand in anger, right? Zero's assistant followed closely, holding a cup in each hand. One was filled with wine, the other with a cold drink. Another bodyguard held a fan and faced it toward Zero. After Zero ran over, he took off his spectacles and tilted his head. His assistant rushed over and handed over the cold drink. After letting Zero suck a few mouthfuls through a straw, he kept it and stood aside. Smacking his lips, Zero examined Fang Zhao. The one who created polar light was you, right? Forget it. Let's talk about the other stuff next time. As he spoke, he tilted his head right and left and looked around, but he could not find the dog he was looking for. Where is your dog? Zero asked with a hint of arrogance. Zhu Wan and the others started to take precautions. What was this stupid idiot trying to do with their dog? Went another way for an inspection, Fang Zhao replied. When can he come out? Zero asked. No idea. Never mind. I heard the curly-haired dog belongs to you? That's right. Are you selling? Just name a price. Not for sale. Chapter 110. What happened that day? Hearing Fang Zhao decline without even considering made Zero very discontented. Many years ago, when he'd come to Muzhou to buy a puppy, the people of Muzhou had done the same, using all sorts of excuses to avoid selling him a puppy. In the end, it was through throwing his money at them that they finally accepted. The puppy that he bought was the one he held on a leash beside him, named Little Angel, and was a descendant of the most valuable dog all those years back. Zero wished to pick an MVD to keep his beloved pet dog company. After the first round of the competition, he had set his eyes on Curly Hair. Unfortunately, Curly Hair's breed was not a native shepherd dog of Muzhou, so Zero had decided to purchase this dog and be done with it. Fang Zhao was not from Muzhou, so he probably would not be that attached to the competition dogs. But now Fang Zhao had declined. Could it be that his offer had been too little? Zero examined Fang Zhao once more and said, I know that Curly Hair still has the potential to rise in value. How about this? Let me reserve it. When the Muzhou whatever finals are over, I will pay you double its reported value. As Zero finished talking, the face of his assistant beside him was twitching. He had been personally picked for the job by Zero's manager. Starting this job recently, he had promised Zero's manager that he would watch Zero at all times and not let him throw his money around purchasing things that he had no need for. That dog was worth 50 million. After the finals, even if it did not reach 100 million, it would still be close. But what was behind doubling the price? If Zero really spent that amount, the manager would surely fire him when they got back to Lijiao. At this moment, the new assistant was full of regret. Why had he not stopped Zero's foolish actions? Luckily for him, Fang Zhao promptly replied, I said I'm not selling. Zero's face flashed with anger. Are you a fool? Observing Zero about to create a commotion, the assistant went to his ear and whispered something. The anger on Zero's face rapidly vanished and he approvingly said, Makes sense. Okay, I don't want your dog. When your dog has puppies. Right, your curly-haired dog is a male, it can't give birth. Whenever it has puppies with a female dog, I would like to reserve one. Just name your price then. You should know who I am, right? Just send someone to Lijiao and tell me. Or if you can't find me, just mention my name. Fang Zhao remained silent, and Zero took it as agreement. He was about to say something when his assistant reminded him. Young master, time is almost up. We have to rush over. All right, still have to go fishing. Zero looked at the time and got anxious. He had arranged for a fishing competition with others and it would start on time. He turned his head to Fang Zhao and shouted, Remember, tell me if there are puppies. Daddy has money. Watching Zero hurriedly leave with his assistant and bodyguard, Zhu Wen asked Fang Zhao, Does he have a screw loose? Don't bother with him, Fang Zhao said. This little fellow was lacking a proper upbringing. If old Renault was still alive, Zero would have been slapped a long time ago. Suho still needed to go through a series of interviews and participate in some activities by the organizers for publicity. There would be other Su family members there, and Fang Zhao was not worried that anything might happen. Su Feng had told him that the heads had already made their stand, so no one would dare touch Su Ho. Since they had finished the first round of competition, Zhu Wen and the others had time for sightseeing. They were not going to follow Wu Yi and Su Ho all the way. Hence, after leaving the competition grounds, they went with Fang Zhao to take a look at Dongshan Farm, which their boss had invested in. It's so big. Does all this land belong to Dongshan Farm? Being used to the cramped city life, for Peng Puzang, Zheng Huang, and the others, their first time in Muzhou was nothing short of amazing. The newly refurbished Dongshan Farm was very different from when Suho had first bought it. Now the farm was full of life. The few lazy dogs had also been trained and were running around the farm. The fields were now full of crops. Although the pastures were still relatively empty, the grass had already grown quite a bit. Getting to see the scenic landscape, Zhu Wen and the others felt refreshed. Su Feng invited the virtual projects department for a visit to Four Elephants Farm when he saw them really enjoying this sort of environment. Four Elephants Farm had good business all along and was different from the originally empty Dongshan Farm. Four Elephants Farm had a vibrant bustle to it. The environment was a combination of primitive and advanced technology. On the farm, there were many modern machines that aided the processes. Some helped with planting, some tending to livestock, some forecasting the weather, and some monitoring the soil. There were many workers, and there were even fish ponds. Su Feng arranged for his men to show Zhu Wen and gang around the farm to explore and enjoy. 1 week passed by quickly, and the vacation time that Fang Zhao had applied for from Duan Xinji came to an end. He could use his status as a composer to stay out in Muzhou and seek inspiration, but the others could not. The day Zhu Wen and the others left Muzhou was also the second round of the sheep herding finals. Fang Zhao lets you send them back. He would stay in Muzhou for another day. When it was time for them to board the flying transport, Zhu Wen and the few others kept looking back longingly, feeling as if they had not had their fill of fun yet. Stop looking, there will be more chances in the future, Fang Zhao said. That's right. Zhu Wen's brain started to calculate. As long as they could clear all their assignments, perhaps they could go for yet another vacation within the next 2 months, possibly coming back to watch another round of the competition. However, it would not be as long as this round. Anyway, as long as Fang Zhao was here, all they needed to do was follow him, and everything would be well. After coming around, Zhu Wen's reluctant feelings had somewhat dissipated. They loaded up the gifts Su Feng had given onto the flying transport and left. Fang Zhao walked into the viewing hall and spectated round 2 of the finals. The second round's opening ceremony was not as extravagant as the first, as the level of interest from foreigners was not high as the opening round. But for the masses of Muzhou, it was still an important day. Almost every family would have someone watching the live broadcast. Compared to the first round, round 2 was more challenging. The flock of sheep were split up into 10 smaller flocks and scattered. The shepherd dogs had to first gather up all of the sheep and then drive them to the goal. Throughout the entire round, Fang Zhao only paid attention to Curly Hair's performance. He watched as Curly Hair followed Su Ho's instructions as he led the other shepherd dogs to gather up the loosely scattered sheep and form up the flock. Whenever another dog ran to the wrong position, he would bark to remind them to return to the correct position. As before, Dongshan Farm finished in first place during the second round of competition. This time, though, the second and third place teams finished 3 and 5 seconds behind, respectively. It could be said that, among the top 3 finishers, there was not much of a gap in skills after all. And as time went by, the gaps would continue to get closer. This was because, besides Curly Hair, the other dogs on Dongshan's team were not as strong as the dogs on other teams. Therefore, despite winning the first 2 rounds, no one was certain that Dongshan Farm would be the eventual champions. After the conclusion of the second round, Fang Zhao left Muzhou and headed back to Yanzhou. Curly Hair continued to stay at Shanmu Farm for training. For a dog, Muzhou was indeed better than Yanzhou. Dogs could run as much as they wanted to on the vast grasslands there. Fang Zhao did not let Zuyu come pick him up. When he returned to Yanzhou, he did not head to the office, nor did he go home. Instead, He paid the Blackstreet a visit. Yu Qing was lying at his counter dozing off. When he heard the buzzer implying that someone had entered, he jolted awake immediately. Fang Zhao, why are you here? Yu Qing hurriedly pulled Fang Zhao over to the table, and from his innermost cupboard, he took out wine that he had kept hidden for a long time. Fang Zhao was empty-handed, brought the team over to Muzhou for a vacation, and bought quite a few things that'll be sent to you. You will probably receive it in the afternoon. Taking a look at the time, he continued, within 2 hours. Hey, it's fine if you just come. What's the need to buy so much stuff? Yu Qing felt embarrassed. He had not helped Fang Zhao that much, and the stuff that Fang Zhao sent over was not cheap. Fang Zhao laughed and took a look at the front of Yu Qing's shop. It seemed even wider than when he had left the Blackstreet. I brought over your old unit to store goods, and I connected all the floors. The shop below also looks more spacious, and it's no longer as cramped as before, Yu Qing said. That's good, Fang Zhao said. Getting the unit next door as well? Hee, you saw through me. Yu Qing did not hide that fact, as he believed that telling Fang Zhao would not disrupt his property plans. The shop next door has been closed for a long time. The shop owner owes a lot of money and is being chased by debt collectors. Recently, he secretly came back and decided to sell the shop to pay off his debts. I have already discussed with him, and if all goes well, it will be finalized within the next month. Congratulations. I should be the one doing the congratulating. You are famous now. Yu Qing poured Fang Zhao a glass of wine. Congratulations. It's unwarranted fame. It'll probably cool in a bit. Fang Zhao clinked his glass against Yu Qing's, and the two proceeded to drain the alcohol. Coming back at this time, is there something you need? Yu Qing asked as he filled up Fang Zhao's glass once more. Yes, a little. Back when Fang Zhao had just woken up in this body, he had asked a few people on the Blackstreet, but those people had not noticed anything strange on that afternoon. This time, Fang Zhao decided to thoroughly search for answers. The night when I first picked up curly hair and brought him home, did anything unusual happen? Fang Zhao asked. Yu Qing looked at Fang Zhao suspiciously, then asked in a low voice, Is someone trying to harm you? Yu Qing could not think of any other reasons. He knew that Fang Zhao's childhood friend had done stuff in secret that hurt him and thought that Fang Zhao was tracing the matter. I just wish to clarify some stuff. Yu Qing was certain that it was as he had suspected and did not ask for the reason. He recalled back and then shook his head. Nothing really unusual happened that night. All I saw was you buying medicine and going back to your apartment, and I thought you were going to commit suicide and have curly hair accompany you. These types of suicide are rather popular in the Blackstreets. Some youths in my shop at the time even made bets on that. My impression is rather deep on that matter, but other than that, there was nothing abnormal. I don't think there were any strangers either. Fang Zhao mused and then asked, Were there any blackouts or any communications malfunctioning? Nope, everything was good. Did such malfunctions happen in your apartment that day? Yu Qing paused as he thought. Wait a minute, let me check. Yu Qing went to his surveillance records. Here is a copy of the surveillance footage of those 2 days. Take a look for yourself and see if you can find anything wrong. Chapter 111. Coincidence? Thanks. Are there any other houses around here that have surveillance footage? I don't need those inside, just the outside footage will do. I do know a few, but to get their footage, you will probably have to spend some money. Yu Qing was very clear on the characters of people around these parts, especially a certain few that would not agree to help unless they benefited. Even if the surveillance footage had no value to them, they still would not give it out for free. This is no problem at all. It will be great as long as I can get it. Sure, since you are not short of cash. Don't come with me. If those people find out you are the one asking for it, the amount they ask for will surely skyrocket. Yu Qing temporarily closed his shop, since he did not have much business in the daytime anyway. He let Fang Zhao rest in the shop as he went to look for a few familiar faces in the neighborhood for their surveillance footage. None of them were willing to give it up, but with a reasonable price, there was no issue at all. An hour later, Yu Qing handed over 7 copies of surveillance footage from last May over to Fang Zhao. There were a few that used cloud storage rather than local storage. As they did not pay for it, the records are only up to 6 months ago, and they no longer have last year's footage. 1 copy is 500. 3,500 will do. There is no need to pay me any extra. These prices had still gone through Yu Qing's bargaining. These people were just too much. Outdated footage that had nothing to do with them, yet they still asked for such a high price. Fang Zhao had just transferred the money over to Yu Qing when Yu Qing received a call from an old acquaintance from the Black Street. Hey, old Yu, I heard you were looking for last year's recordings. Why didn't you find me? I have quite a number of copies here. The person who contacted Yu Qing was a teenager. Recently, he had been doing decently in the Black Street and had a lot of information. He received news from the people that Yu Qing had looked for and knew about this, so he hurriedly contacted Yu Qing at the same time and enticed Yu Qing with low prices and a number of copies. Yu Qing glanced at Fang Zhao and saw him nodding his head, so he replied, "How many copies do you have? I want to inspect the goods first." "You don't trust me? Could my goods be fake?" "It's unlikely to be fake. You don't have the guts. But all the recordings you have might not necessarily be of my vicinity. It's not considered too far, so how about this? I shall send it to you to view first. As you go through them, you can pay me, all right? I believe in old Yu's character, haha." Very quickly, the teenager sent Yu Qing a few copies of videos. They were all footage of the whole of last May. When Yu Qing was collecting the footage, he had gotten the entirety of May. Therefore, when the other party collected this footage from others, he'd taken the entirety of May as well. Of the 8 copies, only 3 are in my vicinity. The other 5, 3 of them are 100 meters away from my shop, and the other 2 are of another street, Yu Qing told the other guy. That's why I told you to pay as you watched. The teenager did not even feel sorry. After all, he had already sent the videos over. If he could earn a little extra, then why not? The neighboring street isn't considered that far away. I don't know what you were looking for. Did you lose something? Maybe these few can give you some clues? Boss, you have already received them. At most, I will accept a little less for the footage that is further away. That's okay, right? Yu Qing glanced at Fang Zhao, obtained his approval, and thus said, "The 3 nearby ones are the same as everyone else, 500 for a copy. The other 3 from the same street will be 100 each. I will give you 50 for the 2 copies combined from the neighboring street." The other party went silent for 2 seconds, probably calculating the amount. "So little? Give me 2,000 to make it a round figure." Yu Qing looked at Fang Zhao once again. He knew that Fang Zhao did not care about these minuscule amounts. However, he could not let that brat think that he was easy to fool. He scolded and swore for a bit before agreeing. The teenager was happy to receive the money. Not even the least bit bothered by Yu Qing's tirade, he happily ended the call. Yu Qing took all the videos he got and marked them in case Fang Zhao was not familiar with the positions the footage had been taken from. After all, Fang Zhao had not lived here for long and he'd seldom come out. Having gotten the videos, and after the express deliveries from Muzhou arrived, Fang Zhao called over AI Wan, who was having a nap in his drugstore, and the 3 of them had a meal together. AI Wan also gave a copy of the surveillance footage from his store to Fang Zhao. After leaving the Black Street, Fang Zhao went back to his own apartment. He had bought 15 copies of footage and received 2 free copies from Yu Qing and AI Wan. Fang Zhao loaded all the videos onto one screen and adjusted till it was the night before his rebirth. Following that, he simultaneously fast-forwarded them all. Every recording was very clear and the sounds were distinct. However, Fang Zhao chose to mute them, instead staring at the screen, observing any possible changes. Fang Zhao paid extra attention to the footage of Yu Qing's shop and the other 10 copies that were close by. Fang Zhao saw a dejected silhouette walking over. Just from the video, he could see the despair and lifelessness exuding from his body. That was the night before Fang Zhao was reborn. The scene was after the original owner of the body had bought medicine from AI Wan's drugstore. Indeed, there had been a number of people advising him against it, including AI Wan and Yu Qing and a few other old people. However, the body's original owner did not seem to be listening, his eyeballs not even moving, as if he was a wooden puppet. He only saw the curly-haired dog caked from head to toe in mud and dirt. He stopped there for a while and lifted up the curly-haired dog and brought it home. Once he entered the building, he was out of view. Luckily, there was a copy taken from the opposite block, which showed the shops below as well as the windows of the apartments on top. Fang Zhao watched as the lights in the window above Yu Qing's shop were extinguished. After that, nothing unusual happened. At night, the Black Street was lively. Many people came and went. Other than the few teenagers who made a wager inside Yu Qing's shop, it seemed that no one else paid attention to a man that did not have much presence. Fang Zhao continued waiting, watching the images from the surveillance footage. From 1 a.m. to 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., the bustle of the black street at night gradually died down. There were less people on the street, and some of the shops closed. Close to 7 a.m., the screen flashed. The flash was fast, lasting just a second, but this appeared in all 17 copies of the surveillance footage. After that, until daybreak, and until he was reborn and opened the windows to look outside, nothing else unusual happened. Was it an electrical malfunction? Or was it something else? Fang Zhao rewinded all the copies back to around 7, and this time, he paid close attention to the time. At 6:55 and 32 seconds a.m., the images on the screen flashed. The flash was strongest in the footage from Yuqing's shop. In that 1 second, nothing could be seen in the image. It was as if the system had malfunctioned for that second. As for the footage furthest away, although there was still a flash, and it was still possible to see a little, it seemed that the further away the footage was, the less obvious the situation was. In the images from further away, from another block, and from the other street, it was little more than a flicker in the footage. Comparing this, Fang Zhao started to ponder. Fang Zhao searched for that day's morning news broadcast, and for anyone who live-streamed near the Black Street. Those even a little outside the Black Street did not seem to have experienced the flash. This circumstances only appeared in the Black Street. The closer the place was to his, the more obvious that point. Fang Zhao enlarged the video and focused on the copy that could see his apartment window. Luckily, the distance was not that far, and Fang Zhao could still see a little. He set it to slow motion and watched attentively. At 6:55 and 32 seconds a.m., the screen lit up. At the same time, in the distorted image of the video, Fang Zhao saw a bright flash in the apartment through the window. The quietest period in the Black Street was 7 a.m. The people who worked in the day had not gotten up yet, and those that worked the night shift had just gone to bed. Not a single person was in the Black Street, and nobody would have understood the not-so-obvious anomaly that had just occurred. Even if someone had the surveillance footage and saw the flash, they would have probably thought it was an electrical malfunction or someone playing with a flashlight. Fang Zhao played the video in slow motion 10 more times before lying back in his chair, trying to make sense of it all. It was evident that the anomaly in the surveillance footage had something to do with what had happened inside the apartment. What was that flash? Did it have something to do with his rebirth? And Curly Hair, who was also in the room, had something happened to his body too? Extending his hand and clenching his fist, Fang Zhao felt power coursing through every cell in his body. At the start, when he'd been training in the company, he had realized that this body seemed to contain even more strength. He had originally thought that it was just the body, but now he had doubts. Having experienced the end of days, man's physicality had increased. However, due to technological advancements, on many occasions, labor and physical strength were no longer needed. Other than a few professions that required physical strength, most people no longer relied on their physical bodies, so there was a phenomenon of physical degeneration. The advancements in technology, alongside breakthroughs in genetic technology, resulted in many diseases that were hidden in genes being removed when a person was still an infant. The lifespans of humans kept increasing, and the number of life-threatening illnesses decreased. Exercise and physical training also become a pastime. The tempo of city life made less people bother about their physical strength. As long as one could use their brains to solve problems, they did not need muscles. Fang Zhao knew that in this body, other than the core being replaced by his own, the body had also been strengthened. As for Curly Hair, Fang Zhao did not know what had happened within his body, but the dog had definitely become stronger too. On the pastures, he would run much more than the other dogs, but he wouldn't seem tired at all. Oh right. Now, Curly Hair had learned to conceal his strength. He would now act like the other dogs, lying on the ground, panting with his tongue out, as if he was all tired out from running. Although it seemed like a lot of clues, in actual fact, there were very little. Fang Zhao still could not find the source that had caused his change. Was it his mysterious rebirth that had caused the anomaly, or had that anomaly caused his rebirth? Had Curly Hair been dragged into this, or had he been the source? Fang Zhao drummed his fingers on his forehead. Since he could not determine the source, he would set it aside temporarily. When he had more clues, then he would decide. After all, these changes had all been beneficial, both for him and Curly Hair. Chapter 112. We are in the same boat. Luckily, So many things happened every day in the Black Street that even if anyone realized this phenomenon, they would not think about rebirth and would probably guess that someone was up to something. Fang Zhao stored all the videos securely and then took out all of Curly Hair's pre-match and post-match inspection reports. The post-match reports were not a good reference, as they'd had a rest period after the competition. Fang Zhao was unable to see what changes went on in Curly Hair's body during the period of high activity and whether they were different from other dogs, but he could tell a little. Curly Hair was very healthy. When the other dogs ate random things, they would have stomachaches or other problems, but Curly Hair was totally fine. Wu Yi had laughed and told Fang Zhao that, when Curly Hair had learned how to herd sheep in Muzhou, his constitution had improved and he had become much more robust. Despite his smaller size, when the dogs were all running, it was very obvious that this dog was different. He is a natural-born sheep-herding champion, Wu Yi had said after the Eastern Region Finals. But now, Fang Zhao was certain that, other than sheep-herding, if Curly Hair were to learn anything else, he would master it quickly. His physical capabilities had already surpassed other dogs. Whether Curly Hair would continue to get stronger, Fang Zhao could not be sure. As for the anomalies that had happened simultaneously for the both of them, Fang Zhao had curbed his abilities well and had not been discovered by others. In the period that followed, most of the time, Fang Zhao was busy in the company. As the head of a department, he had many things to attend to. Fang Zhao had mentioned to Duan Qianji before, he could not go on like this forever. Back then, he had accepted the virtual projects department as there was nobody in charge and the entire matter had been forced into his hands. Now that the department had risen up, there were many people more professional than Fang Zhao to handle matters better. Therefore, there was no need for Fang Zhao to continue doing this. After he was reborn, all he wanted was to enjoy life in the new era as he liked, not to be buried under all sorts of forms, reports, and contracts. But Duan Qianji was worried that if Fang Zhao no longer took charge of the virtual idol department, the department would return to its original form and therefore did not agree. However, as September drew closer, Fang Zhao decided not to drag it any further. He went to find Duan Qianji once more, this time with a resolute attitude. This gave Duan Qianji a headache. The previous failures after failures had made her afraid. It had been so hard for Silverwing's virtual projects department to finally succeed, and she wished for Fang Zhao to continue remaining there. However, Fang Zhao's specialty was indeed composing, not to handle all sorts of contracts, files, and the communications within a department. Fang Zhao's reasons for transferring also left Duan Qianji very helpless, require heading abroad from time to collect materials. During September, Fiery Bird will send the gaming console over, and September is for adapting to the console. In October, he would start to play the new game. Schedule will still be fully packed. This was the first time Duan Qianji had someone confidently declaring playing games as a reason for a transfer request. If it was any other person saying, "I don't want to do this anymore, I want to play games," she would have sent the person packing right away. But of all people, this had to be Fang Zhao, who had the power to fight for his freedom to compose songs at his own pace. After signing a contract with the company, Fang Zhao had indeed produced a few high-quality compositions. His deeds were all there, and the company had certainly benefited. This Duan Qianji could not refute. As for gaming, tactfully put, it was just a request for leisure time or longer vacations. These were all perfectly reasonable requests given Fang Zhao's profession. Threaten him with wages? This would be of no use against Fang Zhao. Right now, he simply did not need money. Although Duan Qianji had not been to Muzhou, she had heard from Zuoyu that Fang Zhao had won considerably from betting on sheep-herding competitions. Even if Zuoyu had not said the amount, Duan Qianji could tell from his expression that, even if Fang Zhao did not work and played games for a few years, he could still enjoy an extravagant life. How troublesome. Duan Qianji felt her head hurting even more. How about this? You will temporarily be assigned as manager of the department. I will arrange for an assistant manager to handle the daily affairs in the department, and you can just compose peacefully, Duan Qianji said. She had not yet thought of what position to assign Fang Zhao, but she certainly was not letting Fang Zhao leave the virtual projects department. Fang Zhao considered for a bit. I guess that would do. The person assigned to be temporary assistant manager of the virtual idol department was Duan Qianji's secretary, Zhu Zhen. Zhu Jun had always been in charge of communicating with Fang Zhao, so she somewhat had a decent understanding of the situation in the department. Now, the important matters of the virtual projects department went through Duan Qianji, and the foundations had been set by Fang Zhao. Therefore, Zhu Jun only needed to execute the instructions given and did not have too much pressure. Regarding a new temporary leader, Zhu Wen and the others did not feel much of a change. The department's boss was still Fang Zhao, and they could still be at ease as before. If they really did get treated unfairly, they could still grab onto Fang Zhao. They just took this situation as if Polar Light had gained one more manager. Once the department's tasks had all been assigned, other than a few big or important matters, Fang Zhao would no longer be bothered by trivial matters. Fang Zhao had gone back to Muzhou to watch Curly Hair's daily training and the remaining rounds of competition. As they got to the later rounds of the competition, the challenges became more demanding for the shepherd dogs. But for Dongshan Farm, other than Curly Hair, the other dogs were lacking, and there was a disparity between them and other teams' dogs. Hence, after the 2 consecutive first-place finishes, Dongshan Farm only finished second in round 3 and third in round 4. Solely relying on Curly Hair? Whether the future Curly Hair would have that sort of capability, Fang Zhao did not know, but at the moment, there was still no way for Curly Hair to completely dominate the whole competition. He needed the coordination of the other dogs. If they did not coordinate well and could not keep up to the tempo, the teams behind could make a comeback. On the score table, after the 4th round, Dongshan Farm's points were still the highest, and they still held first place, but Wu Yi and Su Ho began to worry. The later rounds of competition were even more complicated, and their confidence had started to waver. Luckily, in the 5th round of competition, due to an exceptional performance by Curly Hair, Dongshan Farm managed to narrowly edge into a first-place finish. It was as if one dog had spurred on the team. His speed was even quicker and had helped the other dogs share some of their burdens. The performance was very dazzling, and even people who knew just a little about sheep herding competitions could see that the nucleus and driving force behind this team was still that little curly-haired dog. And during the 5th round of competition, Curly Hair's value had risen to 75 million. In the rounds that followed, they did not achieve first in every round, but always remained within the top 3. The total accumulated points continued to lead over second and third. The days of the 10 rounds of competition were not fixed. Generally, there would be a round every 5 to 7 days. In the event of bad weather, the round would be brought forward or postponed. Muzhou advocated being natural, and forecasting weather was a test to them, to adapt to natural weather and make changes. After the last of the 10 rounds of competition ended, it was already August. Dongshan still occupied first place on the score table. Although there were times when another team had the same number of points as Dongshan, and there were times when they were nearly overtaken, Dongshan Farm had managed to persevere till the end. That day, the focus of the entirety of Muzhou was on Curly Hair, the lead dog of the champion team. Fully deserving of the most valuable dog title, his value was published on the sheep herding competition's homepage, a new record of 100 million. This year, a dog that was foreign to Muzhou that looked like a pet had achieved the MVD of the finals. In Muzhou, there emerged people who vowed to buy the curly-haired dog. Even if the price now had made many people back off, the number of rich and powerful willing to pay that amount was still plentiful. Other than the aristocrats of Muzhou, in Lizhou, Zero's agent was shaking. Pointing at Zero, who was talking on the phone, he clenched his teeth and instructed the others. Watch him closely. Don't let him buy that dog. The news of a non-native dog of Muzhou having a value of 100 million spread to all continents, especially Yenzhou. Silver Wing were trending, because under their control, when people talked about the dog, it was always Yenzhou Silver Wing's virtual projects department manager's dog. The label, Yenzhou Silver Wing, was used as a search term by many internet users across the world. Wu Yi was over the moon. Su Ho, as the farm owner, was bombarded with all sorts of interviews. As for Curly Hair, after the competition ended, he received a medal followed by an official interview before being brought back to Yenzhou by Fang Zhao. Even though it was mentioned a lot in Yenzhou's news, the Yenzhou masses purely saw it as entertainment and were not as crazy over it as the Muzhou masses. Having just arrived in Yenzhou, Fang Zhao received a call from Duan Qianji. Back yet? Duan Qianji asked. Back. Did you bring curly hair back? Do you need me to send a few more people over? Duan Qianji asked again. No need. He is back home. That's good. She let out a sigh of relief. She was really worried that the dog-crazy fanatics of Muzhou would have forced curly hair to stay behind. Today, a number of directors personally came looking for me, asking to let your dog that is worth 100 million to appear in films. All of them are rather famous directors. The quality production would be higher and is worth considering. Other than that, there are also advertising companies. Duan Qianji had never expected that her own company would produce a dog worth 100 million. Many celebrities had strived but never reached these heights. Yet this dog that had been brought over to Muzhou by Fang Zhao half a year ago had achieved these heights. The information has all been sent to you. Take a look yourself. The dog is yours, and it's considered your personal property. The deciding rights all belong to you, Duan Qianji said. With regards to curly hair's situation, the company could not decide, but if Fang Zhao was willing, everyone could work together. I will consider it, Fang Zhao replied. He actually hoped that the matter would cool off as fast as possible, but completely rejecting advertisements and hiding curly hair would not do. This would just heighten people's curiosity and make them suspect all sorts of reasons. He would accept the films and advertisement, but not too many. After Duan Qianji ended the call, Fang Zhao received a message from Zhu Wen. Boss, when will you be bringing curly hair back to the office? We all have renovated a grand residence for him. Under that, there were messages from the others in the department, implying he should look after curly hair well and not let him be stolen. 100 million. Fang Zhao switched off the communications device, sent Zui Yu out on an errand, and closed all the doors and windows. Come here, Fang Zhao said to Curly Hair, who was running about the house. Having been away for so long, Curly Hair was still very excited, as if he were patrolling his territory, and ran a few rounds. Hearing Fang Zhao call him, he hurried over and crouched down. However, Fang Zhao's gaze unsettled Curly Hair, so he wagged his tail to curry favor. You don't have to act in front of me. I know you can understand. Perhaps in the past, you only understood a little, but now. Fang Zhao placed his hand in front of Curly Hair, watching the dog as he continued. I believe you can understand everything. The crouching Curly Hair became even more restless, as if he had done something wrong. He drooped his head and wagged its tail less, looking up gingerly at Fang Zhao. You are probably aware that you are different from other dogs. No matter what changes happened in your body, for our own safety, in the future, do not make yourself stand out when we are outside. Of course, don't act too stupid. Keeping at the current level will do. We are in the same boat, understand? Woof. Chapter 113. Tools from the Old Era. Fang Zhao observed Curly Hair for some time to make sure he understood the lecture before taking him back to the office. It was true what Zhu Wen had said. The label had set up a new hangout for Curly Hair. As soon as he stepped onto the 50th floor, Fang Zhao saw several pictures on the wall. Some were taken by Zhu Wen and company during their recent trip to the Muzhou Grand Finals. Others were official pictures from the prize presentation ceremony. The walls had originally been dominated by posters of Polar Light, but now Polar Light and Curly Hair each accounted for half the area. As Zhu Wen put it, both of these characters were products of the Virtual Projects department, even if Curly Hair was Fang Zhao's personal pet. Fang Zhao was the head of the department, so Curly Hair was part of the department too. Curly Hair's new digs took up an entire room. It was custom-made, complete with a turf carpet. Curly Hair is here? Oh, my little munchkin. Zhu Wen smiled so hard when he saw Curly Hair by Fang Zhao's feet, he was wincing. A cheesy term like munchkin carried over from the competition to the office. There were reasons why they allocated and renovated an entire room for a dog. First, Curly Hair's market value had gone through the roof, and he was now world famous. Second, everyone had bet on Dongshan Farm winning and Curly Hair taking MVD honors when they were in Muzhou. They had raked it in big time. Folks who had wagered smaller amounts were now regretting their decision. Zhu Wen was one of the major punters, earning at least 2 million. That's also why he was so excited to see Curly Hair that he called him Little Munchkin. Boss, I hear the label wants to cast Curly Hair in a movie? Zhu Wen asked. That's why I'm here. After dropping off Curly Hair on the 50th floor, Fang Zhao headed to the penthouse suite to see Duan Qianji. He had read through the details on the offers that Duan Qianji had sent over. He'd picked a few commercials and a hit online TV series. It was a guest star role for one episode, not heavy lifting. He'd also agreed to a few public interest announcements, which were also recommended by the label. The public interest ad was about stray dogs. The main purpose was to urge people to take the responsibility of buying a pet seriously. Sure, you would be free if you tossed your pet after a few days, but not every abandoned dog ended up in a centralized pound. Stray dogs were common in the suburbs and beyond. Not only were they a potential means of disease transmission, but they occasionally attacked humans too. Many people knew that Curly Hair had been a stray dog before being adopted by Fang Zhao, but few had expected this stray dog would end up in MVD with a market value of more than $100 million. It made sense for the label to consider it for public interest ad. The ad was financed by Silverwing. A few stars would appear in it, and Fang Zhao had a cameo, but the centerpiece was Curly Hair. After deciding on the offers, as the owner, Fang Zhao tagged along on the shoots. Likely as a result of Fang Zhao's reminders, Curly Hair appeared more normal on his shoots. He was still smart, but normal smart. There were lots of smart dogs in the world. Muzhou was home to many shepherd dogs with high IQ, so the production crews on the shoots didn't think Curly Hair stood out. The ad were quite straightforward, be they the commercial shot by a regular Silverwing partner or the public interest ad shot by Silverwing itself. Shooting went smoothly. Given technological advancements in the new era, both shoots were completed back-to-back in a day. The online TV series took longer, with the shoot lasting a few days. City Hunter was a detective thriller. Quite a few major stars were involved. Ads featuring Curly Hair were rolled out once his role had been confirmed. Some folks joked, even the dogs used in City Hunter are big shots. While Fang Zhao was tagging along on the shoot, he noticed that quite a few folks were following news about Battle of the Century. Fiery Bird had released a new ad, which was more revealing. During a break, some folks projected the ad so everyone could see. The ad featured a dilapidated city resembling a wasteland. Several helicopters were charging forward. As they watched the scene, someone shouted, "I know what that is. That's what was known in the old era as a tractor." Fang Zhao waited for one of the others in the audience to correct the speaker, but after a few seconds, all he got was silence. He turned his head and realized that everyone else wore an expression that suggested mystery solved. After letting out an imaginary sigh, Fang Zhao said, "It's called a helicopter. This one's for freight." "Helicopter? I could have sworn it was called a tractor." The speaker was skeptical, but a quick search yielded the correct information on Fiery Bird's official website. The words mid-sized double-propeller freight helicopter were highlighted. "Oh, it's really called a helicopter. I remembered wrong, haha." The speaker laughed in Fang Zhao's direction. "Brother, you're good at history. Are you a gamer? They're quite meticulous when it comes to historical details, no?" Before Fang Zhao could answer, the speaker's attention was drawn by something else in the video, and he started a discussion with the person next to him. Fang Zhao was sitting far from the speaker, so he could see the projection clearly too. The images were realistic, as if transporting him back to his previous life. Even though footage from the old era existed, Fiery Bird splurged on a 100-person team of consultants to recreate those times perfectly. The team comprised world-famous researchers on the period of destruction. There were historians, scholars who studied the history of science, biomedical experts, weapons experts, and so on. The point was to recreate the era comprehensively and realistically. Apart from the promotional video, Fiery Bird also launched an online feature that introduced daily items from the old era, from food to daily necessities to modes of transportation. If you had a gaming console, you could start practicing using the items. There was a big distinction between the two eras when it came to guns and forms of transportation. It helped to familiarize oneself with them ahead of time. After Curly Hair shot his scenes, Fang Zhao returned to the office. He was caught up on all his outstanding tasks. The shoots for the ad and the TV series had been completed. There wasn't anything else left. It was noon when he arrived in the virtual projects department. His staff had gathered for lunch. When Fang Zhao walked in, they were discussing items from the old era. He had already heard his share of complaints from members of the production crews for Curly Hair's shoots. How come automatic transmission isn't the same as automatic driving? Why is the steering wheel round? Why are the gas pedal and the brake pedal so close to each other? Why was it so hard to drive in the old era? I need to switch to a luxury car that places the gas pedal on the steering wheel. What the hell is a bicycle? Why doesn't it run on its own when you get on it? Why is it so hard to maintain your balance? Wait, there are also electric scooters, motorbikes, and experiential vehicles. Forget it, I'll pass on the bike. What the hell can you do with so few bullets in a clip? People in the new era were used to easily operated and smart technology. Relics from the old era struck them as clumsy and a hassle. They even wondered why these things existed in the first place. Zhu and company were also discussing the practice tools launched by Fiery Bird. Obviously, they were still getting used to them. Boss, we were discussing Fiery Bird consoles in our tech discussion group yesterday again. I steeled myself this year and ordered a cabin-style console from Fiery Bird. It's an upgrade from the 9th generation console. They say the cabin-style console is more realistic than the helmet-style one, but word has it they're coming out with a new design for their 10th generation console, but they haven't announced any details. Boss, the one you're getting is a 10th generation, right? Yes. So it's the 10th generation console Rhapsody? The one announced on the official website? The one coming out along with the 9th generation upgrade? Yup. Is it being delivered to the office? To my house. Zhu and company were instantly disappointed when they heard Fang Zhao's response. They were thinking that, if the console were delivered to the office, they could pose for pictures with it. In fact, Fang Zhao had originally planned on having the console delivered to the office, but after rethinking it, he'd had Fiery Bird send it to his house. He could play freely at home, but being too reckless at the office would cause a bad influence. Even though Fang Zhao was given free rein, others were working. He didn't want to sow the seeds of jealousy or prevent other departments from going about their business. After noticing that his body had mutated, Fang Zhao had also set up a gym at his home. That would free up the company gym for others. He could also exercise more freely at home and keep his secret under wraps. Boss, do you know how to drive a regular car? Or ride a bike? Or use a gun? Zhu was firing on all cylinders. Tools from the old era are too difficult to use. I've already summoned the level of determination I had for my college entrance exams. I do, Fang Zhao responded. You figured it out already? But I did too, ha ha ha. Among our group, only Wan Yu is still learning, Zhu said with a laugh. Wan Yu wore a massive frown. She found the tools a handful. We'll be fine as long as you guys know how to use them. We're going to play together anyway, right? No worries. You have me, Zheng Huang said. Right. If you can't figure out the tools, we'll help out, Zhu said with a nod. Fang Zhao restrained himself from raining on the parade. He hadn't played the game yet, but he was skeptical as to how accurately it could recreate the old era. Chapter 114, Your Express Delivery is Arriving. Electronic competition had become among the top sporting events, and with advancements in technology, the internet was omnipresent and electronic competition had permeated into everyone's lives. This new form of electronic competition had overtaken many older sports, and throughout the world, it was known as the most widely accepted sporting entertainment program. For entertainment, other than film, music, and live streams, there was one other major player, and that was gaming. Its place in the new era was much higher than that of football, basketball, or other sports. Electronic competition also had no lack of stars. The main team members of the 5 esports clubs of Yenzhou had influence comparable to the A-listers of Silver Wing, and every time they participated in large-scale competitions, these main team members would take the stage at the same time, so the influence they had was naturally even bigger. Song Miao lamented, "The drama series that I was watching is going to have a break after today. I have to wait till February or March next year to catch the next episode. No choice. If it continues on like this, it will die out," Zhu said. Battle of the Century, which was about to be released, had captured most of the attention and popularity. Movies and online television had seen a decline since the start of the year. During July and August, there had been a sharp drop in viewership. If it continued on till September, many investors would be disappointed with the results. Hence, other than a few highly popular drama series, many other programs went into a rest period, giving way to Battle of the Century. Yesterday in the chat group, I heard those from the film department mentioning that the gamer actors, those dual profession celebrities, have been recalled by their clubs. Probably to prepare for the publicity that's to come, Rodney added in. Gamer actors, dual profession celebrities? Fang Zhao totally did not understand this. It means that they are actors and, at the same time, they are professional gamers too. Zhuan explained. Some gaming stars would enter into showbiz as they played. For some, they would sign contracts after their prime and hold both professions. And there were some that were discovered when they were still schooling. After signing on with the company would arrange for them to enter professional gaming competitions. All of them can be considered a form of investment by the company and have been lying in wait for the past couple of years just for this time. However, I feel that, even if the company manages to recall all these people back, it will not have much of an impact. Just recalling what happened 10 years ago. Oh, right, boss, 10 years ago, you were still in secondary school, right? You probably didn't pay much attention to this, Zhuan said. Fang Zhao understood what Zhuan said by not much of an impact on the second day. The previous day, there had still been a number of movie and film stars appearing on the headlines of each major entertainment media's news, but today, all the trending news by the big media firms was dominated by news related to esports clubs. With this widespread news coverage, movies and music both took a back seat. The big esports clubs had all started preparations a year ago. They had declined invitations to all sorts of competitions, and even when they did participate, they only sent out their second-string or third-string players. They had handpicked gamers from all sorts of genres and had focused on Battle of the Century, training intensely for it. Some clubs were even rumored to have engaged a military school for a few months of military training. All the clubs had been in confined training, all for today, where they would remove the secrecy surrounding them. When Fang Zhao was watching the entertainment news, he realized that of all the trending stars that appeared, 90% were from Yinzhou's Big 5 esports clubs. A certain gaming superstar riding an automated car could also start trending. And this was just the start. August 26th, Qian City's People's Stadium, the largest stadium in Yinzhou. One of Yinzhou's Big 5, Big Dipper Esports Club held a pre-battle pledging ceremony. 1 million fans went in person, and those unable to enter just stood directly outside the stadium. August 27th, at Qian's Business Center's highest building complex, at the Jungle of Light Public Square, Transcendental Esports Club held a pre-battle pledging ceremony, and vast crowds were present. August 29th, 2S Esports Club rented out Yinzhou's largest garden on a lake to hold its pre-battle pledging ceremony. The live broadcast nearly jammed from viewership. August 30th, Boom Esports Club held their pre-battle pledging ceremony on the summit of Yinzhou's highest mountain. Photographers nearly froze. August 31st, HWR Esports Club held their pre-battle pledging ceremony on a virtual stage. Team Captain Jess said, "We have the lowest profile," then proceeded to display a video of the team driving cars and motorbikes from the old era, causing fans to scream nonstop. A digital fan fainted from excitement and was sent to the hospital. Although the game was to be officially released in October, during the entirety of September, the teams would all undergo adaptive training. To the business-minded esports clubs, the battle had already started early. September 1st, 8 a.m., Fiery Bird released an official announcement. The Battle of the Century age restriction would be altered. From the original 16 years and above, it was raised to 18 and above. A clear-cut rule. People below 18 were prohibited from playing. An hour after the announcement was released, several hundred 17-year-olds staged a sit-in outside the entrance of Fiery Bird's office, pressing Fiery Bird to lower the age restriction from 18 to 17. After that, their parents were called. Fiery Bird's official spokesperson explained that protesting at the entrance would do no good. The limit had been set by the Electronic Competition Union in conjunction with other relevant departments for the good of everyone's physical and mental well-being. Because of the internet, kids in the new era matured faster. Smarter kids knew a lot. However, this did not mean that their mentalities were mature. One's outlook on the world, life, and values could be seriously influenced by small matters. Previously, Fiery Bird had set the age restriction as 16, but now, after some prudent consideration, they had determined it necessary to be raised. The game was too dangerous for minors. Fang Zhao received a call from Suho early in the morning. As he had not reached the age restriction, Suho could not play Battle of the Century. Thus, he had called Fang Zhao to relieve some of his misery, and his motive was to borrow curly hair from Fang Zhao. Suho had bought a few decent shepherd dogs and had hired a professional to specially train them. However, the results were not so good, so he wished to loan curly hair for a bit. Who knows, Maybe with curly hair to spur them on, those dogs would learn faster. The same had happened back at Shamu Farm. Fang Zhao did not agree right away. He needed to consider first. After ending the call with Su Ho, Fang Zhao called Curly Hair over. Do you want to head to a Muzhou farm to play? Su Ho called and wants to borrow you. Woof! Curly Hair's tail wagging was extra jubilant, seeming like he was very excited. He preferred carefree running on real grasslands. The house was a little too small. He had gotten used to running in fields. After returning to Qian, he had felt that there was too little space. Remember what I told you before. Make sure you guard the farm properly when you are over there. Woof! I'll get Su Ho to come fetch you. Woof! Curly Hair frisked about happily in the house. When Fang Zhao told Su Ho the news, Su Ho was very happy. He had been waiting for these words. I will leave Muzhou and pick him up right away. Ding! Suddenly, there was a new notification. Fang Zhao gave Su Ho his address and said a little more before ending the call and checking the notification. Your express delivery is arriving. Please be ready to receive it. Chapter 115. Astonishing Adaptability. Fang Zhao's unit was on the top floor of the building. When he'd bought over the apartment, half of the top floor had been a garden. Since buying it over from Shui Jing, Fang Zhao had not made many changes, only expanding the parking space slightly. After receiving the notification, Fang Zhao stepped outside. He did not have to wait long before he saw a black dot approaching from the distance. The black dot increased its speed. It was a transport drone. When it arrived on top of the parking space, it slowly descended. A black metal case was lowered onto the space. Fang Zhao verified receiving the goods, and the express delivery drone left. The case was encrypted. When Fang Zhao scanned in the details of his identity, the case automatically opened. Inside the metal case was another transparent case, made from some unknown material. Within it was a humanoid-shaped machine that looked like a robot. Fang Zhao was puzzled. When had he ordered a robot? But after reading the description on the transparent case, Fang Zhao understood. This was not a robot. It was the 10th generation game console that Fiery Bird's headquarters had sent over. The machine was mainly white in color with black veins running across it and the red Fiery Bird insignia. So this is their new gaming console? The thought had never crossed his mind. At this moment, Fang Zhao's bracelet notified him of an incoming call. It was from an unknown number. Fang Zhao considered for a bit before answering the call. Hello, is this Mr. Fang Zhao? A somewhat boorish voice asked. Yes, that's me. Hi, I am Zachary, an engineer from Fiery Bird's Yenzhou department, in charge of installation of the machine and servicing. We have received notification that you have accepted the console. May I ask if you have time today? If you are free, we can be at your place in 20 minutes to help you install the console and to guide you on its usage. If you are busy, we can reschedule for another time. I don't have anything else going on. I will be at home. All right. We will have to trouble you to wait for another 20 minutes. My assistants and I will leave for your place right away, since there were engineers coming over to install the console. Fang Zhao temporarily left the case lying there. Boss, what is this? A robot for the chores. Zui had come over to deliver a set of files that required Fang Zhao to sign. As there was a case in the parking space, Zui had to park the car at the public garage below before coming up. When he saw the case there, he became suspicious. What had Fang Zhao bought a robot for? Chores. On closer inspection of the robot, he saw the insignia on its chest and doubted even more. Since when did Fiery Bird create robots for housework? It's not for housework. It's Fiery Bird's 10th generation game console, Fang Zhao told him. That fabled 10th generation? Game console? Zui was still full of doubt. This is a game console? Only after reading the description on the clear case did Zui believe that Fang Zhao was not pulling his leg. It really is. The fabled 10th generation looks like this? What were the designers thinking? Although his words about Fiery Bird's designers seemed full of disdain, Zui was still very curious and kept circling the case. Knowing that the engineers were about to arrive, he was not in a rush to leave. He had planned to return immediately to the company after getting Fang Zhao to sign the files, but these files were not especially urgent. As long as they were returned by today, it would be fine. He wanted to stay longer and take a look. If it had been a helmet or a cabin-style gaming console, Zui would not have been that curious or interested, even if it was a new model from Fiery Bird. However, this gaming console's shape aroused the curiosity in him. It's probably an exoskeleton type. I never thought I would live to see the day there would be an exoskeleton-type design of a game console. It's a pity the appearance doesn't look impressive enough. As Zhuoyu examined it, he clicked his tongue in wonder and could not help but open the case and touch it. Fang Zhao understood what Zhuoyu meant by exoskeleton. The hard shell on the surface of the body protecting the soft interior of prawns, crabs, and bugs was known as an exoskeleton. Humans also had related projects as a means to protect the relatively weak and fragile human body. Actually, utilizing machinery as an exoskeleton had been used during the end of days. During that period, there were scientists that had started an exoskeleton project, but the technology had not advanced enough, and Fang Zhao hadn't gotten to wear an exoskeleton combat suit in his past life. In the new era, during the period when mankind had started exploring other planets, these technologies had advanced rapidly, but the majority of their use was in the military and for medical treatment. The general public's deepest impression of exoskeletons were their use as armor by the Outer Space Corps. Its use in entertainment was not much, due to the high manufacturing costs, and there were no companies willing to try. No one would have expected that Fiery Bird's 10th generation would choose to use an exoskeleton type. It seemed like, when Fiery Bird had announced that the 10th generation would have revolutionary changes, they'd meant that they had started on an exoskeleton project, and it had become reality. It's a pity that it is just a game console. How great would it be if it were a real power exoskeleton? There was a hint of envy in Zhuoyu's eyes. Have you worn that sort of power suit? Fang Zhao asked. Nope, I enlisted in the military very early. My studies were all completed in military school. When I was assigned my posting, I was sent to the anti-terrorism unit and could not get out. Zhuoyu was full of regret. Could not get out meant that he could not leave the planet. This had been a regret of Zhuoyu's. He had originally wanted to continue making a living in the military and one day finally get out. But because of a few mistakes, he had been discharged from the military. However, Fiery Bird's 10th generation console made him anticipate again. Fiery Bird's goal is probably to let more people get a kick. Those power exoskeletons sold online are made from a different material, and the technology and feeling cannot compare to the real ones. Since Fiery Bird has made the 10th generation as an exoskeleton, given their reputation, the feeling after wearing it might not be same as the real ones, but it should be close. As Fang Zhao and Zhuoyu were talking, a flying car came. There was no space to park the car, so a middle-aged person in working attire hopped off. He showed Fang Zhao his working ID and said, "Hi, I am the engineer that spoke to you just now, Zachary." Zachary looked like a worker from a Muzhou farm. He was tanned, full of vigor, and his rough hands were full of calluses. After the self-introductions, Zachary pressed somewhere on the transparent case, and 4 wheels appeared. Zachary pushed the case aside and let his helper land the car. "Mr. Fang, where do you want the machine to be placed?" Zachary asked. "This room." Fang Zhao opened a room he had prepared beforehand. There was nothing else inside the room. Zachary pushed the case into the room, and he and his helper got down to work. While assembling the machine, he explained to Fang Zhao the superiority the 10th generation machine had over the 9th generation one. This is the power exoskeleton model, or mobile clothing. It is very convenient and doesn't burden you when being worn. For example, if you are tired, you can just eat, drink, or sleep in the suit. Other than bathing, you can basically wear this for everything. This also fulfills the desires towards the outer space core that some gamers have. If you can adapt to this, even if you wear the outer space core power suit in future, you will not find much of a difference. Of course, this exoskeleton does not have the same functions as the power suits of the outer space core. After all, the power suits of the outer space core are weapons, and this is just a game console. It can only imitate that sort of feeling. Other than that, it will let you have a more realistic experience of gaming. As Zachary was explaining, Zhuoyu was eager to give it a try. "Boss, later, after you have tried it, could I try it out too?" Fang Zhao nodded. "Sure." After the installations and inspection were completed, Zachary instructed Fang Zhao on how to put it on. Actually, it was not really complicated, as it was all automated as long as he confirmed his identity and usage rights. Fang Zhao could feel himself wearing an outer shell, but he did not feel it stifling or restrictive. Waving his hands, swinging his shoulders, walking, jumping, all these actions felt very unhindered. What Zachary had said about wearing it to eat, drink, and sleep was all true. "Okay, Now we can enter the adapting phase. I recommend lying down. If you remain standing, once you enter the game for a long period of time, your nerves and muscles will not feel exhausted, as the suit bears the strain, but once you leave the game, you will experience the side effects. Sitting is fine too, but I still recommend lying down, Zachary instructed. Fang Zhao did not proceed to find a bed, instead just lying down on the floor. Following Zachary's instructions, he entered the adapting phase. It was as if his soul had been removed from his body. Fang Zhao felt himself standing at an unfamiliar place. He could no longer feel the original feeling of lying on the floor. In front of him was a basketball, and his surroundings were transformed into a basketball court. The ground below him was a wooden floorboard, and the clothes he was wearing were basketball attire and shoes. Mr. Fang, you have now entered the adapting sequence. You can freely exercise. We will monitor your degree of adaptation. Zachary's voice seemed to be just beside his ear. Fang Zhao did not waste any time. He walked over and picked up the basketball. He could clearly feel the lines of the basketball in his hands. Indeed, very real. Fang Zhao started trying to bounce the ball. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of the basketball smashing against the ground, combined with the sound of the basketball whizzing through the air, stimulated his excited senses. Fang Zhao bounced the ball and moved forward. His bouncing became faster and faster as he got more proficient with the dribbling movement. In the room, Zachary watched the charts displayed by the measurement apparatus and then looked at the comprehensive numbers at the side. On it was displayed a 60. The maximum value was 100. Normally, there would be no issues upon reaching 60. Glancing at these numbers, a relaxed smile appeared on Zachary's face. Not too bad. Hitting 60 means that you can use it often. Your adaptability is good. With another month of adapting, you might even hit 70. Zachary had not finished speaking when he lost his voice. He stared blankly at the screen displaying the adaptability value. Originally stabilizing at 60, it had begun to move again. 61, 64, 68, 72. What had he just said? With another month of adapting? In less than 30 minutes, the adapting value had jumped from 60 to 75. TSK, this adaptability is indeed strong. Zachary's assistant exclaimed in astonishment. The value stabilized at 75. Zachary laughed and shook his head. Never expected that Mr. Fang's adaptability to the new machine would reach 75. I'm afraid some people in the company are going to be disappointed. If Mr. Fang hadn't adapted to the machine well, the moment he put it up for sale, quite a number of people in the company would have bought it immediately, but now it seems like these people won't even get a chance. Master, Zachary's helper, Boken, shouted out. What? Zachary asked. He was sending messages and thus did not look up. The value changed again. Zachary was displeased. Nonsense. The value is always changing constantly. It is fine as long as it modulates around a certain range. Have you forgotten all that I taught you? No, take a look. Zachary lifted his head up to look at the value of the screen, and his eyes slowly widened. The value that had originally stabilized around the 75 mark had began to rise upward again. 78, 79, 80, 81. Although it was not rising that quickly, it was indeed increasing. This could not be explained rationally anymore. This adaptability is way too strong, right? Thinking of something, Zachary turned his head and asked Zhuyu, is your boss really an artist? Does he meddle with anything else? Zhuyu was equally baffled. He really is only a composer. Chapter 116, Your boss is still your boss. For adapting training, other than basketball, Fang Zhao played football and badminton, rode a bicycle, drove a car, practiced archery, and many other events. The realism he felt got more and more intense, as if he was really standing in an empty room and playing with all this equipment, not inside a game. When Fang Zhao exited from the adaptive training mode, he was sweating profusely. As he separated from the game console, only then did he realize the casual attire he was wearing was entirely soaked, and his entire body felt as if he had really done all those sports. How mysterious. Fang Zhao looked at the taut muscles on his arm before using the sleeves of this shirt to wipe sweat off his face. He turned to face Zachary and Boken, who were standing there in a daze. Are they any problems? Fang Zhao asked. No, no problems. Zachary glanced at the display showing a bright red 91. then looked at Fang Zhao, who was still standing there, and asked, "Do you feel anything abnormal? For example, headaches or no sense of balance?" Fang Zhao walked a few steps, then jumped on the spot. "Everything seems to be fine. Only, at the moment when I was leaving the training mode, I felt a little dizzy, but I was all right after a few seconds." Zachary checked all the results displayed on the screen that showed readings of his bodily functions. All these had been taken when Fang Zhao was in the training mode. These readings showed that Fang Zhao was not lying, and he was perfectly fine. When using the 10th generation for the first time, separating from the console for the first time will indeed cause a little dizziness. In the future, after using it a few times, it will not occur anymore. Taking a look at the final figures, Zachary lamented. "Mr. Fang, how was the experience of using it?" "Very good," Fang Zhao replied. "It's very easy to get addicted." A proud smile appeared on Zachary's face. To be able to let players become addicted is our greatest accomplishment. Seems like Mr. Fang also knows how to find joy in games. It seemed like this gaming console would not be sold after all. "Boss, can I try it?" Zuiyu asked in eager anticipation. Fang Zhao looked toward Zachary. "Can he use it?" Zachary nodded his head. "This machine's owner is you, Mr. Fang. As long as you authorize it, he will be able to use it." Zachary taught Fang Zhao how to set up the authorized users. "All done. This gentleman can enter and try it out," Zachary said. Once Zuiyu entered the training mode, Fang Zhao saw that the last screen in front of Zachary displayed a 76. Zachary then explained to Fang Zhao the meaning of that number. "This gentleman is also adapting very well." Zachary watched the numbers jumping up, turned his head to Fang Zhao and asked, "He is your bodyguard, right?" "Yes." Fang Zhao saw the misgiving in Zachary's eyes, so he asked, "Are there any problems?" Zachary thought about what to say before shaking his head. Nothing. He just thought that this bodyguard's adaptability would probably not be higher than this young man who said he was a composer. Although the value rose up, this was probably because Zuiyu had used a lot of similar machinery. Just now, when Fang Zhao had been using the machine, Zachary had talked to Zuiyu and knew that Zuiyu was an old hand. Zachary's eyes were on the charts and numbers on the screen, and Fang Zhao was watching the machine lying on the floor in wonder. Just now, he had been the one wearing the gaming suit and lying there. Being totally immersed in the adaptive training mode, he had not known what the situation outside was like. Now he knew that, when he had been vigorously exercising in the adaptive training mode, outside of the mode, his body had seemed sedated, only slight trembles being seen. The machine that covered the surface of the body was full of sensors. These sensors would gather all sorts of data and would transmit it to a processor. Finally, it would appear as charts and numbers in front of Zachary. The adaptability value that was at 76 rose to 87 before coming to a complete stop. Zuiyu separated from the machine with a satisfied grin and was soaking wet. Indeed, the experience compared to all the older game consoles is way more intense. It is worthy of being called the 10th generation. Most likely, compared to the real power suits, there won't be much difference. 87. The grin on Zuiyu's face turned into shock when he saw the value. "I only got 87. He still remembered that Fang Zhao had achieved a value of 91 a short while back. Zachary grudgingly said, "Exceeding 85 is considered first rate. This is already very high. My boss got a 91 just now." Zuiyu felt that his own ability had been looked down upon. "Your boss has an impressive adaptability," Zachary said. "I was from the Special Forces. Your boss is still your boss." Zachary could only think of this reason, confirming that usage would not be hindered and having gotten an adaptability of 90+. Zachary was not the least bit worried that Fang Zhao would encounter any problems. He sent a copy of a detailed guide to Fang Zhao and left a means of contact. "If there are any issues with the machine, just call this number. Even if I am not free, my colleagues will rush over and help you service it." As they had other tasks, Zachary did not stay for too long. After exhorting a few important points to Fang Zhao, he left along with his assistant. The casing that had originally been used to store the 10th generation machine was also taken away by them. After showering and changing into a set of clean and dry clothes, Fang Zhao called out to Zuiyu, who was still sitting there bewildered. They would be heading back to the company together. Although he was now a manager that did not need to handle matters personally, he still had to return occasionally to keep an eye on things. The game console had already been delivered and installed. In the next few days, he would probably spend a lot of time playing. Today, he wanted to head down to the company and ask if there were any more documents that required his signature or approval. After a round in the virtual projects department, Fang Zhao held on to a set of documents that Zhu Zhen had handed him and took the elevator to the film department to check on some of the programs that Polar Light and the film departments were collaborating on. Entering the elevator, Fang Zhao noticed 5 others inside. An older manager and 4 youngsters who seemed like university students, 3 guys and a girl. Most likely, the parking garage above was full, so they needed to come up from the lower garages. The manager recognized Fang Zhao and laughed as he exchanged greetings. "Manager Fang, heading to the top floor to give your report?" "Nope, I'm heading to the film department." "You brought newcomers again." Fang Zhao remembered him bringing another group of youngsters a while back. "Yeah, these 4 are here to receive priority development," the manager said, not hiding anything. Fang Zhao understood. These were probably part of the company's reserve strategy. With the entertainment market being dominated by gaming, the company would transfer over these dual-profession gamer actors and give them prioritized development. The 5 of them were also headed for the film department. When the elevator doors opened, that older manager did not step out first, instead making an after-you gesture to Fang Zhao. Originally, 2 of the youngsters had lifted their legs to step out, but seeing their manager do that, they retracted their step. After Fang Zhao was some distance away from the elevator, a few of the youngsters then asked their new manager, "Who is that?" "The number 1 in the virtual projects department." "You guys are new here, so you wouldn't be familiar," the manager told them. "Also a manager?" A youngster wearing a baseball cap pointed in the direction he'd left. Finding it hard to imagine, he continued, "That guy is a department manager? He looks to be around the same age as me. Is he famous?" "Yes, he is the manager of the virtual projects department. A while back, Fiery Bird sound effects department had even mentioned him. Back then, you guys were having sealed training and did not pay attention to entertainment news. That man is really impressive." The virtual projects department rose up under his watch, and he is the new star of music composition circles. He is so great he can even discuss terms with Director Duan. Back then, everyone shunned the virtual projects departments, but now they're finding ways to try and squeeze themselves into the department. The benefits are great, wages are high, and the prospects are plentiful. Sounds really impressive, but we do not have much of a relationship with him. He is not part of the gaming circle. A short-haired girl playing with a gaming device in her hand said indifferently. "That's true, but in the future, if you meet him around the company, do take notice," the manager exhorted. "Got it." The 4 youngsters agreed, but did not really think much of the matter. Music and composition seemed too far away for them, and they would not be joining the virtual projects department. No matter how impressive the other person was, it did not really affect them much. At most, just giving way to him in the company would do. When Fang Zhao found the film department's manager He Hao, he was watching a live broadcast of an interview. He Hao knew that Fang Zhao did not know much about the gaming circles, and thus explained, 2S esports clubs, Ace Kuzimo's popularity is on the uprise. Thinking of something. He Hao laughed. "This brat even slighted your department today." He Hao told Fang Zhao about this morning's news. At that time, Fang Zhao had been at home for the installation of the game console, and had not paid attention to the news. This brat was not satisfied with Fiery Bird's choice of a virtual idol to be the spokesperson. He felt that they were the most professional and wrote a few letters to Fiery Bird's headquarters requesting a change in spokesperson. He felt that endorsement of a game should be done by the most professional and outstanding people. Seems like Fiery Bird's side gave him some slack, so Kazimo seemed particularly happy today. He thinks that the virtual projects department have gotten all they can for the last time and won't be so lucky in the future. These few reputable esports clubs were no longer having sealed training. The reason for sealed training was to keep their training methods and tactics secret. Sealed training was for the teams to get used to the game and come up with methods to tackle things they did not understand. When they started their practice, the image would not have been beautiful, and if videos were released, they might even lost fans. Now, though, after becoming proficient through lots of training, videos released now would be able to stir up lots of fans. In the new era, there were too many esports clubs. As they were still mainly business-driven, they need to guarantee their own strength and capture the hearts of fans. especially at this juncture that only happened once every 10 years. From a business point of view, these esports clubs no longer needed to maintain their cold and indifferent attitudes. From time to time, they would release a few videos or accept interviews. For example, videos of Big Dipper Esports Club's captain taking his team out to drive cars from the old era, or videos of Boom's team riding motorcycles around the city as training. And this time, 2S Esports Club and Boom Esports Club had organized a practice match, and the event was motorbike racing. They had already spoken with Fiery Bird's branch, and when the time came, Fiery Bird would release a map on the public web for them to compete on. And Kuzimo was the main talking point of this practice match. In the interview, Kuzimo seemed very flamboyant. It's just a common old-era vehicle, more difficult to operate than modern vehicles, but I have had no trouble learning and have mastered it rather easily. Actually, my house has a bike that is a replica of an old-era model, which I have been riding for the last few years. I haven't encountered much difficulty in games. The host of the program asked, "Why did you choose Boom Esports Club as your opponents for the practice match? This is your first practice match after the pledging ceremony, right?" Kuzimo waved it off with his hands. "It can't be helped. Only Boom Esports Club has professional racing gamers. The others are too weak." There was an added emphasis on his last 3 words. There was no need to say what sort of reaction the other 3 clubs had when they saw the news. They were all termed as Yinzhou's 5 strongest, yet this brat actually publicly belittled them during an interview. "You all also know that my other profession was a racer, and I won many youth racing championships. However, after I switched to electronic competition, I haven't taken part in these sort of competitions anymore, and I also didn't take part in this year's championships. Still, I feel that, on this level, I don't have any worthy adversaries. Even though I have not taken part in these championships, I have not stopped training for games. The vehicles during the old era were much harder to maneuver, but I am the best driver in my team." As he spoke, Kamosi lamented, "I really wish I could pit myself against the generation from before the apocalypse." If you had the chance to compete against the older generations from before the apocalypse, who do you think would win? The host asked while laughing. "Me, of course." Kuzimo flashed a victory sign toward the camera. The smile on his face was not the joking sort, but a rather haughty one. He really felt this way. "That little fellow is really full of himself," Fang Zhao suddenly said. He nodded his head in agreement when he heard Fang Zhao. "That little fellow is a little crazy, but he does have a frightening talent. He came from a line of racers, and he has a dual profession. He really has the ability to back up his words, though. But mentioning the older generation before the apocalypse is a little lacking in manners. Obviously, he knows that it is impossible for these older generations to still be living. So who can prove that he is better than them?" Only his words. Fang Zhao laughed, but did not say more. The interview continued on. Kuzimo did not feel like he had said anything wrong. He still continued emphasizing, "Actually, I feel that everyone should just face up to history. The older generations during the period of destruction have all been overglorified. All those mentioned in textbooks are too perfect and exaggerated. Just one look and you can tell they are all fake. Of all the videos that have survived from those periods, none of them have been able to prove the situations written in those textbooks. I am a professional racer, that's why I know best. Some of those things that are mentioned are really impossible. For example, the celebrated leader from the period of destruction Fang Zhao could ride a motorbike and shoot accurately. Even when his bike was knocked down, he could still flip a few times, free fall 20 meters, and still land properly, and continue riding. Isn't this all nonsense? Did they think it was a sideshow? It's simply an insult to my IQ. Fang Zhao, little brat. The host of the broadcast gave a forced smile. Many viewers watching the broadcast online also approved of what he'd said and left comments requesting that portion be removed from history books. As the interview was ending, Kuzimo faced the screen. "The model we are using for the competition is a motorcycle that Fiery Bird specially designed. The level of difficulty is really high. For all the newbies, I have a word of advice. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Newbies should not court disaster and try it. When the time comes, just watching us will do." Fang Zhao exhaled sharply. Chapter 117, Black T-Rex. He did not pay much attention to Fang Zhao's reaction. He knew that many of these people who shared the same name as martyrs were more respectful and worshipped them more. They did not like hearing others badmouth their namesake. Thus, Being unhappy with Kazimo's words was normal. Those are the sort of people they are. Don't lower yourself to that level. He Hao consoled. Yeah. Fang Zhao smiled a little, but what he was thinking about, he could not mention to He Hao. Fang Zhao returned home from the office and checked the news. On the entertainment side, almost every entertainment media was reporting about the upcoming practice match between 2S and Boom Esports Club. This was an exhibition match before the official release, and it captured the attention of other players. Previously, Fiery Bird had released a small map for players to adapt to. Players who entered this map could watch from a bystander's point of view. They could experience the city and view the lifestyle of people from that period and various items that they used. And now Fiery Bird had released a portion of the map similar to the previous one, but the characters inside had all been removed. This map had been specially released for 2S and Boom Esports Club's practice match. After this practice match was over, it would be open to all players. In short, 2S and Boom, two of the strongest clubs, had collaborated with Fiery Bird's Yenzhou division to organize this practice match that benefited all parties. The news also mentioned the racing motorbike that Fiery Bird had designed, T-Rex. It was rumored that, in the game, T-Rex would be considered an uncommon item. Every continent had a set limit of 200 units, and all 12 continents combined would not have more than 2,400 units. Although it might seem like a lot, but compared to other items, this was considered scarce. Otherwise, they would not have been considered uncommon. When the time came, obtaining one would depend on the person's capabilities, but before that, Fiery Bird would be borrowing 2S and Boom Gaming Club's practice match to advertise their T-Rex and excite players. The practice match was set at 10 a.m. on September 3rd. Suho had come over on the 2nd to borrow the dog and satisfy his craving, knowing that Fang Zhao had a 10th-generation Fiery Bird game console. Unfortunately, he was still young and had limited access to a lot of games, so he could only watch with envy. Every day, he could only watch videos or highlight clips of games. When Suho left with curly hair, Fang Zhao logged onto Fiery Bird's public platform and entered the training mode. Here there were a few choices of heavy-duty motorbikes, but not the T-Rex model that was seen on the news. These motorbikes were surely less powerful, but for training purposes, they were more than enough. Fang Zhao had not ridden heavy-duty motorbikes in a long time. Normal motorbikes were easy to obtain, but this was his first time using one since he'd been reborn. In the latter stages of his past life, due to the decline of his body functions due to injuries and illnesses, the research team had come up with a new model of vehicles, but Fang Zhao had rarely used them. Waking up in the new era, these vehicles from the past had already been phased out and could no longer be accessed. Fang Zhao expected himself to be quite unaccustomed to it, but hearing the roar of the engine, a familiar feeling entered his mind and his senses started tingling. It seemed as if his memory had already coordinated with his body to the most suitable level. For hours later, Fang Zhao separated from the console, returning back to reality. His stimulated mind gradually became tranquil. Fang Zhao took a drink and walked to the window, admiring the beautiful glow of the city. He had entered the game in the afternoon. Now it was already dark outside, but the city center would never become quiet just because the sun had set. The winds on the top floor were strong and cold. Fang Zhao finished his glass of water, shut the window, and smiled as observed the excited entertainment news. September 3rd, 8 a.m. Lots of people had already opened up Fiery Bird's Yenzhou division's live broadcast in anticipation. Although it was just a practice match, viewership was high. 2S and Boom Esport Club's fans were fervently stirring up the atmosphere, and some people were even betting on the outcome of the match. Fang Zhao noticed that there were slightly more people supporting a 2S win. They probably placed faith in Kazimo's many racing trophies. Fang Zhao realized that, in the Virtual Projects Department's group chat, Zhu Wen and the others had still been discussing who would win at 11 p.m. last night. It seemed like they would surely be catching the live broadcast. As Fang Zhao ate his breakfast, he briefly browsed through the news before he would enter the game and familiarize himself even more. Today's entertainment headlines were mostly dominated by 2S and Boom Esport Club's practice match. The other three teams of Yenzhou's Big Five were not going to miss this opportunity to evaluate their rivals' skills and ability either. Even if it was only a single practice match, They could still gauge their rival's skill level by observing their proficiency with the equipment. A person who was able to use all sorts of equipment had the ability to survive in a world of chaos. This sentence applied in the real world, and it applied in games as well. At Big Dipper Esport Club headquarters, the main team was all present. This was their internal viewing area, and it was easy for them to hold discussions here, as there were no other people from other gaming events. Who do you think will win? Probably 2S. Although that Kazimo fellow needs to be taught a lesson, we can't deny that he has skills and is very talented. If not for the fact that he was underage 10 years ago, we would probably have crossed swords with him. To become well known in the gaming circles so early, he should be worthy of the high salary 2S are paying him. I really hope Boom wins. If that Kazimo brat really wins, he won't even need to wait till tomorrow to start belittling us again. It's just riding a bike, and he is acting all high and mighty. Even if he can ride well, it doesn't mean that he will have the last laugh. None of the great generals of the founding era were race car drivers. Seems like there was one who was a truck driver, the one from Jizhou. Wasn't the Jizhou one a discharged soldier before he became a truck driver? He is still a driver and can be considered as having a driving background, I guess. Speaking of that, the Kazimo brat even doubted the martyr Fang Zhao. Luckily, at this time, people are more tolerant of this discussion, and the martyr Fang Zhao does not have any direct descendants. I reckon that if he had any surviving descendants, the brat would have been invited over for tea immediately after the interview. If he really had the guts, why did he not talk about great General Wu Yan, who was even more over-exaggerated in history textbooks? He knew that the martyr Fang Zhao did not have any descendants that would come looking for him. He might be arrogant, but he is not stupid. He knows which parties he cannot afford to offend. Team Captain Yi Yuan's side. What a pity. Yi Yuan thought back to the words Kazimo had said during the interview. Many people online even joked that Fang Zhao's coffin would not be able to rest underground. Yi Yuan's history was decent, and he deeply worshipped the Yenzhou leaders who had left a deep mark. There was only that unfortunate one who did not have the luck to survive one more year. How would the Wu family have developed then? It was a pity, given the great circumstances that the Wu family descendants had, that they had not been able to grab hold of the chance and instead had internal strife after the founding era. Even if they were now slowly recovering their influence, Yenzhou had no way of hiding the truth. Many Yenzhou governors did not have the Wu family name. This was something that people from other continents would always use to poke fun at Yenzhou, but most of Yenzhou's masses did not mind. Yi Yuan could only sigh. If he were good enough at racing, he would surely have participated in that practice match, but in reality, he was not good enough, and participating at this juncture would only make himself a laughingstock. It was better for him to honestly analyze the other party's capabilities. At 9:30 a.m., the live broadcast started, showing the two teams that had already logged in, fans from both sides, and other players that had qualified for the practice match. That's right, other than the two gaming clubs, 2S and Boom, Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch had also released 100 spots. These spots were first released to high-level VIP guests, and the remaining spots were then released one by one to other players. Yenzhou's 5 big gaming clubs all had high-level VIP invites, but this time, the other 3 teams were not taking part. Taking part despite not being good enough was asking for a beating. In the broadcast, the backdrop was the map that Fiery Bird had released earlier. The starting point was a village outside the city. At that moment, it was already bustling with excitement. There were a number of black heavy-duty motorbikes on site. Like violent beasts, they were seemingly full of restrained power. Half of the course back tire was exposed, and it was like a Tyrannosaurus Rex that was prepared to start on its hunt. To the people of the new era, it seemed to harness a primitive and intense power beneath its exterior. Electronic dance music was playing in the background as the tones of the commentators got more and more animated. They knew how to drum up the interest of fans and players alike. At the side, some VIP players were controlling their throttles and revving their engines. The roaring of the engine and hysterical shrieks from the fans created a noisy atmosphere. The fans were seemingly in a frenzy, but there was still order. After all, they had also been selected with utmost care. Due to the map being specially designed for the practice match, the road at the start was especially wide. Right at the front were the teams from 2S and Boom. However, it was not their entire main force. Each club had sent 5 members to be their representatives. They were clad in their esports club's uniform. Behind them were the other players who had decided to take part and had managed to obtain a spot in the usage of T-Rex. The players were in all sorts of their own attire. Some had on their insignias, while others were armed to the teeth with all sorts of in-game equipment. The dynamic electronic dance music came to an abrupt end, and the entire site was silent, but it was soon filled by hysterical shrieks and shouts. This signified that the race was about to start. With a loud explosive sound, the front 10 raced off the blocks. The seemingly large and cumbersome heavy-duty motorbikes finally set off without any restraint. The rumbling of the engines unleashed a brutal energy. With a heavy discharge of smoke and large power outputs, the machines were telling people that, although the exterior might seem cumbersome, it was a two-wheeled racing monster. Behind the 10, the other players followed behind in succession, but their competitive spirits were not as intense. They were just following behind to get a kick. Due to some of them not having enough practice or being too excited to properly control the bikes, they crashed their bikes not long after starting and immediately disconnected. This meant to say that, if this was reality, they would have already lost their lives. For every crash, the players nearby were all affected and crashed out together. Although those players did not immediately disconnect, the impact of the crash was too brutal and both man and machine suffered damage. In the game, the pain induced was lowered and hence did not have such an intense feeling. Those few people no longer had any desire to continue following and so voluntarily disconnected and went to watch the live broadcast. This practice match had a spectator view from all angles. Therefore, those watching the live broadcast could watch from the front, sides, and even top down. The cameras for the broadcast were mainly following the 10 people at the front. The people at the starting line were prepared to go offline to watch the broadcast when they saw a figure suddenly appearing. He was riding a T-Rex, and they immediately knew that he was one of the 100 players that had managed to obtain a spot for the race. "Hey brother, you are late. They already set off. I'm afraid you have no way of catching up, but just follow behind and enjoy yourself," someone at the starting line said. The figure riding the black motorbike nodded his head and set off. The ear-splitting roar of the engines echoed all around. "Who is that?" another player at the starting line asked. Looking at his attire, he is neither from 2S or Boom. I don't see any emblem either, so I have no idea. Who cares about him? He's definitely a player who came to join in on the fun. Hurry and disconnect to watch the live broadcast. There is nothing for us to watch here. Right. The live broadcast is more important. Who cares about the others? Chapter 118. Who is that lunatic? Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, live broadcast studio. The practice match started? Just started. Other than the 10 people from 2S and Boom, of the other 100 players that obtained a spot, 99 are already online. The last one just came online. Just now he wasn't even on. Don't mind it. After all, these people are just here to have a bit of fun. Just take it as giving VIP guests the benefit of having an up-close interaction with the clubs. When they come online, or how they want to play is all up to them. All you people need to do is follow the action between those few people from 2S and Boom closely. Understood? Of the 110 people, 8 of them have disconnected 1 minute in. All from the back. In a bit, the gap between the front and back will increase. Pay attention to where the cameras are pointing at. Got it. 2 more have disconnected. Only 100 left. No idea how many will remain after 5 minutes. There will be more crashes once we enter the city. Got to let them suffer a little and not let them think this is a walk in the park. Someone at the side was staring at the screen, flabbergasted. That one at the back, so fast. Which? The few others stretched their necks over to take a look. This dot. It was in last place, but now it's already in the middle of the pack. The person in front of the screen pointed out a little dot. The map had been minimized, and all participants appeared as bright dots on this screen. It's easier to crash when you're going too fast, someone else said. Everyone knew what he meant. The faster one went, the narrower the field of vision and the harder the vehicle became to maneuver. Racing along a straight path without anybody was fine, but when it came to speeding along turns and bends, it was easy to lose control. Another one at the front crashed, 99 left. I shall see when this fellow crashes and disconnects. The start of the race course was flat and smooth ground. and the road was a straight path with not many turns. After a while, the number of bends would gradually increase, and the number of mishaps would increase alongside it. Just as Fiery Bird's staff had predicted, 5 minutes later, from the 99 players, there was a sudden drop to 67. Those at the back were getting further and further away. They also probably felt no reason to continue racing and had voluntarily disconnected. As this continued, the number of players dropped to 51. A few entertainment workshops saw this as a chance to increase their popularity too. Fiery Bird's public broadcast prohibited others from taking videos, so they could only take screenshots. Every time there was a crash, they would excitedly snap away and post it up, letting everyone know what the crashes looked like and adding commentary, making the crashes even more interesting. When speeding along bends, even a professional race driver was faced with the dangers of crashing at any time. The screenshots kept getting uploaded, and they were taken from all angles. Included were the players who'd crashed out of the server, other players that had been affected by the crash, and which players had withdrawn due to injuries. Even for those that wore professional racing gear or were armed to the teeth with all sorts of in-game equipment. Once they were riding at high speeds, the crashes were too brutal and they would disconnect immediately. To them, this was merely a game and the accidents were virtual. They took it as all fun and games. Although this was just a source of laughter for the people watching the live broadcast, for people who had been professional drivers, when riding the bike, they already did not differentiate between game and reality. These people treated it seriously even though it was just a game. At the front, 2S esports clubs Cosimo and Boom esports clubs Olaf had gradually pulled ahead of the others. 2S and Boom esports clubs had a total of 10 people participating, and they had pulled away from the other players after starting. Furthermore, as they were the focal point of this competition and were coined the Front 10, the cameras focused mainly on them. The rest of the players were filmed by a different camera, but as the race went on, of the Front 10, the distance between the two professional race drivers, Cosimo and Olaf, and the other 8 kept increasing. The cameras following the Front 10 were split once more, with a portion following Cosimo and Olaf's head-to-head race, while the remaining members of the Front 10 had one other camera following them. Cosimo was a braggart, but as a professional esports athlete and professional race driver, he adjusted rather well to this race. At that moment, the race had been underway for 20 minutes. One of the participants from 2S Esports Club, who was last among the Front 10, had not heard any sounds from behind him for some time. He thought to himself, "See, amateurs are just amateurs. You just can't compete with us professional gamers. Even if we are not professional racers, as esports athletes, there is still a gulf between us and amateur players, and we will crush you." Since the start, not a single one of you outsiders could do anything. When they'd first gotten their hands on the bikes, they had still ridden carefully, but later on, as they got more familiar with the technique, they had been able to push themselves even more and truly harness the power of the machines as their intense competitive spirit showed. They were enjoying themselves and showing off at the same time, attracting even more fans. But still, the one languishing at 10th spot was not contented. Ahead of him at 9th spot was a Boom member. He had to overtake that Boom member. In 2 more turns, they would be entering the city. The difficulty would increase then, so it would be best to pass before the city. Why was there noise from behind? And it sounded like it was getting closer? Someone had caught up. Doubting someone could actually catch up, he grew distracted. Getting flustered, he made an error and went off a bend and smashed into a hillside. The 9th place Boom member heard the sound of the crash behind him and felt pleased. Haha, crashed. Regarding a member of the opposition camp who had been following him tightly and finally crashed, in his heart, he was secretly delighted. Until now, the Front 10 only had one crash. What a disgrace. Later on, they could gloat over 2S. But very quickly, the 9th place gamer's delight disappeared as he heard the sound of an approaching engine behind him. How could it be? Didn't he crash into a hill? Even if he did not disconnect upon crashing, but even continuing to race, there's no way he could catch up that fast. But if it was not the other party, who could it be? Thinking of a possibility, the gamer in 9th place was unable to contain his curiosity and turned his head behind to take a peek. Just one peek, and it was too late for regret. From time to time, rocks would appear on the highway. They were rather large, and as long as one was alert, they were simple enough to avoid. Turning back for a look, He realized that the person behind was in default system attire and wasn't the adversary that had been following him tightly. He was surprised, and that rider was gaining on him at high speed. His heart panicked, and in those few moments of carelessness, when he faced the front once more, he realized that there was a rock in his path. He tried evading, but the bike brushed against the rock and skidded forward as the rider was thrown off. Tumbling on the ground, the corner of his eyes caught sight of the onrushing bike. At its speed, even if the person could evade the rock, he could only continue speeding forward into his path. Screech. Tires revolving against the ground created an ear-splitting screeching as the engine produced a roar that sounded strained. The sounds were more than enough to make anyone nearby disorientated. The ninth-place racer was still hurtling forward. His field of vision was all over the place. All he could see was a black shape brush past him. As if a specter had ghosted past him, in a flash it was gone. All that was left was the rippling wind created by him. The sound of friction produced by the tires disappeared, and the roaring of the engine gradually grew farther away. He struggled to get up and look at the surrounding ground. Beside him were only strange tire marks and the smell of burnt rubber. Even though it was only a game, he could feel cold sweat dripping down his back. He felt as if he had just survived a narrow miss by the foot of a colossal monster and had somehow lived to tell the tale. His heart was beating rapidly as he stood there in a daze, his mind still not recovering from that scene. When he sobered up, he looked down the highway. The other person's figure could still be seen. As for the people operating the camera for the live broadcast following this area, they forgot their original motive in that moment. Their eyes had been captured by that thrilling scene. Those online watching this feed were also stunned. The F***CK, who was the lunatic who just went past? No idea that scene was just too thrilling. Just a little more and it would have hit. It did not hit just now, right? Evading like this is possible. The bike did not flip over. Did anyone see clearly how he dodged it? When I try to recall what happened, my head is blank. Professional screen capturers? Did you all manage to snap anything? Perhaps an esports club's main member went into battle without their attire? Probably not. If it was from another gaming club, with his skill, there would be a lot of fanfare and he would definitely be wearing his uniform. What that guy was wearing was just the default system attire. Could it be a professional race driver who decided to play around? Perhaps. That can't be right. At yesterday's public announcement, other than 2SS Kuzimo and Boom Zoloff, there were no other professional race drivers taking part. Then who was the person who passed by just now? Someone who came over specially to sweep the competition. Ha. 2 out of the front 10 crashed after being spooked. Looking at the situation, who is going to get the last laugh is anybody's guess. Now that there is one more mystery person, who knows how many more he can overtake. Those watching the second camera's feed hurriedly called their good friends to stop watching the main camera feed of the duel between Kuzimo and Olaf. There was a monster rushing from the back. Chapter 119. What's his background? The practice match was supposed to be a showdown between the top players from 2S and Boom, but lo and behold, a mysterious player had showed up out of the blue. The audience was ecstatic. Chatter popped up on different online discussion groups. Judging from the way he drifted during his turns, he must be a professional racer. Looks like Fiery Bird might not have been completely forthcoming on the entry list. That might not be the case. It might be a really skilled amateur. Doesn't the saying go, the masters hide among the masses? There was all sorts of speculation online, and the folks at the Yinzhou branch of Fiery Bird were also at a loss. They had a crystal clear picture of the race. They had been tracking the mystery player since he'd surged forward, but they hadn't expected him to sideline 2 professional gamers as soon as he caught up with the top 10. We screened the premium VIP customers who won entry passes. There was no one with professional racing credentials. If there was, we wouldn't have missed him or her, said a Fiery Bird staffer stationed in the live broadcast hall. Then it must be an amateur professional. A so-called amateur professional was a highly skilled amateur who was as competent as a professional racer or gamer, but not properly credentialed. Is it possible it's a bench player from one of the clubs? Not all of their reserve players are credentialed. That's a possibility. In any case, let's keep watching closely. This is an unexpected surprise. For Fiery Bird, the outcome of the practice match wasn't that important. What they cared about most were the viewership figures and whether they could use the appearance of the mystery player to advertise their spin-off brands. The company's technicians would also use the opportunity to test the game. The unexpected development happened to meet everyone's needs, much to their delight. Meanwhile, the virtual projects department at Silver Wing was also abuzz with excitement. Zhu Wen and company were tuned into the game, but had missed the latest development. They had been focused on the duel between Cosimo and Olaf among the frontrunners. They switched views when they read about the mystery player in a discussion group. They switched just in time to catch the mystery player who caught up with the top 10 past 2 more bikers. I wonder if Boss saw this. Let me give him a heads up. He better not miss an exciting development like this. Zhu Wen dialed Fang Zhao's bracelet, but no one answered. He kept getting a busy tone. Maybe Boss is busy. Forget it. I'll leave him a message. The number of viewers tuning in to the second camera grew significantly because of the mystery player who'd broken into the top 10, even dwarfing the viewership of the first camera, which was focused on Cosimo and Olaf. He's number 7 now. Looks like he can still pass a few more racers. Remember the screen capture. Don't freeze this time. The folks at Entertainment Workshop and other journalists monitoring the match started zooming in on the mystery player. The loud rumbling of the mystery player's high-frequency motor kept viewers stimulated. The 2 marquee racers dueling on behalf of their 2 clubs also noticed the unfamiliar shadow catching up. They didn't know how to lose him. He kept on creeping closer and closer. After entering the city, the roads were clear of pedestrians and other vehicles, but they were narrower than in the suburbs and varied in width. To make way for the practice match, many elements had been removed from this particular layout. Even though the road was dotted with the occasional parked vehicle, which made it slightly crowded, there were no other speeding cars or pedestrians. The players kept zipping along. All a bystander could see was a flurry of shadows dash by. After another turn, the mystery player advanced to 5th place. He's so calm. He's barely made any mistakes. Yun, captain of Big Dipper Club's first team, said while glued to the monitor. This one's a force to be reckoned with. The 2 players ahead may not be able to stop him, one of his teammates said. Ian thought of something and let out a knowing laugh. We'll see. Let's see which 2 players are ahead of him. Judging from the lettering on their uniforms, in 3rd place should be Yusuke, the vice captain of Boom Esports Club, and in 4th is Jabbar from 2S. Hey, those 2 sly bastards are setting up an ambush. Was this planned? So they could stave off surprises like this. Looks like that's the case. This practice match was never a duel between 2 teams, but rather a performance by the 2 professional racers, Cosimo and Olaf. The others are there to cheer them on and to prevent accidents. And now we have a situation. While 2S and Boom feuded fiercely in public, they were trash-talking ahead of the practice match. If a third party threatened them, they would present a united front. The same rule applied to all of Yinzhou's top 5 esports clubs. Regardless of which of the Big 5 were competing, if someone other than the Big 5 showed up, then they would join hands and deal with the outsider first. At this point, Big Dipper's team leader cut in. He was completely serious. Stay on Jabbar and Yusuke. The 2 of them are about to make their move. The big screen showed the mystery player approaching, on the verge of taking 4th place, but he slowed down suddenly and veered off path. At the same time, Jabbar seemed to make a mistake and flipped. If the mystery rider had stayed where he had been, he would have smashed right into Jabbar or his bike, even if he made a last-minute correction. But the mystery man looked like he had anticipated the move and avoided the obstacle. Watching the scene unfold, Jess, the captain of HWR Esports Club, winced. A real pro. Great anticipation. No wonder Jabbar couldn't stop him. Jabbar will be able to say he did his job when he gets offline. He did his best. Jean, the vice captain of HWR Esports Club, nodded in agreement. We've lost another player. Let's see if Yusuke can take him down. If not, it's going to be a race between the top 3. Just as Jean finished his sentence, the screen showed Yusuke appearing to lose his concentration during a turn and crashing, ramming into a lamppost by the road. The crash sent the lamppost tumbling. A car was parked on the other side of the road. The top of the lamppost landed on the car, which created a low trapezoid-shaped barricade on the less-than-wide road. Even though the lamppost didn't collapse onto the road entirely, the resulting barricade was enough to halt any forthcoming vehicles. What a dirty move by Yusuke. Who knows how many times he practiced that ahead of time. That's the kind of boldness a vice captain should display. He was much more decisive than Jabbar, crashing himself out of the game. Looks like he should accomplish his mission and stop the threat. Wait, he's not going to stop. The screen showed the silhouette charging forward. The gap between the fallen lamppost and the ground wasn't big enough to fit a person or a car. A car would definitely hit the lamppost. The mystery person would have to stop and figure out a way through, or take a detour or different route. Either way would mean a delay. In a high-speed race like this, a delay of 1 second would translate into a bigger cushion for the two professional racers in the lead. He's going to hit the lamppost if it doesn't stop now. He's going to crash. F***CK. Jess, the captain of HWR Club, who was glued to the screen, blurted out an expletive. The silhouette on the screen flew off his motorbike, which turned sideways as he approached the lamppost. The motorbike threaded the gap beneath the lamppost, the sound of screeching tires creating a piercing noise that suggested burning. Just when everyone thought the motorbike was about to collapse, it bolted upright again after clearing the gap between the road and the lamppost. The engine of the erect vehicle roared as it pressed forward. How is that possible? How did he do that? If the motorbike had a little less clearance, he would have been knocked out of the race. But he actually cleared the gap? How did it not collapse at that angle? I feel like he gave gravity the finger. No, I feel like I've been given the finger. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. This was not a lucky coincidence. Viewers watching the live webcast were equally blown away. What they considered impossible happened before their own eyes. The game was a simulation of reality, which meant the player could manage the same move in real life. Yusuke, who was forced offline when his avatar died after knocking down the lamppost, scrambled out of the gaming cabin. Did I shut him down? He blurted at his teammates. His teammates wore a weird expression on their faces and stayed silent. When the sound of the Mystery Rider's engine from the live broadcast drew Yusuke's attention, he knew he had failed. Yusuke went pale, as if something horrible had happened. What's the lowdown on that fellow? Yusuke asked his teammates. We asked around. He's not from the Big Five. We don't know anything about his background. All we know is that he's scary. He may pose a major threat to us. A professional racer? No. If it were a professional racer, he'd be credentialed. Fiery Bird wouldn't miss that piece of information. Too bad the guy has remained anonymous. All his personal information is blocked. We tried asking Fiery Bird, but they won't look up his profile just because we're curious. Staffers watching the live broadcast at the Yenzhou branch of Fiery Bird were also curious about the identity of the mystery player, but the player's premium VIP status made them think twice. Even if he were a regular customer, unmasking his profile would be a violation of professional ethics. Fiery Bird had strict internal protocols in place. If we can't look up his profile, then let's check when he registered, one staffer suggested. Out of respect for client privacy, they couldn't dig deeper just because they were company staff, especially if the client had chosen to hide his profile, but they could look up his date of registration. He registered from his console on September 1st. He only has one account, no others. It's his first time playing one of our games. A newcomer? Or someone who just met the age requirement? All Fiery Bird games could be accessed through a single user ID. Even though Battle of the Century had released a few practice platforms this year, Fiery Bird counted many other titles among its library. Folks who met the age requirement would definitely practice with other games before the official release of Battle of the Century. Not necessarily. Maybe it's the first time he's playing one of our games, and he registered with us for the first time on September 1st. A premium VIP customer who'd registered on September 1st and could deliver blows to two of the Big Five. Who on earth is this guy? The player might not have been physically healthy. He could have been disabled or infirm. As long as you had a nimble mind and superior hand motor skills, the world was your oyster if you had a gaming console. One of Fiery Bird's former CEOs once said, "Gaming is a window into a person's soul." The mystery man was a shadowy monster lurking in the dark, preparing to bare its sharp claws. I have a hunch something is about to go down. Chapter 120, Overtaking. We are left with 3. Never expected that we would have a 3-way fight to the finish for a normal practice match. The other esports clubs were all watching the final struggles of this match. A few members that were training were called over by their captains to come watch. Participating in this practice match were the 10 members from 2S and Boom, and another 100 who'd received entry passes, a total of 110. Now, there were 3 left. The others had already crashed out or were left far behind and had no mood to continue racing, instead going offline to watch. Especially for those among the front 10 that had not crashed but been overtaken, catching up was too difficult, so they figured they might as well disconnect earlier and watch the battle in front. Therefore, it ended up with only 3 players left online. Cosimo and Olaf had set the pace in the race. The distance between them did not widen. At times, Cosimo was in the lead, and sometimes Olaf managed to successfully overtake him. However, the times Cosimo was ahead were more numerous, and he was now in a good spot to consolidate his lead. Olaf felt a little anxious, but not to the point that it affected his rationality. He was older than Cosimo and had more race experience. Perhaps he didn't have as much talent as Cosimo, but he was hardworking and more steady. He gritted his teeth and pressed on, maintaining the 20 to 50-meter distance between them. At the front, Cosimo felt rather proud of himself, but not to the point where he would forget himself. He knew that he could not afford to be distracted and had to continue maintaining his dominance all the way to the end. According to the map before him, he would be able to leave the city in approximately 10 minutes. After exiting the city, the end point would be near. At this moment, Olaf's heart started beating violently. He could sense someone catching up. They were on a Y-shaped bridge. Cosimo and Olaf were on one road, and on the other road, a figure appeared. At the junction where the two roads intersected, like a flash of lightning, the figure emerged between Cosimo and Olaf. The main camera following Cosimo and Olaf and the secondary camera following the mystery figure coincided. To think he actually caught up. This was the thought of all the viewers watching the broadcast. Olaf was shaken by the sudden overtaking and nearly lost his balance. Looking forward, the figure was wearing the default black racing attire, and Cosimo could not see anything special. Who the hell was this? Not just Olaf, the still leading Cosimo's heart starting pounding from the shock. There is still a third person? Other than him and Olaf, there was actually a third professional race driver that had taken part in this practice match. Not possible. Fiery Bird had publicly announced that there were no other professional race drivers taking part. Then who could the person behind have been? If it wasn't a professional driver, could it have been someone from another esports team that had come to wreak havoc? As a professional race driver, Cosimo did not make the same mistakes his teammates had made by turning back. Even if he could hear the roaring behind him and his heart was full of curiosity, he still kept his eyes on the road before him. Race drivers only had a forward. They had no backward. All he had to do was keep looking forward. No matter who was catching up to him, no matter where the party was from, he could only continue maintaining his superiority till the end. However, the person that had abruptly appeared made Cosimo feel a little pressure. Although Olaf's strength was comparable to his own, as an old adversary, they had competed against each other many times and understood each other's patterns. But this fellow that had suddenly appeared was different. Cosimo was totally unable to determine his origin or motives. Due to the sudden appearance of that bike, Cosimo increased his speed again. The opponent had been able to chase all the way till this point. If he continued at that speed, Cosimo would surely be overtaken. In order to maintain his lead, Cosimo had no choice but to continue increasing his speed as well. Even though, by increasing the speed, the maneuverability of his bike would drop and he would be more prone to accidents, Cosimo still chose to do this. Because of this appearance by a third party, not only Cosimo increased his speed. Olaf, who was still busy chasing, stepped up his speed as well. Having already been left in the dust by the third party, if he was left further behind, he would be losing face. The three shapes on the road sped along, chasing the one ahead tightly. The two professional race drivers and the one suspected professional driver made this race even more intense. At every bend, they seemed to float through at a slanted angle, giving viewers the impression that they were going to skid off the track at any moment. Even those watching the broadcast began to feel anxious and excited. With that sort of vehicle in front of me, I would even have trouble lifting it up. Yet those three can operate it in such a manner. Even if it is only in a game, it is very hard to come by. Just like an artistic performance, impressive. Every time they head into a bend, I always feel that they are going to crash out, slanting so much and not falling over. If it was me, I would have crashed long ago. Those people probably mastered exceptional driving skills, like the folklore of car and man as one. It's as if they have achieved a boundary that normal people can never hope to surpass. Some fans revered as they kept their eyes fixated on the screens. However, compared to the viewing masses, as people from the entertainment circles watched, more problems arose. Big Dipper's Captain Yuan said, "Don't you guys feel that? That mystery rider seems to be playing around with them?" Yuan's sentence made the others momentarily silent. They did feel it a little, but their hearts were not willing to admit it. Who would operate the bike in such a manner just to play around? Isn't he afraid? With one lapse of concentration, his showboating could fail and he would crash. But they had seen the mystery rider steadily overtaking bike after bike throughout the race. But after catching up, he had seemed to slow down and not overtake. Even though Cosimo had already increased his speed, they still had the feeling that the mystery rider could still overtake him. Now, though, it seemed as if he'd decided to follow Cosimo and Olaf and play around with them. "Anytime now," Big Dipper's captain said. "The city's exit is coming up. This race is coming to an end. Now that he is caught up, surely he doesn't intend to remain in second place." Cosimo was feeling very vexed. He realized that he could not shake off the person behind him. Even Olaf had not been so troublesome. Not just the viewers watching. Even Cosimo had a slight feeling that he was going to be overtaken, and that made him even more anxious. Even if he lost to Olaf, he would not feel this way. But losing to someone whose origin was unknown, that was not going to be pleasant. He did not bother to guess where this opponent had come from. But Cosimo's intuition told him that this opponent's aim was probably himself. As if a penetrating pair of eyes were fixed on him from inside the darkness, ready to pounce at any moment. Cosimo felt sweat dripping down his back. He kept telling himself, "Stay calm, stay calm." But as time passed, Cosimo was unable to calm down. Rarely was there anyone able to press him this hard. The only one able to exert similar pressure was his own racing instructor. But even the pressure his instructor exerted was incomparable to this situation. As they got closer and closer to the city exit, the feeling of unease in Cosimo's heart became even more intense, until his sharp sense of hearing heard the change in the sound of screeching tires and the roar of the engine. The opponent wanted to overtake. Cosimo instinctively shifted his vehicle to the side to obstruct, sealing off the opponent's path for overtaking. He was not willing to give up the pole position and so chose to block off the person behind. But in the next moment, Cosimo knew that things were going to take a turn for the worse. The opponent had done a feint, and at the moment Cosimo shifted to the side, that person rushed past him from the other side. In past races, Cosimo had used this method numerous times to overtake others, but he had never expected that today, at this race, he would be the one falling for it. At that moment, time slowed down for Cosimo. He could only stare blankly as a black motorbike with no designs or insignias went past him. No insignias whatsoever. Who the hell was he? The lead he had protected all the way had actually been lost, just like that. At this sort of speed, one had to be absolutely focused at all times. Until now, Cosimo had done very well, but now, after being overtaken by that figure, Cosimo was feeling disheartened and beaten. So much so that he felt a sense of hatred. Creak, crash. Cosimo smashed into a fence at the roadside. He was flung off his bike and tumbled across the road, but as a race driver, his reflexes were better than others, and he knew how to protect himself in the event of an accident. Even though it had been a brutal crash, he was still able to prevent himself from disconnecting straight from the crash. Behind, Olaf had also made an emergency brake, as after Cosimo had been flung from his bike, he had landed in Olaf's path. Olaf knew that this was not intentional, and it was only an accident. But regardless, with one crashing and the other braking, both of them had no way of catching up. But contrary to what Olaf had expected, the bike right at the front did something. Its rear tire lifted off from the ground as the front tire stayed stuck to the ground and continued rolling forward, as though it was doing a handstand. Hanging in the air, it did a 180-degree turn as it rotated to face Cosimo and Olaf. At the moment where the rear tire fell to the ground, it was as if a galloping colossal beast had come to a halt. The screeching of the tires and roar of the engines had stopped. This motorcycle-coined T-Rex had finally ceased its engines, but the smell of burning rubber still remained. The opponent just sat silently on his bike in the distance, watching them. The default helmet he wore blocked out his image, and there were no designs or insignia on his attire or bike to determine his identity. But the way that the opponent had toyed with them, this person was not to be taken lightly. Olaf, who was still seated on his bike, and Cosimo, who had not disconnected after crashing but could not get up right away, were feeling nervous. Olaf had a feeling that he ought to lower his head slightly. At this moment, when Olaf and Cosimo thought that this mysterious rider was going to mock them or show a few rude hand signs, the mystery rider chose to disconnect straight away. Chapter 121, Bullying Kids. He actually went offline. Then why did this master take part in the first place? Aren't racers supposed to give it their all until the finish line? How come he went offline before he crossed the finish line? Folks watching the live broadcast were a bit disappointed. They were thinking the three leaders would get into a discussion or, better yet, start trash talking. That would have made for more exciting viewing. Even an extra word would do. But that 180-degree turn at the end was so cool. This guy is truly a master. Who knows who he is? I'm offering $100 for the answer. Please repost. $1,000 for the answer. Anyone who knows what this dude is all about, contact me in private. I'm going to become his disciple. So no one is curious what the folks at 2S and Boom are thinking. _ Regardless of what the folks tuning into the online discussion were thinking, the members of 2S and Boom weren't in good moods. Anyone in the same position wouldn't feel great. The two clubs were hoping to build their exposure with a practice match before the official launch of the game. Maybe act cool and interact with fans a bit. But lo and behold, someone had crashed their party. Cosimo couldn't keep competing. All he could do was go offline. Meanwhile, it was impossible for Olaf, who was blocked, to continue as well, so he went offline soon as well. After the end of the broadcast, journalists filed in a frenzy, as if they were high on crack. The fact that someone had crashed 2S and Boom's party was big entertainment news. Someone had messed with Yinzhou's Big Five of gaming. This was bound to draw a lot of attention. Some speculated the mystery rider was an amateur professional racer, while others said he was a professional gamer. Some wondered if he was someone who couldn't become a racer because of a physical disability and thus lived vicariously through racing games. Several well-known racing teams in Yinzhou even took out ads offering top dollar to the mystery man who'd passed Cosimo and Olaf. Physical disability wasn't an issue. The mystery rider could join as a driving coach. His salary would be negotiable. Folks in the racing industry kept probing each other to no avail. There was also all sorts of speculation in esports circles, which also led nowhere. The mystery rider wouldn't be identified unless Fiery Bird decided to unmask him publicly. Meanwhile, Cosimo was being grilled by his teammates. That fellow is definitely a professional. Either a professional driver, a professional gamer, or both, Cosimo said, wearing a sullen expression. Anyone could tell that Cosimo was in a terrible mood. This was a direct slap in the face, not to mention on a live broadcast before an audience of tens of millions. Such a major face-losing event was a deadly blow to Cosimo, who had been confident he would win the race. I feel like he was targeting me, Cosimo said. Did you piss someone off? Jabbar regretted the question as soon as it came out of his mouth. They all knew what kind of personality Cosimo had. There were plenty of people who took issue with Cosimo. Emboldened by his quick wit and gaming skills, this kid was way too obnoxious for his own good. He had sowed plenty of hatred. This time, he'd probably pissed off some big shot. If they had something against Cosimo, they could have just spoken out. There was no need to be so ruthless, another teammate mumbled. Other teammates kept their mouths shut. They knew that words alone wouldn't ground Cosimo. Only concrete action was enough to deliver a rude awakening. Regardless of what the club thought of the incident in private, they had to defend Cosimo in public. They were a team. Captain Xie, he noticed that Cosimo was in bad emotional shape, so he signaled to the others to stop the line of questioning and then looked toward his deputy, Abu, who had just joined the group. Have we figured out anything about his background yet? Abu shook his head. Fiery Bird said he's a premium VIP customer who masked his profile. Out of respect for client privacy, they can't tell us anything. Bang! Cosimo slammed his fist on the table in front of him. His eyes were bloodshot and he was panting. He was absolutely furious. It's okay. Next time I see him, I'll definitely be able to identify him, Cosimo said while grinding his teeth. Xie glared at him. Cosimo, you're losing it. My apologies. Cosimo was on his best behavior in front of the captain. As obnoxious as he was, he didn't dare throw a tantrum in front of the captain and his deputy. This is a good thing for you, Xie said. Don't think that you're invincible just because you perform well in training. There are so many masters out there. This was a single event contest for warm-up and publicity purposes. It has no impact on the official contest when the game is launched. Just treat this as a lesson. Okay, let's meet in the conference room for a post-mortem. The players who'd crashed in the race because they'd been distracted started getting jitters. They knew they would be singled out in the meeting. All the leading esports clubs held meetings to analyze the practice race, and folks in the racing community seized the opportunity to gain exposure, offering expert advice on how to negotiate turns skillfully. Stuntmen kept repeating the seemingly impossible moves made by the mystery driver. Stunt drivers could pull it off, although it was more difficult using vehicles from the old era. The captain of a stunt driving team posted footage showing off the moves of him and his teammates on Fiery Bird's practice platform. Even though they weren't riding the T-Rex model featured in the practice race, their footage still drew plenty of viewers. Hands-off handlebars, backward flips, stationary spinning off the back wheel, drifting, all these tricks were replicated, as was the mystery rider's now famous move of sliding his motorbike through the gap between the fallen lamp post and the ground. Viewers got a great fix. The captain of the stunt driving team, at the end of the video, said, "What you're seeing is edited footage." More often than not, these stunts took 10 or even 100 attempts to complete. Take this stunt, for example, and this one. He pointed at two screen caps. Threading the gap under the lamppost and the front wheel slide plus 180-degree spin had both taken many attempts to stage successfully. Completing those moves on that motorbike at that speed is no small feat. You've got to be a professional stunt driver. To be perfectly frank, for professional drivers like us, we either focus on our stunts and technique or we strive for speed in competitive racing. People who can balance both aren't unheard of, but someone who can push the envelope on both fronts has got to be a gamer. No one is that crazy in real life. Otherwise, they would have ended up in the hospital already. Repeated injuries take a severe toll on your body. So my take is that the mystery rider is a master gamer. As a professional stunt driver, the captain had great credibility. Other professional stunt drivers and race drivers soon posted messages seconding his opinion. In no time, journalists had picked up on the consensus of the racing and stunt driving community. Mystery Man was a master gamer who excelled at racing games. Only in a computer game could you walk away unscathed regardless of how many times you fell. No bones would be broken. Your life wouldn't be on the line. But it was still unknown exactly which master gamer the Mystery Man was. This became one of the biggest puzzles ahead of the release of Battle of the Century. After the practice race, Fiery Bird released a highlight reel. Viewers who had picked the wrong camera view during the live broadcast and missed out could finally see how Mystery Man had clawed his way to the leading pack. Watching the live broadcast was one thing. Taking in the highlights was a different story. During the live broadcast, viewers were most concerned with ranking, crashes, and overtaking, but watching the edited highlights, admiring the shadows zipping by against an old-era backdrop, transported them back to that period in history, filling them with an excitement bred by the mixing of old-era culture and the passion of race driving. Race, tracks, old forms of transportation from the old era. Today's viewers couldn't fathom life in the old era, but watching the race helped them relate. Back then, there were people who shared our passion. The period of destruction lasted 100 years, and it had been 500 years since the founding of the new era. Some 600 years had gone by. Had there also been a group of youngsters riding old-era motorbikes, zipping down the same urban tracks 600 years ago? No one stayed young forever, but there were always young people milling around. After logging out of the game, Fang Zhao sat by a window to enjoy the breeze so he could calm down. He saw the missed call on his bracelet and dialed back. "Hey boss, did you see the match between 2S and Boom?" Zuin sounded excited. He was probably fresh from a discussion about the race. "I did," Fang Zhao responded. "Competing in the race counts, right?" It felt really good seeing 2S and Boom stumble. But we don't know who the mystery man who took down Cosimo and Olaf is. He must be pleased with himself right now, no? What pleasure is there in bullying a few kids? Fang Zhao said. He just wanted to teach them a lesson. He didn't feel cocky. Cosimo had a big mouth and needed a spanking. That's all that had been. Fang Zhao had already held back on account of Cosimo's young age. If he'd really wanted to go all out, He could have made Cosimo feel 10 times or even 100 times the pain. Bullying kids? That is to say, the mystery man is a seasoned racing game player. Anyway, it felt good to watch Cosimo crash. Didn't he just mouth off in an interview 2 days ago? Now he has to eat his words. Right, I almost forgot to tell you. We just got word that Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch has invited us to a press conference. I asked around. They're having a few press conferences before the official launch to launch new ads and related merchandise. In any case, we'll definitely be receiving gifts. When is it? Fang Zhao asked. 2 p.m. the day after tomorrow, dinner included. Who else will be attending besides us? We are attending as members of the Polar Light Project team. Apart from us, there will be folks from esports clubs and the media. Oh, 2S and Boom will be attending. Got it. I'll be in the office in the morning that day and head over with you guys in the afternoon. Chapter 122. Who do you think you are? Fiery Bird's press conference was the focus of the entire Yinzhou entertainment industry. All the invited media were large firms. Smaller and medium firms that were not qualified enough to be invited could only wait outside. Even if they could not be first to publish news from inside, news from the sidelines was good enough. Unfortunately, they could only photograph the shapes of a few flying cars. Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch was located in Xi'an City Center, a short distance away from Silver Wing Tower. But as a mark of respect for Fiery Bird, and to display their own status, the company had specially arranged for a longer and more luxurious flying car that had an image of Polar Light and the Silver Wing logo. On the day of the press conference, after Fang Zhao reached the office, he set off together with the other members of the department in the car the company had specially provided. So many people. Surveillance cameras were installed on the outside of the car. Those in the interior could see the images being recorded of the situation outside. Outside Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch, other than the media that were unable to enter, there were also fans. Those fans wore clothing that had the emblems and insignias of the esports clubs they supported, and some had certain team members' aliases printed on them. For example, letterings and numbers, or some used their full name. Cosimo might have suffered a defeat in yesterday's practice match, but that had not affected his popularity. Every time they saw a car from an esports club approach, the fans below screamed and shouted maniacally. When Fang Zhao and the others arrived, the people from Transcendental Esports Club arrived as well. Down below, howls and shrieks were coming from the Transcendental fans. When they saw a car window open and a head pop out and wave toward them, the shrieks became even more intense. And regardless of which esports club they were fans of, they were all Fiery Bird fans. Fiery Bird was really the biggest winner. Fang Zhao caught sight of the constantly changing images on Fiery Bird's Yinzhou branch building. There were images of Polar Light, as well as group photos of the other esports clubs and a few promotional videos. Fang Zhao brought his members and entered the building. The staff there told them the press conference would be held upstairs, but that it had not yet started, so they could freely wander about. A number of people were walking about in the first-floor hall. The interior was a dazzling combination of science and games. There were holographic projections as well as material exhibitions. The 1st to 10th generation game consoles were all on display, as were their past games and the motorbike that had been all the rage these 2 days, T-Rex. This time around, Fiery Bird had indeed been the biggest winner. They had garnered a lot of attention, viewership had been great, and their peripherals had been publicized. The previous day's practice match had let everyone see the debut of the T-Rex, and now Fiery Bird had even made a physical model. For this press conference, a physical model of the T-Rex would serve as good publicity. The models of T-Rex were divided into 2 categories, the type used in 2S and Boom's practice match, the racing version, and the entry-level model, the street version. The 2 versions would be available for purchase at the same time. The racing version used in the practice match was slightly different from the street version. The bottom was entirely sealed up, and its lights and reflectors had been removed. The tires were different, and its exhaust pipes, handlebars, and gearbox had all been modified. This had been carefully made by Fiery Bird. The racing version had been specially made with the purpose of yesterday's practice match in mind, and had been made using references to old-era technology and then modified. Looking at these models, yesterday's race had not just been to publicize the game, but also to publicize the peripherals as well. The map released for the practice match did not have many interfering factors, such as people or objects, as they had all been removed all for the purpose of speed and spectating. That was why, other than a few obstacles on the roads, there had been no other loose items, pedestrians, or cars. But outside of these sorts of professional race settings, on normal roads, for example, or when the game was officially released, the one used by players would be the entry-level street version. The racing version and street version might have seemed alike, but, upon closer inspection, the differences were rather obvious. The racing version was like a wild beast full of killing intent ready to pounce at any moment. As for the street version, it had a more personalized touch to it. What about gamers who were too young to enter Battle of the Century? They were even too young to enter the training platform. No worries, there was the model. Fiery Bird never ever gave up on young gaming enthusiasts. This models came in scales of 118, 112, 1:4, and all sorts of standards, and they cost between 1,000 to 20,000, according to the size or where they could be deployed. Made from an alloy, they could be controlled through a person's terminal. The biggest difference with those in the game were probably their power size. These models did not use petrol, but ran on rechargeable electricity. With even more convenient and clean energy sources, why use methods from the old era? Fang Zhao let his department members roam freely. He would head to the exhibition platform and see what other peripherals Fiery Bird had made in the past. Ahead was a quarrel between members of esports clubs. It was not really a quarrel of sorts, just a butting of heads and exchanging of words, poking fun at the other party's pain. Wait till the official game is released. It won't be that simple then. Don't tell me you think that you can ride like that once it is officially released. Everything you see on TV is special effects, and in games, they are all imitating reality. When the time comes, there will be lots of obstacles on the ground. If anyone can do those impossible moves we saw from the practice match in the game, once it is officially released, I won't hesitate to call him Daddy. Fang Zhao's footsteps faltered slightly, and he looked over in that direction. The insignias on the people gathered there showed that they were members from 2S and Big Dipper esports clubs. Cosimo was also there, but he was not looking too good, probably from something a Big Dipper club member had said. And the words that had just been said were from a 2S member. Seeing Fang Zhao glancing at them, Cosimo, who was holding in his pent-up frustrations, vented it out on Fang Zhao. What are you looking at? The others also looked toward the direction of Fang Zhao. Mr. Fang. Big Dipper's Captain Yuan recognized Fang Zhao, introducing him to the others. Silverwing's Polar Light project producer, composer, and a new star in the entertainment circles. I know him. We even bought quite a lot of products that Polar Light endorses. You know the one from Muzhou. 4 elephants. Yes. That brand really is not bad. We are still using it now. Mr. Fang, where is your $100 million curly-haired dog? A member of Big Dipper asked. The whole team had talked about this Fang Zhao person before, so they knew a little about him. Hearing the words from the Big Dipper members, 2S side also pieced things together. Oh, that dog worth 100 million belongs to him, exclaimed 2SS Vice Captain Abu. However, as Fang Zhao was not part of the esports circles, their everyday knowledge of news outside of esports was limited. Big Dipper's Captain Yuan thought of something. Looking at Cosimo, he laughed. Mr. Fang shares the same name as Yinzhou's leader during the period of destruction. Martyr Fang Zhao was my idol, so I have a deeper impression of Mr. Fang. The matter with Cosimo talking about the period of destruction leader Fang Zhao and using his deeds as an example was known by everyone. Fang Zhao looked at Cosimo over on the 2S side. Not seeing does not mean it doesn't exist. What you can't do doesn't mean that nobody else can. Even if you doubt, when it comes to the martyrs, there should at least be some form of respect. Do take note in future. Cosimo sneered. Who do you think you are? Having the same name as a martyr, and you really think you are a leader? After all, the only people here were them, and there was no media around. Fang Zhao was also from a different circle, so Cosimo did not care much about him. Cosimo, Captain Xie, he reprimanded him. Turning to Fang Zhao, he flashed an apologetic smile. Of course we have utmost respect for the martyrs. They could not afford being burdened with the accusation of not respecting martyrs. But they only respected the martyrs. As for other people, they did not have the right. I heard that Fiery Bird might cancel Polar Light's endorsement deal in the near future. I hope when that time comes we still have the chance to meet you here, Mr. Fang. Xie smiled politely. No problem, I just have to swipe my card. Fang Zhao fished out a golden VIP card. It had been sent over together with the invitation yesterday. Generally, unless Fiery Bird actively recalled the card, it would always remain valid. The cardholder could enter the Yinzhou branch building anytime. Even if he no longer had his status as a producer, Fang Zhao could still enter this building. Xie's face became rigid, but he quickly recovered. He then probed, Mr. Fang also plays Fiery Bird games. Yes, although I haven't played them for long. All the members from 2S and Big Dipper present simultaneously had slight grins. In their hearts, one word appeared, newbie. Hadn't played for long. If not a newbie, what could he be? May I know what sort of console Mr. Fang is using? Xie asked. 10th generation Rhapsody, Fang Zhao replied. Kuzimo. Your father, only use a 9th generation version. No one bothered hiding their looks of envy and jealousy. You actually use a 10th generation? Can you handle it? All the 2S and Big Dipper members felt heartache. Because there was a limit on the 10th generation, in all these esports clubs, generally only the team captain would use a 10th generation. All the other members would use 9th generation consoles. What a waste. Too wasteful. To actually let such an amateur use a 10th generation. This is no wonder, then. All users of the 10th generation are given the golden VIP card by Fiery Bird, Xie said. However, his main point was not this. Has Mr. Fang thought of selling the 10th generation? Actually, Mr. Fang, you just started on games. There is no need to use the 10th generation. For the new game, Battle of the Century, the 6th generation and above can be used. After all, using the 10th generation will cause a great deal of discomfort if you can't use it well. The Big Dipper members also looked toward Fang Zhao. If Fang Zhao had the intention of selling, they would all fight for it. As professional esports athletes, they would always be inclined to using the newest equipment. Not for sale. I seem to use it rather well, Fang Zhao told them. Price can be negotiated. I'm not lacking money. Remembering that the other person had a dog worth 100 million, Xie really had no way of using money to change Fang Zhao's opinion. As for Fang Zhao saying that he seemed to use it rather well, that Xie did not believe. Looking at the time, Fang Zhao did not continue on. He went to round up the rest of his team, as the press conference was starting soon. After Fang Zhao left, Kazimo had a sinister smile on his face. What do you guys think? If we kill him in game till he doesn't dare to log on, will he stop playing? The others there looked pensive. It seemed like it made a little sense. Chapter 123, Bring It On. Fang Zhao could not hear what Kazimo was saying, but he could at least guess as much. Having survived so many years during the end of days, Fang Zhao could at least guess what Kazimo was thinking from his few words and expressions. Back when he'd mentioned about the 10th generation console, the look on Kazimo's face had let him know that little brat had been planning something. Fang Zhao did not mind the manner Kazimo had used when talking. He just took it as Kazimo being young and ignorant. But if Kazimo decided to continue being ignorant during the game, he would not mind personally teaching this kid how to respect his elders. Once Zhu Wan and the others gathered, they headed up and prepared to enter the venue. Mr. Fang, please wait. Just as he was about to enter the conference hall, Fang Zhao turned his head over. It was Zachary, the engineer who had helped him install his game console, and another unknown person. This person seemed slightly younger than Zachary and seemed more warm. However, he had the aura of a leader. Taking a look at his chest area where the insignia was at, Fang Zhao could see his rank and position. He belonged to Fiery Bird Yinzhou branch's senior management. This is our Yinzhou branch's head engineer, Xavier. He wanted to talk to Mr. Fang about a matter, Zachary introduced. Seeing the members of the Polar Light Project team behind Fang Zhao, Zachary got someone to lead them into the hall and then invited Fang Zhao to a small lounge next door. Mr. Fang should probably find it easy to use the 10th generation console, Xavier said. It's not bad. Don't beat around the bush. Fang Zhao was sure the two had not brought him over just to inquire about how the console was. Xavier laughed and asked, Yesterday at the practice match, that person was you? Fang Zhao looked up at Xavier and Zachary. Didn't you already investigate? Cough, just a guess. Facing Fang Zhao's gaze, Zachary swallowed the excuse that he had prepared early and helplessly said, We investigated. but we don't divulge our customers' private information. It will be kept top secret, and nobody will say anything. Xavier also gave his guarantee. Confidentiality is something we at Fiery Bird have always been doing well. The 5 big esports clubs have all asked us whether we know the person in this matter, and not a single word has been leaked. Mr. Fang, you should probably know that the 10th generation has data transmission over to us here. It is written on the contract. Fang Zhao nodded his head. This he knew. During the installation of the console, Zachary had also told him, and he had agreed. As the 10th generation console was a new model, it was a project that Fiery Bird saw great importance in. There was a limited number of 10th generations in the market, so to make improvements to it, they needed the data from these machines. This data was divided into many different parts, and every part had a specific list. One of these was the adaptability value with the machine. Back when Zachary had helped Fang Zhao install the machine, he had explained it. Not just Fang Zhao, all other users of the 10th generation in Yinzhou also had the same data transmissions. Of course, this was all handled by the user. But in the event of something abnormal happening, before the user even realized anything, at the Yinzhou branch, they would receive warnings and come up with countermeasures. On the day of the practice match, when Fang Zhao used the 10th generation, the adaptability value exceeded 95, finally stopping at 96. Xavier glanced at Fang Zhao from head to toe. In the whole of Yinzhou, the only person who has crossed 95 as of now is Mr. Fang. This data had given Zachary a shock when he'd seen it. He did not know whether there was an error with the data or he had really achieved such an adaptability value. So he followed the data and checked on Fang Zhao's login situation and found that Fang Zhao's login and log-off times were at the same time as the mystery person from the practice match. A new user that signed up on September 1st and had a premium VIP status immediately on registering. And with the data concurring, there was only Fang Zhao. Realizing this, Zachary spoke with his immediate superior, Xavier. Xavier authorized an ID check, and the result was as they had expected. Zachary felt that this was simply unimaginable. In Yinzhou, there were only 8 players who used the 10th generation console. Of the 8, 5 were from the 5 big esports clubs. 5 players who were at least at the level of team captain. The 5 captains were indeed outstanding, achieving over 90 during their first usage. However, until now, they had stayed within the 91 to 95 range. But during the practice match, Fang Zhao had an adaptability value that rose all the way to 96. This was also the reason they had to check Fang Zhao's ID. Fang Zhao nodded his head, signifying that he understood. Thank you for your kind understanding. We will keep it confidential, and they won't know. Zachary knew very well that if news about the matter got out, he would only be harming Fang Zhao. Those esports clubs always banded together. Yesterday, Fang Zhao had stepped on 2S and Boom. If 2S and Boom wanted revenge, when the game was officially released, Fang Zhao might possibly find himself surrounded by those crafty esports clubs and end up on the receiving end of some unsavory methods. They might even do something in the shadows. Which of the big 5 in esports did not have some methods? It doesn't matter if they know, Fang Zhao replied. Xavier and Zachary laughed when they heard this. They just treated it as angry words from Fang Zhao, as he was still young. Fang Zhao had not said it in a fit of anger. The reason why he'd chosen to hide his ID back then was not because he had been afraid of being surrounded, but that if he had revealed himself, there would have been some trouble. The people finding him would not be little, from companies to media to esports clubs and more. With that, he might not even have had time to play his games. Before the game was officially released, he did not want to be disturbed and spoil his mood for games. Actually, for inviting Mr. Fang over, there is one more matter. After the practice match, Mr. Fang had submitted a user feedback form, which we have received and forwarded to headquarters. Half an hour ago, headquarters just got back to me, and we hope that Mr. Fang can join our Battle of the Century game advisory team and participate in evaluating the game. Zachary was impressed. The feedback and opinion form that Fang Zhao had submitted could actually make headquarters take notice and invite him to the advisory team and evaluation panel. This showed how much value his feedback had. Many areas mentioned in the form had gone unnoticed by the advisory team. Inside Fang Zhao's feedback and opinions, he had attached cited material. Some information was more obscure, which not many people had seen. There were even a few hand-copied excerpts taken from resources during the period of destruction that had been preserved in the memorial hall. This was not a feedback form full of nitpicking. It had really hit the nail on the head. Headquarters thought this little fellow was a talent, and he knew a lot about history during the period of destruction. After verifying what Fang Zhao had cited, he had been invited to the advisory team. In the Battle of the Century Project's advisory team, he was the only person younger than 30. Press conference hall. The invited esports clubs and media had all arrived. Fiery Bird's other cooperative partners had also arrived one after the other. Among these partners, other than Silver Wing's Polar Light Project team, there was also a reputable toy factory that had helped manufacture the T-Rex models. On the left of 2S Esports Club was HWR Esports Club, while on the right was Boom Esports Club. Members from all three clubs were engaged in a disagreement. HWR taunted that 2S and Boom had humiliated themselves at yesterday's practice match. 2S and Boom criticized HWR, saying they did not even have anyone qualified for such a race. HWR's deputy captain Jean sat cross-legged, not looking over at 2S. She casually mouthed off, "That's right. At least we admit we are not good enough for that race. You guys gave your all and boasted. Where did that get you? Didn't you get stomped? Disgraceful. Speaking of that, the postures when you guys crashed were so cool. Our team saved screenshots of your crashes. Just a pity that you all were wearing helmets that hid your expressions. If we could have seen your expressions, they would probably have been like this." Retracting her legs, Jean's look changed. Her pair of eyes widened with a shocked expression, inciting hooting laughter from her team members. The Big Dipper and Transcendental members joined in the excitement, seeing that it was not serious. 2S and Boom's ridiculing of HWR also targeted the other two clubs now. As they bickered, the lighting changed. The esports club members did not bother continuing their quarrels. People that were originally slouching sat up. Members of the media that were discussing stuff put away all their other stuff and prepared to grab the news. The important guests were always last to arrive. Previously, the first two rows in the conference hall were empty. Now that the press conference was about to begin, these people came in. Entering were some of Fiery Bird's Yenzhou branch's important personnel, senior management, chief engineers, and advisory team. These people had seats set up for them at the front. However, among the personnel walking in, there was a figure that was rather unimaginable. Cosimo pointed at Fang Zhao, who had emerged with the group of people. "Why is that fellow sitting in the first row?" The others also took notice. Among the people who had entered late was Fang Zhao. But as the press conference had started, they could not discuss it loudly. They could only talk about it over messages. How is that fellow able to sit at the front? Could it be that he has other backing? Probably not. I remember, back then, when this fellow became famous, someone mentioned his background. He was just a normal graduate. I didn't hear about any considerable parties backing him. Let's observe a little while more. If that fellow goes on stage to talk, we will know what's up. Him? How can he even go on stage to present at this sort of press conference? He is the person in charge of the Polar Light Project team. Don't forget that Polar Light is still endorsing the game. That is why they should just dispose of the rule of virtual idols endorsing it. It's just tasteless. No matter what those who attended the press conference were thinking in private, the press conference went according to the scheduled arrangement. The new trailer of the game, explaining the background, announcing the release of peripherals, etc. The captains of the 5 big esports clubs also represented their clubs and went up to say a few words. Amongst the big 5, the last to go on stage was 2SS captain, Xiehe. During his speech, he mentioned that some media were rather mindful of the previous day's practice match. We might not be experts in the single event competition, and there were a number of issues that arose after that matter, but we are very grateful to the mystery writer. He showed us a few of our weaknesses early on. However, when the game is officially released, we will remain the kings of Yenzhou. Members of the other 4, Big Dipper, Transcendental, Boom, and HWR, all simultaneously said, "Beat asteriskal shit." When Xiehe returned to his seat, the Big 5 started to declare war, arguing over who were the real kings of Yenzhou. "Hey, that fellow is really going on stage," a member from 2S exclaimed. The others also looked over to the front. A while back, when the host had introduced Fang Zhao, he'd said that Fang Zhao was one of the 8 users of the 10th generation machine in Yenzhou, composer of one of the background music pieces in the game, a member of the advisory team and evaluation panel, and head of the Polar Light Project team that Fiery Bird was collaborating with. Also a member of the advisory team and evaluation panel? Didn't that fellow compose music? Why is he involved with this? Now that it's like this, should we still do it? Kuzimo frowned. On stage, Fang Zhao touched on a few points regarding the old era. Before leaving the stage, he said, "There are some people that are probably thinking about attacking me in-game till I become afraid of logging in. To such people, I have these words for them." Fang Zhao looked up and scanned the hall. Although it seemed like a casual glance, it made the people over at the 2S area feel uneasy. How did that guy know they wanted to target him? Could he read minds? "Bring it on," Fang Zhao said flatly. "As long as you all don't regret it." Chapter 124. Boss, don't be scared. We'll cover you. Whoa, this fella is real crazy. Not even a professional esports athlete, and yet he is so insane. I thought that Kazimo from 2S was crazy enough. I never expected that there was someone even crazier. Fang Zhao's words made a number of esports athletes present twitch their lips. A middle-aged member of the media side. That's just how youngsters are. I understand. Outside the conference hall, Zuyu was chatting with his old comrades. When Zuyu had accompanied the Polar Light Project team over to the Fiery Bird Yinzhou branch's building, he'd run into an old comrade who was working as security here. After a while at the press conference, he had came out. After all, inside, Fang Zhao was with Fiery Bird staff. Safety was not compromised, so he did not need to follow. Thus, he had come out to catch up with his old comrade and reminisce and talk about their work experience in Qian City. Work here gets very busy. The game is about to be released, and there are many crazy fans. A lack of concentration, and someone will sneak in. Not to mention all the items on display. If any machine gets spoiled, I will feel heartache. As Zuyu's old comrade spoke, his hands went to his chest. He was remembering the incident that had happened a while back, when a fervent fan had broken in to steal a 10th-generation console. The fan had been caught but had damaged a few displays, and the damages were worth several million. This sort of money was not a lot to Fiery Bird, but they would feel heartache. Although the fan had paid a compensation fee, all those displayed items that were considered works of art were destroyed, and they could not help but feel sorry. They were also Fiery Bird fans and treated every item that Fiery Bird produced as a treasure, especially the limited editions from 40 to 50 years ago that were on display. These were all commemorative items and had special significance. Ruining one was the same as losing one, especially during the period close to the press conference. Other than Fiery Bird fans, there are also fans from the other esports clubs. We have to watch them and increase security. Luckily, Fiery Bird pays out rather readily. What about you? Following a composer around. Don't you feel bored? Zuyu's comrade asked. It's okay. My boss also pays out readily, and it's not boring. This year I still got to visit Muzhou to watch the sheep herding competition. The benefits and salary are good too. Zuyu replied. That's true. Your boss does not lack money. I heard he even has a dog worth $100 million. Doesn't your boss have any unusual hobbies? I heard that people with such high levels of artistic sense are weird. You know, those that dabble with the arts are. Zuyu paused, pointed at his own head. Different from most people. You have no idea what goes on in their heads. Nowadays, he spends most of his time at home, and I'm not needed. However, my wages are never short. Zuyu's old comrade sighed. Then you have it easy, getting your salary without staying beside and protecting him, unlike us who are always tired. I am his personal bodyguard. Of course I needed an opportunity to show off and protect the boss well. When he is protected well, only then I can take the money. When the boss is happy, he pays out even more. On account of the money, I would even protect him in-game, is what you said. You still get to play games and get bonuses? How great. Who knows, if your boss is happy when he plays, he might even give you a pay raise. I'm really envious. We still have to do shift work. You found a really good job. If you retire or get sacked, recommend me. Hey, are you trying to steal my job? The two laughed. Suddenly the conference hall door opened, and the bustling noise wafted out. Zuyu saw the message that Fang Zhao had sent to his communications device. All right, till next time. The press conference has ended. I need to send them back. My break is ending soon, so I have to get back to my post. Let's talk more when we have time. This time, Fang Zhao was together with Zhu Wen and the others, and had left through an exit at the back of the conference hall. He had left a message for Zhu Yu, asking him to drive the car over and wait for them. Because when Fang Zhao had went up on stage, a few media groups had wanted to interview him but were not successful. In the blink of an eye, he was gone and had brought the entire Polar Light Project team and disappeared. Since they could not stop Fang Zhao, they did not waste time and turned around to interview others. Xavier and Zachary let the interview be handled by the spokesperson and returned to the office. Xavier still felt that Fang Zhao had chosen the wrong profession. What a pity. If he had honed his skills as a professional esports athlete from a young age, all of the Big Five would now be fighting for him. Why did he study composing? Such great talent. It is indeed a pity, Zachary agreed. They had just understood from headquarters that, of the 110th generation machines that had been released to the public, only Fang Zhao had exceeded the value of 95. Even in all the other continents, the highest value stayed at 95. Perhaps the adaptability value might rise as the console was used more, but as of now, only Fang Zhao had achieved an adaptability value of 96, which was the highest. That was why Xavier felt rueful. A young seedling with the potential to be an esports athlete had actually chosen composing. Fang Zhao did not know the Fiery Bird staffer's assessments of him. He got Zhu Yu to head directly to his place, because Zhu Wen and the others wanted to see the 10th generation up close and, at the same time, hold a department meal at his place. Fang Zhao's words at the press conference were also circulated by the media, giving rise to resentment from a number of players. This amateur actually dares to talk nonsense in front of the Big Five. Isn't he afraid of getting thrashed? Does he feel like the time he can hold on to the 10th generation is too long? Who knows? Maybe there really are people who would use these sorts of methods to make him sell the 10th generation. There is an old saying, the ordinary people are innocent, but a person's cherished possessions will get him into trouble. If he is willing to sell the 10th gen, not only will he be more relaxed, he would also earn a large sum. But if he is not willing to sell, even if the Big Five don't bring themselves so low as to attack him, other people will also kill him till he doesn't dare log on. If he doesn't log on and doesn't play games, would he let the console rot away at home? When the time comes, he will surely sell it, perhaps at an even lower price. Now the whole world is hyping up the 10th generation console. Currently, its price has been hyped up to $60 million, and yesterday, someone predicted it will rise up to $80 million in the next 10 days. When the game is officially released, it might even cross the 100 million mark. TSK, is the 10th gen really that great? You don't understand? This is called style. Many people wish to purchase it. Yesterday, there were people mentioning that, of all the models that Fiery Bird has produced, this is the first exoskeleton type. It is worth keeping it. In a few decades, the price might increase a few times over. In any case, there is no way you lose by keeping it. Anyone has the means. Sell your house, or take a loan and get one. It was not possible to conceal him being the owner of a 10th gen console. That's why, from the start, Fang Zhao never intended to hide that fact. Recently, more and more people wished to purchase the 10th gen from him. Of Yinzhou's 8 10th gens, 5 belonged to the Big Five, and it was impossible for them to let go of it. The other 2 owners were influential bigwigs in Yinzhou. As such, if anyone wished to buy it, it would only be through Fang Zhao. Fang Zhao had recently installed a blocker on his communications device, and that brought a little peace and quiet. Luckily, users online had very short attention spans. In September, there were many more practice matches between the 5 big esports clubs, which stole the headlines. This time, Fang Zhao did not interfere. Just like people had mentioned, gaming was the main strength of the entertainment industry. The gaming circles that had been restrained for 10 years almost took up all the hot news topics daily. Even if it was not everything, they still accounted for half of the top 10 hottest news and crushed all other film, TV, and music celebrities. Silverwing had also launched their reserved dual profession gamers. Although they could not compete with the Big Five, competing with a few old rivals was fine too. Very quickly, October 1st arrived. It was a weekend, and there were many people. Fiery Bird's official release time was October 1st at exactly 12 p.m. in Huangzhou. Huangzhou's time zone was ahead of Yinzhou by 6 hours, so at the time of the official release, it was 6 a.m. in Yinzhou. At 5 in the morning, The virtual project team's group chat started to buzz with excitement. Zhu Wen and the few others had probably been too excited to catch any sleep the night before, but they were still very energetic. Zhu Wen, Rodney, and the technical staff were a bunch of sly and experienced gamers. 10 years ago, they had not met the age requirements and had not had the chance, but now, they could finally take part in this global feast. Everyone is rather early, Fang Zhao said in the chat. Oh, morning boss. Boss, were you so excited you couldn't get any sleep? Rodney asked. I slept for 7 hours. Fang Zhao replied. Boss, when you enter the game, be careful. There might be people trying to ambush you. The department's technical staffer Fu Yingtian said. They knew that, after Fang Zhao had gradually built up the virtual projects department, only then had he spent more time playing games. Previously, he had only played a few shooting games, and this was the first time he would be playing this sort of large-scale game by Fiery Bird. When first coming into contact with this, it might be more difficult to control and might cause some apprehension. Furthermore, in the morning, there were people who had talked about attacking Fang Zhao, so they were worried that Fang Zhao's mood might be affected. Don't be afraid, boss. Yeah, boss, don't be scared. We'll cover you. If they want to kill you, they would need to do it over my dead body. Zhu Wen exclaimed. In this sort of situation, of course he had to pledge his allegiance. I am here as well, as Yu said. When it came to giving a favorable impression, there was no way he could be left behind. Pay raise. I'm not afraid, Fang Zhao replied. Boss, then what are your thoughts now? Zhu Wen asked. I thought of a tune. All members of the virtual projects department. Boss's brain is blasting BGM once again. Chapter 125, Immortal. Let's drink, old friends. To enter the game, one first had to set up an avatar and game ID. When Fang Zhao had registered a Fiery Bird account after receiving the 10th gen, he had thought of a lot of IDs, but all were in use by others. The username, Fang Zhao, had also been taken, probably by a player who shared the same name. At last, Fang Zhao entered alive after 500 years. The system showed that this username was in use, and so he confirmed it. In his past life, Fang Zhao had wished to continue living on. He still remembered the regret of not completing all 100 steps, but instead stopping at the 99th. He just had not expected that, when he opened his eyes, he would have jumped 500 years into the future. The vacant 500 years that he'd skipped could only be understood through images. Although he still had regrets, at least he got to see the developments after 500 years. If all his old friends knew this, they would surely have struggled to survive 500 more years. If any of them were really still alive, Fang Zhao could still meet them. Unfortunately, this was only an impossible dream of his. As for his avatar, Fang Zhao chose his current image and made a few modifications. Fang Zhao could not remember what his body had looked like in his past life. He just based it on his vague memory and made some changes. Then he added 2 scars to his face. This was now similar to his image during the later part of his past life. His height and weight should be similar to his current body, so no changes were made to that. When Zhu Wen and the others saw the added scars on Fang Zhao's avatar in-game, they laughed. We know that boss worships the martyr, even imitating his 2 scars. Fang Zhao also joined in the laughter, but did not explain. Zhu Wen and the others' in-game avatars were not entirely similar to themselves. In real life, Peng Pusong was shorter and more plump, but his avatar was tall and imposing like a bodybuilder. Zhu Wen's avatar was 80% similar to himself. Only, he had added on a flamboyant and explosive hairstyle and 2 weird curving whiskers on his face. The others were mostly like Zhu Wen, using their base avatars and adding a few minor changes. The members of the virtual projects department formed a team and entered together. Other players did the same. The members of esports clubs also formed teams and entered together. After they successfully entered, everything before their eyes changed. A mild scene of the old era emerged. Crisp piano notes fluctuated to the opening scene as it changed. Before their eyes were a few materials that resembled what had been introduced in films. So many people did not feel any wonder and just anticipated the scene quickly passing. They had a pressing need to enter the game and flex their muscles. I heard the opening sequence is 2 minutes long, someone said. That's too long, why can't we skip it? Let's just wait, it is only 2 minutes. The members in the team chatted with one another. Very quickly, the sound of the piano faded and became hazy. A drawn-out note surged, slow and stifling. Along with it, the low sound of a string instrument rang out, making people's nerves fray. It was as if some inharmonious noises descended from a distant place, similar to people yelling and also to the sound of activity produced by other objects. The field of view started to shake violently, as if a huge creature was rampaging below the surface. The ground below made slight movements that rapidly became violent. Deep fissures appeared as a large portion of land in the distance sank in. A flyover with many cars on it fractured as large buildings collapsed. The bustling city turned to ruin in the blink of an eye. In the distance, coastal cities were swallowed by tsunamis, and huge ships capsized. Meteors rained down as volcanoes erupted and dust filled the entire sky. The vibrato of a string instrument being strummed seemed like the cold shivers a person got. The rumbling of drumbeats was like the large boulders crashing into the earth or a hidden sledgehammer, pounding away at people's hearts. The blaze of explosions emerged all around as the ground opened up. It seemed like a scene straight from hell. The entire world was finished. A whimpering trumpet call carried a hint of darkness, and an emotional and gloomy string score played, showing the unceasing despair of a city that had fallen. The lifelike images coupled with the tense music battered the senses and produced a stifling atmosphere. A segment of remixed electronic sound effects brushed across the ear, as if someone was running hastily beside, rousing the sensitive nerves of players. The group of players that were originally talking had unknowingly ceased their conversations. Faint piano notes slowly entered, as if it was an old man recalling all his fading memories. The combination of sounds and images showed the tragic world after it had been battered by that devastating power. The field of vision started to broaden, cities shrunk, and tall buildings vanished. Displayed in front of all players' eyes was a reduced map of the world. The ground seemed withered and full of fissures. Below these fissures were flowing lava and blazes that threatened to burn everything down. Its changes told everyone that, as of that moment, the old era ceased and the period of destruction began. Still, the heavy string score continued. A few clear notes of the piano permeated in. The music also started reflecting two types of forces battling, one being the devastation of the disaster, and the other a sort of unyielding tenacity in the face of such adversity. The tempo continuously increased as the pounding drum beats and the music of both piano and string became more forceful. These two themes interwove as though locked in battle. Small glowing dots like stars gradually appeared on the shrunken map. Every moment, new dots appeared, and some dots were extinguished. Some dots were bigger than others. In any case, the glowing dots were increasing on the map. Every glowing dot represented a group fighting for survival. That was mankind's hope. The acoustics augmented the entire image, and an oboe and a French horn alternated, like souls standing up from the ruins. The rumbling of percussion signified the graveness after the horrors, like the hell during that period. The process of refugees experiencing mortal danger and uniting together shook one to the core. A momentary silence occurred, and afterward, brass, string, and electronic music simultaneously rang out, seemingly from the ends of the earth. The harmony was extremely aesthetic, with a steady rhythm. It hinted at something magnificent. At the same time, on the world map, starting from the two poles, in the manner of a sweeping tide, the scorching earth and wastelands subsided. Players watching this understood. This was the period of change in history. Starting from the two poles toward the equator, mankind set out to reclaim their world. Just as everyone thought that it had ended, from the remote boundaries, a faint harmony reverberated. A string medley split into a number of different parts. Other than the obvious high-pitched melody, the middle part, which was harder to discern, combined with the reverberating high-pitched sounds and became impossible to differentiate. The tones that were as different as heaven and earth had seemingly closed the large gap between them. It was like being struck by an ice-cold lightning bolt that spread throughout one's core, and one could not help but shiver. The ground below moved once again, but it was not the violent shaking of disaster. This time, things were emerging from the ground. 12 ash-colored stone objects rose from the ground. When only the tips were visible, players who were familiar already knew what they were. Huangzhou's cemetery for martyrs' monument. Yinzhou's cemetery for martyrs' monument. Jizhou, Tongzhou, Azhou, Jinzhou, Lazhou, Laizhou, Mazhou, Shizhou, Muzhou, Rongzhou, 12 monuments. The 12 largest monuments from the world's 12 cemeteries for martyrs rose steeply. The murals and sculptures on them depicted a hail of bullets whistling past, crossing of swords, and slaughter, recreating the period of bloodshed that had lasted a century. The lingering fog was like a white blaze, as if they were the souls of the dead. With the epic backdrop of music, their determination never stopped burning. This was not the hot-blooded fighting, but the origins of the heroics during those times. The music faded and the images stopped changing. In the field of vision were only the 12 towering gravestones, and the smaller gravestones behind them that were as plentiful as a sky full of stars. All the players that entered the game had originally had their minds set on explosions, guns, and killing, but at this moment, it was as if they had been doused with cold water as they all calmed down. Facing the 12 solemn monuments and the numerous graves behind them, it was as if one had taken an icy cold cup of alcohol, cold to the touch, but it warmed the body. This was the message that Fiery Bird wanted to pass to all the first-time players. It did not project just one form, but a whole entity. It was a period of history, a group of people. In the 100-year period of destruction, the death toll was in billions. Great sacrifices were traded for the start of the new era, the war that lasted a century. The degree of tragedy and bitterness was not something that people living in the new era 500 years into the future could experience. A lot of people were under the impression that the opening sequence for Battle of the Century would be a segment to stir up the surging passion of the gamers or a frightful scene reeking of blood. But in reality, the message Fiery Bird wanted to give its players was this. There were many sacrifices during the end of days. Many outstanding and capable people died in battle. These gravestones served as a warning. So many capable people could not even survive. Can you? The most powerful way to convince them was to let them experience it for themselves. Survival was an attitude. Now, all the players standing there, have they prepared themselves to enter hell? Someone recovered. Sighing deeply, he said, I felt as if the opening sequence left me dumbstruck. Anyway, who called me just now? Nobody. I didn't hear anyone. In any case, it wasn't me, his team member said. Other members also voiced out in succession. I didn't call you either. Was it your imagination? I think I also heard someone calling me. A timid voice said. When someone asked. At the time when the gravestones were rising up. You? The question was directed at the last person to voice out. Me too. A chorus of air exhaling could be heard. SSSSSSSS. Recalling back, when the gravestones were rising, it did feel like there were human voices from behind. A member of the team hesitantly said. Now that you mentioned it, I think I felt the same way just now. Seen a ghost. D***nit. Stop talking about this. I'm starting to get goosebumps. A bolder member poked fun at the others. Haha. Do you have that little guts? Are you guys afraid? I'm not scared, it just feels strange. There are some shivers, yet there is some excitement. I don't know how to describe this feeling. Actually, similar dialogues happened in many teams. Some teams had members who were music students that had studied symphonic structures before. They had joined their friends and entered the game. One reason was to kill time, and the other reason was to listen to this year's Fiery Birds game's background music for the opening sequence. Yesterday, his classmates that studied music were already discussing which great master had composed the background music for the opening sequence. Teachers had also mentioned before that the opening tune from Fiery Bird's previous game 10 years ago had been taken and used as an examination topic. Who knew whether it would happen for this year's opening sequence's background music? Thus, they were listening to it even more seriously. Music was a component of a game's soul. Only those companies that did not take manufacturing seriously would skimp on this. Companies that were completely devoted to manufacturing games, such as Fiery Bird, would be willing to put a lot of effort in the music. Many composers were anxious to prove themselves, but, in the end, had been refused to be seen by Fiery Bird. Those that were invited were reputable people within the circle, and the piece that was finally chosen would have to beat at least 10 other pieces by famed masters. The background music of the opening sequence was of utmost importance. These music students would naturally not let it slip by. Because of the simultaneous release worldwide, time zones were different. In some places it was in the wee hours, so some had set alarms to get up in the middle of the night to log on. Others had simply stayed up because they had to experience it for themselves immediately. Those in the industry had reflexively begun to analyze it after hearing it. Many people who had studied music knew that, when depicting disasters in movies or documentaries, music was used to achieve a larger and more shocking impact, often using incompatible harmonies and combinations that would provoke the sense of hearing. But mainstream studios used electronic remixes as their main form, and even if it was orchestral music, many used electronics to imitate the sounds, thus using these sorts of techniques to manufacture music that can batter the audiovisual senses. But the opening tune was classical yet modern, a fusion of musical instruments and electronic music. The musical style was different from the music of those disaster movies, but it still built up the same shock and effect of provoking the senses. To be able to perfectly make it work, this was no easy skill. Definitely not a youngster. That was not right. To be able to mix classical and modern and blend electronic music with traditional musical instruments so perfectly, the manner and the shocking intensity it had was not weak at all. They all remembered a person, the one who had started a new wave of people being interested in symphonic structures. Professionals in this field with interest in symphonies had all heard Fang Zhao's 4 movements of the 100-year period of destruction, and the music from the opening sequence made them remember the 3rd movement in the series, Mission. But these 2 pieces were entirely different. The core of the former was movement, like the dazzling flames from the dynamic explosions, whereas the latter's theme was calm, like the spirit fires within the gravestones, quiet yet brave. Fang Zhao? Is it him? This was what many music professionals were thinking. However, the pure game players would not take notice of this. Although they might have calmed down after the opening sequence in music, they were still eagerly anticipating the game. However, this time, their vigilance had been raised, especially the experienced members of the esports clubs. They might not have been reliable elsewhere, but when it came to games, they had keen perception. Following this might be an arduous journey. Over at the virtual projects department side, Zhu Wan and a few others who had been excitedly hooting a moment ago had become quiet too. They were also aware of the message that Fiery Bird were trying to transmit. Zhuyu shivered a little. When he saw the opening sequence and heard the background music, he felt uneasy. He knew that the background music had been composed by Fang Zhao, and as Fang Zhao's bodyguard, he had been with Fang Zhao through the entire journey of gathering materials. Now he finally understood why Fang Zhao had gone to the cemeteries to gather materials, because for Fiery Bird's opening sequence, the finishing touches were the gravestones. How many hot-headed people could be subdued? However, whatever Fiery Bird did, there was always a motive. Zhuyu had also detected the message. The going was going to get tough. Boss, ready to go in? The others all looked at Fang Zhao. The entrance into the game was at the bottom of the 12 gravestones. Wait a moment, Fang Zhao said. Before entering, there was actually a choice. Whether to enter straight away or choose to pay one's respects before entering. Impatient people would choose to enter straight away. As for others that wished for the martyrs to bless them with good fortune, they would choose to pay their respects. In their group, some wished to enter straight away, and some wished to pay their respects, but ultimately they all looked toward Fang Zhao. They had chosen to enter as a group. If they were to enter, they would do it together. Hearing Fang Zhao say, wait a moment, they all knew which choice he had made. Makes sense. Boss respects the martyrs very much, Rodney said. Fang Zhao did not speak, glancing at the 12 gravestones ahead. He had visited each of their originals. Compared to other people, he felt differently when it came to these gravestones. After the opening sequence had ended, only the area they were at was lit up. Elsewhere in the distance had become dark. And just like in the worship district back then, behind the giant gravestones were countless smaller tombstones that seemed like the reflection of stars on the surface of water. With wine, there is no difference between heaven and earth. Let's drink, old friends. As per the previous time, Fang Zhao chose alcohol as an offering. Long time no see, the world I once had. Zhuyu eyed Fang Zhao, not knowing whether he was imagining things. But he always felt that the expression in Fang Zhao's eyes when he was paying his respects was a little frightening. The others were also very curious about Fang Zhao's worship method. They wanted to follow that method and pay their respects, but they were stopped by Fang Zhao. In the end, They all used their own accustomed methods to pay their respects. Zhuan even threw in a few bows. As he paid his respects, he said, "May every martyr bless me. Don't let me be too unlucky. Don't let me die of hunger." After a few long-winded sentences, the team formally entered the game. As a team, they were all randomly assigned to a place. Zhuyu looked at his surroundings. Warehouse. This was a warehouse for junk items. It was quite empty, and it seemed like someone had rummaged through it. A few cases for storing junk items had been flipped over. We get guns right at the start? Checking his equipment on hand, Zhuan realized he now had a gun. This should be Fiery Bird's so-called welcome present, right? Yesterday, Fiery Bird headquarters had announced online that there will be a small present for everyone at the launch of the game. We hope everyone will like it. It will be good if we get a gun, hee. How do I only have a knife and no gun? Mine is a gun. This gun is too old. With these little bullets, what can we even kill? A standard police issue handgun from the old era. According to its model, one magazine held about 15 to 20 bullets. That was not a lot. This would be troublesome. Don't tell me there might be items hidden in other places. Zhu1, Rodney and a few others discussed searching the other areas of this warehouse. Lower your voices, Fang Zhao said. Zhu1 laughed and replied, got it. Boss, your nerves are getting the better of you. It's just a game. What matters is that we have fun. Don't be so solemn. After all, we have 3 lives. He listened cautiously and did not hear any suspicious sounds in their surroundings. The few technicians had played games together for a long time and knew how to coordinate and warn each other. Furthermore, when they played shooting games, their roars and cries were even louder. Since it was their first time playing a Fiery Bird game, they were too excited. They wanted to enjoy it first. After all, it was a game, and things did not happen according to reality here. Upon entering the game, players had 3 lives, but after those 3 lives had been used up, their next death would cause them to be barred for a week before they could re-enter. Of course, lives could be bought with money, but only after the second day would players be able to log in once more. This was the strictest Fiery Bird had ever been regarding the value of lives in their games. In short, the 3 lives let Zhu1 and the others feel relaxed. They could continue playing even after dying once. Fang Zhao wanted to check the surroundings, but was stopped by Zhu1 and the others. Boss, just take a seat here. Let us handle the scavenging. They had to look after their leader well. Zhuyu stood guard besides Fang Zhao and nodded. Yeah, boss, you just sit over here. Let them go search for food, don't worry. If any bandits or savage beasts or whatever come along, I will take care of them. There's a small kitchen over here. At the back, someone had entered a room. Is this a decompressor from the old era? No, I remember from the information given. This is the old era's microwave. Fang Zhao listened to the others' discussion and reminded them, I advise you guys make as little noise as possible. The few over there were probably too excited and did not make much of it. Fang Zhao did not continue nagging. He quietly sat on a box nailed to the floor. Zhuyu wanted to say, Boss, don't be too nervous. But Fang Zhao was facing the steel door in front of them, seemingly deep in thought, so Zhuyu did not say it out loud. He kept thinking that, after the boss had entered the game, there was something slightly wrong with his state of mind. The expressions in his eyes seemed very penetrating, but maybe it was just the 2 scars on his face. Chapter 126. If you don't listen to your elders, log off and wait. In the small kitchen behind them, Zhu1 and the others were very interested in all the old-era cooking utensils. At this age, most of them had played a Fiery Bird game before, but this was the first time they had entered a game on its release date. After they'd come of age, they had been able to formally log into the game, but by then, there had been lots of strategy guides, and basically all they'd done was play according to others' past experiences. It was not particularly stimulating, but now they could only fumble around themselves. This sort of experience was a novelty for people who liked games. Even if they had previously played other games based on the period of destruction, none of those could compare with this Fiery Bird version with its attention to detail. Zhuan found an egg after rummaging through the kitchen. Because the old era's microwave was very intriguing, he placed the egg in to play around with it. Is there electricity? Yeah. What else do you have to set up? Why isn't it automated? How troublesome. I should just randomly pick one. This one. Whoa. The machine is starting to revolve. Zhu1 and the others surrounded the front of the microwave, Their heads all gathered together as they watched the eggs spinning around inside, as if it was a rare sight. Zhang Yu and Fu Yingtian, who were in charge of standing guard, could not contain their curiosity and looked over. Doesn't seem like there are any changes. The words had just left the lips when there was a bang, scaring the few of them into taking a step back. XX exploded? Why did this egg explode when placed inside? Was it from incorrect usage? Song Miao, don't tell me I used it wrongly. Song Miao did not understand either. Perhaps. I have never used such an appliance either. Zhu Wen had even gotten addicted to playing with it. Let's look for other stuff to test it out. Look around and see if there is anything else. There are fish here. Outside, Fang Zhao, who was sitting on a box in the warehouse, let out a deep sigh. He felt like hitting someone. Zuiyu, who was guarding Fang Zhao diligently, also could not help but cast a few curious glances over. He was also very curious toward the things from the old era. Other than the game letting everyone experience the background of the period of destruction, it also satiated the curiosity everyone had of the old era. Therefore, now that Zuiyu heard the activity over that side, there was a slight itch in his heart. Arg! A loud shout broke the cheerful atmosphere in the kitchen. F***CKme. Your father got bitten by a fish. Zhu Wen shouted. A series of banging sounds were heard from the back of the kitchen. Enough! Pang Pusong. It's no longer moving. It's dead. Did you get any experience points? I gained 0.5 points. The others felt a little sorry when they heard this. Only 0.5 points. I'm finished, Zhu Wen wailed. The few of them once again came in front of Fang Zhao. The one making the decisions in the team was still Fang Zhao. If anything happened, they made sure to inform him first. Rodney briefly explained what had happened to Fang Zhao. It turned out that, as Zhu Wen had been searching for something else to play with, he'd seen a bucket in the corner that was covered. Expecting something inside, he had warily removed the lid and found the bucket filled with water, with 2 palm-sized fish inside. One was floating upside down, not moving at all. Evidently, it was dead. The other was swimming about feebly. Just at the moment when Zhu Wen let his guard down, the fish that originally looked weak suddenly leaped out of the bucket and bit Zhu Wen. It happened so quickly that Zhu Wen couldn't avoid it and got a little cut on his hand. The fish that had leapt out was flopping around on the floor. Pang Pusong had taken an iron rod behind the kitchen door and bludgeoned that fish to death, receiving 0.5 experience points. As for Zhu Wen, who had received the cut, he realized that on his status was displayed infected. He wanted to cry immediately, but was unable to do so. As time passed, his infected value would keep increasing. When it reached a certain critical point, he would lose control of himself and, just like those infected organisms, would attack his own teammates. You guys don't have to worry. I will settle this myself. Zhu Wen expertly took out his gun and pointed it at his own head. Comrades, wait for me. In half an hour's time, I will surely bring back some strategies. Believe me. Zhu Wen was regretful. He had been too careless just now. He had never expected this to be more treacherous and cunning than all the games he had ever played. A bite from an unremarkable fish could actually force him to disconnect. That was so humiliating. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Zhu Wen disappeared from his spot. Fang Zhao closed his eyes and did not say anything. Seeing Fang Zhao not looking so good, the others did not utter a single word. You guys. Fang Zhao opened his eyes. Boss, what are your orders? The few of them were more well-behaved now. They realized that the few of them had been too foolish a while ago and had probably made their boss unhappy. Log off and wait, Fang Zhao said. The few of them looked over at Fang Zhao, trying to determine whether he was joking. Log off and cool your heads for half an hour before coming back. Oh, this was to let them go offline and reflect, just like facing the wall after doing something wrong. As a few members exchanged glances, Rodney hesitantly asked Fang Zhao, Boss, when we are gone, what will happen to you? Zuiyu is here. Since Fang Zhao had already given them instructions, it was best to obediently head offline and not anger their boss any further, in case he deducted their wages. After all, Fang Zhao only wanted them to disconnect and reflect on their actions. In half an hour, they could log back in with Zhu Wen, perhaps even with the latest strategies to share with everyone. Pang Pusong, Fang Zhao called out, pass me the iron rod. Oh sure, Pang Pusong respectfully handed over the iron rod and compliantly disconnected. He had always listened to Fang Zhao. After the others had also disconnected, only Fang Zhao and Zuiyu were left in the warehouse. Zuiyu thought for a bit and felt he needed to say something. We are not a professional team, after all, and are just having fun. The others are just too curious. You don't have to be frustrated over such small matters. I know. As Fang Zhao did not seem to want to chat, Zuiyu did not continue. He just did not understand why Fang Zhao still continued sitting there, not going off to look for food or other stuff. Suddenly, Zuiyu's expression changed and he faced a certain direction. He could hear the sounds of gunshots, and there were continuously firing. The sounds did not seem close, but they did not seem especially far either. Most likely, some players in the vicinity had run into a situation. Had something come along. He tilted his head, intending to advise Fang Zhao to find a place to hide, but he saw that Fang Zhao's hand that was gripping the iron rod was trembling. Is this fear? Zuiyu snickered mentally. Fang Zhao was only 20 plus, and his gaming history was also lesser than most. He had acted so impressively a while ago, but now he exposed his true nature? Actually admitting he was afraid was no big deal. It would not displace his position as the department's boss. Such determination to save his own face. Could it be that Fang Zhao had known he would be frightened and thus took advantage of Zhu when situation to get rid of the others and try and adapt by himself? The more Zuiyu pondered, the more he felt this was the case. But some words just had to be said. Boss, I hear footsteps approaching and some roaring. It's not just one, and it's not human. It might be a savage beast. Do you want to head to the kitchen and hide? No need. Don't worry, boss. I'm here. Later on, you just have to stay behind my back. If the situation doesn't look too good, you disconnect first. Zuiyu did not hear Fang Zhao's answer, but he did not continue asking. He attentively watched the warehouse's steel door. With his back to Fang Zhao, Zuiyu didn't see that. As the footsteps and roars got closer, Fang Zhao's hand that was gripping the iron rod trembled less and less. At the moment when the footsteps stopped outside the steel door, his trembling ceased. Fang Zhao could hear own heartbeats as though they were drumbeats, and he could hear his blood flowing as if it was a surging river. He was not afraid. Rather, he was fired up. Perhaps the functions of the 10th Gen console were really too good. Even the imitated smells were 70% real. Every time he took a breath, he could smell the foul air reeking of blood. It was as if that period from long ago in his memory had all lumped together. All the feelings and sentiments he had suppressed since his rebirth seemed like they had found an exit and were about to erupt. Bang, bang, bang. The figures that had appeared in front of the steel door roared and smashed into the door forcefully. The iron chain that kept the steel door locked kept creaking. Figures glistening with fresh blood on their bodies could be seen through the slit in the door. Their deep red eyeballs peeked through the gap.